In just 3 months, the Holy Child assessment will take place. Given my qualifications and foundation, my chances of success appear rather slim. At the rear of the lesser spiritual peak of the Taishu sect, Lin Xian, one of the 4 candidates for the Holy Child, furrowed his brow, consumed by worries. Having traversed into this fantastical realm for 28 years, Lin Xian, endowed with exceptional talent and the rare bloodline of the Earth-grade Xuanhua spirit tiger, had joined one of the 3 great sects of the northern region, the Taishu sect. The path of cultivation is delineated into various realms: body refinement, spirit gathering, sky mastery, divine communication, nirvana, and enlightenment, each further divided into 9 levels. Beginning his training at the tender age of 3, Lin Xian dedicated over 2 decades to ascend to the 2nd level of the divine communication realm. He was honored with the title of Candidate Holy Child, thus qualifying to compete for the singular position of Holy Child. However, the other 3 candidates were equally gifted, hailing from illustrious families with deeper foundations, making Lin Xian's quest for the Holy Child title exceedingly challenging. The singular Holy Child symbolizes the inevitable successor to the position of the next Taishu sect leader, a role that all 4 candidates fervently vie for. Beyond the overt competition, clandestine strategies inevitably arise to ensure a greater probability of success, further complicating Lin Xian's situation. Ding! Binding the ultimate counterattack system. Binding successful. As Lin Xian wallowed in his troubles, a sudden mechanical voice echoed within his mind. A system? A golden opportunity? Lin Xian had long anticipated such an event upon arriving in this world. Yet until this very moment, it had merely been a daydream. The unexpected binding of a system at this juncture was astonishing. But why was it called the ultimate counterattack? You were originally born into the Xiao family, one of the 3 prominent families of Qingshan City, endowed with considerable talent and the bloodline of the Earth-grade Xianling Python, being the legitimate eldest son with boundless prospects. However, you were inherently love-struck, infatuated with the eldest daughter of the Sima family, Sima Shui, one of the 3 prominent families. Over the years, you generously bestowed countless cultivation opportunities upon her to aid her training. You even sacrificed your own bloodline power to enhance hers, enabling Sima Shui to awaken the Earth-grade superior 6-tailed spirit fox bloodline. The outcome, however, was that your own bloodline power became exhausted, leaving you devoid of any cultivation talent, nearly resulting in your abandonment by your family. Fortunately, your father, Xiao Yunshan, single-handedly intervened to retain you. From that point onward, you became a mere waste, looked down upon by many within your family, often subjected to ridicule and abuse. Now, Sima Shui has turned her back on you, ruthlessly discarding you, and in a few days, she will come to annul the engagement. Host, are you content with this fate? The system's voice incessantly reverberated in Lin Xian's ears, leaving him little time to respond. Only after the final words resonated did Lin Xian realize that this system must have made a grave error. This system has surely bound the wrong person, hasn't it? A bemused expression crossed his face as he chuckled. This lineage bears no relation to me, it is utterly mistaken. Detection confirms the host's identity is accurate. Is there a malfunction? I am at the 2nd level of the divine communication realm, a candidate Holy Child of the Taishu sect, a standout among the younger generation of the northern region. How could I be a waste? Why would I need a counterattack? System, are you certain you have bound the right individual? Detection confirms the host's identity is accurate. The system remained unwavering, disregarding all of Lin Xian's protests. Even as Lin Xian felt a surge of exasperation, the system continued to speak to itself. Do you not wish for the woman who discarded you to regret her decision? Do you not desire to reverse your fate and become the strongest, traversing the universe? Provided that the host completes the tasks issued by the system, a plethora of rare treasures, divine weapons, secret techniques, and potent elixirs will be within reach. Due to the host's depleted bloodline and squandered cultivation, the system generously rewards you with a novice gift package, which has been automatically activated. Congratulations, host. You have received a vial of mid-grade yellow-tier vitality elixir. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 500 low-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 5 drops of essence blood from a spirit beast in the gathering spirit realm. The voice persisted for an entire tea's worth of time, presenting a dazzling array of items, nearly dozens in total. Yet to Lin Xian, they were trifles, devoid of any real value, utterly useless. Truly, the novice gift package was aptly named. It was indeed quite new. You're currently scorned by everyone in your family, and your cousin frequently bullies you, causing trouble every few days. New novice task issued. Within 1 day, defeat your cousin Xiao Shan, who possesses a cultivation of the 5th layer of body refinement, who has tormented you repeatedly. Upon completion, you will earn 10 points and undergo a meridian cleansing. The system's voice echoed once more, blatantly ignoring Lin Xian as it issued the task. Lin Xian's lips twitched in response. Was he formidable being of the 2nd realm expected to travel far and wide just to bully someone in the body refinement realm? The disparity was so vast that a mere breath from Lin Xian could extinguish Xiao Shan's life hundreds of times over. Just as he intended to disregard the system, he instinctively opened the system's shop. Extreme Dao Imperial Weapon, 100 million points. Heart of the Great Dao, 50 million points. Heaven and Earth Dharma Manifestation, 5 million points. 9 Heavens Divine Fire Technique, 1 million points. Heavenly Fire 9 Transformations Heaven Ear Supreme Secret Technique, 100,000 points. Breakthrough Pill Earth Tear Supreme, 10,000 points. 3 Colored Spirit Flower Earth Deer Superior Spirit Herb, 5,000 points. As he gazed at the myriad of items in the shop, Lin Xian's heart raced with excitement, especially the unparalleled treasures that could be exchanged for points if sufficient were amassed. His mindset shifted in an instant. Contemplating the tasks issued by the system, he pondered whether he should undertake them and see how it goes. If he could complete enough tasks swiftly, accumulating sufficient points to procure items, perhaps he would enhance his odds in the contest for the position of Saint's son 3 months hence. Should he gather enough points to exchange for a singular extraordinary treasure, he might even secure the title of Saint's son. Since there are no better alternatives, then let us proceed. With this resolve, Lin Xian rose and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the skies. Qingshan City, situated on the eastern fringes of the northern domain, has recently become the topic of many conversations, particularly regarding the Xiao family, one of the 3 great families which has faced considerable disgrace. The family head's eldest son, Xiao Han, has been rendered a mere shell of his former self due to a woman, his bloodline power depleted and becoming a waste. Yet he not only failed to secure the affection of the beauty, but was also heartlessly abandoned. In the near future, a marriage annulment will be sought. For a family, this is indeed a profound disgrace, casting a shadow over the entire Xiao clan. Consequently, Xiao Han faced relentless condemnation from his kin. Yet, unbeknownst to all, Xiao Han had succumbed the previous day due to the exhaustion of his bloodline power and the depletion of his vitality, compounded by the distressing news that had driven him to an untimely demise in his own chamber. Suddenly, a streak of light cleaved through the sky. Arriving via a teleportation array, Lin Xian, who had flown with all his might, quietly descended upon Xiao Han's residence. With Lin Xian's cultivation, no one could possibly detect his presence. As he entered the room, Lin Xian beheld a lifeless corpse sprawled on the floor. The features still bore traces of disbelief, fury, and resentment. Is this not the individual the system was originally meant to bind? Lin Xian shook his head with a sigh. Alas, a person of heavenly destiny encountered a capricious system. Not only did I arrive too late, but it also mistakenly bound itself to me. Originally, Xiao Han could have leveraged the system to achieve a remarkable resurgence. Yet fate was unkind, ultimately leading Lin Xian to seize an unexpected advantage. Xiao Han, come out at once, you worthless trash. You've brought ridicule upon us the moment we step outside, and it has greatly displeased me. If I do not thrash you today, my anger shall not abate. At that moment, an irate voice echoed from outside the residence. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lin Xian discerned a young man clad in resplendent garments, flanked by 4 or 5 subordinates, advancing with a menacing demeanor. The aura of the 5th level of body refining emanated from him. Could this be the infamous Xiao Shan? What a coincidence! Chapter 2. The new task. With a swift motion, Lin Xian appeared at the entrance. Upon opening the door, he was met by several individuals approaching him. Who are you? What are you doing in the Xiao family? And in Xiao Han's residence no less. Upon seeing a stranger, Xiao Shan's brow furrowed momentarily. But soon his expression turned icy as he demanded an answer. The servants behind him fixated their gazes on Lin Xian, poised to spring into action at their master's command. Lin Xian chuckled internally, maintaining a composed demeanor as he addressed the foremost young master. Are you Xiao Shan? I am. But it is I who should be asking you. Who exactly are you? Xiao Shan glared at Lin Xian, impatience evident on his face. Upon receiving confirmation, Lin Xian smiled. In an instant, Xiao Shan and his companions felt a flash before their eyes, before they could comprehend the situation. Lin Xian had already closed the distance to stand merely half a meter in front of Xiao Shan. The next moment, with a resounding crack, Lin Xian delivered a powerful kick that struck Xiao Shan squarely in the abdomen. The tremendous force propelled Xiao Shan into the air, sending him flying several meters before he crashed violently against a wall, collapsing to the ground. Blood spewed from his mouth as his eyes rolled back, rendering him unconscious. Moreover, the impact had obliterated Xiao Shan's dantian, causing his vital energy to dissipate. Xiao Shan had been utterly incapacitated by that single kick. Oh dear. I tried to restrain my strength, yet I still ended up ruining this lad. Lin Xian sighed, shaking his head in resignation. He had exerted less than a fraction of his power. Otherwise, given his cultivation at the second level of the divine realm, Xiao Shan would have been reduced to mere pulp. It was only now that the servants began to react, terror-stricken and aghast, as they beheld Lin Xian. One kick had sent the fifth level of body refinement Xiao Shan flying, knocking him unconscious. What kind of formidable power was this? They were merely at the second or third level of body refinement and dared not move a muscle, not even glancing at their master-esque condition. Lin Xian surveyed the crowd, emitting a cold snort. A wave of terrifying aura radiated from him, and even a mere hint of it left the servants feeling as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. Their hearts were already consumed by dread. Get lost. Lin Xian had no interest in dealing with these sycophants. After his declaration, he strode back into Xiao Han's residence. The door slammed shut behind him as if propelled by an unseen force, leaving the servants paralyzed. It felt as though they had narrowly escaped death, and they hastily carried Xiao Shan away, not daring to linger for even a second. Inside the room, a chime sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the novice task. You have earned 10 points and the opportunity for a body refinement. Commencing body refinement now. As the system's voice faded, mysterious energies began to manifest from within Lin Xian's body, coursing through his limbs and meridians, enveloping him entirely. Originally, Lin Xian was not particularly interested in the process of cleansing the marrow and tendons. His primary concern lay in accumulating points. Although the points were somewhat scarce, he believed that by completing tasks swiftly and in abundance, he would eventually amass enough to exchange for the items he desired. However, as this energy coursed through him, Lin Xian was astonished to discover that his already exceptional innate talent seemed to have received a subtle enhancement. Even the power of his bloodline appeared to have experienced a slight augmentation. This system held some merit. Lin Xian began to perceive the strongest counterattack system in an entirely different light. Before long, the cleansing process concluded. After taking a moment to reflect, Lin Xian nodded, dismissing the matter from his mind, and pondered internally. Let us expedite this. What is the next task? You have decisively defeated your cousin Xiao Shan, who had repeatedly bullied you, stunning the audience. Your journey of counterattack has officially commenced. Meanwhile, the Sidu family will arrive tomorrow to annul the marriage. New task. In front of the Xiao and Sidu families, present a letter of divorce to Situ Shui. Upon completion, the rewards will include 100 points and a vial of high-grade yellow-tier blood essence pill, as well as the Supreme Body Refinement Technique, 1000 Hammer 100 refinements. Upon hearing the introduction and rewards of the new task, Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. Could it be that this system had truly led him down a misguided path? He was not Xiao Han. How could he brazenly appear in such a setting and present a divorce letter? It seemed utterly unreasonable. Why couldn't there be tasks that could be resolved through force? With a mere flick, he could swiftly gather tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of points. The ideals were grand, yet reality was starkly different. But soon, a thought emerged in Lin Xian's mind. What audacity! Not only did they trespass into the Xiao family, but they also crippled my son. Within the opulent confines of the Xiao family's inner court, a middle-aged man listened to several subordinates' reports, his gaze fixated on the unconscious Xiao Shan on the bed, whose dantian was shattered and meridians severed, rendering him a waste. A surge of murderous intent enveloped him. Xiao Zhenghai, the father of Xiao Shan, was at the 7th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm. He had 2 sons. His eldest, Xiao He, had recently taken over the position of the bloodline power that had been exhausted, becoming the waste known as Xiao Han, who had joined one of the 8 major sects of Qingzhou, the Fire Element sect. This was the only piece of good news for the Xiao family in recent times. Yet now, his second son, Xiao Shan, had been grievously injured and left comatose by a stranger who had intruded into the Xiao family. How could Xiao Zhenghai possibly endure this indignation? Recently, due to the situation surrounding Xiao Han, everyone in the Xiao family had faced scrutiny whenever they appeared in public. Xiao Zhenghai himself was not exempt from this scrutiny. Stewing with rage, the occurrence of such an incident pushed him closer to the brink of losing his composure. Where is that person now? A servant knelt tremblingly on the ground, reporting, when young master was brought back, that person was still at Xiao Han's residence. I instructed third young master to keep watch, and I just received news that no one is left. Truly outrageous. Xiao Zhenghai scoffed coldly. In an instant, he dashed out of the room, heading straight for Xiao Han's abode. At this moment, Lin Xian was unaware that someone was approaching with malicious intent. A mere practitioner of the 7th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm dared to seek trouble with him. A cultivator of the 2nd level of the Divine Connection Realm? Such audacity was akin to searching for death in a dimly lit restroom. Soon enough, Xiao Yunshan arrived at Xiao Han's residence with a group of followers. Simultaneously, Lin Xian sensed the unfolding events and a cold smile crept across his lips. They had struck at the minor, and now the elder had come seeking retribution? Very well. He was rather bored and would indulge them in their game. With a resounding crash, the entrance door was violently kicked open, sending it flying. The group surged in, showing no regard for the fact that this was Xiao Han's dwelling. Xiao Zhenghai led the charge, a palpable aura of killing intent surrounding him. Upon entering, he bellowed angrily. This place is modest. There are only a few rooms. Find that person. Instantly, over a dozen individuals rushed towards various rooms. However, before they could kick down the doors in search of their quarry, Lin Xian nonchalantly emerged from within. Chapter 3. Kneel now. Is it you who has incapacitated my son? Upon seeing Lin Xian, Xiao Zhenghai frowned, feeling unfamiliar with him and sensing no fluctuations of cultivation, perceiving him as an ordinary person. Yet, he quickly inquired coldly, "Is it you?" Lin Xian chuckled softly, his demeanor calm as he replied, "And if it is, then you shall die." Xiao Zhenghai, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, intended to subdue the one who had harmed his son, subject him to severe torment, and ultimately exact vengeance for his offspring. With a mere wave of his hand, the surrounding dozen or so individuals surged forward. Humph! Lin Xian's expression turned frigid. He slightly raised his palm, and with a sweeping motion, a fierce and powerful aura erupted forth. In an instant, it enveloped Xiao Zhenghai and his cohort. The next moment, they all staggered as if struck by a heavy blow. Coughing up blood, their energies instantly sapped. Each one of them was grievously wounded, collapsing to the ground, their faces etched with horror and despair. The looks they cast towards Lin Xian were filled with shock and terror. Who on earth was this person? How could he possess such terrifying strength? He was clearly a master of the Void Realm. Xiao Zhenghai trembled, gripped by fear, his earlier arrogance vanishing without a trace. The oppressive aura crushed any thoughts of resistance. Lin Xian regarded the group with an indifferent expression, then with a wave of his hand, they felt themselves being inexorably drawn towards Xiao Han's lifeless body. Staring at Xiao Han's corpse, Xiao Zhenghai's pupils constricted sharply. Xiao Han was dead? When had this occurred? While his heart was filled with shock, he was also perplexed. Despite being a waste, Xiao Han had been alive and well just a short while ago. How could he have suddenly perished? Looking at Xiao Zhenghai and his companions, Lin Xian spoke softly. You are all members of the Xiao family, who disregarded familial ties and shamelessly humiliated him. The death of Xiao Han is, in no small part, your responsibility. Now, kneel and bow your heads. In any case, Lin Xian had inherited the system that originally belonged to Xiao Han. In doing so, he felt he was avenging him in his own way. However, these words filled Xiao Zhenghai with profound indignation. After all, Xiao Han was merely his junior and a worthless one at that. If he were to die, so be it. Would he kneel and bow his head? Xiao Zhenghai could never acquiesce to such a request. Glaring at Lin Xian, he exclaimed, "Do not overstep your bounds. Let me remind you, my son has entered the Hui Yuan sect, one of the 8 great sects of Qingzhou. a powerful faction presided over by a formidable cultivator at the 7th level of the Ascendant Realm. His words carried an unmistakable threat. Yet, upon hearing this, Lin Xian could not help but chuckle in disbelief. The Huiyuan sect? It rang a bell, as it seemed to be an affiliated sect under the Taisu sect, one of many such subordinate sections. The strongest within was merely at the 7th level of the Ascendant Realm. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Xiao Zhenghai paused, instinctively swallowing hard as he murmured, Taisu sect? Lin Xian smiled, producing a palm-sized purple-gold token from his storage ring, upon which the words Taisu were inscribed. He waved it before Xiao Zhenghai and inquired, Are you familiar with this? Taisu. You are from the Taisu sect. Though situated in the relatively remote Qinshan city, Xiao Zhenghai had ventured widely in his youth and, by sheer coincidence, had once encountered such a token. It was the identity emblem of the Taisu sect, one of the 3 major super sects in the entire northern region. Not even the Huiyuan sect could compare, let alone the entirety of Qingzhou, which would be crushed effortlessly beneath the weight of a single finger from Taisu. How could he have inadvertently provoked such a formidable figure? And how did Xiao Han come to associate with someone of such stature? At that moment, Lin Xian let out a soft huff and stated, Enough of your idle chatter. Kneel now. As he spoke, a terrifying aura descended once more, this time laced with a hint of murderous intent, leaving Xiao Zhenghai and the others in a state of utter shock. In the next instant, the sound of kneeling echoed through the air as they bowed 3 times in succession. After completing the act, Xiao Zhenghai, trembling, cast a wary glance at Lin Xian and cautiously asked, What grievance does the Xiao family have with you? What is your relationship with Xiao Han? After a brief glance at him, Lin Xian, hands clasped behind his back, replied indifferently, You need not concern yourself with that. Simply remain kneeling. Though he received no answer, Xiao Zhenghai could easily surmise that this individual shared a significant connection with Xiao Han. This was disastrous, due to Xiao Han's recent troubles. The current head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yunshan, Xiao Han's father, had already lost considerable prestige within the family. As Xiao Zhenghai, the younger brother of Xiao Yunshan and the family's second-in-command, had long coveted the position of head, he had begun to consolidate support in a bid to usurp the role. Alas, with Lin Xian's arrival, his schemes were rendered utterly futile. At that moment, a solemn-looking middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, swiftly approached and appeared outside Xiao Han's residence. It was Xiao Yunshan, the current head of the Xiao family and the father of Xiao Han. Sensing the powerful aura from earlier commotion, he had rushed over without delay. At the very first moment, Lin Xian was aware of the presence of the prostrated Xiao Zhenghai and others. However, his gaze soon fell upon the lifeless body of Xiao Han, and a wave of anguish surged within him, accompanied by a rising intent to kill. Fortunately, he did not lose his composure, but his expression darkened considerably as he fixed his gaze on Lin Xian and spoke in a grave tone. Might I inquire how the Xiao family has offended you to incur such a ruthless hand? Lin Xian understood that a misunderstanding had occurred. He shook his head and replied, Xiao Han was an old friend of mine. Not long ago, he sent me a message indicating that he was in dire straits and requested my assistance. Alas, I arrived too late. Xiao Yunshan furrowed his brow. Yet upon observing Lin Xian's extraordinary demeanor and the palpable aura of terror surrounding him, he deemed it unlikely that such a tale was fabricated. Gradually, he began to believe Lin Xian's words to a significant extent. After several exchanges, Xiao Yunshan was truly convinced that Lin Xian bore no malice. However, gazing at Xiao Han's corpse, an inexplicable sorrow enveloped his heart. The following day, in the Xiao family's conference hall, Lin Xian sat composedly to one side. Xiao Yunshan occupied the main seat, his face still etched with traces of pain. The previous day, they had laid Xiao Han to rest with due solemnity. Despite the profound sorrow that weighed upon him, he steeled himself for the sake of his family, who still needed his leadership. At that moment, Xiao Yunshan, exuding an air of authority, surveyed the 10 or so members of the Xiao family present. Esteemed members, do you have any thoughts regarding the impending visit from the Sidu family? Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man stepped forward, cautiously glancing at Lin Xian before speaking. Their intentions are nefarious. They come with ill will. Lin Xian, observing from the side, adopted a demeanor akin to that of a spectator awaiting a performance. The Sidu family was indeed set to visit, and rumors had already circulated that their purpose was to annul the marriage agreement. Little did they know that Xiao Han had already departed this world. Xiao Yunshan and the others felt a deep sense of humiliation. To have someone come to annul a betrothal is a significant affront in any context, especially with a powerful figure from the Tai Su sect present. The members of the Shao family felt their faces burn with shame. Amidst the varied thoughts of the assembly, a middle-aged man's voice rang out. Shao Yinshan, let us dispense with pleasantries. Today, the marriage contract between the Situ family and the Shao family is hereby rendered null and void, with no further ties to exist. Before the speaker even arrived, his tone dripped with sarcasm and arrogance. Then, a group of 7 or 8 individuals entered the conference hall in succession. Leading them was the head of the Situ family, Situ Kong, one of the 3 prominent families of Qingshan City. Following him was a proud young woman clad in an elegant green gown, her beauty striking, her figure graceful, and her demeanor exquisite. It was none other than Situ Shui. Originally, Situ Shui possessed a low-grade spirit fox bloodline with only average talent. Yet, this young woman was cunning and silver-tongued, skillfully manipulating Shao Han for her own benefit over the years. She had enjoyed resources that rightfully belonged to Shao Han, and he had even expended his own bloodline power to enhance hers, aiding her in improving her innate abilities. As the bloodline power of Shao Han dwindled, Situ Shui's lineage unexpectedly experienced a significant enhancement, awakening her into a supreme 6-tailed spirit fox bloodline of the. This innate talent caught the attention of the Xianling sect, one of the 8 major sects of Qingzhou, leading to her being taken as a close disciple by its master. Her future prospects appeared boundless. However, she remained bound by a betrothal to Shao Han, which, for someone destined to become a formidable force, was a source of humiliation that she felt compelled to eradicate. Annulment of the engagement was imperative. Upon her arrival, Situ Shui surveyed her surroundings, her proud and indifferent gaze revealing a flicker of impatience as she slowly inquired, "Where is Shao Han?" Chapter 4. A letter of annulment in the conference hall of the Shao family. An inexplicable oppressive atmosphere rose with Situ Shui's utterance. Shao Yinshan fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon the Situ family, his expression stern. "Everyone in Qingshan City knows how Shao Han has treated you. Instead of expressing gratitude, you resort to such actions. Are you not afraid of public ridicule?" "Shao family head, that is not how the matter stands," Situ Kong interjected, stepping forward with a smile directed at Shao Yinshan. As his gaze swept across the room, it briefly lingered on Lin Xian, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Yet, he quickly donned an air of disdain, slowly stating, "Everything in this world hinges on compatibility. My daughter has been taken as a close disciple by the master of the Xianling sect, a phoenix on the verge of soaring. How can Shao Han, now bereft of bloodline power and cultivation, be worthy of her?" The Xianling sect stands as the foremost among the 8 major sects of Qingzhou, with its master being a figure of divine realm. In Qingzhou, it is a colossal entity. Although Shao Zhenghai's eldest son has joined the Fire Yuan sect, it pales in comparison to the Xianling sect. Moreover, his son is merely an ordinary disciple within the Fire Yuan sect. At this moment, Lin Xian regarded Situ Shui and could not help but shake his head. Shao Han's taste appears rather lacking. How could he be so infatuated with someone of such caliber? As one of the quasi-saints of the Taishu sect, Lin Xian had encountered many beauties, and Situ Shui's looks hardly ranked among them. Moreover, the Xianling sect sounded somewhat familiar. It seemed that Yang Tsang, another quasi-saint from the Taishu sect, had emerged from this sect. Thus, it appeared that the Xianling sect was affiliated with Yang Tsang's influence. Today, the Situ family firmly withdraws from this marriage, Situ Kong declared, but before he could finish, a young man stepped forward, exuding an ethereal aura with an extraordinary presence, yet devoid of any discernible cultivation fluctuations. Lin Xian smiled at the assembly and slowly articulated, "Does a mere Xianling sect possess the audacity to act as your leverage for an annulment?" At these words, aside from the members of the Shao family, the Situ entourage furrowed their brows. Situ Kong retorted angrily, "Who do you think you are, speaking so arrogantly? Has the Shao family no one left to speak up?" Yet, the Shao family remained silent, some even displaying expressions of amusement at the unfolding drama. Observing the situation, the shrewd Situ Kong keenly sensed something amiss. Yet Situ Shui spoke with icy detachment at this moment. "Who are you?" "I am an old friend of Shao Han. Some time ago, he sought me out and asked me to deliver something to you." As he spoke, Lin Xian flicked his storage ring, and a white silk cloth appeared in his hand. Upon it was inscribed a line of characters. With a flick of his wrist, the silk cloth flew towards Situ Shui. Instinctively, Situ Shui caught it and lowered her gaze to the words written upon it. I, Xiao Han, hereby declare my severance. From this day forth, Situ Shui and I shall have no further ties. A concise and unambiguous statement. In the lower right corner was a distinct, bloodied handprint. Situ Shui's expression darkened instantly. Xiao Han dares to repudiate me? Where does he find the audacity? By what right? Though the two families had once been betrothed, no formal marriage had taken place. Yet in Qingshan City, this matter had long been common knowledge, and everyone had assumed Situ Shui and Xiao Han would inevitably unite as husband and wife. Precisely because of this, after enrolling in the Xianling sect, Situ Shui had visited the Xiao family to annul the engagement, to erase this humiliation. Yet now, Xiao Han had directly issued a letter of repudiation, casting her aside. This was far more disgraceful than the Xiao family being the ones to suffer the dissolution of the engagement. But swiftly, Situ Shui flung the silk cloth aside and glared at Lin Xian with a darkened countenance. Do you truly believe I would trust some random scrap of fabric you produce? Whether you believe it or not is of no concern to me. Lin Xian had no time for idle chatter. He was preoccupied with completing his mission. And the moment the letter of repudiation was successfully delivered, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the new mission. Reward, 100 points. A high-grade yellow tier Qi blood pill, and the supreme body tempering cultivation method, the art of 1,000 refinements, has been deposited into your system inventory. 100 points secured. As for the other rewards, Lin Xian paid them no heed. He immediately commanded in his mind. Quick, what is the next mission? Due to the letter of repudiation, you have thoroughly severed relations with the Situ family. The two houses now stand as fire and water, and Situ Shui harbors deep resentment toward you. To reclaim the dignity you once lost, you must dedicate yourself to cultivation, vowing to surpass Situ Shui. New mission. Venture into the 10,000 Beasts forest outside Qingshan City to temper yourself. Within 1 month, slay 100 beasts below the second rank and break through to the spirit-gathering realm. Reward upon completion, 300 points and a mid-grade profound tier movement technique, Gale Steps. After absorbing the mission details, Lin Xian nodded. This task posed little difficulty. Given his current cultivation level, slaying 100 beasts below the second rank would be effortless. Preposterous. Where did this brat crawl out from, spouting such nonsense? At this moment, Situ Kong's face darkened, and with a sudden motion, he struck out with his palm, intending to teach this insolent youth a lesson. But the instant his attack was unleashed, Lin Xian let out a cold snort. Boom. In the next moment, an overwhelming aura of pressure engulfed the scene. In an instant, Situ Kong was pinned to the ground, and the other members of the Situ family felt an indescribable terror descend upon them, rendering them equally unable to resist, forced to crawl on the ground. The expressions of all the Situ family members transformed into sheer horror, their eyes filled with profound fear as they gazed at the young man. Situ Shui's complexion turned pale, her eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, Situ Kong, lying on the ground, gritted his teeth, enduring the crushing pressure that threatened to annihilate him. With great difficulty, he raised his head and managed to utter a statement. My daughter is a disciple of the Xianling sect's leader. If you so brazenly humiliate us, he will not let you go. A mere Xianling sect does not intimidate me, Lin Xian replied nonchalantly, casting a fleeting glance at Situ Kong. Around them, the members of the Xiao family were equally astonished, yet their expressions were more filled with schadenfreude. Lin Xian surveyed the group of the Situ family sprawled on the ground, his gaze glinting with a chilling light. Just as the Situ family members believed Lin Xian would annihilate them all, he retracted his oppressive aura and moved to a nearby seat. Turning his attention to Xiao Yunshan, he said calmly, handle the remaining matters yourself. Nodding heavily, Xiao Yunshan stepped forward a few paces. He looked at the terrified Situ family, who dared not rise even without the oppressive presence, and coldly declared, since Honor has already divorced Situ Shui, our two families are no longer connected. You must relinquish the shops your Situ family has consumed and absorbed from my Xiao family over the past few months, returning 3 streets in total, and additionally, cede 5 shops from your territory to compensate my Xiao family for 1 street. Furthermore, Xiao Yunshan continued, his eyes glinting with a hint of darkness. You must yield 30% of the mining area from the Stone Spirit Mine located outside Qingshan City. Upon hearing this, Situ Kong was immediately filled with fury. The Stone Spirit Mine, vast in area, had been fiercely contested by the 3 prominent families for years. ultimately resulting in the Situ family claiming 50% of the mining rights, while the Song family held 30% and the Shao family the least, at merely 20%. The annual yield from the mine was the most significant for the three families, especially for the Situ family. Relinquishing 30% of their mining rights would be akin to self-mutilation, leading to catastrophic losses. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, he caught sight of Lin Xian, who sat leisurely with an expression of indifference. A tremor ran through Situ Kong, for he understood that with this mysterious and formidable young man present, the Situ family was merely at the mercy of others. Yet, he remained unwilling to concede, bitterly retorting, "I can yield the mining rights, but do not forget about the Song family." "The Song family is of no concern to you," Xiao Yinshan replied. He was currently leveraging Lin Xian's influence to secure benefits for the Shao family, brimming with confidence, and had long since dismissed any threat posed by the so-called Song family. As for why he did not directly annihilate the Situ and Song families with Lin Xian's assistance, Xiao Yinshan was aware of his limitations. Lin Xian had come here for Xiao Han. Yet, with Xiao Han having departed, all prior friendships seemed to have been exhausted. At this juncture, Xiao Yinshan yearns to bolster the foundation of the Shao family. Across from him, the members of the Situ family rose, their faces etched with an unmistakable pallor. Filled with resentment, yet suppressing their emotions, too fearful to reveal a hint of their discontent. Situ Shue's complexion was ashen. She cautiously glanced at Lin Xian, her eyes brimming with indignation. 30 years of prosperity for one side, 30 years of decline for the other. I, Situ Shue, will remember this humiliation today, and I shall reclaim it 100-fold in the future. She seethed internally, but in the next moment, she caught sight of Lin Xian's indifferent gaze, causing her heart to leap in alarm. Lin Xian recognized the defiance in Situ Shue's eyes, aware that she would not easily acquiesce to her fate. Yet, what did it matter? A mere Situ Shue held no significance in Lin Xian's eyes. His primary concern lay in swiftly completing more tasks and amassing sufficient points. I grant you 3 days to arrange everything. Should you attempt any deceit during this time, do not blame the Shao family for their ruthlessness. Xiao Yinshan concluded with a hint of menace. Situ Kong scoffed but dared not say more, leading Situ Shue and the others away from the Shao residence in disarray. Once the Situ family departed, Xiao Yinshan approached Lin Xian, bowing slightly, and expressed, "I am grateful for your assistance to the Shao family. From this day forth, we shall look to you as our guiding star. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command us." Xiao Yinshan still harbored a glimmer of hope to cling to Lin Xian's formidable presence. The other members of the Shao family, not lacking in insight, also inclined their bodies in deference to Lin Xian. "To be frank, your Shao family does not possess the stature to become my vassal." Yet Lin Xian had no intention of such a notion. As the chosen one of the Taisu sect, with a cultivation level in the divine connection realm, he stood among the elite of the younger generation in the northern domain. A mere Shao family, were it not for the system's influence, would not have even warranted a glance from him. To be a family subordinate to Lin Xian, the Shao family fell short. Nevertheless, due to the system, it was certain that numerous tasks related to the Shao family would emerge, holding some utility for Lin Xian. Thus, Lin Xian shifted his tone and continued, "I can offer you an opportunity. I shall grant you 1 month to ensure that only one family governs Qingshan City. Are you capable of this?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yinshan furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly replied with determination, "The Shao family will spare no effort. Then I shall await your results. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave." Nodding, Lin Xian refrained from further conversation, his form transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. The Beast Forest. This vast expanse, spanning thousands of miles, is a primal jungle characterized by its intricate terrain and multitude of ferocious beasts. However, with merely a sweep of his spiritual awareness, Lin Xian enveloped the entirety of the Beast Forest. He discovered that the mightiest beast within was a mere early-stage, 3-headed fire lion, equivalent in strength to a human cultivator at the first or second level of the skyward realm. Most beings are of the first tier, with only a few of the second. Suddenly, a streak of light pierced the heavens, hovering above a dense forest. Lin Xian's gaze swept across the woodland below, a faint smile gracing his lips. Let the journey begin. Within a month's time, to slay 100 beasts of the second tier and below, and to break through to the spirit-gathering realm. This task was exceedingly simple for Lin Xian. He disregarded the need for cultivation. What lay ahead was a frenzied hunt for demonic beasts. With his spiritual awareness, the traces of all beasts were laid bare before him. Lin Xian scarcely paused, engaging in relentless slaughter for a full hour. Finding and exterminating was straightforward, yet the beasts were scattered across a considerable distance, which required Lin Xian to expend a bit more time. A chime resounded, and a voice echoed in his mind, congratulating him on completing the new task and awarding him 300 points, along with a mid-grade movement technique, the Wind Walk. The system's announcement brought a satisfied smile to Lin Xian's face. Though the points were still meager, they would accumulate over time. As for the mid-grade movement technique, it was of little interest to him. He had no need to even glance at it. As a prospective saint of the Taisu sect, he was currently mastering the lower-grade Heavenly Step, one of the sect's premier movement techniques. Leaning casually against a grand tree, Lin Xian mused, "Come, let the next task commence." After diligent effort and arduous trials, he had slain 100 beasts and finally achieved a breakthrough to the spirit-gathering realm. Yet the path of cultivation had only just begun. Due to the prior exhaustion of his bloodline power, his foundation had suffered. Although he had undergone a cleansing of marrow and blood once, it had not fully restored him. 100 miles to the west lies a waterfall of 100 zhang, behind which hides a secret cave. Within, there exists a rare spiritual material, the Huang Shun Di Gua, which possesses immense restorative properties for his bloodline. Without a solid foundation, how could one hope to rise? New task: obtain the Huang Shun Di Gua within 10 days to nourish the bloodline and fortify the foundation. Upon completion, 500 points and a superior grade treasure blade will be awarded. Additional task: a peak second-tier beast, 9th level of the spirit-gathering realm, guards the Huang Shun Di Gua. Seizing such rare treasures is an essential path to reversal, should the host succeed in slaying it. An additional reward of 800 points and a storage ring will be granted. As the system's voice faded, Lin Xian contemplated deeply. The purpose of this task seemed to be to aid the former host, Xiao Han, in further restoring his once-depleted bloodline power. Thus, he resolved to continue with the tasks at hand. With a swift motion, Lin Xian surged into the sky, transforming into a streak of light as he raced toward his destination. With his speed, he traversed the 100 miles in less than half a stick of incense. It was only when the thunderous roar of cascading water reached his ears that he gradually halted. Upon gazing ahead, he beheld a majestic waterfall, 100 zhang high, with torrents of water plummeting down, producing a deafening sound. Even with his current cultivation, Lin Xian could faintly sense a hint of the power emanating from the natural forces of the world. If that Xiao Han were to undertake this task, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. However, for me, it presents no difficulty at all. Chapter 6: The Mutated Serpent Egg Before the Waterfall, which cascades down from a height of several dozen zhang. Lin Xian stood suspended in midair. A ripple of spiritual energy emanated from his body, forming a protective shield, and he soared directly into the thundering torrent of water. Effortlessly passing through the waterfall, Lin Xian's gaze shifted slightly, revealing the entrance of a cavern approximately 10 feet wide, illuminated by a soft, ethereal glow that extended deep within. In a series of flickering movements, Lin Xian traversed the 100-meter-long tunnel of the cave, and soon, a vast expanse of flat ground came into view. To the right of the flatland, the stone wall was adorned with numerous vines. Beneath the vines lay a small, earthen slope. At this moment, a plant over a foot in length, thick as a fist, with a slightly yellow hue and resembling ginseng, was nestled against the slope, its roots sprawling in multiple directions. Atop it rested a fruit the size of a head, glistening green, with wisps of pure spiritual energy wafting around it. This was a rare spiritual material of the Xian rank, known as the Huang Shun Di Gua. Such a quality material could be deemed a precious treasure throughout the entirety of Qingshan City. However, for Lin Xian, it was of little significance. With a fleeting glance, he shifted his focus deeper into the cavern. Small creatures, possessing a modicum of intelligence, had the sense to hide. Deep within the cave, a massive python, as thick as a millstone and adorned with red and yellow patterns, coiled itself, its body trembling ever so slightly. This was the fire pattern python, a peak second-tier beast, equivalent in strength to a human cultivator at the 9th level of the gathering spirit realm. It had been the guardian of the Huang Shun Di Gua for several years, preparing to consume it once it fully ripened and to undergo a metamorphosis to break through to the 3rd tier. However, just moments ago, the beast's innate perception had sensed an extraordinarily terrifying presence. A faint trace of this aura instilled a profound fear deep within the soul of the fire-patterned python, prompting it to hide in fright. Lin Xian, already aware of everything, couldn't help but chuckle. Unfortunately, you are my target, and I can only escort you on your journey. With a slight movement of his gaze, Lin Xian raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that swiftly struck down the coiled fire-patterned python in the depths of the cave. He then collected the Huang Shindi Gua into his storage ring. In the next moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the new task, you have earned 500 points and a high-grade Xian tier treasure blade. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the additional task, you have received an extra 800 points and a storage ring. Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. He had acquired a total of 1,300 points. At this rate, it would not take long to accumulate several tens of thousands of points. In the system's marketplace, the treasures that could be exchanged for tens of thousands of points are indeed commendable, even from Lin Xian's discerning perspective. System, what is the next task? The trials between life and death have not only honed your strength, but also refined your temperament. After consuming the yellow ginseng earth fruit, your bloodline has been nurtured, and your foundation is gradually recovering. The path of cultivation emphasizes a balance of relaxation and diligence. You have returned to Qingshan City to rest for a few days, while simultaneously, the Song family, one of the three major clans, has begun to stir upon learning of the upheavals within the Shao and Sidu families. The Song family has secretly recruited a revered figure at the 9th level of the Gathering Spirit Realm, surpassing the other two families in overall strength. Sensing that the moment has arrived, their first target is none other than the Shao family. New task: launch a fierce counterattack, making the Song family pay a painful price. Upon completion, you will receive 1,000 points and a bottle of the top-tier Xian Grade Dan medicine, the recovery pill. Upon hearing this task, a playful smile curled at the corners of Lin Xian's mouth. The emergence of the Song family at this juncture was somewhat unexpected, yet not surprising. Prior to this, the Shao family had been experiencing a tumultuous period. Subsequently, due to Lin Xian's influence, the Sidu family suffered significant losses, even relinquishing 30% of their mining rights at the Stone Spirit Mine. Naturally, the Song family saw this as an opportunity to expand their own power. In the eyes of the Song family, the Sidu family, with Situ Shui being a disciple of the sect leader of the Xianling sect, posed a certain level of caution. However, the Shao family had no such backing. Thus, targeting the Shao family first was quite predictable. Yet, Lin Xian merely scoffed. Heh. A 9th level Gathering Spirit Realm trash cannot serve as your Song family's support. Shaking his head, Lin Xian intended to depart from the area. But the next moment, he sensed something within his spiritual awareness, turning to gaze into the depths of the cave. With a swift motion, he found himself before the corpse of the fire-patterned python. As a peak second-tier demon beast, even in death, its body is filled with treasures. The snake's blood can aid in body refinement, its bones can be forged into weapons, and its inner core greatly benefits cultivation. However, for Lin Xian, whose cultivation level has reached new heights, these treasures hold no value. His gaze shifted, and not far away, he spotted a snake's nest built from tangled weeds. Inside, there lay 8 white snake eggs adorned with red stripes, the heads of which were notably large. Among them, one egg stood out, a brilliant crimson hue, making it exceptionally conspicuous. This was intriguing. It appeared to have undergone a bloodline mutation, showing signs of ancestral return. In Lin Xian's perception, the aura of this fiery red snake egg was exceptionally unique, hinting at extraordinary potential. Typically, the bloodline of the fire-patterned python is rather average, capping at the 3rd tier. However, should a bloodline mutation occur with signs of ancestral return, it opens the door to further evolution and the potential to break through to the 4th tier. If fortune permits, consuming certain extraordinary treasures may even lead to transformation into a dragon. Lin Xian gazed at the fiery red serpent egg, a smile slowly gracing his lips after a moment of contemplation. With a subtle motion of his hand, he reduced the other 7 serpent eggs to mere ashes. He then seized the mutated fiery red serpent egg and departed from the location. After a brief interlude, he found himself before a magnificent waterfall. Amidst a lush expanse of grass, Lin Xian kindled a campfire and unceremoniously tossed the mutated fiery red serpent egg into the flames. Indeed, Lin Xian intended to roast this peculiar serpent egg for his meal. The egg, showing signs of ancestral traits, could fortify his essence and elevate his cultivation. Yet he was curious about its flavor. He had no intention of incubating it for cultivation, as time was a luxury he could not afford. Moreover, it was merely a mutation with a hint of ancestral traits. Even if he were to nurture it to its zenith, it would only reach the 4th tier, offering little assistance to Lin Xian. As for transforming into a dragon, such aspirations were far beyond his grasp, and the extraordinary treasures required for such an endeavor were valued no less than a genuine dragon. Why exert himself in such a manner? It was far more prudent to roast and consume the egg, which would provide Lin Xian with a modest boost in cultivation alongside a delightful feast. Before long, the serpent egg was thoroughly roasted. Lin Xian cracked open the shell, revealing the vibrant, aromatic flesh within. Without a second thought, he devoured it. Upon finishing the egg, he sensed a slight enhancement in his bloodline. Additionally, his recently attained cultivation level experienced a minor uplift. Though subtle, it equated to the effects of nearly half a month of diligent training for Lin Xian. The flavor was quite pleasing, though somewhat lacking. After the meal, he retrieved a bottle of fine brew from his storage ring and indulged in a hearty sip, stretching luxuriously before soaring into the sky. With his hunger sated, it was time to embark on his mission. Chapter 7. A frenzy of tasks. Lin Xian transformed into a streak of light, streaking across the sky like a meteor. He pierced through the clouds, the wind roaring past him, and soon glimpsed the outline of Qingshan City below. Instead of returning to the Xiao family, he utilized his spiritual awareness to locate the Song family and descended directly above their residence. "Who are you?" quickly informed the master. The servants in the courtyard, upon witnessing Lin Xian hovering in midair, recognized him as no ordinary individual and hurriedly rushed into the main hall. Before long, the head of the Song family, Song Yangshu, emerged with a few companions. Lin Xian swiftly identified the sole individual among them who had reached the 9th level of spirit gathering. He must be the offering. Without waiting for them to speak, Lin Xian simply pointed at the individual, unleashing an overwhelming force. In that instant, it felt as if an explosion had occurred, and turbulent air currents surged chaotically through the space. Those below braved the onslaught of the air pressure, some being forcefully pinned to the ground. However, this was merely the wind pressure caused by the passage of power, while the power itself was directed straight at the venerated one. Amidst the crowd, an elderly man with a head full of white hair and a face etched with wrinkles widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Xian. Unable to comprehend what had transpired before, he was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere dust. Song Yangshu stared in horror at this scene, finding himself adjacent to the old man, with traces of fine powder still clinging to his face. This was, after all, the revered one he had summoned at great expense. A practitioner of the 9th level of spirit gathering, he had hoped that during the conflict between the Xiao and Sidu families, they would unexpectedly emerge as beneficiaries. Now, all was lost. The individual he had placed so much hope in was annihilated in an instant. "The Xiao family, I shall protect." Lin Xian left behind these words, transforming once more into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. He traversed the skies, at the very least at the realm of sky sovereignty. Song Yangshu's eyes glazed over as he slumped to the ground, bewildered as to how he had provoked such a formidable opponent when they had yet to act. Oh, so that is the case. No wonder the Situ family relinquished 30% of their mining territory. They had disclosed nothing to the outside world. Despair washed over Song Yangshu's face. With the revered one deceased, the substantial resources expended in summoning him had gone to waste, and the Xiao family possessed such a powerful figure. Within the confines of Qingshan City, it seemed that my Song family would never rise again. His expression was one of profound sorrow. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing a new task, earning 1,000 points and a bottle of the top-tier Xian grade recovery elixir, the returning Yuan pill. Lin Xian soared through the air, his focus solely on the points. These elixirs held little significance for him at the moment. Let us proceed to the next task. He needed to swiftly accumulate points by completing more tasks in order to redeem the items he had set his sights on in the marketplace. With the competition for the title of Holy Sun approaching, preparation was paramount, for it is said that preparedness averts misfortune. After multiple schemes and stratagems, he had ultimately managed to slay the Song family's revered one, alleviating the crisis faced by the Xiao family, which left the Song family in disarray. Yet, in the clash with the Song family's protector, he had sustained considerable injuries, and after recuperating, his thirst for strength surged even more fervently. Furthermore, the Sidu family had the support of the Xianling sect, keeping the pressure ever present. He needed to devote himself to rigorous training. New task released. Proceed to Tianyao volcano to temper your physique, strengthen your meridians, and enhance your bloodline power without utilizing spiritual energy. Relying solely on your physical form to endure at the volcano's summit for 4 hours. Upon completion, you shall be rewarded with 1,100 points and a set of low-grade defensive battle armor, the thick spirit armor. Lin Xian grimaced, yet another time-consuming task. It posed no difficulty, yet would require 4 hours of his time. The points, however, seemed promising. With less than 3 months remaining before the contest for the Holy Sun commenced, he needed to hasten his pace. As his thoughts shifted, Lin Xian altered his direction in midair, soaring towards Tianyao volcano. Even before his arrival, his spiritual awareness began to explore the depths of Tianyao volcano. He found himself at the summit of a volcano, where the temperatures soared to lethal heights, reaching over 1,000 degrees. An ordinary practitioner of the spirit-gathering realm would scarcely endure such an environment, likely opting to remain at a safe distance. However, with Lin Xian's current physical prowess, he could swim in the molten lava. Nonetheless, the system's task required him to remain at the volcano's mouth for 4 hours without utilizing any spiritual energy. Thus, he commenced his endeavor, settling into a meditative position with closed eyes, simultaneously engaging in the task, while contemplating future plans during his spare moments. The 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Xian earned a commendable 1,100 points, along with a set of low-grade defensive armor known as the thick spirit armor. The system proceeded to issue further tasks, all pertaining to cultivation. Lin Xian, not one to be choosy, diligently undertook each task in succession. During this period, significant changes unfolded within Qingshan City. Thanks to Lin Xian's formidable aura, the Xiao family unabashedly encroached upon the territories and businesses of the Situ and Song families, expanding their own influence without a hint of restraint over the course of 7 days. Initially, the Situ and Song families contemplated resistance. However, after Lin Xian swiftly eliminated a 9th-level spirit-gathering elder from the Song family, silence fell over them all. Faced with the Xiao family's relentless advance, the Situ and Song families dared not retaliate, for they were unaware when the one who had dispatched the Song family's elder might appear before them, ready to erase them without a flicker of hesitation. The Situ family, bolstered by their connection to the Xianling sect, managed to endure the humiliation without completely losing their resolve. In stark contrast, the solitary Song family resembled a decrepit tree nearing its decay, their fortunes irrevocably lost. Recently, the Xiao family had gained formidable momentum. Sidu Shui of the Sidu family had intended to call off her engagement, yet in the process, they had ceded a substantial 30% of their spiritual minds. As for the Song family, they remained in disarray. Was it possible that the Sidu family had cornered the Xiao family, which now seemed to be experiencing a reversal of fortunes? You may not yet be aware, having just returned from afar, but the Xiao family has a formidable expert of the sky flight realm stationed there, who has also slain an elder of the Song family. The members of the Situ and Song families are now wary of this powerful figure, refraining from making any moves. While the Song family's fear is understandable. What about the Situ family? Did not Situ Shui become a disciple of the Xianling sect, even being the closed-door disciple of its leader? Why then, do they appear to be retreating like timid turtles? Distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire. They certainly do not dare to act brazenly before the Xiao family at present. Nearby, at a roadside stall, a few passers-by engaged in conversation about the recent events in Qingshan City. Lin Xian, not far from them, utilized his spiritual sense to overhear their discussions regarding the happenings in the city. He had a task in the vicinity, and after completing it, he intended to observe the situation of the Xiao family. Overall, he found himself quite satisfied. The Xiao family exhibited remarkable decisiveness and a keen understanding of seizing opportunities, living up to his expectations. Within a month, the Xiao family had ascended to the status of the foremost clan in Qingshan City, a true test of their capabilities. It appeared they might complete this feat ahead of schedule, which was unsurprising, as his prior display of strength had already cleared most of the obstacles in their path. Lin Xian, exuding an air of strategic foresight, curved his lips into a faint smile and transformed into a streak of light, soaring toward the outskirts of the city. He still had tasks to complete and points to accumulate. Chapter 8. The elder of the Xianling sect not long after his departure. 2 streaks of light raced from a distance, heading straight for Qingshan City. Judging from their attire, they were indeed representatives of the Xianling sect, the foremost of the 8 major sects in Qingzhou. Within Qingshan City, at the Situ residence, Situ Kong sat in the position of the family head, his expression dark and brooding. The Xiao family had been exceedingly aggressive in recent days, brazenly encroaching upon their territories and treating the Situ family as if it were the Xiao family's private garden, free to act as they pleased. Just a week prior, the incident involving Situ Shue's dismissal was supposed to be a withdrawal of the engagement, resulting in the Xiao family losing face. Yet now, the tables had turned. Their daughter had been dismissed by a mere wastrel. What a farce. Their daughter was a direct disciple of the sect master of the Xianling sect. With a bright future ahead, no one among the younger generation in Qingzhou could hope to rival her potential. If anyone were to break off the engagement, it should have been their daughter to the Xiao family, not the other way around. This news had spread throughout Qingshan City, and even neighboring towns were aware of the disgrace. It was an utter humiliation for the Situ family. The combination of these events had imbued Situ Kong with an intense hatred for the Xiao family. Do not be overly distressed, my lord. Our situation is far better than that of the Song family. They are like dogs stripped of their backbone, their residence shrouded in gloom. With only a few daring to stand against the Xiao family, consoled the Situ family steward. Bang! Situ Kong crushed the armrest of his chair with his bare hands, fury flashing in his eyes. Do not compare the Situ family to those worthless fools. Yes, yes, my lord, please do not be angry, the steward hastily replied, not daring to provoke him further. At that moment, a servant rushed in, kneeling before him. Master, 2 individuals claiming to be from the Xianling sect have arrived, stating they wish to take the young lady away. Situ Kong's head snapped up, rising from his chair, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes as if he had seen a savior. Go inform my daughter that the Xianling sect has arrived. I shall personally greet them. Situ Kong straightened his attire and commanded someone to prepare the finest tea and to replace the broken chair. With a smile, he hurried from the room, soon encountering his esteemed guests. One was a robust, middle-aged man, radiating an innate authority even in silence, while the other was a young man in his 20s, likely a disciple. Despite his youth, he exuded an air of sophistication that surpassed that of the younger generation in Qingshan City. I am Su Liwei, an elder of the Xianling sect, and this is my disciple Ding Yu. We have come on the sect master's orders to escort your daughter back to the Xianling sect, Su Liwei stated, his demeanor neither overly warm nor cold as he conveyed the purpose of their visit. Elder Su, please, make yourselves at home. I have already informed my daughter. She will be out shortly. Please, rest in the residence for a moment. Situ Kong wore a bright expression, exuding politeness. Su Liwei nodded slightly and followed Situ Kong into the grand hall. Just as they entered, Situ Shue, adorned in an elegant long dress and possessing a graceful figure, arrived at the hall as well. Elder Su, she greeted Su Liwei, lowering her body slightly to perform a gesture of respect customary for juniors. Su Liwei raised his hand dismissively, stating, "You are the esteemed disciple of the sect master. There is no need for such formalities." Seeing this, Situ Kong's eyes sparkled with joy, feeling a sense of exhilaration that his daughter had chosen the right master, elevating her standing within the Xianling sect. Seizing the moment, he feigned a look of distress, lamenting, "Alas, Elder Su, you are unaware that despite being the revered disciple of the sect master, my daughter has been wrongfully cast aside by a worthless individual. They have solicited outside help to ruthlessly suppress our C2 family, coercing us to relinquish our spirit minds and seizing our shops. It is utterly despicable." Su Liwei raised an eyebrow. He could not remain indifferent to the plight of the sect master's disciple, regardless of whether the sect master would hold him accountable. The vast Xianling sect would never permit its disciples to be oppressed by an obscure faction. "Please, elaborate on the specifics," he prompted. Situ Kong recounted the situation embellished with details favorable to the C2 family, describing how they had acted with utmost benevolence and how they had been left with no choice, while portraying the Xiao family as shameless and unreasonable. "Elder Su, how could my daughter, being the sect master's cherished disciple, be forced to marry such a worthless man? We approached them amicably, yet they brazenly presented Snow with a divorce letter, publicly humiliating her. This goes beyond mere insult. They are fully aware that she has joined the Xianling sect, yet they dare to act in such a manner, showing blatant disdain for our sect." After listening in silence, Su Liwei sipped his tea and declared, "It is time for you to retaliate. Situ Kong was momentarily taken aback, but soon elation washed over him. Su Liwei's words signified his support for the Situ family. The Situ family possessed strength not inferior to the Shao family. Had it not been for Lin Xian, they would not have suffered continuous defeats against them. With Su Liwei's endorsement, he felt unencumbered. Summon the others. Issue orders for a comprehensive counterattack against the Shao family. No need to hold back. Strike them fiercely. From that moment forth, the tide in Qingshan City began to shift. The Shao family, once advancing with unstoppable momentum, suddenly found themselves at a standstill. Meanwhile, the Situ family, previously in a state of decline, surged back like a furious tiger, unstoppable in their advance. Take me to the Shao family, Su Liwei commanded as he rose, intending to personally confront Lin Xian. In this remote land, he was eager to see what formidable opponents awaited him. In the misty ancient forest, towering ancient trees, hundreds of feet high, crashed down, stirring up great clouds of dust. Lin Xian stood amidst the haze, cursing vehemently. What sort of wretched tasks are these? First, I must endure the scorching flames of the Tianyao volcano, then absorb the essence of the moon in the misty ancient forest, gather dew, and now, I am to uproot trees. By all that is sacred. Were it not for the points, I would never stoop to undertake such menial tasks. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards, 1,000 points, a high-grade talisman, and 10 wind talismans. The heavens reward diligence. The path to resurgence cannot lack perseverance. After a period of arduous training, both your temperament and strength have significantly improved. Meanwhile, the Shao family finds itself in peril. An elder from the Xianling sect has arrived, intent on retrieving Situ Shui. Upon learning of recent events, he extends support to the Situ family, aiding them in their assault against the Shao family. New task: thwart the offensive of the Xianling sect elder at the 3rd level of Sky Ascension. Protect the Shao family. Completion rewards: 1,500 points and a low-grade Earth-level technique, Zixiagong. Chapter 9: Strong Suppression. In recent days, Lin Xian has been rapidly completing tasks, amassing points at an astonishing rate. He has gathered nearly 50,000 points. Just as he prepares to open the shop to see if he can exchange for a useful treasure, he suddenly hears the sound indicating a new task. An elder from the Xianling sect? How intriguing. If memory serves, the Xianling sect is subordinate to Yang Tsong, who, like myself, is one of the 4 prospective holy sons. A confrontation between us is inevitable. Hence, the relationship between Yang Tsong and myself cannot be described as amicable. Now that his subordinate sect has presented itself, Lin Xian does not mind administering a lesson. With this thought, Lin Xian vanishes from the misty ancient forest, appearing in midair, racing towards Qingshan City. Such swiftness in their offensive? Upon arriving above Qingshan City, he observes chaos in the streets, with skirmishes erupting in every corner, particularly near various shops. The sounds of clashing and shouting resonate, sending the surrounding residents into hiding, shuttering their doors and windows in terror. The entire Qingshan City appears grim and tumultuous, starkly contrasting with its previous state before his departure. The epicenter of this turmoil, the most saturated with bloodlust, is undoubtedly the Shao family. The premises are teeming with people. Some stand, while others lie scattered about, resulting in heavy casualties. The Situ family is quite ruthless. Lin Xian extends his spiritual sense into the courtyard at the heart of the Shao family, where he sees Situ Kong leading a group, standing at the forefront. Behind him stands a distinguished middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority, possessing the cultivation of the 3rd level of Sky Ascension. His expression is cold, regarding the Shao family's plight with disdain, as if they were merely ants vying for supremacy. The only one he seems to value is Situ Shui, who stands beside him. Before Situ Kong lies a cluster of Shao family members, including the family head, Shao Yunshan. Trash. Were it not for your reliance on that Sky Ascension power, how could your Shao family dare challenge my Situ family? You even have the audacity to demand 30% of the mining rights. You truly do not know the meaning of death. After today, do not expect to fare well. Servitude or slavery would be a mercy for you. You think you can soar to great heights? I shall trample you into the mud. Situ Kong gazed disdainfully at Shao Yunshan, venting the humiliation and anger he had endured over the past few days. Shao Yunshan's expression was resolute, yet he remained silent, unwilling to provoke his adversary further, fearing that such escalation could lead to the annihilation of the Shao family. Where is your esteemed practitioner of the Void Realm? Bring him forth. Do you know who stands behind me? He is an elder of the Xianling sect, a formidable presence at the third level of the Void Realm, far beyond the capabilities of any random practitioner you might present. The Xianling sect is the most powerful sect in Qingzhou, boasting immensely strong elders. A mere assembly of ordinary practitioners of the Void Realm would hardly stand as rivals to an elder of the Xianling sect. Nearby, Xiao Zhenghai, equally incapacitated, could not suppress a cynical smile. Indeed, the Xianling sect holds sway in Qingzhou, but in the broader northern region, your sect is of little consequence. He had witnessed Lin Xian retrieve the purple gold jade token of the Taishu sect, an artifact of such caliber that an ordinary cultivator would be fortunate to behold it even once in a lifetime. Could the Xianling sect possibly rival the Taishu sect? When they approached to curry favor, the latter might not even deign to glance their way. What are you laughing at? Sidu Kong, noticing Xiao Zhenghai's expression, kicked him away with force, sending him tumbling several rolls and spitting blood. Even as death looms, you remain oblivious, he scolded. As long as the Xianling sect stands, our Sidu family reigns supreme in Qingshan City, and even throughout Qingzhou, we can act with impunity. Given time, should Sidu Shui inherit the position of sect master, we shall become the foremost family in Qingzhou, rendering this modest Qingshan City insignificant. Behind them, Su Liwei, growing increasingly impatient with the prolonged delay, felt the urgency to return to the Xianling sect. Hurry up and conclude this, he urged. Yes, at once, Sidu Kong replied, determined to deliver the final blow to the Xiao family. Suddenly, Su Liwei raised his head sharply, noticing a luminous point swiftly approaching him, accompanied by a terrifying howling sound. The air was rent asunder, and an overwhelming aura surged towards him at an alarming pace, igniting a sense of unease within. His pupils constricted dramatically as he realized the imminent threat. Just as he was about to react, the light surged across thousands of feet in an instant, colliding with Su Liwei. Boom! As the smoke cleared, a crater several yards wide marred the ground. At its center, Su Liwei lay prostrate, stripped of his former arrogance. Lin Xian stood over him, one foot pressing down on his head, his demeanor apathetic, as if he were merely stepping on a dog. Seeing Su Liwei humbled beneath Lin Xian's foot, Sidu Kong stood speechless, astonished into silence. Xiao Zhenghai, too, was left gaping in disbelief. Although they had anticipated that Lin Xian's arrival would undoubtedly turn the tide, they could not fathom that the Xianling sect would be so utterly outmatched by the Taishu sect. Especially Lin Xian knew that the Sidu family, being backed by the Xianling sect, acted with such audacity, undoubtedly emboldened by their confidence. Yet, he did not anticipate that Lin Xian would suppress the adversary in such a manner. It was an absolute display of overwhelming power. Truly, a person from the Taishu sect possesses exceptional prowess. Situ Shui stood at the edge of the massive pit, nearly caught in the recent explosion, her gaze fixed on the scene before her, utterly shocked beyond measure. The situation was unfolding in a manner far beyond her expectations. On the other side, Ding Yu, witnessing the scene within the pit, was compelled to rush forward, only to be pulled back by reason in the next moment. Someone capable of instantly subduing his master could surely extinguish his life in the blink of an eye. I am Su Liwei, an elder of the Xianling sect. And who might you be? Su Liwei was astounded by the opponent's strength. He, being at the third stage of the Void Realm, had not even had time to react, indicating the other was at least at the seventh stage or beyond. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, clearly indicating he was gravely injured. Nonetheless, he spoke with a fierce tone. Our sect leader is a practitioner of the God-communicating realm, and we are affiliated with the esteemed Taishu sect's Quasi-Saint Yang Tsang, a prodigy who emerged from our sect. I advise you to reconsider. Do not end up in a state of complete ruin. Taishu sect? Quasi-Saint. Lin Xian suddenly smiled, as if he had heard something amusing. He then waved his hand, and a purple gold jade token materialized in his grasp. You should recognize this object. Su Liwei's complexion instantly paled. The Taishu token. How could you possess the Taishu token? You are. He certainly recognized the Taishu token. He had seen it numerous times in the hands of Yang Tsang. Unlike Xiao Zhenghai, who was merely a local tyrant, he had ample opportunities to encounter such tokens. Su Liwei gazed at Lin Xian's youthful visage, realizing that someone so young possessed such terrifying strength and held the Taishu token. This young man was likely of the same ilk as Yang Tsang, also a quasi-saint of the Taishu sect. At this thought, Su Liwei's heart sank into despair. Chapter 10. The secret realm, Su Liwei's sudden silence, coupled with his apparent abandonment of resistance, tightened Situ Kong's heart with a premonition of impending doom. The fact that an elder of such stature as Su Liwei was no longer resisting indicated that Lin Xian's origins were even more extraordinary. What kind of existence had he inadvertently provoked? What formidable being had the Xiao family summoned? What are you all still lying around for? Lin Xian turned to Xiao Yunshan and the others, signaling them to rise and counterattack. The members of the Situ family hurriedly glanced at Situ Kong, uncertain whether to continue their assault on the Xiao family or to remain passive and surrender. Situ Kong was equally flustered. He had never encountered such a turn of events. Even an elder of the Xianling sect was no match for Lin Xian. He looked towards the pit, where Su Liwei had closed his eyes, abandoning any semblance of struggle or threatening rhetoric. In that moment, the tide had completely turned. Everyone understood that the Situ family had lost. They had no more trump cards left. The Xiao family regained the upper hand, an absolute advantage, while the Situ family lay vulnerable, like fish on a chopping block, ready to be slaughtered. He slowly sank to his knees, as if he had lost his very soul, his face devoid of color. Meanwhile, Situ Shui fixed her gaze on Lin Xian, her delicate features as pale as snow, just as her name suggested. This was not merely an affront to the Situ family, but a profound humiliation to her personally. Despite having entered the prestigious Xianling sect and being the cherished disciple of its leader, she was powerless to elevate the Situ family or prevent the impending disgrace they were about to endure. So proud was she that she had believed her initiation into the Xianling sect would ensure a smooth journey. Little did she expect to face a divorce decree and witness her father humbling himself before others. Her hands clenched tightly, her petite frame trembling slightly from intense fury and a flicker of despair. Thank you for your timely arrival, my lord. Otherwise, my Xiao family would have faced insurmountable calamity today. Xiao Yunshan, weak and bloodied, approached Lin Xian, bowing deeply in gratitude. There is no need for such thanks. Since it was I who urged you to act, I shall naturally support the Xiao family. You have performed admirably, given your significant disadvantage in strength. It is remarkable that you have managed to endure thus far. By the way, how do you wish to deal with them? A glint of ferocity flashed in Xiao Yunshan's eyes. The Situ family's aggression had inflicted severe losses upon the Xiao family, and he would not simply let the Situ family go unscathed. They would undoubtedly pay a price. Not far away, Situ Kong felt a sudden jolt of unease and quickly interjected, "Hold on, I have something to say. The Situ family is willing to relinquish all mining rights to the Stone Spirit Mine, even offering the last 20% to you." He continued, "I can also divulge a secret regarding the Stone Spirit Mine that you will certainly find intriguing, one that could potentially compensate for the losses suffered by the Xiao family." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunshan hesitated, glancing at Lin Xian, who appeared equally intrigued. "Speak," Lin Xian commanded. Situ Kong breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they showed interest, any compromise to save the Situ family was worthwhile. He disclosed a secret known only to the Situ family regarding the Stone Spirit Mine. It turned out that the Situ family had previously held 50% of the mining rights, allowing them to explore the mine extensively. Several years ago, they had discovered a hidden realm deep within the mine, situated in a secluded area of a small mountain. The layout of the Stone Spirit Mine was labyrinthine, composed of numerous mountains, and even the Situ family, having occupied the mine for years, often found themselves lost. Had it not been for the remoteness of Qingshan City, they would have suspected it to be a formation set by a master. Although we discovered this hidden realm, we could not gain entry. We exhausted all methods to breach its barrier, and thus, we never publicized its existence. At this point, Situ Kong's expression grew complex. Had they been able to enter the hidden realm sooner, perhaps they could have unified Qingshan City years ago, preventing the subsequent troubles. According to the original plan, Situ Kong intended to wait until Situ Shui entered the Xianling sect and reached the Void Realm, at which point they could access the secret realm to seize opportunities. Unfortunately, an unexpected variable named Lin Xian disrupted all his schemes, forcing him to relinquish both the Shirling Mine and the secret realm, ultimately leaving him in a state of utter desolation, akin to a blind man gazing at the sky. Lin Xian listened silently, a slight smile gracing his lips. He found this matter rather intriguing. A mine housing a secret realm? Each secret realm is a place of extraordinary fortune, undoubtedly filled with abundant treasures of heaven and earth. No wonder the system had originally intended to bind itself to him, as opportunities abound in his vicinity. Even in this modest Qingshan city, one could encounter a phenomenon such as a secret realm. The Situ family can manage themselves. I shall investigate the secret realm, he resolved. There was no need to inquire about the precise location. The Shirling mind constantly emanated spiritual energy. For those with powerful spiritual senses, it was effortless to pinpoint the mind's position. As for the secret realm, while it might pose a challenge for others to locate, for Lin Xian, it was merely a matter of intentionally enveloping a specific area with his spiritual awareness to swiftly ascertain its whereabouts. Just as Lin Xian ascended into the air, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing a new task. You have received 1,500 points and a low-grade earth-tier cultivation technique. The Zixia technique. Lin Xian smiled faintly, pleased with the additional points, realizing that the time to exchange for treasures was drawing near. He briefly examined the low-grade earth-tier technique. The Zixia technique, which he had no immediate use for. However, should he continue this momentum of fervently completing tasks, it was conceivable that one day he might acquire techniques or divine weapons beneficial to him. Please issue a new task, he softly instructed the system. You have employed all your strategies and meticulously planned, managing to withstand the opponent's onslaught with great peril, successfully repelling the elder of the Xianling sect and preserving the Shao family. Yet, you are acutely aware that the Xianling sect will not relent. You must continue to cultivate diligently. Additionally, the Situ family has revealed the location of a secret realm to safeguard their remaining assets. The path of reversal must be seized with determination. New task: successfully enter the secret realm. Upon completion, gain 1,500 points and a special spiritual talisman. The Taming Spirit Charm. Chapter 11. Entering the secret realm, Lin Xian gazed into the void, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the horizon. Situ Kong let out a sigh of relief, unable to suppress the urge to wipe the sweat from his brow, as the immense pressure had left him thoroughly drenched. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly. Otherwise, the Situ family might have faced annihilation on the spot. Su Liwei also felt a wave of trepidation. He could hardly fathom that such a formidable figure as Lin Xian would emerge from a mere Qingshan city. Had he acted impulsively moments ago, he might have met his end right there. As the two old men silently counted their blessings, an untimely voice broke the silence. Elder, are we truly going to let him go just like that? He so ruthlessly oppressed the Situ family, entirely disregarding the Xianling sect. It is simply intolerable. We must return to the Xianling sect immediately to report this matter to our sect master, imploring them to take action and teach that insolent brat a lesson. Situ Shui bit her lip tightly, her pale visage suffused with indignation. As the esteemed disciple of the sect master of the Xianling sect, how could she endure repeatedly suffering at the hands of an unknown youth? Even if Elder Su dared not act, the sect master would surely not fear Lin Xian. The moment these words left her lips, they sent a chill through Su Liwei and Situ Kong. Cease your words. Have you lost your mind? Su Liwei exclaimed in alarm, urgently interrupting Situ Shui, fearful that Lin Xian might overhear. He anxiously glanced in the direction Lin Xian had departed, dreading a possible return. If they offended Lin Xian, the consequences would be dire. You fool, if you seek your own demise, do not drag me down with you. And certainly do not involve the Xianling sect. In a moment of panic, Su Liwei disregarded Situ Shui's status and unleashed a torrent of curses. Do you recognize the token he bears? He is the prospective holy son of the Taishu sect in the northern region. His strength is unfathomable. Not only could I not contend with him, but even the entire Xianling sect would be effortlessly crushed by a mere finger. What? Situ Shui stood frozen, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Xian was actually such a formidable figure, a prospective holy son of a super sect. Yet, Shao Han was merely an ordinary person. How had he managed to associate with such a personage? As the members of the Shao family approached, with Shao Zhenghai radiating murderous intent, Situ Kong dared not linger and hurriedly led the few remaining members of the Situ family to flee. They could no longer stay in Qingshan City. Su Liwei spoke somberly. We should first seek refuge at the Xianling sect. After this battle, the Situ family was gravely weakened, and the Song family was barely clinging to life. Henceforth, the Shao family would dominate Qingshan City. Meanwhile, Lin Xian arrived at the Shirling mine. The scene was chaotic, with members of the Situ and Song families fiercely attacking the Shao family. Unbeknownst to them, the events in Qingshan City had transpired, and their faces were alight with frenzied laughter, while the Shao family wore expressions of despair. Lin Xian surveyed the scene, slightly releasing his aura. A surge of spiritual power swept forth, and in an instant, members of the Situ and Song families collapsed lifelessly. Before the Xiao family could comprehend the situation, Lin Xian vanished from sight. It would not be long before the Shirling mine fell into the hands of the Xiao family. After all, Lin Xian had borrowed Xiaohan's fortune, and these spoils would serve as his offering to the Xiao family. As his spiritual sense scanned the entire Shirling mine, Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixating on a secluded cave. How peculiar the fluctuations are. While the spiritual energy across the mine remained stable, the disturbances emanating from the cave were intense. He flicked his sleeve, and a gust of wind surged forth, clearing the rocks and weeds surrounding the cave, revealing a barren rock layer. This should be the entrance to the secret realm. Lin Xian smiled faintly and remarked, "The people of the Situ family have hidden for such a long time, yet they ultimately fell into my hands." At the center of the cave, a barrier of faint yellow light, approximately 10 feet high, gradually materialized, exuding waves of spiritual energy that even surprised Lin Xian. Without hesitation, he reached out to test the barrier. As he expected, it was incredibly resilient, possessing a unique repulsive force that resisted him, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to breach. However, for Lin Xian, who had attained the divine connection realm, this barrier was as fragile as paper. With a pointed finger, he struck. Crack! With a soft sound of shattering, the barrier broke apart, revealing a path emanating a dark aura. Before stepping in, a damp, sinister atmosphere mixed with a biting cold wind rushed towards him. Lin Xian wrinkled his nose. The air carried a scent reminiscent of a moldy cellar after a flood, tinged with a strong metallic odor. He understood well that this was the scent of blood. The thick aura of death and demonic energy had almost solidified, with large swathes of crimson mist lurking deep within the secret realm, resembling a gaping maw. Clearly, a profoundly tragic event had occurred here. Such levels of dark energy could not arise without significant calamity. Having ventured into countless secret realms, he hoped this one would not disappoint. Without a moment's pause, Lin Xian stepped forward. Simultaneously, the entrance behind him sealed shut, plunging the surroundings into darkness, where one could hardly see their own hand. Fortunately, Lin Xian possessed an extraordinarily powerful spiritual sense, rendering the dim environment largely inconsequential. Upon entering the secret realm, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the new task, you have earned 1,500 points, a special spiritual talisman, and a spirit-taming charm. Lin Xian paused momentarily before smiling. This task is quite simple. Merely entering the secret realm completed it. Excellent. Please issue a new task. In this secret realm, opportunities and dangers coexisted, and it harbored an exceedingly perilous demonic creature. Should he seize this opportunity, his strength would experience a tremendous enhancement. New task: subjugate the demonic creature within this secret realm. Upon completion, you will receive 2,000 points and the Supreme Martial Technique, Heavenly Sword Technique. Hearing this task information, Lin Xian's eyes flickered with contemplation. A demonic creature? What kind of secret realm is this? With questions swirling in his mind, Lin Xian began to explore the secret realm. Crack! After taking only a few steps, a piercing sound echoed beneath his feet. Looking down, he discovered a weathered skeleton. The remnants of clothing were scarce, reduced to a few tattered rags hanging limply. He attempted to turn the bones over, but when he discerned the glimmer at the center of the skull, his pupils dilated in shock. This was a cultivator of the divine connection realm. When a cultivator reaches the divine connection stage, their bones gradually become jade-like. With the first change occurring in the frontal bone, the glimmer at the center of the forehead is the hallmark of attaining the divine connection realm. Evidently, the skeletal remains once possessed a cultivation level of at least the divine connection realm. The resplendent glow emanating from them was strikingly brilliant in the darkness, as if the individual were still alive. Judging by the degree of weathering, these bones must have been here for no less than 10 millennia. What transpired here that even a powerful figure in the divine connection realm could fall? No, if this place were truly so perilous, how could the system still issue such a task? Lin Xian stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Just then, a chilling green light suddenly erupted from the center of the skull. This eerie light, imbued with a dense aura of malevolence, shot toward Lin Xian's brow like a released arrow. I knew something was amiss. In an instant, Lin Xian swiftly grasped the cold essence. Firmly pinching it in his hand, and an icy sensation spread throughout his body. Simultaneously, the essence emitted a piercing shriek, struggling desperately. This corpse had been dead for at least 10 millennia. Even if it were made of jade bones, it should have turned to dust by now. How could it possibly remain intact for so long? Scanning the essence with his spiritual awareness, Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly. It turned out to be a remnant soul, one that had been corroded by demonic energy. In the 12th chapter, subduing the demon under the erosion of time, this remnant soul had become exceedingly frail. A gentle squeeze reduced it to mere ash. Rising to his feet, Lin Xian crushed the bluish jade bone beneath his boot, directing his gaze toward the depths of the secret realm. As he looked out, he saw that behind the dense crimson mist lay countless skeletal remains, resembling a vast mountain range of white, stretching endlessly. The red-black, demonic energy flowed like a river, encircling the bone mountains. At the end of the range, a blood-red crescent moon slowly ascended. Only now did Lin Xian realize that this stone spirit mine was most likely a remnant of an ancient battlefield. It seemed that the colossal white bone mountains sensed Lin Xian's presence, suddenly trembling as if a great beast were awakening from within. Viscous blood flowed toward Lin Xian, and upon closer inspection, various weapons floated within that sanguine tide. As blood bubbles burst, hundreds of corpses draped in tattered garments crawled forth from the bloody mire, their hollow eye sockets igniting with a chilling green light. Lin Xian frowned, filled with perplexity. These corpses were clearly tainted by the demonic energy of this place. What had transpired here to give rise to such a multitude of spectral corpses? Lin Xian slightly raised his finger, and a dozen of the spectral corpses were instantly reduced to dust. The strength of these spectral corpses was generally feeble, at most possessing the power of the gathering Qi realm. With Lin Xian's prowess in the divine connection realm, these corpses could not withstand even a single encounter. Despite their commendable cultivation in life, they were utterly powerless before Lin Xian. Yet, the other spectral corpses, seemingly oblivious, continued to surge toward Lin Xian with frenzied abandon. Regardless of how he dispatched them, they charged relentlessly. Why does it seem that they only multiply with each confrontation? Lin Xian felt a surge of impatience. Although the spectral corpses were not particularly powerful, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The white mountains shrouded in red mist continued to be inundated by the relentless advance of these phantoms. Time could not be squandered here. Lin Xian contemplated inwardly, recognizing the necessity to swiftly resolve or evade these spectral beings and locate the demonic entity to subdue it, thus expediting the completion of his task. In the next moment, Lin Xian unleashed a powerful punch, the ferocious gust of wind slicing through the dense fog. Wherever the force traveled, the spectral corpses crumbled like mere paper, instantly reduced to dust. A gaping, sinister rift was torn open in the white torrent. Simultaneously, Lin Xian's attention was drawn to the blood moon. As the white bone mountains faded from view, the true visage of the blood moon gradually emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian made a beeline for the luminous orb. Before long, he arrived in close proximity to the blood moon. There stood a colossal crimson boulder, spanning hundreds of yards in width, its height lost to the heavens. A substantial portion of the boulder was missing, as if a great beast had bitten away a chunk, rendering it reminiscent of a waning moon from afar. Upon the surface of the boulder were inscribed two monumental ancient characters, each towering as high as city walls. Having studied numerous ancient texts during his time at the Taisu sect, Lin Xian effortlessly recognized these characters. Zhan Mo. A glance over his shoulder revealed that the horde of spectral corpses, once in pursuit, now seemed to hesitate before the massive stone. Halting not far from it, and casting wary glances in Lin Xian's direction. Despite being less than several yards away, none dared to advance a single step. As if a colossal beast lurked near the boulder, Lin Xian paid no heed to the spectral corpses. His spiritual senses swept over the boulder, and instantly, a desolate, barren aura enveloped him. Clearly, the existence of this stone far predated the spectral entities. Particularly at the sight of the stone's missing portion, an even more dilapidated, shadowy, and forlorn essence seemed to linger. What manner of place is this? What is this colossal stone? Circling the boulder, Lin Xian soon discovered a small inscription in a corner. Thus, it became clear why so many spectral corpses and phantoms dwelled here. He had not anticipated that this place served to suppress an ancient demon, likely the very entity mentioned in his mission. Countless cultivators had sacrificed their lives to vanquish this demon, even summoning powerful beings from the sacred realm. Yet due to the demon's unique nature, complete annihilation was impossible. It could only be restrained in this locale. Only through the passage of time could its power be diminished. Lin Xian could not help but draw a deep breath. He had encountered similar accounts in ancient texts, yet this was his first time witnessing such a phenomenon. Moreover, places of this nature were not uncommon, often hidden in exceedingly remote and perilous locations, rarely revealed to the public eye. These spectral corpses were likely the ancestors from thousands of years past, first devoured of their flesh and essence by the demon, and subsequently transformed into this grotesque state under the erosion of demonic energy. Lin Xian cast a glance back at the horde of spectral corpses, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes. Very well, since I have arrived here today, it seems we are destined to meet. In light of your accomplishments from millennia ago, I shall grant you a fleeting passage. Lin Xian stepped forward, and the spectral figures before him stirred restlessly. He performed several peculiar hand seals, and instantly, an enigmatic melody emanated from his lips. Supreme Edict, lunar essence purifies the soul, the yellow springs guide the way, the azure sky returns to truth. The rebirth incantation. Wherever the celestial sound traversed, the spectral beings appeared to have their strength siphoned away, collapsing to the ground. Soon, all the spectral figures fell utterly silent. Just then, a terrifying roar reverberated from the bottom of the cliff, akin to a malevolent spirit howling from the depths of the abyss. Lin Xian's heart stirred. Surely, only a true demon could survive in such a place. Remarkably, this demon's life force was tenacious, having endured for tens of thousands of years without succumbing. Following the direction of the sound, Lin Xian descended to the cliff's base. In contrast to the summit, the atmosphere here was far more chilling and damp. The dense energy had even coalesced into mist, clinging to Lin Xian's form. After walking for an hour towards the source of the most potent demonic aura, Lin Xian halted beside a blood lake. The center of the lake was shrouded in thick black mist, concealing a colossal shadow. It was a gigantic dragon corpse, approximately 100 yards long, most of which lay submerged beneath the blood lake, with only its head protruding above the surface. Despite having decayed into a pitch-black, desiccated form over the millennia, the oppressive aura emanating from the dragon corpse remained palpably unsettling. A demon dragon? While Lin Xian was momentarily lost in thought, the mist at the lake's center surged forward with lightning speed, accompanied by a sinister voice. The black mist instantaneously transformed into a pool of inky darkness, exuding a nauseating liquid that ensnared Lin Xian's feet. Cackling, it exclaimed, after 10,000 years, at last. Fresh blood to feast upon. The black liquid rapidly ascended Lin Xian's body, heading straight for his brow. However, in the next moment, the viscous substance was pinned to the ground by a golden longsword. Having been sealed for tens of thousands of years, you dare to be so arrogant? You are truly oblivious to your impending demise, Lin Xian remarked indifferently. Chapter 13. The Liquid of All Spirits. The demonic entity paused momentarily before emitting a grotesque shriek, its voice laced with derision. A mere ant from the divine connection realm dares to be so insolent before me. I am a formidable force of the enlightenment realm. Crushing you is as simple as squashing an insect. To become my sustenance is indeed an honor for you. Release me at once, or I shall make your existence a living hell. Annoying. Lin Xian ran his fingers along the spine of the sword, and what emerged was not ordinary runes, but rather a demonic sealing incantation inscribed with his own blood. Each character drew upon the moonlight cascading from the heavens, striking the demon with a sizzling sound akin to boiling oil poured over snow. The demon let out a heart-wrenching wail, finally realizing the gravity of its predicament as its liquid form trembled violently, attempting to split and flee. Lin Xian moved swiftly, employing the techniques of the Qimeng Dao with remarkable agility. This malevolent creature had once attained the pinnacle of enlightenment, and even after its fall to the peak of the gathering spirit realm, Lin Xian dared not let his guard down. The creature emitted continuous anguished cries, its liquid form writhing incessantly. However, curiously, no matter how Lin Xian struck, he was unable to completely annihilate this demon. Each time he dispersed its body, the surrounding demonic energy would swiftly restore its form. Just as Lin Xian was growing increasingly exasperated, a notification from the system suddenly sounded. Ding. Rare magic species detected. Universal demon liquid. This type of demonic entity is exceedingly rare, having long since vanished from the world. The host can utilize the spirit taming charm to seize control of its core and subdue it. If employed properly, the host's own strength will be significantly enhanced. A rare magic species? Lin Xian's mind sparked with realization. No wonder the previous task had rewarded him with a special charm. It was intended for this very situation. The system also possessed such knowledge. It truly was remarkable. Moreover, this system had such auxiliary capabilities. Lin Xian found himself increasingly intrigued by the system. With this thought, he tapped his storage pouch, and a golden charm materialized in his hand, the spirit taming charm. With a flash of fire, the golden charm was instantly consumed. In an instant, it merged into the universal demon liquid, enveloping a pitch-black, purplish crystal the size of a walnut, swiftly beginning to erase its imprint. Soon, the universal demon liquid ceased its struggles, falling completely silent. Lin Xian successfully seized control of its core, subduing the universal demon liquid, and then directly erased its sentience. Gazing at the quietly floating universal demon liquid in his hand, Lin Xian suddenly received a stream of information in his mind. The racial characteristic of the universal demon liquid is its ability to attach itself to all living beings, capable of either devouring them entirely or altering their forms and enhancing their abilities. For example, if it were to attach itself to a horse without devouring it, that horse would transform into a fierce and aggressive war steed, significantly increasing its combat prowess. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Lin Xian's mouth as his gaze fell upon the dragon corpse in the center of the blood lake, excitement flickering in his eyes. According to the system's description, the stronger Lin Xian became, the more powerful the universal demon liquid would also grow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning 2,000 points, along with the Xian class Supreme Martial Technique, the Sky Connecting Sword Technique. The Xian class martial technique holds little significance for Lin Xian, yet the points and the universal demon liquid are far more valuable. System, what is the next task? You have acquired a fortuitous opportunity within the secret realm, resulting in significant enhancement of your strength. The Xiao family has risen to prominence in Qingshan City due to your ascendance. However, having previously offended the elder of the Xian spirit sect, and with Situ Shui entering the sect for training while harboring resentment over the divorce incident, your path of cultivation will encounter substantial obstacles. The host must strive to elevate his strength while solidifying his current cultivation to prepare for future crises. New task. Within 6 months, slay 1,000 third-tier or lower demonic beasts, collect 500 inner cores of these beasts, and successfully advance to the 7th level of the spirit gathering realm. Upon completion, a reward of 2,100 points, superior grade mystical materials, and golden crystal iron will be granted. After the mission was announced, Lin Xian chuckled. It is worth noting that not every demonic beast produces an inner core. Among second-tier beasts, fewer than 20% generate inner cores. This implies that in order to amass 500 inner cores, he must eliminate at least 5,000 third-tier or lower demonic beasts. However, the regions surrounding Qingshan City, such as the 10,000 Beasts Forest, the Misty Ancient Forest, and the 100 Mountains Gorge, are abundant with second-tier demonic beasts. While the quantity is assured, it may prove somewhat time-consuming. Lin Xian shook his head and subsequently departed from the secret realm. Shortly after his exit, the peculiar fluctuations within the stone spirit mind gradually subsided. In the ensuing days, Lin Xian disregarded all else, fervently searching for third-tier or lower demonic beasts. He collected inner cores while feeding the flesh and essence of the beasts to the all-spirit demon liquid. This liquid would occasionally possess ordinary demon wolves, instantly turning their eyes a deep purple, enlarging their bodies threefold, and enveloping them in a tempest of demonic energy, making them formidable against their peers. At times, it would inhabit golden fish in the river, transforming their scales to be tougher than cold iron, sprouting razor-sharp teeth that would swiftly reduce aquatic beasts to mere skeletons. Most bizarrely, the all-spirit demon liquid could also merge with mountains and vegetation. When it infused a river, it transformed into a dark, ominous river of the underworld, shrouded in thick demonic energy, devouring all life within. Incredibly powerful, it was a force to be reckoned with. In the 100 Miles Gorge, a pitch-black third-tier demonic tiger raced through the stone forest and soon came to a halt. Suddenly, the black substance on the tiger began to drip like liquid, gradually pooling into a mass of black water exuding demonic energy. Where the tiger once stood, only a skeleton remained. Lin Xian, observing the all-spirit demon liquid, felt a weighty concern. In just a single day, the liquid had consumed over 100 demonic beasts, elevating its power to the third level of the Void Realm. If this continued, the demonic energy would become uncontrollable. Attracting formidable adversaries could lead to significant trouble. Gazing at the all-spirit demon liquid floating in his palm, Lin Xian concentrated his thoughts, and the liquid suddenly transformed into a fluid form, permeating his skin. Dark, golden meridians surged along his forearms, sizzling as they coursed through his flesh. With a muffled groan, he tore his shirt apart, revealing a spiderweb-like pattern of black markings on his chest, each intersection sparkling with starlit azure points. Boom! The liquid armor surged violently across Lin Xian's body, crimson markings elongating at the corners of his eyes, while 3 pairs of ebony bone spikes erupted from his shoulders. Lin Xian felt as though countless steel needles were stirring within his marrow, as a cacophony of demonic howls echoed in his mind. With a low shout, he unleashed his full cultivation, effortlessly suppressing the restless demonic thoughts. Crack! With a casual swing of his fist, Lin Xian shattered a boulder 10 zhang away into dust. A pleasant surprise flickered in his heart. His overall combat prowess had at least doubled. Most crucially, the power of the 10,000 spirits demonic liquid could still grow stronger. The mightier the liquid became, the greater the enhancement it bestowed upon him. Truly the child of destiny, stumbling upon fortune wherever he goes. Though now, it all benefits me instead. Lin Xian mused silently. Chapter 14. Mere trash. Nothing more. Over the next 2 days, Lin Xian gathered all 500 demon beast cores, the second-tier beasts, and even some third-tier ones, within the vicinity of Green Mountain City fell prey to his relentless hunt. Wherever he tread, no second-tier demon beast survived. Had the original system-bound protagonist, Xiao Han, attempted this feat, it would have taken him at least half a year. Yet Lin Xian accomplished it in mere 3 days. This mission took far too long. Couldn't the system assign something quicker? He muttered. The Saint-Disciple trials would commence in just over 2 months. Time was slipping away. He needed to accumulate more points before then. Suddenly, the system's chime echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward: 100 points. And a top-grade profound tier spiritual material, golden crystal iron. Lin Xian nodded. Acknowledged. Now issue the next task. After 3 months of cultivation, your strength has grown immensely. Thanks to your presence, the Xiao clan has successfully annexed the Song and Sidu families, becoming the sole ruling power in Green Mountain City. However, the path of cultivation knows no end. Your current prowess has reached the peak of this city's limits. Remaining here will yield minimal progress. You must seek new horizons to further your growth. New mission: journey to Lala City and break through to the sky-soaring realm within 3 months. Reward: 3,000 points and a bottle of Earth-tier spiritual material, purple origin marrow. At this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Lala City. This colossal metropolis stood at the convergence of 3 great provinces, Qingzhou, Nanzhou, and Qianzhou. Unlike Green Mountain City, its unique position rendered it a lawless gray zone where the influence of all 3 regions intertwined. Here, power reigned supreme, survival of the fittest, with no rules but strength. Even prodigious disciples from sects ventured here to temper themselves, honing their skills and accumulating experience. Though Lin Xian had heard tales of it, he had never found the opportunity to visit. Very well, then to Lala City I shall go. With a thought, he recalled the 10,000 spirits demonic liquid into his body. After days of refinement, his control over it had reached a level of seamless mastery, as natural as moving his own limbs. The ethereal potion swiftly transformed into an enigmatic pattern, firmly adhering to Lin Xian's chest. This not only allowed him to wield it at will, but also helped avert unnecessary complications. Having been away from Qingshan City for several days, he was uncertain about the current state of the Xiao family. It was time to return and ascertain their situation. In a flash, Lin Xian became a streak of light, vanishing from his original location. Before long, he found himself within the grand courtyard of the Xiao family. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the troubled expression on Xiao Yunshan's face. A map of Qingshan City lay on the table, marked with the territorial boundaries of the Xiao family. It was evident that the entire city was largely within their dominion. The inhabitants of Qingshan City were well aware of the formidable entity lurking behind the Xiao family, to the extent that even the elders of the Xianling sect would steer clear of their might. Xiao family head, what troubles you? Lin Xian inquired. Has something befallen the Xiao family? Startled by the sudden voice, Xiao Yunshan turned to find Lin Xian had appeared behind him without his notice. He had not sensed his presence at all. Moreover, after a few days apart, Lin Xian seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. His once handsome visage now bore a hint of a sinister allure. With a deep sigh, Xiao Yunshan responded, "On the contrary, thanks to your assistance. The Xiao family has now emerged as the sole prominent family in Qingshan City. However, as the saying goes, it is easier to seize a kingdom than to maintain it. Although we have taken over the assets of the Song and Sidu families, the true treasures of those families were long relocated. The Xiao family possesses vast territory. Yet without formidable guardians, these assets are destined to slip away." Lin Xian realized the predicament. The Xiao family, once the weakest among the three great families, had unexpectedly ascended to the forefront of Qingshan City, yet they struggled to establish complete control, even without the Situ and Song families. New rivals such as the Zhang and Wang families would inevitably rise. Xiao Yunshan did not dare to hope that Lin Xian would remain to oversee the Xiao family. Understanding that someone of his caliber was destined for greatness and could not possibly remain in this modest city, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. He was on the verge of departing Qingshan City and could not stay to oversee matters. Furthermore, the Sidu family, under the protection of the Xianling sect, continued to cast a covetous gaze upon Qingshan City. Should they launch a counterattack during his absence, he might not have time to intervene. While he was indifferent to the fate of the Xiao family, any disruption to his mission would prove troublesome. A solution was needed to bolster the Xiao family's strength. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian slowly spoke. "I happen to possess some resources that you might find useful." At this, Xiao Yunshan hurriedly waved his hand. "That is out of the question. Your willingness to assist the Xiao family is already a tremendous act of kindness. I, Xiao Yunshan, am at a loss for how to repay you. Should we take any more of your possessions, our gratitude would be truly insurmountable." Lin Xian responded with a faint smile. "No matter, it is merely inconsequential trifles that hold little value for me. Moreover, Xiao Han is an old friend of mine. You may keep these items." With that, Lin Xian tapped his storage pouch, and a cacophony of miscellaneous objects tumbled forth. Blood-boosting pills of the yellow grade, the blood essence of demonic beasts from the gathering spirit realm, superior yellow-grade blood-boosting pills, and cultivation techniques for the body refinement stage, all rewards from recent tasks that bore no significance for Lin Xian. However, for the Xiao family, a modest and remote clan, these represented substantial cultivation resources. Xiao Yunshan's eyes gleamed with delight as he surveyed the offerings, and he felt a sigh of relief. The gifts from Lin Xian fell within his expectations. Once the Xiao family stabilized, he would muster the strength to repay Lin Xian. Yet, when he beheld the techniques and talismans of the low and mid-tier of the profound grade, a twitch of his lips betrayed his astonishment. Although these items were rare, with some effort, the Xiao family could likely procure them. However, Lin Xian's storage pouch seemed a bottomless pit, continuously yielding more treasures. Suddenly, Xiao Yunshan's expression shifted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He could not help but exclaim, "Is that the supreme martial technique of the profound grade, the heavenly sword technique?" It is worth noting that within the entirety of Qingshan City, the catalog of supreme martial techniques of the profound grade scarcely exceeded 3 volumes. Before he could finish his thought, a plethora of profound grade techniques, elixirs, and materials left him speechless. Xiao Yunshan stood dumbfounded before the mountain of treasures, rendered numb by the sight. The seemingly trivial items Lin Xian had carelessly discarded surpassed the Xiao family's entire foundation in both number and quality. It was not until an ancient technique fell from the heap that Xiao Yunshan could no longer contain himself. When did low-tier earth-grade techniques and treasures become mere trifles? For Lin Xian, however, these items were indeed useless debris, better bestowed upon the Xiao family. It would be for the best if the Xiao family flourished. Yet a lack of significant advancement would not be a concern. Ignoring the contemplative Xiao Yunshan, Lin Xian imparted a few final words of advice before vanishing like a streak of light from Qingshan City. Chapter 15. Chaos City. Half a day later, Lin Xian arrived at the outskirts of Chaos City. Gazing outwards, he beheld the city walls stretching endlessly for miles, each brick marred with dark red stains of varying depths. A multitude of individuals loitered outside, their movements inscrutable and their gazes unwelcoming, with several eyes casting furtive glances at Lin Xian repeatedly. The city gates were particularly crowded. guarded by a dozen soldiers clad in iron armor on either side. Lin Xian subtly released a fraction of his aura, and an overwhelming pressure instantly caused those with ill intentions to shudder, retreating into silence. After engaging in brief conversation with the surrounding individuals, Lin Xian garnered a preliminary understanding of Chaos City. Although it was rife with disorder, it remained ostensibly dominated by three principal factions: the Bloody Guild, the Red Flame Arena, and the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The Bloody Guild is a notorious organization of assassins that adheres to a philosophy of profit above all else. As long as the price is right, any task can be undertaken. It is precisely this lucrative remuneration that attracts numerous formidable individuals willing to sell their lives. According to the strength of the assassins, the Bloody Guild categorizes them into bronze, silver, and gold ranks. Among them, the most powerful gold-ranked assassins are said to possess the ability to eliminate even those of the divine realm. Lin Xian cast a glance over the crowd, his gaze lingering momentarily on several masked figures. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned the tokens adorning these individuals, some bronze, some silver, indicating that they were indeed assassins of the Bloody Guild. Another entity capable of rivaling the Bloody Guild is the Red Flame Duel Arena. This arena is specifically constructed for the dueling of cultivators, where bloodshed is the norm and lives hold little value. Here, the methods employed are irrelevant. Only life and death matter, with the sole survivor emerging as the ultimate victor. Violence often accompanies gambling. The Red Flame Duel Arena is a favored haunt for many desperate souls, where they can wager lives as stakes at the gaming tables. Some have lost their lives in the process, while others have amassed great fortunes, with numerous members from significant sects participating as well. Moreover, the Red Flame Duel Arena has a particular rule. Any individual achieving 100 victories will become the new master of the arena. Should a challenger wish to contest this position, their first duel must be against the previous master. Those who reach over 60 victories and wish to forego their challenge can become overseers of the arena, typically responsible for overseeing a specific dueling platform. However, what intrigues Lin Xian the most is the presence of a colossal blood pool within the Red Flame Duel Arena, formed from the essence of countless demon beasts' blood, as well as the essence of various rare treasures. It is even rumored to contain a trace of blood from an ancient divine beast. Individuals achieving 100 victories not only become the new master, but also gain access to the blood pool for cultivation. If one can endure for over an hour within it, their physical strength can multiply, and there exists the potential to enhance their bloodline power. The longer one can sustain themselves, the greater the benefits bestowed by the blood pool. Contemplating this, Lin Xian felt a stirring of desire within him. As one ascends in cultivation, the difficulty of breakthroughs intensifies. If he could enhance his bloodline before the saint's battle, his chances of becoming the saint would significantly increase. The final force within the chaotic city is the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. As its name suggests, this is a commercial entity. Lin Xian had heard of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion during his time at the Taisu sect. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion is an immensely powerful organization, with its influence spanning the entire northern region, and there are even whispers that its reach extends into other vast territories. Even though the Spirit Treasure Pavilion in the chaotic city is merely a small branch, few dare to offend it openly. After all, no one wishes to endure the wrath of a colossal entity. Even the major sects would hesitate to clash with the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Soon, Lin Xian followed the crowd into the chaotic city. The system notification chimed in his ears once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have been rewarded with 3,000 points, a low-grade earth spirit material, and a vial of purple essence. Lin Xian smiled faintly. He had long since broken through to the second level of the Divine Connection realm. Merely reaching Chaotic City marked the completion of his task. Had the originally designated system-bound individual, Xiao Han, been the one to undertake this mission, it would have taken at least half a year to accomplish. With Lin Xian in charge, the task was completed with remarkable swiftness. Let us commence the next task, Lin Xian declared. You have successfully transcended to the Skyward Realm. Your strength has surged. However, the chaotic city is rife with tumult and disorder, and your cultivation remains unremarkable. It is imperative that you enhance your power. Below Chaotic City lies the Beast Blood Pool, which can significantly invigorate your bloodline. Should you absorb and further activate your bloodline, your strength will grow exponentially. New task released. Achieve 100 victories at the Crimson Flame Duel Arena. Enter the Beast Blood Pool and endure for 12 hours within the pool. Upon task completion, rewards include 3,500 points, a low-grade Earth Martial technique, and the Triple Force. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. This aligned perfectly with his understanding. The Beast Blood Pool indeed offered a chance to enhance both his physical prowess and bloodline strength. If he could enter the pool even once, his odds of becoming a saint would increase significantly. However, it was prudent to find a place to settle first. Being new to Chaotic City, his knowledge was limited, and it would be wise to gather some information before proceeding. Before long, Lin Xian found an inn to take refuge. The inn was bustling with a diverse array of individuals, each forming circles and engaging in animated discussions. Lin Xian chose a spot to sit quietly and listen. Have you heard? A remarkably formidable individual has recently arrived at the Crimson Flame Duel Arena, apparently known as the Savage Beast. Of course I've heard. This lad seems to possess the bloodline of a rare feral beast, with cultivation at the first level of the Skyward Realm. Practitioners of the same level stand no chance against him. After today, he will have achieved 45 victories. Why not place your bets? He has been on a winning streak, and wagering on him is sure to yield profits. It's rumored that members of the Bloody Guild have staked hundreds of thousands of spirit stones on him. The Savage Beast? 45 victories? Lin Xian chuckled softly. At merely the first level of the Skyward Realm, if they were to meet, he would likely be unable to withstand even a single strike. After spending some time in the inn, Lin Xian returned to his room to rest. The next day, he made his way to the Crimson Flame Duel Arena. As the heavy bronze doors of the arena closed behind him, a subtle smile graced Lin Xian's lips. He deliberately adjusted his stride to appear light-footed, the soles of his boots crunching over the dried bloodstains on the flagstone, producing an unsettling sound. Confident, are we? Wagering 100,000 spirit stones right off the bat? The scarred-faced cultivator at the registration desk eyed Lin Xian with a flicker of surprise in his gaze. With Lin Xian's cultivation, even without deliberately concealing it, the assembled practitioners would be incapable of discerning his true prowess. They could only sense that he was enveloped by something that obscured his cultivation aura. At this moment, Lin Xian wore a fearsome visage akin to a ghost, a manifestation crafted from the 10,000 spirits demon liquid. It appeared to revel in the blood energy permeating the air. Lin Xian had even given himself an epithet, Azura. Chapter 16. 99 consecutive victories. This is of no concern to you. Expedite the arrangements for the duel, Lin Xian remarked with an air of indifference. Upon hearing this, the scarred-faced practitioner scoffed, tossing a peculiar bronze token towards him, its 3-inch-long talon striking sparks against the registration book. Platform 72, life and death are inconsequential. Lin Xian nodded, subsequently departing with the token in hand. For Lin Xian, 100,000 spirit stones were a trifling sum, mere pocket change. However, in the eyes of the majority in the Chaotic City, it represented a fortune. As a newcomer, his audacious wager of 100,000 spirit stones instantly captured the attention of the dueling arena. Within a certain VIP chamber, a red-browed practitioner also took note of Lin Xian. He was an official of the Crimson Flame dueling arena, tasked with evaluating newcomers. Another ignorant fool, daring to bet 100,000 spirit stones. He must be some pampered disciple from a prominent sect seeking experience. A fool who does not seize the opportunity to profit. Bring him in. As the words fell, several dark figures manifested before him. These individuals were all seasoned fighters cultivated by the dueling arena, some drawn by fame, others nurtured from within. Each had fought countless battles and earned a formidable reputation. The red-browed practitioner surveyed the room before his gaze settled on a hunched, pallid man. This individual, known as Bloodsickle, was at the 5th level of spirit gathering, possessing formidable strength. With a hooked sickle and mastery of the advanced technique, Bloodsickle Wind, he could even slay practitioners at the 7th level of spirit gathering. Bloodsickle, go and test this young man's strength. Understood. As Lin Xian and Bloodsickle ascended the stage of Platform 72, a stir arose among the spectators. Bloodsickle brandished his sickle, casting a penetrating gaze upon Lin Xian, his sinister eyes sizing him up as though he were a corpse. Having lingered in the dueling arena for years, he had witnessed countless naive youths meet their demise. Kid, I advise you to surrender early, otherwise, losing your life would be a grave misfortune. Bloodsickle chuckled ominously, his voice raspy. I'll count to 10. If you don't yield by then. Before he could finish, Lin Xian's figure surged into Bloodsickle's line of sight, his palm descending upon Bloodsickle's crown. Boom. Blood Sickle had no time to react. His body crumpled as if his bones had been removed, his legs giving way beneath him. Blood pouring from his 7 orifices. He was irretrievably dead. Silence. Do not squander my time, Lin Xian declared in a low voice. A collective gasp resonated from the audience. The battle had concluded too swiftly, leaving everyone with a sense of unreality. In the VIP room, Qi Mei's expression was rather grim. He could scarcely believe that the seasoned blood scythe could not withstand even a single blow. Yet, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was the substantial loss of several tens of thousands of spirit stones in the duel arena. It was merely a victory through ambush, he thought coldly. Send Hanya. He is at the 8th level of spirit gathering, more than capable of dealing with this brat. The 8th level of spirit gathering was already considered mid-tier within the arena, sufficient to handle Lin Xian. However, not long after, a wave of gasps erupted from the stands as news of Han Ya's death in battle reached them. He too had failed to endure even a single strike from Lin Xian. How could this be? Qi Mei was somewhat incredulous and dispatched several more skilled fighters from the arena, all of whom were swiftly dispatched. The losses in the arena had now escalated to several 100,000 spirit stones. Qi Mei's expression darkened further as he clenched his fists. Lin Xian's strength had surpassed all his expectations. Report. That Azura has won the 8th match, and he claims the speed was too slow, demanding to challenge 10 opponents at once. What? Qi Mei initially felt a jolt of surprise, followed by a flicker of delight on his face. Indeed, this was a reckless youth who truly believed himself invincible. Since he had made the request, let us arrange for 10 peak spirit gathering fighters. I refuse to believe he can survive. Soon, the stands erupted in a cacophony of cheers. All 10 peak spirit gathering fighters fell in battle. Qi Mei's eyes widened in shock, his fists clenched so tightly that they nearly drew blood. Those were 10 peak spirit gathering fighters. If this continued, the loss of hundreds of thousands of spirit stones would be a burden he could not bear. Someone, bring me the savage beast. Qi Mei roared. Let the savage beast take the stage. No matter what, he must annihilate the Azura. The savage beast was a formidable presence at the Void Realm, known for its ferocity and brutality, having even killed cultivators at the 2nd level of the Void Realm within the arena. Once it took action, Lin Xian's demise was assured. Meanwhile, the audience was electrified. Good heavens! It is the savage beast. It has actually taken to the field. It was said that this individual employed exceedingly cruel methods. Any cultivator who fell into his hands would endure excruciating torment for several hours before succumbing. It seemed this young man was facing dire straits. In the next moment, yet another corpse lay on the arena floor. Like the previous contenders, the Void Realm expert could not withstand even a single strike from Lin Xian. Qi Mei slumped into his chair, his face a mask of despair. In the following 3 days, Lin Xian continued his winning streak, with hardly anyone able to withstand even a breath against him. Even those who had previously achieved over 60 victories in the arena abandoned their challenges for the 100 wins to become overseers, including those at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Like a steamroller, Lin Xian's victories swiftly climbed to 99, leaving only one match remaining to achieve the coveted 100 wins. The last to achieve 100 victories was a decade ago, a man named Yuan Feng, who challenged the century mark and defeated the former master of the Crimson Flame Arena. For nearly 10 years, he has reigned supreme, though some have reached 99 wins. All ultimately fell before Yuan Feng. Now, the Azura has emerged, sweeping through 99 consecutive victories in just 3 days. His name has spread like wildfire through the lawless city, amassing fervent followers. Some have even wagered their entire fortunes, blindly betting on Lin Xian. The entire arena has descended into madness. My lord, these are your winnings for today. A trembling attendant presented a storage pouch, its surface still smeared with traces of blood. In every duel, Lin Xian wagered 100,000 spirit stones on himself. Within days, he had amassed millions. Even for someone of his stature and resources, such gains were undeniably satisfying. Yet, where some profit, others suffer. In a lavish chamber elsewhere in the arena, a one-eyed man seethed with rage, shattering a table with a single strike. Who the hell is this Azura? The man, a steward of the arena and a 4th-level sky-soaring cultivator, had once achieved 77 victories himself. But recognizing his inferiority to the current arena master, he had withdrawn. He often placed bets, but Lin Xian's sudden rise had cost him hundreds of thousands of spirit stones in mere days, his life savings. The agony of loss gnawed at him. No, I will make the Azura pay, the man muttered, his expression twisting into madness. Every spirit stone he swallowed, he'll vomit them all back out. The 100th match would pit the Azura against Brother Foam, who had recently broken through to the 7th level of sky soaring. Victory was assured. A cruel grin spread across the one-eyed man's face. Meanwhile, on the Bloody Guild's assassination rankings, the Azura's name skyrocketed. Within days, he claimed the top spot, a bounty of 500,000 spirit stones. The staggering sum sent shockwaves through the guild, stirring even the golden-ranked assassins. Such astronomical rewards were rare in the annals of assassination history. Many grew restless. This one job could eclipse years of earnings. Yet Lin Xian remained oblivious, and even if informed, he wouldn't care. His focus was singular, completing his mission. Points are almost enough. After this, I should be able to exchange for something worthwhile. Opening the marketplace, his gaze lingered on one particular item. A flicker of anticipation gleamed in his eyes as he licked his lips. Chapter 17. The wager. The next day, Lin Xian arrived at the arena. Guided by an attendant, he entered a VIP chamber. The duel begins in 1 hour. Please rest here until then. Lin Xian nodded slightly, then settled down to close his eyes and gather his thoughts. In 2 more hours, he would achieve 100 consecutive victories. As he pondered, a sudden commotion of footsteps echoed from outside the door, followed by the abrupt entrance of a one-eyed man who swaggered in with audacity. You must be the Azura, he stated. Lin Xian lifted his eyelids, his gaze turning cold. Indeed. What brings you here? The one-eyed man smirked, his eyes scanning Lin Xian with a hint of disdain. Nothing much, just a friendly reminder that the duel will commence in an hour. If you wish to preserve your life, it would be wise to forfeit now. In an effort to recover his previous losses, the one-eyed man had staked nearly all his fortune on Yuan Feng. Should Yuan Feng emerge victorious, he would reclaim his losses and possibly even profit. However, if Lin Xian were to win, it would spell his ruin. Naturally, he believed Yuan Feng could not possibly be defeated. Forfeit? Lin Xian scoffed, a bitter smile creeping across his face. After painstakingly achieving 99 consecutive victories, he was just 1 win away from 100, which would grant him entry into the Beast Blood Pool. Now someone dared to suggest he forfeit? You needn't concern yourself. Lin Xian coldly retorted. Now, get out of my sight before you become an eyesore. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man was momentarily taken aback. Then fury overtook him as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What an arrogant little brat. You clearly have no sense of reality. Very well. If you seek your own demise, I shall not intervene. Let me be frank. Just recently, Yuan Feng has broken through to the 7th level of the Sky Control Realm. His power has surged. You are no match for him." A cold glimmer flickered in Lin Xian's eyes as he tightened his fists, an overwhelming aura erupting forth, sending the one-eyed man crashing out of the room. How noisy! If not for his concern about the upcoming duel, Lin Xian, with his cultivation at the 2nd level of the Divine Connection, could have easily taken the one-eyed man's life with that single strike. Clearly unprepared for Lin Xian's formidable strength, the one-eyed man was momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, he spat out a few bitter words and left in a huff. Shortly after his departure, in the shadows outside the VIP room, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened. The figure concealed in the shadows remained indistinct, blending seamlessly with the darkness. Even amidst ample light, suddenly, a melodious and enchanting female voice broke the silence. Who would have thought the president of the Bloody Guild would make an appearance here? How intriguing. Following the voice, a strikingly beautiful woman with a voluptuous figure stood a short distance away, a subtle smile gracing her lips as her gaze fell upon Lin Xian's room. After a moment of silence, the figure in the shadows gradually revealed itself. It was a young man of modest stature and ordinary appearance, devoid of any overt menace. This individual was named Chu Ping, and little did anyone suspect that this seemingly unremarkable person was, in fact, the president of the Bloody Guild. Are you Murong Shui of the Lingbao Pavilion? Chu Ping rasped. Could it be that the pavilion master is also intrigued by this individual? Murong Shui offered a faint smile, neither confirming nor denying. I wonder what your opinion is on him, Chu Huichang? She inquired calmly. Opinion? Chu Ping scoffed lightly, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. From the aura I sensed moments ago, this person possesses strength that barely reaches the 5th level of void manipulation, and he is certainly no match for Yuan Feng. At this, Murong Shui gently shook her head. I beg to differ. This individual appears quite youthful, and thus far, his battles have been swift and decisive. Hardly anyone has managed to withstand a single strike from him. His prowess is far more profound than it seems at first glance. Upon hearing such high praise from Morong Shui, Chu Ping couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. However, he remained dismissive, exclaiming with an air of superiority, "Pavilion Master Morong, you may be overly suspicious. This lad is clearly a novice, relying on a modicum of strength to behave so arrogantly. Yuan Feng is, after all, the master of the dueling arena, having decisively defeated the previous master a decade ago and presiding over the arena ever since. Countless challengers have come forth during that time, and while there have been individuals like Shura, they all ultimately met their demise." In response, Morong Shui smiled slightly. "If that is the case, would you dare to engage in a wager with me, Chu Huichang? Let us wager." Chu Ping's eyes gleamed as if struck by inspiration. "I have heard that Lingbao Pavilion has recently acquired a low-grade earth-level spiritual herb. Would Pavilion Master Morong be willing to stake that as a wager? The low-grade earth-level spiritual herb is exceedingly rare, not just in the Chaotic City, but throughout the entire 3 states. Of course, Morong Shui replied with a serene smile. "What stake can you offer, Chu Huichang? How about 1,000,000 spirit stones?" Chu Ping replied, somewhat excited. 300,000 spirit stones on Yuanfeng's victory, and the remaining 700,000 on Shura, not lasting 3 breaths. Agreed. Both parties exchanged satisfied smiles. Morong Shui's willingness to engage in this gamble stemmed from her own calculations. As one of the most significant forces in the Northern Domain, Lingbao Pavilion boasts an extensive intelligence network. Although the Lingbao Pavilion in the Chaotic City is merely a branch with sufficient resources, there is little that cannot be uncovered within the 3 states. However, the origins of Lin Xian are indeed peculiar. He suddenly emerged in the Chaotic City and has won 99 consecutive battles in just 3 days, a first in the history of the Hongyan dueling arena. Yet, despite Lingbao Pavilion's capabilities, no trace of this individual could be found. Clearly, he either hails from a far more formidable superpower or possesses cultivation that far exceeds that of others. Should it be the latter, Morong Shui could hardly fathom what purpose Lin Xian has in visiting such a place for amusement. Nonetheless, for whatever reason, Lin Xian is undoubtedly a person whom Lingbao Pavilion should seek to ally with. An hour later, Lin Xian's eyes shimmered with determination as he appeared on the arena stage. Within his spiritual perception, a presence of the 7th level of void manipulation approached. Yuan Feng has arrived. A wave of astonishment erupted from the audience. With a thunderous crash, a streak of light suddenly plunged into the arena, causing the tiles beneath to shatter instantly. The violent tremor shook the entire dueling ground, and as the dust settled, a bare-chested man emerged into view. He emanated an overwhelming aura reminiscent of primeval ferocity, the gusts of air he inhaled capable of lifting fragments of stone. Before Lin Xian, he appeared akin to a humanoid ancient beast of legend. Lin Xian's pupils constricted, his lips quivering in excitement. The bloodline of the beast coursing through Yuan Feng was undeniably formidable, a direct consequence of his prior immersion in the beast blood pool. He licked his lips, a flicker of fervor igniting in his gaze. Chapter 18. The Beast Blood Pool. Are you the infamous Azura with 99 consecutive victories? Yuan Feng's voice boomed. Given your youth, it would be wise to concede now. There is no need to lose your life in this place. Lin Xian remained silent, beckoning with a mere gesture. Yuan Feng frowned, flames of crimson igniting around him as the power of his beast blood surged forth, his aura reaching its zenith in an instant. Yuan Feng had indeed advanced further and immediately resorted to the boiling blood of beasts. Chu Ping's face flashed with astonishment, soon curling into a smirk. He recalled that Yuan Feng had previously used this move to annihilate a cultivator at the 8th layer of Sky Mastery. It seemed the Azura was destined for defeat, and victory was assured for him. I shall claim the low-grade spirit herb as my prize. Mu Rongshue's face clouded with concern as she sighed softly. Yuan Feng's strength surpassed her expectations. After a decade of cultivation, he had made significant progress. With a fierce roar, Yuan Feng's figure vanished from sight. And in the next moment, a powerful punch hurtled towards Lin Xian's face, the ensuing shockwave devastating the arena floor. Many spectators instinctively closed their eyes, envisioning Lin Xian being reduced to a mist of blood. With a resounding crash, Yuan Feng was sent reeling, blood spattering as he fell like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. In a mere exchange, Yuan Feng was instantly defeated. Chu Ping rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend how Yuan Feng had lost so swiftly. Lying on the ground with wide-open eyes, Yuan Feng's breath was weak. He could hardly believe he had failed to withstand even a single strike. This is impossible. Struggling to rise, his expression hardened as he formed several strange hand seals. I will not be defeated. Blood sacrifice. A more ferocious aura began to rise, and within mere moments, Yuan Feng's strength surged dramatically, his injuries healing rapidly. This was a desperate method that involved burning one's own bloodline. It was a technique that should never be employed unless absolutely necessary. Observers who had wagered on Yuan Feng felt a surge of excitement. The tide of battle seemed to shift. Haha, Azura, you are indeed powerful, but my current strength rivals that of a pinnacle sky master. I refuse to believe you can still best me. Hearing this, Lin Xian merely shook his head. Launching another punch with unwavering resolve, Yuan Feng raised his arms, yet felt a formidable force approaching from the opposite side, akin to a great mountain crashing against him. Boom! In an instant, Yuan Feng's veins burst, his bones shattered, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The duel arena fell into an eerie silence. The entire confrontation lasted but a fleeting moment. It was only upon the steward's declaration of Lin Xian as the victor that the crowd begrudgingly accepted the reality of his triumph. Yuan Feng's bloodline power was indeed formidable, yet it paled in comparison to Lin Xian's prowess. With the goal of 100 victories achieved, Lin Xian now merely needed to endure 12 hours within the blood pool to fulfill his task. He glanced around, observing the stillness. Everyone was gazing at Lin Xian as if he were a monster. Clearing his throat, Lin Xian felt a tinge of embarrassment. His duel had indeed lacked excitement, characterized solely by swift, decisive blows devoid of spectacle. Just as he was about to leap down from the platform, a voice erupted from the crowd, shouting, 100 victories. And, moreover, a consecutive 100 wins. He had accomplished it. A ripple of astonishment surged through the assembly. The crowd in the stands gradually erupted into fervor, and moments later, chaos ensued, with cheers and curses intertwining. Due to Lin Xian's victory, many experienced a dramatic turnaround in fortune overnight, while more suffered devastating losses. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, the new master of the Hongyan duel arena had emerged. On the main platform, a one-eyed man slumped in his chair, his expression bleak. He was now left with nothing, having expended all his spirit stones, even incurring a debt of nearly 1,000,000 spirit stones. How could this be? Brother Feng, despite burning his bloodline, was no match for him. The one-eyed man let out a bitter laugh, striking his palm against his forehead, extinguishing his breath. Meanwhile, Mu Rongshui exhaled in relief and offered a slight smile to Chu Ping. President Chu, it seems this time I have triumphed. She had been prepared to accept defeat in their wager, yet Lin Xian had delivered a magnificent surprise. Chu Ping's face darkened, and he remained silent. As the president of the Bloodthirsty Guild, a loss of 1,000,000 spirit stones, while not life-threatening, was still a grievous blow. Gazing at Lin Xian's retreating figure, a murderous intent surged in Chu Ping's eyes. Humph, Ashura is it? If not for you, how could I have lost so many spirit stones? If I cannot deal with the Lingbao Pavilion, can I not handle you? Upon returning to the resting room, Lin Xian found Mu Rongshui waiting for him. After a brief introduction, she revealed her intentions. She hoped that Lin Xian could join forces with the Lingbao Pavilion. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, speaking slowly. As a top-tier force, the Lingbao Pavilion possessed numerous powerful individuals. Countless sought to join or collaborate with them. Why would Pavilion Master Mu Rong take an interest in a newcomer like me? Mu Rongshui smiled gently, patiently explaining her rationale. Your Excellency may not be aware that in the City of Chaos, there exist 3 formidable forces. Apart from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, the Bloody Guild and the Crimson Duel Arena have always stood as rivals, mutually restraining each other while remaining in opposition. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion has maintained a neutral stance amidst this dynamic, resulting in a delicate balance among the 3 factions. However, with your sudden emergence and decisive victory over Yuan Feng, it is evident that your strength surpasses the 7th level of void traversing. Now that you have assumed the role of the new master of the duel arena, this precarious equilibrium has been irrevocably shattered. Should you be left unchecked, a torrent of bloodshed is bound to ensue, and the scant order remaining in the City of Chaos will be utterly obliterated. Lin Xian grasped the underlying message. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion harbored no desire for the other 2 forces to pose a threat to its interests. Forming an alliance with Lin Xian would undoubtedly be advantageous for them. Yet, Lin Xian held no interest in such matters. I appreciate your goodwill, he said. waving his hand dismissively. But I have other pressing matters to attend to. We shall discuss this later. What? Morong Shui was momentarily taken aback, yet she remained undeterred. Producing a bounty notice, she declared, "Are you aware that you are now on the assassination list of the Bloody Guild? The Bloody Guild is not to be trifled with. A bounty of 500,000 is sufficient to enlist several gold-ranked assassins to conspire against you. Even if you are strong, you may still meet your demise here." "My spirit treasure pavilion possesses profound depth," Lin Xian interrupted, his impatience evident as he waved his hand to dismiss Morong Shui. "I apologize, but I truly have matters to attend to." Finding a convenient excuse to dismiss Morong Shui, Lin Xian made his way towards a cavern located beneath the City of Chaos, carrying a blood-red stone tablet. This was indeed the location of the Beast Blood Pool. "This is the Beast Blood Pool. You may enter to cultivate now," the guiding cultivator said respectfully, "but it is advisable not to exceed 2 hours, lest you be consumed by the bloodline of the demonic beasts. It could be quite perilous." Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Xian stepped directly into the cavern. Before him lay a vast pool, crimson and vibrant, exuding an overwhelming aura of essence blood. The atmosphere was thick with the rich scent of vital energy, interspersed with the distant, echoing roars of demonic beasts. Without hesitation, Lin Xian stepped into the beast blood pool. As the first drop of essence blood permeated his pores, a cacophony of cracking bones resonated throughout his body. The power within his bloodline sensed this influx and began to voraciously absorb it. Simultaneously, a searing pain coursed through him, as if his flesh were being torn apart and his bones shattered. The ferocious essence blood surged into Lin Xian like countless steel needles, driving him to shudder despite his formidable will. "Not enough," Lin Xian bellowed, increasing his absorption force with fervor. As time passed, he suddenly detected an unusual presence. A thread of exceptionally pure energy was swirling at the bottom of the blood pool. Unlike the other essence blood within the pool, this thread was more powerful and domineering, actively resisting Lin Xian's attempts at absorption. Could this be the essence blood of a divine beast? With a deep breath, Lin Xian slowly plunged his hand into the depths of the blood pool. Chapter 19. The Bloodbath of the Guild. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact with the strand of divine beast's essence blood, a sudden wave of intense resistance surged forth, and the blood being absorbed abruptly spiraled out of control, causing the entire blood pool to boil violently. It turned out that this strand of divine beast's essence blood still harbored a trace of the beast's formidable might. It required a copious amount of beast essence blood to dilute it before a cultivator could safely absorb it, lest the divine essence blood obliterate them in an instant. He immediately intensified his absorption efforts, attempting to forcibly subjugate the divine essence blood. Yet, at that moment, an even more terrifying backlash erupted. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, feeling the impact of this backlash himself. This divine essence blood proved to be quite troublesome. Nevertheless, Lin Xian let out a cold snort. A mere strand of essence blood dares to be audacious before me. With a mere thought, he summoned the 10,000 spirits demon liquid. "No matter how fierce you are, can you rival this ancient demon?" As expected, the moment the 10,000 spirits demon liquid entered the blood pool, the strand of divine essence blood reacted as if it had encountered a natural enemy, turning to flee. "Do not escape," Lin Xian bellowed, directing the 10,000 spirits demon liquid to pursue the divine essence blood. Soon, the liquid firmly pinned it down, rendering any resistance futile. This strand of divine essence blood could not be completely absorbed in one go. It would have to be gradually devoured over time. After all, with the 10,000 spirits demon liquid by his side, this divine essence blood posed no real threat. The chaotic energy that dissipated was consumed by the liquid, allowing Lin Xian to focus solely on absorbing the pure bloodline power contained within. After 2 full days, Lin Xian had absorbed all the essence blood's power from the pool. Were there any outsiders present, they would surely be left agape in astonishment. The once thick and viscous blood pool now appeared as clear as spring water. Rising to his feet, Lin Xian stretched his body, and a series of cracking sounds echoed forth. Even a casual punch produced a thunderous roar akin to that of a tiger or leopard, and the ethereal image of the Xuanhua spirit tiger's bloodline behind him became more substantial. He even sensed a hint that his bloodline power might be on the verge of evolving into a low-grade heavenly tier. Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, coming to the City of Chaos had been a fortuitous decision. A heavenly tier bloodline, even within the ranks of the Taisu sect, was considered exceptionally rare. Among the four great quasi-saints, only Yang Tsang possessed a low-grade heavenly tier bloodline. His prowess slightly surpassed the others, placing considerable pressure on Lin Xian in his pursuit of the singular position of Saint Sun. Now, with his bloodline power enhanced and the system at his disposal, Lin Xian's confidence soared. Just as he reveled in his triumph, the system's notification chime rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have acquired 3,500 points, a low-grade Earth tier martial skill, and the triple force. What a delightful double fortune. Lin Xian wasted no time and promptly inquired, System, what is the next task? You have triumphantly reached 100 victories, securing your position in the chaotic city. Meanwhile, the Bloody Guild regards you as a thorn in their side, perceiving you as a target for vengeance. The closer you come to the brink of life and death, the greater your opportunities for cultivation become. You must survive the assassination attempts orchestrated by the Bloody Guild. Your new task is to diminish the strength of the Bloody Guild by eliminating 50 silver-ranked assassins and 10 gold-ranked assassins, after which you will be rewarded with 4,000 points, a low-grade spirit medicine, and a heart-cleansing lotus. What? Lin Xian felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. It was not that he found the task particularly daunting. After all, the Bloody Guild had long since placed him on their assassination list, and he harbored no fondness for such organizations, making a confrontation inevitable. From what he understood, the Bloody Guild had numerous bronze-ranked assassins and many newly recruited members. Yet the combined total of gold and silver-ranked assassins was fewer than 100. The task issued by the system effectively eliminated the high-tier combatants of the Bloody Guild. Just moments ago, Murong Shui had invited him to ally with the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, aiming to maintain a balance between the Red Flame Duel Arena and the Bloody Guild, preventing turmoil in the chaotic city. However, with the prospect of nearly annihilating the elite forces of the guild, balance seemed unnecessary. The Bloody Guild would be left in name only. Eventually, the Red Flame Duel Arena and the Spirit Treasure Pavilion would divide the territory between them. As this thought crossed his mind, an idea suddenly flashed through Lin Xian's consciousness. The Red Flame Duel Arena was a lucrative establishment, garnering millions of spirit stones annually solely from entrance fees. Furthermore, it could be utilized to cultivate his own influence through the fighters and combatants within the arena. Although these individuals may not suffice for Lin Xian's ambitions, they were undoubtedly stronger than those from the Shao family. Moreover, among the four quasi-saints of the Taishu sect, aside from Lin Xian, the remaining three had their own supporting factions, which served as resources for their cultivation. In contrast, Lin Xian had always remained solitary, suffering setbacks in terms of resources. Compared to the other three, Lin Xian lagged in several aspects, placing him at a disadvantage in the competition for the title of Saint Sun. However, with the system and the duel arena at his disposal, circumstances had transformed. Without hesitation, Lin Xian emerged from the blood pool and, upon returning to the duel arena, summoned all the high-ranking personnel. "My lord, you summoned us for a purpose?" inquired an elderly steward with utmost respect. Lin Xian paused, casting a piercing gaze across the assembly of cultivators. Having defeated Yuan Feng, he had officially claimed the title of the new master of the duel arena. After a brief assessment of the personnel, Lin Xian selected a few youthful faces from the crowd. Some of these individuals had recently joined the arena, while others had long been overlooked for promotion. From now on, you shall be the new stewards of the duel arena, responsible for all matters, great and small, he declared. At these words, the selected individuals beamed with joy, prostrating themselves in gratitude. Some of the seasoned veterans of the arena attempted to voice their objections, only to be swiftly silenced by Lin Xian's decisive action. The remaining individuals, witnessing this, wisely chose to remain silent. With a few simple reminders, Lin Xian made his way directly to the Bloodthirsty Guild. He soon arrived at the entrance of a concealed valley. With a sweep of his spiritual awareness, the hidden sentinels at the valley's entrance were laid bare. In a swift motion, Lin Xian struck, leaving the unsuspecting guards no chance to react, eliminating them in an instant. He then unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the bronze-fanged gate into dust. The tremendous explosion immediately alerted everyone within the guild. "Who goes there?" The assassins turned to Lin Xian, momentarily frozen in confusion, as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Although the Bloodthirsty Guild had been established for barely over a decade, they were accustomed to being the hunters, not the hunted. and it was unprecedented for someone to breach their stronghold so brazenly. "I am Azura," Lin Xian proclaimed loudly. "I have come to slay you today." The name of Azura, coupled with his iconic ghostly mask, rendered the members of the Bloodthirsty Guild momentarily speechless. However, they did not descend into panic. After all, they made their living through assassination. And no matter how formidable Azura might be, he could not withstand the onslaught of countless assassins. Such audacity! How dare you come to the Bloodthirsty Guild seeking your demise? A silver-ranked assassin, closest to Lin Xian, bellowed angrily as he charged forward, wielding two venomous blades. In a flash, two emerald-green glints aimed for Lin Xian's throat. Unperturbed, Lin Xian casually swatted the assassin aside, accompanied by the thunderous roar of wind, reducing the silver-ranked assassin to a mere pulp. The onlookers halted in their tracks, beads of cold sweat forming on their brows. Though the fallen assassin was merely silver-ranked, he possessed the prowess of the Void Realm. Now, he had been killed with a single slap. What terrifying physical strength! Who on earth is this person? Lin Xian himself was taken aback. That strike had utilized no spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical prowess to slay a practitioner of the third level of the Void Realm. Goodness! It seems my physical strength now rivals that of Earth-grade treasures, thanks to the Blood Beast blood pool. At this moment, the assassins finally regained their composure and swiftly distanced themselves. "Everyone, do not approach him. Attack from afar with weapons." No sooner had the order been given than countless sword energies and blade lights transformed into a dense net, shrouding every vulnerable angle of Lin Xian. Lin Xian neither evaded nor shied away, allowing the attacks to rain down upon him. The sounds of clashing echoed as the strikes from the Void Realm practitioners seemed to collide against Diamond, leaving Lin Xian utterly unscathed. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been shredded to pieces by now. Witnessing this, the assassins felt a chill of fear. Is he still human? He is clearly a humanoid beast. Just then, a figure darted from behind Lin Xian, descending with a sword aimed at his neck. This individual was a vice president of the guild and a gold-ranked assassin, at the 6th level of the Void Realm. Armed with a top-tier mysterious weapon and formidable assassination techniques, he had once successfully eliminated a peak Void Realm expert. No matter how strong your body is, what does it matter? Without sufficient cultivation, you are merely seeking your own death. I shall accept the bounty of 500,000 spirit stones. As the sound faded, a colossal palm print enveloped his vision. Boom! With a single strike, the renowned assassin was reduced to a mere mist of blood. Subsequently, Lin Xian uttered not a word. Akin to a wolf entering a sheepfold, he commenced his slaughter. This bloody guild was teeming with unsavory characters, and Lin Xian bore no psychological burden as he took action. In no time, the assassins within the guild were eradicated entirely. After a meticulous count, Lin Xian furrowed his brow. Was this all? It shouldn't be. Just then, a furious roar echoed from outside the cave. "Shura, you shall perish." Chapter 20. Dragon Cliff. Chu Ping stood outside the cave, accompanied by several figures clad in black. Surveying the scene, he noted the numerous corpses sprawled haphazardly across the ground, while the interior of the guild had been reduced to ruins. The immense assassination leaderboard still hung prominently on the wall, unscathed. At its pinnacle, the name Shura was emblazoned, with a bounty of 500,000 spirit stones, a starkly ironic proclamation. Gazing at the familiar, grotesque visage, Chu Ping trembled with rage, his eyes burning with fury. "Shura, what have you done?" He had merely returned a moment late, and his stronghold had been decimated, no less by their assassination target. Were it not for a few assassins still engaged in missions outside, this vast bloody guild would have been left with him alone. A disgrace, an utter humiliation. However, Lin Xian remained unfazed. He lifted his gaze, scanning the tokens at the waists of the few present, and his heart leapt with joy. 2 gold-ranked assassins, 3 silver-ranked assassins, and these few individuals made the task issued by the system perfectly complete. Yet, peculiar was the token on Chu Ping, which differed from those of the other gold-ranked assassins. It was an obsidian golden dragon emblazoned token, inscribed with an imposing character for dragon. Lin Xian felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had seen it somewhere before, yet could not recall where. Noticing Lin Xian's disregard, Chu Ping seethed with frustration. "Damn you! I intended to seek you out, but you have audaciously delivered yourself to me. First, you caused me to lose all my spirit stones, and now you have slaughtered my subordinates. This enmity cannot go unavenged. If I do not slay you today, My wrath shall never be quelled. With that, Chu Ping let out a cold snort, unleashing an eerie, frigid aura that swiftly blanketed the cave's stone walls in frost. Eightfold in the realm of air control, he murmured, surpassing the former master of the Red Flame Duel Arena, Yuan Feng, by a small realm. 9 Silent Soul Technique. Time seemed to accelerate as the surrounding environment darkened rapidly, plunging the entire cave into impenetrable blackness. Suddenly, a glimmer of light pierced the darkness, revealing an unsettling sight, a lantern fashioned from human skin. The lantern's frame was constructed from bones, and upon closer inspection, Lin Xian discerned a distorted face, evidently belonging to someone who had suffered unimaginable torment in life. A frown creased Lin Xian's brow, as a flicker of revulsion welled within him. Without waiting for his reaction, lights flickered to life in the darkness. Ultimately, 9 lanterns fashioned from human skin emerged. Shura, you possess a modicum of strength that allows you to challenge Yuan Feng. Yet your foolishness knows no bounds, daring to venture here alone. Countless souls have perished beneath my hand, and even those who have just stepped into the divine realm cannot escape death. The figure of Chu Ping flickered in the void, and beneath each of the 9 lanterns stood a spectral silhouette, each adorned with a rigid smile, reminiscent of paper effigies displayed at a funeral. Should Lin Xian show even the slightest hint of vulnerability, Chu Ping could swiftly claim his life. Lin Xian's expression remained unchanged as he turned to regard one of the apparitions, a faint, elusive smile gracing his lips. The hollow eyes of the Shura mask emitted a chilling glare. Time passed, yet Lin Xian exhibited no trace of panic. Instead, the specter under scrutiny displayed a barely perceptible tension. The lights flickered erratically, and Lin Xian shifted his gaze from left to right, repeatedly locking his eyes onto Chu Ping. In that moment, beads of sweat began to form on Chu Ping's forehead. This is absurd. Can he truly discern my true form? A sense of unease crept into Chu Ping's heart, as if he were the one being observed in the shadows. If it were merely a fleeting gaze, it could be dismissed, but being scrutinized multiple times by Lin Xian implied that his techniques might have been seen through. Yet, if this were the case, why did Lin Xian not make a move? Just as Chu Ping hesitated, Lin Xian advanced directly toward his true form. With each step, he resembled a vengeful Shura, exuding an aura of chaotic malevolence. In an instant, Chu Ping felt a crushing weight akin to a mountain bearing down upon him. Damn it, I will fight you. Chu Ping cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth as he forsook stealth, drawing forth a dark purple dagger. With a flurry of movement, he dashed to Lin Xian's side. The cold gleam of the dagger slicing through the air, aimed at Lin Xian's throat with astonishing speed. Success seemed within reach. Chu Ping reveled in his triumph. Yet in the next moment, through the Shura mask, he met Lin Xian's gaze, calm and mocking. In an instant, Chu Ping's heart sank, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Years of assassination experience alerted him to the scent of death. He abruptly halted, attempting to retract his assault, yet it was too late. Lin Xian's palm struck his face first. Boom. Chu Ping was struck as though by a bolt of lightning, blood spewing forth as he was hurled against the stone wall. Collapsing in a heap after vomiting several mouthfuls of blood, his breath instantly becoming labored. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ping suffered a crushing defeat. How could this be? He stammered, pointing shakily at Lin Xian, fear etched across his face. Lin Xian's strength far surpassed his expectations. Even the Divine Realm practitioner he had once assassinated did not possess such terrifying power. The remaining silver and gold medal assassins, upon witnessing the scene, attempted to rush forward for a rescue, only to be met with Lin Xian's swift hand, each meeting their demise. Just as he was about to confront Chu Ping, the latter suddenly let out a chilling cry, his tone filled with utter horror. Wait, you cannot kill me. Chu Ping's heart shattered with terror, his hands fumbling clumsily as he removed the command token. Trembling violently, he cried out in desperation, I am a disciple of the Tai Su sect. If you dare harm me, the mighty Tai Su sect will hunt you to the ends of the earth. What? A member of the Tai Su sect? Lin Xian paused, his expression beneath the mask somewhat peculiar. He furrowed his brow and spoke with an unfriendly tone. The Tai Su sect is the true super sect of the northern region. How could it possibly be connected to a mere assassin organization from such a small locale? Chu Ping observed that Lin Xian had come to a halt, and he instantly felt a sense of relief, as it appeared that Lin Xian had been momentarily intimidated. Do you see this token in my hand? You frog at the bottom of the well. This is a gift bestowed upon me by the quasi-saint of the Tai Su sect. signifying that I am indeed a member of the Taishu sect. Chu Ping declared loudly. Quasi-saint. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, casting another glance at the dragon-inscribed token in his hand. Suddenly, it seemed that a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Are you from Longya?" Chu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his demeanor haughty as he remarked, "It seems you possess a modicum of insight." "Indeed. I serve under the esteemed Lord Longya of Dragon Cliff. Since you are acquainted with his formidable reputation, you must also be aware of his methods. Should you dare to lay a hand upon me, Lord Long shall not spare you. If you possess any sense, you would do well to leave at once." Nevertheless, Chu Ping had no intention of letting Lin Xian off the hook. Once Lin Xian departed, he would report to Longya, ensuring Lin Xian's demise even with 100 lives to spare. Lin Xian shook his head in disbelief. He never imagined the Bloody Guild was secretly nurtured by Longya. Among the 4 quasi-saints, Longya's cultivation advanced at an astonishing pace, his strength trailing only slightly behind Yang Tsang and rivaling Lin Xian himself. As bitter rivals, the two had clashed countless times, accumulating deep-seated grudges. The absurdity of the situation struck Lin Xian, drawing a wry chuckle from his lips. His journey to the City of Disorder had merely been for a mission, yet by sheer coincidence, he was about to dismantle one of Longya's covert factions. Though it wouldn't completely crush Longya, it would undoubtedly deal him a significant blow, an unexpected boon. "Since you serve Longya, then I have even less reason to spare you." Lin Xian let out a cold laugh. Just as he was about to execute Chu Ping amidst Chu Ping's terrified pleas for mercy, he declared, "How dare this insolent wretch act with impunity?" A thunderous roar echoed through the cavern as the dragon-engraved token suddenly erupted in a blinding golden radiance, illuminating the entire subterranean chamber with its brilliance. Within the luminous glow, an ethereal countenance gradually materialized, the majestic silhouette of a towering figure with extraordinary bearings slowly taking form. Chapter 21. The Reckless Su Tongxue, a Spiritual Projection? This is a method attainable only upon reaching the divine realm of cultivation, enabling the practitioner to imprint their spiritual power onto objects, thereby manifesting an ethereal projection. Lin Xian raised a flicker of interest. Having cultivated in the Tai Su sect for many years, he was well versed in various matters and immediately recognized this as Longya's spiritual projection. Though it possessed a certain level of combat prowess, it was but a mere fraction, less than 10%, of the true self. "Lord Long, save me. This brat has annihilated the bloodthirsty guild and stolen all our spirit stones. Now he seeks to kill me." Chu Ping exclaimed with unbridled joy, as if grasping at a lifeline, prostrating himself on the ground in a frenzy of kowtows. Longya surveyed his surroundings, his gaze falling upon Lin Xian not far away, and his countenance instantly darkened. "Who are you? Why do you seek to harm my subordinate?" Lin Xian paused, about to respond, but Longya impatiently waved his hand. "Enough. I have no time for your explanations. This individual is specially appointed by me. You are forbidden from laying a hand on him. Moreover, your slaughter of my disciples is unforgivable. I command you to take your own life as an apology. Proceed." Lin Xian chuckled lightly. What an imposing demeanor. Longya remains as overbearing as ever, dismissing everyone with disdain. In his eyes, his cultivation at the Divine Connection realm, coupled with the title of a quasi-saint of Tai Su sect, should be sufficient to instill fear in Lin Xian. Unfortunately, Lin Xian is no ordinary person. If Longya were to realize that he stands before Lin Xian, he would likely change his expression on the spot. "And if I refuse?" Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. "Until now, no one has dared to defy my orders," Longya asserted. Lin Xian burst into laughter. A prestigious quasi-saint of the Tai Su sect, colluding with an assassin organization. If the world were to learn of this, what do you think would transpire? "You dare?" Longya's eyes twitched, his tone growing more menacing. "What is there for me to fear?" Lin Xian responded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Longya's expression shifted, his gaze sharpening. He then pointed, unleashing a wisp of terrifying murderous intent directed straight at Lin Xian's brow. For an ordinary person, this nearly imperceptible thought could obliterate one's spiritual awareness, killing without a trace. Even a peak practitioner of the Sky Sovereign realm would meet their end instantly. However, to Lin Xian, this attack was child's play. He merely extended a finger and flicked it lightly, causing the murderous intent to dissipate into thin air. A mere spiritual projection. With strength diminished to a fraction, how audacious to attempt such a feeble attack. With that, Lin Xian extended a finger of his own, simultaneously manifesting a wisp of spiritual energy that pierced through Chu Ping's brow in an instant. Chu Ping's eyes widened, the light in his pupils swiftly fading, and he slumped to the ground, lifeless. Witnessing this, Long Ye was consumed by rage, his previously calm features twisting uncontrollably. Lin Xian had dared to kill before him, showing utter disregard for his authority. Very well. You are impressive. Long Ye gritted his teeth. So you're Ashura, are you? I will remember you. You had best keep your head down. Should I catch you, I will ensure you experience the most excruciating death imaginable. With that, Long Ye's spiritual projection began to gradually dissipate, clearly retreating back to his true form. Lin Xian could never allow him to escape. This was the perfect opportunity to weaken Long Ye. Did I permit your departure? With a swift motion, Lin Xian seized Long Ye's spiritual projection, rendering his struggles utterly futile. Aren't you usually so arrogant? Now that you have fallen into my grasp, I shall impart a lesson upon you to etch this experience into your memory. Shura, what do you intend to do? Release me at once. Long Ye, furious and humiliated, was about to continue threatening Lin Xian when, in the next moment, Lin Xian crushed his spiritual projection. Simultaneously, far away at the Tai Su sect, the true Long Ye coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality surging chaotically. The shattered projection contained a fragment of his soul. Its destruction inflicted a backlash upon him. Shura, Long Ye seethed with rage, his expression twisted with fury. He could scarcely fathom that anyone would dare to confront him so boldly. You have slain my subordinates and extinguished my soul. If I lay my hands on you, I shall grind you to dust. With a thunderous roar, Long Ye obliterated the boulder beneath him into powder. Meanwhile, Lin Xian swiftly tidied the battlefield and set the cave ablaze, reducing it to ashes. The once bloodthirsty guild was now but a shadow of its former self, with only a few gold-ranked assassins unable to stir up any significant trouble. As for the silver, bronze, and ordinary assassins, they posed no threat whatsoever. Ding! Congratulations, host. For completing the mission, you have earned 4,000 points and a low-grade Earth-tier spiritual herb, a clear heart lotus. Lin Xian coughed awkwardly. The bloodthirsty guild not only failed to pursue him, but had instead met their demise at his hands. However, it mattered little. The task was accomplished, and the process was of secondary importance. 4,000 points was quite substantial, and as time progressed, mission rewards increased, along with the corresponding difficulty. This assassination task was no trivial endeavor. Had it been the original host of the system, success would have been far from effortless. System, what is the next mission? You have significantly weakened the bloodthirsty guild's power and gained renown in the Disorder City. Concurrently, this news has reached Situ Shui of the Xianling sect, who has grown increasingly resentful towards you. In retaliation, Situ Shui has hired individuals at a high price to lay extensive beast-attracting fragrance around Qingshan City, intending to summon a massive beast tide to annihilate the city and ensure the complete eradication of the Shao family. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. He had witnessed the devastating power of a beast tide before. Qingshan City, being merely a peripheral town, stood no chance of withstanding it. However, due to his previous cleansing of the nearby demonic beasts, a large-scale beast tide could not form, resulting in relatively minor casualties, although many still perished. New task: assault the Xianling sect, eliminate Situ Shui, and retreat unscathed. Upon completion, you will receive 6,000 points and a mid-grade Earth-tier material, a bottle of Thunder Spirit liquid. Lin Xian, upon receiving the mission details, could not help but smirk coldly. To my astonishment, Situ Shui remains unrepentant. Despite my initial intention to spare her, she audaciously engages in actions that could lead to her demise. However, this presents a fortuitous opportunity for Lin Xian to decisively eliminate Situ Shui and avert future troubles. Subsequently, Lin Xian redirected his focus towards the Thunder Spirit liquid. The previous rewards were of relatively low rank and offered little utility to Lin Xian at this stage. Yet, this time the reward reached the mid-grade of the Earth tier. A commendable acquisition. Upon returning to the dueling arena, Lin Xian distributed the items he had previously confiscated among the crowd, and then summoned 2 managers from the Skyward Realm privately. Although the crisis in Qingshan City has been temporarily averted, Lin Xian understood that luck played a significant role, and he could not guarantee timely intervention in the future. For prudence's sake, it would be best to station someone at the Shao family. Both of you are to immediately proceed to Qingshan City at the northern border, eliminate the threats posed by the beast tide in the vicinity, and deal with those who intend to incite chaos. Additionally, you shall hold your post in Qingshan City for 10 years, Lin Xian inquired, surveying the two from a position of authority. The two exchanged hesitant glances, uncertain of Lin Xian's connection to Qingshan City. After all, being situated on the periphery of the northern domain, the spiritual energy and cultivation resources were significantly inferior to those found in the chaotic city. Lin Xian reassured them. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unjustly. If you agree, you will receive double the usual remuneration, and after 10 years, I shall bestow upon each of you a high-grade Earth-tier cultivation manual. The mere mention of this prospect ignited their excitement. We shall faithfully obey your command. Lin Xian nodded in response, subsequently inscribing a trace of a mark upon their souls. Should either of them harbor ill intentions towards Lin Xian or the Shao family, they would suffer excruciating torment. With this measure in place, he could proceed to the Xianling sect with peace of mind. However, before that, Lin Xian intended to linger for a couple more days. During his previous breakthrough, he had sensed several unfamiliar presences within the city, all of which were formidable and hovered near the pinnacle of the Skyward Realm. The bloodthirsty guild had long been eradicated. Who, then, were these individuals? After some inquiries, he learned that in 2 days, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion would host an auction, the invitations for which had been dispatched a month prior. Representatives from various sects were arriving, including esteemed elders and disciples from top-tier sections. Observing the scale of the event, it seemed likely that this auction would feature remarkable treasures. Lin Xian pondered the implications. The auction, especially one organized by a force like the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, promised significant scale and quality. Just as he was contemplating this, a servant entered. My lord, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion has just delivered an invitation, inviting you to attend the Spiritual Treasure Auction in 2 days. Upon receiving the invitation and glancing at the list of auction items, his gaze fell upon the final line of minuscule text, causing his pupils to constrict. Truly, the Spirit Treasure Pavilion is impressive, capable of procuring such items. It seems I must make an appearance at this auction. Chapter 22. The boundary-breaking elixir and the blood of the Blackwater Mystic Tiger. The following day, the news of the Bloody Guild's obliteration resonated throughout the chaotic city. Have you heard? The Bloody Guild has been annihilated, and even its leader has perished. It was none other than the newly appointed master of the Crimson Flame Duel Arena, Shura, who took action. What a splendid deed. I have long harbored disdain for the Bloody Guild, a band of cutthroats who thrive on murder. Their demise was long overdue. But who exactly is Shura? How could he single-handedly eradicate the entire Bloody Guild? In every corner of the city, discussions about Shura and the Bloody Guild flourished. Everyone simultaneously recognized a profound truth. The chaotic city was poised for a monumental transformation. Previously, the Bloody Guild and the Crimson Flame Duel Arena each held half the power. Now, with the complete destruction of the Bloody Guild and the lack of intervention from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, it signified that the Crimson Flame Duel Arena would now reign supreme in the chaotic city. The new master of the Crimson Flame Duel Arena, Shura, would become the most influential figure in the chaotic city. Within a weapons shop at the heart of the city, a throng of individuals surged inside, surrounding the shopkeeper and several attendants. Are you from the Crimson Flame Duel Arena? What do you intend to do? This is a legitimate establishment. Are you planning to rob us? The shopkeeper, panic-stricken, retreated while reaching towards a concealed compartment on a shelf. Suddenly, the crowd parted, and a figure clad in red strode confidently towards the shopkeeper. From this moment forth, all shops under the Bloody Guild on this street are to be ceded to the Crimson Flame Duel Arena. Furthermore, by order of the new master, we are to eradicate any remaining remnants of the Bloody Guild, the manager declared in a deep voice. This individual had recently been promoted by Lin Xian to become the chief manager of the Crimson Flame Duel Arena. During Yuan Feng's tenure, he had served the arena for a full decade, enduring countless battles, and had brought in substantial revenue of spirit stones, yet he remained at the lowest tier of duelists. Possessing a 5th-tier cultivation in the Void Realm, he was regarded as a formidable force elsewhere, even in the chaotic city. However, Yuan Feng had kept him suppressed at the bottom of the arena, utilizing him as a mere tool for generating spirit stones for a decade, leading to a deep-seated resentment. Upon Lin Xian's ascension, he promptly eliminated those unworthy of their positions and directly promoted him to chief manager. Such great favor made him willingly submit to Lin Xian's command. The shopkeeper's face paled. He had just received news of the Bloody Guild's annihilation when the Crimson Flame Duel Arena's people arrived at his door. You cannot do this. This is a compliant establishment. The shopkeeper struggled fiercely, exclaiming, "Moreover, I am not affiliated with the Bloody Guild." The chief manager let out a cold laugh, stepping forward and effortlessly covering several paces, seizing the shopkeeper's arm and yanking him forcefully. Instantly, 2 poisoned daggers and a silver token tumbled from the hidden compartment beneath the counter. Silver metal assassin Shin Tuju, having risen to prominence 7 years ago, has since retired. This establishment, like many others, was undoubtedly acquired through the assassination of its former owner. As the words fell, Shin Tuju's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to resist, but met his demise with a single strike. Such scenarios unfolded throughout the chaotic city, where the majority of active bronze and ordinary assassins had been systematically eliminated, including many retired assassins who were dragged out and dealt with. The industries once belonging to the Bloody Guild were entirely seized by the Red Flame Duel Arena and the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. A great whale's fall brings forth new life. With the colossal collapse of the Bloody Guild, various factions associated with the Red Flame Duel Arena reaped significant benefits. Moreover, smaller sects within the chaotic city began to harbor ulterior motives. However, for Lin Xian, the schemes of these individuals would not stir any substantial upheaval. "My lord, this is the spirit stones confiscated from the Bloody Guild. We have counted a total of 36 million spirit stones for your review." Upon hearing this figure, even Lin Xian could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. Such a quantity of spirit stones was sufficient to exchange for a year's worth of cultivation resources. No wonder that Brat Long Ya's cultivation had progressed so rapidly. If I had access to such resources, I could surpass him even more swiftly. Yet, given the current stabilization of the chaotic city, many areas would require spirit stones. Lin Xian accepted 6 million spirit stones, delegating the remainder to the account manager for distribution as needed. After attending to these trivial matters, Lin Xian returned to his quarters. The auction was set to commence in 2 days, and during this interval, he decided to refrain from undertaking any tasks, instead focusing his attention on the system. I wish to check my points." A window popped up, revealing that Lin Xian had amassed nearly 50,000 points. It was time to exchange for some treasures. Opening the marketplace, Lin Xian swiftly perused the list of redeemable items. At present, the strength of my physical body rivals that of Earth-grade magical artifacts, and I lack neither offensive nor defensive techniques. Furthermore, I possess the 10,000 spirits magic liquid as a means of amplification, which also serves as a spiritual artifact. In just over 2 months, the contest for the Holy Sun will commence. I must expedite the enhancement of my cultivation. While undertaking tasks, Lin Xian did not neglect his own training. He had already reached the 2nd level of the Divine Communication realm, just a whisper away from a breakthrough. Contemplating this, Lin Xian's gaze lingered on the list of pills that could enhance his cultivation. The boundary-breaking pill, a top-tier Earth-grade elixir, allows practitioners of the Divine Communication realm to directly ascend 1 level upon consumption. Note: such pills may only be consumed once. Further usage yields no effect. The points required for this elixir, 10,000. Lin Xian could not help but draw a sharp breath. A top-tier Earth-grade elixir is exceedingly rare, even within the Taisu sect. Moreover, the ability to enable a practitioner of the Divine Communication realm to ascend a level directly could save him a year's worth of cultivation time. Logically, this elixir would yield its greatest value when he reaches the 9th level of the Divine Communication realm. However, the contest for the Holy Sun is about to commence, and Lin Xian cannot afford to linger on such matters. This shall suffice. Exchange. A flash of orange light revealed a golden elixir, roughly the size of a thumb, emanating a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs in the palm of his hand. After exchanging for the breakthrough pill, Lin Xian still had nearly 40,000 points remaining. As he browsed the marketplace, his gaze landed upon a drop of pure black essence from a demon beast, the blood of the Blackwater Xian tiger. Once a creature of Enlightenment realm cultivation with a top-tier earthly bloodline, could enhance one's own bloodline power upon absorption. The points required for this exchange, 30,000 points. 30,000. Lin Xian winced at the thought, as this expenditure would consume 3/4 of his total points. Nevertheless, the potential to augment his bloodline power made the cost somewhat acceptable. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xian opted to proceed with the exchange. A dark purple glow flickered, and a square, transparent glass vial appeared in his palm, containing a drop of pure black demon beast blood. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xian noticed a shadowy image of a black tiger thrashing about within the blood, and he could even faintly hear the raspy roar of the tiger. The vial was adorned with intricate patterns, seemingly designed to suppress the essence of the Blackwater Xian tiger's blood. Yet even so, waves of unsettling pressure emanated from within the vial. Chapter 23. Breakthrough. Closing the system interface, Lin Xian unleashed the Wand Spirit Magic Liquid, enveloping himself tightly. With the Wand Spirit Magic Liquid, the spiritual energy fluctuations released during the breakthrough could be entirely absorbed. After all, the commotion caused by a cultivator in the Divine Connection realm was immense. Attracting ill-intentioned individuals could lead to trouble. Lin Xian settled into a cross-legged position, holding the breakthrough pill in his hand. He took a deep breath and slowly placed the elixir into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of searing energy erupted within him. Boom! Lin Xian's body felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning, trembling violently as his meridians, bones, and flesh endured the impact and purification of this energy. Yet, the potency of the breakthrough pill was far beyond mere sensation. Lin Xian felt as though his dantian was forcibly opened, every pore of his being torn apart. In that moment, a terrifying suction erupted from his dantian, draining the spiritual energy from the room, though the energy of heaven and earth swiftly replenished it, flowing ceaselessly into Lin Xian's dantian. Were there outsiders present, they would surely be aghast at the speed with which Lin Xian absorbed the spiritual energy. As moments passed, Lin Xian's expression grew increasingly grave. With the intensification of his aura, the bones in his forehead began to transform. Upon reaching the Divine Connection realm, a cultivator's bones gradually turned to jade. Initially, only a small area at the center of his forehead was affected, but as his cultivation advanced, this jade transformation would extend throughout his body. Upon recently breaking through to the second level of the Divine Connection realm, the jade transformation had encompassed his entire frontal bone. And now, as he approached the third level, it began to spread across his entire skull. Crack! A crisp sound resonated, causing Lin Xian to abruptly open his eyes. An overwhelming aura suddenly surging forth, nearly shattering the myriad spirit liquid enveloping his body. He had finally broken through to the third level of the Divine Connection realm. Slowly rising, he was met with a series of explosive sounds emanating from his body. Sensing the abundant spiritual energy within, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. He then directed his spiritual awareness outward, enveloping the entirety of Disorder City. Every blade of grass and tree was laid bare before his perception. Even the movements of an ant were distinctly visible. Seizing the moment, Lin Xian swiftly retrieved a drop of beast blood, unsealing the confinement of the glass vial. As the seal was lifted, a violent aura surged forth, the blood of the Blackwater mystic tiger attempting to escape. Yet Lin Xian grasped it firmly, beginning its refinement. The blood roared in defiance, boiling with fervor as it released a searing and agitated presence, attempting to disrupt Lin Xian's refining process. However, once the myriad spirit liquid was introduced, the chaotic energy surrounding the blood was swiftly absorbed. Conversely, the myriad spirit liquid, having assimilated a significant amount of bloodline power, experienced a considerable enhancement, elevating its prowess to the fourth level of the Skyward Realm. Meanwhile, the purest essence of the bloodline power gradually melded into Lin Xian's body, and soon, the entire drop of blood was absorbed. As he clenched his fist, an overwhelming force surged through him, invigorating his limbs and bones with pulsating vitality. Truly, the blood of a Comprehension Realm beast possessed an extraordinarily rich vitality. Suddenly, Lin Xian noticed something, his expression brightening. The bloodline power of the Blackwater Mystic Tiger had also elevated his Xian Fire Spirit Tiger bloodline. With just a slight push, his bloodline could transform into the inferior Heavenly Grade Sun Fire Tiger bloodline. At this moment, simply standing, Lin Xian exuded an oppressive aura that could stifle those around him. Compared to before binding with the system, his strength had at least doubled. With over 2 months remaining until the selection of the Holy Sun, he needed to hasten the enhancement of the myriad spirit liquid to the Divine Connection realm. Coupled with the rewards from subsequent tasks, he should be able to acquire further treasures to bolster his capabilities. At that point, Lin Xian's strength would experience a more terrifying elevation. Excited, he rubbed his palms together. With the system's support, the gap between him and the other 3 prospective Holy Suns had rapidly diminished, making the position of Holy Sun almost within reach. 2 days swiftly passed. The upcoming auction was hosted at an auction house in the heart of Disorder City, one of the establishments owned by the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Upon Lin Xian's arrival, he found a considerable crowd gathered outside the auction house. The Bloody Guild had become a mere shadow of its former self within Disorder City. And amidst the throng, not a single member of the guild could be seen. Moreover, due to the rapid influx and outflux of people in Disorder City, only a minority of the crowd were locals. The vast majority hailed from other great continents. The foremost sects from the 3 great continents have largely gathered, forming circles as they await entry. Look, is that not the Xianling sect? The premier sect of Qingzhou has actually sent representatives. Sects from the southern and Qianzhou regions have also arrived. Murmurs of astonishment ripple through the crowd, yet Lin Xian pays them no heed, quietly approaching the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Xian, the attendant's expression shifts noticeably. She instantly recognizes the iconic Shura mask, belonging to none other than the recently ascendant master of the duel arena, Shura. Please present your invitation, the attendant respectfully requests. Lin Xian produces the invitation and hands it over casually. After verification, another attendant steps forward to escort Lin Xian through a special passage, flanked by several luxurious private rooms. This is the A-class private room. You may choose any to take your seat, she informs him. Lin Xian nods and selects a room situated in the center. The chamber is spacious, offering a direct view of the auction stage. He settles into a seat by the window, but soon, a cacophony of footsteps erupts outside. The door swings open with a bang, and 2 figures stride in. The leader is an elderly man with graying hair, accompanied by a youthful and striking woman. Upon entering, the woman catches sight of the fearsome Shura mask and immediately pales. She emits a piercing scream, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. Once she realizes Lin Xian is merely wearing a mask, her fury ignites. Who are you? Trying to scare people in broad daylight. Are you seeking death? Lin Xian frowns, his countenance darkening. Get lost, he retorts. The woman is momentarily taken aback, her anger intensifying. Having never endured such disrespect, she bristles. Do you know who I am, you insolent brat? She fires back, hurling a purple token in anger. I am Zhao Ying, an inner disciple of the Xianling sect. Chapter 24. The Secret Realm Map Xianling Sect? Lin Xian is momentarily taken aback, surprised to encounter a member of the Xianling sect here. I'll give you one more chance. Apologize to me at once, or else I won't hesitate to show you what I'm capable of. The Xianling sect, as the foremost among the 8 sects of Qingzhou, wields immense power and prestige throughout the region, even commanding respect in the chaotic city. As an inner disciple, her status is exceedingly exalted. Throughout her journey, anyone who hears the name of the Xianling sect trembles in fear and shows utmost deference. Unfortunately for her, today she has crossed paths with Lin Xian. Fool! Lin Xian scoffs, turning away to disregard Zhao Ying entirely. Regardless of her status as an inner disciple, even the sect master would not dare to act recklessly in his presence. Zhao Ying, nearly bursting with rage, realizes the auction is about to commence. And given that they are on Lingbao Pavilion's territory, she refrains from making a rash move. Her face flushes crimson as she shoots a furious glare at Lin Xian. Very well, I shall remember you. Await the conclusion of the auction, and I shall make you regret it. With that, he stormed away in indignation. Lin Xian merely shrugged, remaining noncommittal. As the attendees gradually settled into their seats, the atmosphere within the venue grew increasingly vibrant. Morong Shui, as the branch leader of the Lingbao Pavilion, took to the stage to deliver a brief opening address, after which the auction officially commenced. From the outset, the auction was abuzz with excitement, as most of the items up for bid were of the mysterious grade, with the occasional earth-grade treasure making an appearance. Though these artifacts held great value for some lesser factions, they were of no significance to Lin Xian. Throughout the first half of the auction, he refrained from placing any bids, his focus firmly set on the latter portion of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item for auction is known as the Earth-Fire Spirit Crystal, a supreme-grade material of the Earth classification. The auctioneer proclaimed, "This item contains an exceptionally pure essence of Earth-Fire Spirit power, greatly beneficial for cultivators of the fire attribute." With that, a crimson crystal, roughly the size of a human head, was presented, instantly raising the temperature within the hall. The starting bid is set at 500,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 10,000 spirit stones. As soon as the words left his lips, The crowd erupted in commotion. 500,000 spirit stones was no trifling sum. However, supreme-grade materials of the Earth classification are a rarity. Lin Xian's interest peaked. His gaze fixed intently on the Earth Fire Spirit Crystal. His bloodline was that of the supreme-grade Xuanhua Spirit Tiger, perfectly aligned with the attributes of this crystal. If he could absorb it, there might be a chance to elevate his bloodline. I bid 500,000 spirit stones. 550,000. 600,000. The voices of bidding rose and fell like waves, and the price of the Earth Fire Spirit Crystal quickly ascended to 600,000 spirit stones. I offer 1,000,000 spirit stones. Lin Xian spoke slowly. What? In an instant, the auction hall fell into a hushed silence. Though the Earth Fire Spirit Crystal was of high caliber, only a select few could make use of it. Such a steep price was sufficient to deter the vast majority of participants. Is there anyone else willing to place a bid? The auctioneer inquired 3 times, and ultimately, the Earth Fire Spirit Crystal was secured by Lin Xian for the sum of 1,000,000 spirit stones. The auction continued, but when the final item was brought forth, the atmosphere within the hall became notably serious. Esteemed guests, the next item is the grand finale of this auction. I believe many of you have come specifically for this treasure. The auctioneer clapped his hands, and a finely crafted jade box was presented to the audience. As the box opened, nearly everyone held their breath in anticipation. Inside lay a piece of tattered sheepskin parchment. This item is a map to a secret realm left behind by a powerful being on the verge of nirvana. Countless adventurers have ventured forth in search of treasure, yet none have returned. The dangers are, I presume, self-evident. You are all heroes and valiant figures from various factions, should you possess the courage to accept the challenge. I encourage you to take a chance. The starting bid is set at 100 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into fervor. The allure of the phrase half-step nirvana is undeniably profound, stirring even the heart of Lin Xian. Beyond the realm of the divine connection lies the nirvana realm. For practitioners, as one progresses further, the challenges of cultivation multiply exponentially. Many spend their entire lives striving, often achieving no more than the divine connection realm, while the nirvana realm remains a distant dream. Even within the esteemed Tai Su sect, those at the divine connection are considered powerful, yet the number of practitioners who have reached nirvana is scarce. Thus, the emergence of a half-step nirvana practitioner leaving behind a secret realm is indeed irresistible. The Lingbao Pavilion's decision to start the bidding at 100 spirit stones clearly demonstrates their understanding of human psychology. I bid 500,000 spirit stones. A middle-aged man in luxurious attire was the first to raise his paddle. 80,000. A woman swiftly followed suit. 150,000. A representative from one of the 8 great sects of Qingzhou made his move. In mere moments, the bidding price for the secret realm map soared to 150,000. However, the atmosphere remained fervent. Our Xianling sect offers 200,000 spirit stones. Zhao Ying's voice rang out, and she cast a triumphant glance over the crowd. Yet, in the next moment, her bid was drowned out by the rising tide of voices. 200,000 spirit stones marked a threshold. Beyond this point, ordinary practitioners could no longer participate, leaving the bidding to the major sections. Lin Xian rubbed his hands together and raised his paddle. I bid 400,000 spirit stones. As soon as he spoke, the noise in the room diminished considerably. Zhao Ying was taken aback. She had not anticipated Lin Xian would double the price outright. Her competitive spirit ignited. She retorted, 450,000. 500,000 spirit stones. Lin Xian replied without hesitation. Grinding her teeth, Zhao Ying forced herself to declare, 550,000. 600,000. Once the bid reached 600,000 spirit stones, even the elderly gentleman fell silent. My young friend, there is no need for such relentless pressure. This item is exceedingly perilous. Even if you win the bid, it may prove difficult to retain. The elder remarked calmly. 700,000 spirit stones. Lin Xian scoffed. This old fellow was attempting to intimidate him. Taking a deep breath, he declared firmly, I bid 10,000,000 spirit stones. Instantly, astonishment swept through the crowd as all eyes turned to Lin Xian. Zhao Ying was so enraged she nearly spat blood. It appeared Lin Xian was deliberately opposing her. You must be making a wild offer. How could you possibly possess such an abundance of spirit stones? Master Morong, I demand a thorough investigation of his assets. In response, Morong Shui on stage smiled gently. Miss, please remain calm. This individual is the newly appointed master of the Hongyan Duel Arena and a guest personally invited by me. His bids should not be questioned. Upon hearing this, the crowd was even more astounded. What was Lin Xian's true background that warranted such protection from the submaster of the Lingbao Pavilion? If you cannot afford the spirit stones, I suggest you keep silent. Lin Xian's words pierced through Zhao Ying's final defense like an arrow. She clenched her fists tightly, her face flushed crimson, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. Yet, the sum of 10 million spirit stones had far exceeded the budget of the Xianling sect, and despite her discontent, she had to endure. What significance did a mere 2 million hold? Ultimately, the map was secured by Lin Xian for the exorbitant price of 10 million spirit stones. After the auction concluded, Morong Shui approached Lin Xian, personally handing over the prized item. Friend Xia Luo, I hope you will reconsider. The doors of my spirit treasure pavilion are always open to you. Lin Xian shook his head, graciously declining Morong Shui's kind offer. His mind solely focused on completing his mission. Upon returning to the duel arena, Lin Xian instructed several stewards of the Hongyan Duel Arena, leaving behind resources he had no use for, before departing from the Disorder City. The Xianling sect was situated in the heart of Qingzhou, and even at Lin Xian's speed, it would take him the better part of half a day to arrive. The location indicated on the Secret Realm map, however, lay in the opposite direction, at a place known as the Sword Burial Cliff in the Yuan continent, one of the 12 states of the northern region. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian resolved to head towards the Xianling sect first. Chapter 25. Slaying Situ Shui. The Xianling sect, nestled in the western part of Qingzhou, loomed amidst swirling mists, with spirit cranes soaring gracefully, radiating an ethereal aura. As the foremost sect of Qingzhou, the Xianling sect had existed for nearly a millennium, boasting profound heritage. Its sect leader, Ren Ruqing, was a formidable presence at the second tier of the Divine Connection realm, supported by several elders at the first tier, commanding great respect in the region. Yet, the Xianling sect was merely a subsidiary of the Taishu sect, and despite the presence of Divine Connection practitioners, it paled in comparison to the might of the Taishu sect. After a short while, a streak of light swiftly descended from the heavens, landing on a peak at the periphery of the Xianling sect, casting a cold, discerning gaze over the entire sect. This individual was none other than Lin Xian. The Xianling sect possesses a certain grandeur, Lin Xian mused, a slight smirk gracing his lips. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, he surveyed the protective barriers surrounding the Xianling sect. To avoid detection, he activated the 10,000 spirits demon liquid, concealing his aura as he ghosted through the barriers, silently infiltrating the inner sanctum of the Xianling sect. Given his strength, he could easily break in forcefully. However, he was alone, and facing an entire sect would undoubtedly prove arduous, especially considering the potential backup from Yang Tsang. While Lin Xian was unafraid, he preferred not to reveal his trump cards too soon. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to linger in such a place. His priority was to locate Situ Shui and fulfill his task. In a blink, Lin Xian transformed into a fleeting shadow, quietly drifting deeper into the Xianling sect. In a cave imbued with rich spiritual energy on the sect's rear mountain, Situ Shui sat cross-legged, her spiritual power surging, her aura significantly more formidable than before. In just over 10 days, she had broken through to the 5th tier of the spirit gathering realm, a speed that clearly indicated the vast resources the Xianling sect had devoted to her cultivation. Lin Xian, do not presume that your act of releasing me will elicit gratitude. Situ Shui's eyes brimmed with malice. What if you are from the Taishu sect? The Xiao family, along with you, must pay the price. A chilling smile curled at the corners of her lips. Calculating the time, the beast tide should have already erupted. Soon, the people in Qingshan City would face annihilation, especially the members of the Xiao family. At that moment, a cold voice resonated within the cave. Situ Shui, it appears you do not value your chance at survival. Situ Shui trembled, abruptly lifting her gaze to find Lin Xian standing before her, his eyes sharp as blades, exuding an aura of impending death. Who are you? How did you get in here? Lin Xian scoffed. A mere Xian spirit sect? I come and go as I please. Who could possibly stop me? Adorned with a Shura mask, Situ Shui did not recognize him. Yet, the ability to traverse the formidable barriers at the cave's entrance was evidently that of no ordinary individual. With a slight tremor, Situ Shui felt as if struck by lightning. Sent flying several meters away, and she coughed up blood. Simultaneously, a talisman fell from her bosom, igniting rapidly into ashes. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Realizing Situ Shui was highly valued within the Xian spirit sect, possessing a life-saving artifact. I bear no grudge against you. Why seek to kill me? Situ Shui's voice quivered, dread permeating her heart. Lin Xian's strength was terrifying. Even a mere fraction of his released aura nearly claimed her life. Even her master, Ren Ruqing, did not exude such a horrific presence. Lin Xian's gaze was frigid as he slowly raised his hand. I had intended to spare your life. Yet you recklessly dare to target the Shao family. In that case, I cannot allow you to live. The Shao family? Situ Shui's pupils constricted as she immediately deduced his identity. Why you are Lin Xian? No, it is impossible. You cannot be this formidable. Situ Shui trembled in terror, her mind racing. She had witnessed Lin Xian in action before, estimating his strength to be at most that of the Skyward Realm. Now, it seemed her judgment was dreadfully flawed. Situ Shui understood that if she did not act swiftly, her demise was inevitable. Lin Xian, you cannot kill me, she hurriedly implored. The beast tide is about to erupt in Qingshan City. Rather than waste time here, you should return to defend against it. If you kill me, you will undoubtedly be trapped within the Xian spirit sect. Once the time comes, Qingshan City will be engulfed by the beast tide, and the entire Shao family will be buried with me. However, if you let me go, I will consider today's events as though they never occurred. Lin Xian chuckled coldly. Were it not for the task assigned by the system, Situ Shui's scheme might have truly succeeded. You will be disappointed. I have already dispatched individuals to guard Qingshan City. The beast tide is of no consequence. The beasts near Qingshan City are at most Tier 3, and few remain. 2 Skyward Realm cultivators are more than sufficient to handle them. What? Situ Shui was taken aback, her heart racing as events unfolded beyond her expectations. She forcibly composed herself and gritted her teeth, declaring, Lin Xian, this is the Xianling sect, which also serves as an affiliated sect of the Taishu sect. Even if you are a member of the Taishu sect, you cannot kill at will within the Xianling sect. Moreover, my master, Ren Ruqing, is a powerful being of the Divine Connection realm. If you dare to harm me, he will never let you go. Oh, is that so? Lin Xian scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. A mere second-level Divine Connection cultivator dares to threaten me? Situ Shui's heart trembled violently. She had assumed that invoking her master's name would instill some caution in Lin Xian. To her astonishment, he seemed to completely disregard the Xianling sect. Please don't kill me, I was wrong. I truly was. I beg you, spare me, grant me another chance. I promise I will never dare again. Situ Shui was utterly terrified, kneeling on the ground, her face streaked with tears and snot as she desperately bowed her head, pleading for mercy. Regrettably, Lin Xian had already given her a chance, and it was her own recklessness that led her to this fate. Thus he bore no responsibility. Die? Before the echo of his voice faded, Lin Xian's fingers suddenly curled, and an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloped Situ Shui in an instant. Panic-stricken, she crushed a jade token she held tightly in her grasp. Master, save me. Boom. The moment the token shattered, a powerful wave of spiritual consciousness erupted, soaring towards the heavens. In the next heartbeat, an invisible force snapped Situ Shui's neck, her vengeful eyes remaining wide open, and her body crumpled to the ground like a discarded rag. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have earned 6,000 points, a mid-grade earthly material, and a vial of Thunder Spirit liquid. A flash of golden light revealed a delicate jade vial resting in his palm. The Thunder Spirit liquid contained terrifying lightning power, greatly aiding cultivators in refining their bodies, and upon ingestion, it would elevate Lin Xian's physical strength to new heights. System, what is the next task? Chapter 26. The Beidou Killing Formation. Due to your slaying of Situ Shui, you have irrevocably become a sworn enemy of the Xianling sect. Under the relentless pursuit of the sect, you must exert every ounce of strength to escape, yet you are gravely wounded. You urgently require healing. And to evade the Xianling sect's wrath, you plan to venture into the Myriad Beasts land, a place the Xianling sect dares not delve into. New task. Enter the Myriad Beasts land, and within 6 months, slay 3,000 4th-tier or below beast entities, while collecting the essence blood of 81 distinct beast species, to facilitate the evolution of your own bloodline. Upon completion, the reward will be 7,000 points, along with a top-grade Earthly Slaughter Formation map and a complete set of the Golden Fire Formation. The system remained as ever. though it was unfortunate that the one executing the task was Lin Xian. To him, entering and exiting the Xianling sect was as effortless as traversing unguarded territory. Sustaining injuries was utterly out of the question. Now, this is getting interesting, Lin Xian mused with a light chuckle as he gazed at the system interface. The peril within the myriad beasts land far surpassed that of any previous location, with nearly all the beasts within residing at second tier or above, and further depths teeming with numerous fourth-tier beasts. Even individuals from prominent sects dare not venture recklessly. However, for Lin Xian, this poses no insurmountable challenge. This mission, compared to previous ones, bears a degree of difficulty, and soon the system is expected to issue tasks commensurate with his true capabilities. Just as Lin Xian was preparing to depart, a thunderous voice resonated through the air. Vile beast! The roar struck like thunder, causing the entire cave dwelling to collapse. Ren Ruqing descended from the void, his presence as formidable as a mountain, leaving a trail of cracked earth in his wake. The oppressive aura of a second-level divine connection cultivator manifested as a tangible gale, and with the 7-star Xianling sword, the sword energy surged with unmatched ferocity. The aura of this divine connection cultivator was truly terrifying. At this moment, Ren Ruqing radiated an overwhelming pressure, his expression brimming with fury. Not only had someone dared to trespass into the sacred grounds of the sect, but his recently accepted disciple had also been slain. Today, I shall take your head to honor my fallen disciple. Ren Ruqing bit his tongue, a drop of vital blood splattering onto the 7-star Xianling sword, which promptly emitted a shrill sword cry, its radiance bursting forth. Xianling sword C. Enveloped in violet radiance, Ren Ruqing swung his sword, and a tidal wave of sword energy instantly engulfed Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled faintly, no longer concealing his aura, revealing his divine connection cultivation. The piercing violet sword light shot towards Lin Xian's throat in an instant, but he casually deflected it aside, the terrifying sword energy cleaving the earth, leaving a gaping chasm. What? Ren Ruqing's heart raced, his impulsive demeanor swiftly calming. Although he appeared composed, a tempest raged within. The full force of his strike had been effortlessly neutralized by Lin Xian. Who on earth was this individual? Strangely, Lin Xian's face, obscured by a fearsome mask, seemed to veil the secrets of the heavens, rendering his true nature inscrutable. The esteemed sect leader of the Xianling sect must possess more than this level of power. Surely? Lin Xian chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. Humph, utterly arrogant. Ren Ruqing's aura intensified, and he gestured behind him. Elders, unite and eliminate this rogue. As soon as he spoke, 6 formidable elders materialized behind him, their auras surging with power. Each of them was a first-level divine connection cultivator. The group was cautious. For an adversary like Lin Xian posed a grave threat. A single misstep could spell disaster for the Xianling sect. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. This assembly represented nearly all of the sect's top-tier experts. You indeed possess some skill, but this is where it ends. For daring to slay my disciple, you shall not return. Ren Ruqing declared coldly, unleashing an even more terrifying sword energy from his Xianling sword. My Xianling sect is not to be trifled with by any common scoundrel. Concurrently, the other 6 launched their attacks, each summoning their own treasures. The 7 cultivators formed a formation, swiftly establishing the Big Dipper killing array, an ethereal image of the Big Dipper slowly coalescing in the void. How dare the lackeys of Yangcang attempt to establish their own sect? Lin Xian finally ignited his battle spirit, treading through the void as a surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. The essence of myriad spirits seeped forth, infusing the air with a trace of demonic aura, rendering Lin Xian's presence even more imposing. He stood there like an immovable mountain, exuding an aura of profound weight. Ren Ruqing, observing the demonic energy surrounding Lin Xian, felt a chill run down his spine. Since attaining the divine connection realm, he had seldom encountered such overwhelming pressure. Even Yangcang did not possess such terrifying might. However, the arrow was knocked and must be released. Should he fail to eliminate Lin Xian here, the Xianling sect would undoubtedly face calamity. Gritting his teeth, Ren Ruqing's expression hardened. You shall perish. The Beidou killing formation erupted with a thunderous roar, the sound of swords ringing as a torrent of spiritual power surged toward Lin Xian, enveloping him in an instant. The colossal vortex of sword energy resembled a gaping maw, mercilessly shredding everything caught within its grasp. Yet, in the next moment, An even more resplendent radiance burst forth, obliterating the sea of swords into mere dust. Ren Ruqing and his companions were severely injured by the terrifying backlash, spitting blood and retreating in disarray as the Beidou sword formation shattered with a resounding crash. A figure emerged from the thick haze, unmistakably Lin Xian. How is this possible? Ren Ruqing's eyes widened in disbelief. The Beidou sword formation was the most formidable killing array of the Xianling sect, renowned for its might. There have been instances where a third-layer divine connection expert had dared to enter the Beidou killing formation, only to be annihilated without a trace. Yet Lin Xian not only emerged unscathed, but had also dismantled the sword formation, an unprecedented occurrence. However, to Lin Xian, this was merely routine. At present, even without drawing upon his spiritual energy, the strength of his physical form rivaled that of an earth-grade artifact. Coupled with protective spells, mere first or second-layer divine connection cultivators could inflict no harm upon him. The 7 individuals quickly huddled together, their gazes fixated on Lin Xian, daunted into inaction. If Lin Xian desired their demise, it would be as effortless as a flick of his wrist. Who exactly are you? Ren Ruqing's breath faltered, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Our Xianling sect is under the protection of Yang Tsang, the of the Tai Su sect. Do you not fear retribution from the Tai Su sect for causing turmoil within our ranks? Lin Xian chuckled. In the past, he might have harbored some trepidation, but now, with the system by his side, he felt invincible. He scanned Ren Ruqing and the others, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. A considerable portion of Yang Tsang's cultivation resources originated from the Xianling sect, with the selection for the Holy Sun imminent. Severing Yang Tsang's resource supply would be highly advantageous for him. Should he obliterate the Xianling sect directly, it would deal a significant blow to Yang Tsang. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xian dismissed this notion. The Xianling sect was ultimately subordinate to the Tai Su sect. Should he act on this, the Tai Su sect would undoubtedly hold him accountable, likely inviting considerable trouble. Chapter 27. Abundant gains. Seeing Lin Xian remain inactive, Ren Ruqing could not help but exhale in relief. It appears that Lin Xian has been utterly astonished by his words. Seizing this opportunity, Ren Ruqing discreetly crushed a piece of jade pendant, and a beam of light swiftly vanished into the horizon. Meanwhile, in a secluded cultivation chamber of the Tai Su sect, a man in black robe sat upon a jade-colored mat, his eyes slightly closed, with 3 feet of surrounding void twisting and trembling. With every breath, the spiritual energy within the chamber surged like a tempest, and the dark golden vertical lines on his forehead coalesced into a miniature vortex, voraciously consuming spiritual power. This individual was none other than Yang Tsang, one of the prospective saints of the Tai Su sect. At this moment, he emanated a terrifying aura of the 4th level of the divine insight realm, teetering on the brink of breaking through to the 5th level. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, extending his hand to grasp the air, capturing a spirit bird that had been transformed from spiritual energy. What audacity! Yang Tsang furrowed his brow as a wave of formidable energy erupted from him, causing the mat beneath him to shatter into fragments. Not only had someone dared to intrude upon his protected sect and slay disciples of the sect leader, but they also seemed oblivious to the fact that Yang Tsang stood as their backing. Very few in the northern region possessed such boldness. Who could this person be? Could it possibly be those 2 from the mysterious palace and the carefree spirit sect? Yang Tsang's expression turned grave. The mysterious palace and the carefree spirit sect were 2 other super sects in the northern region, rivaling the Tai Su sect as one of the 3 dominant powers. All 3 sects had a history spanning thousands of years, with profound foundations and unparalleled geniuses. However, if it truly were those 2, what motive could they have to strike against me? Yang Tsang found himself perplexed, as he had never anticipated that it would be Lin Xian, another prospective saint of the Tai Su sect. At this moment, Lin Xian had already taken note of Ren Ruqing's actions. Observing the latter's tense demeanor, Lin Xian smiled faintly. It seemed that Yang Tsang had instilled some confidence in Ren Ruqing, who pointed his sword at Lin Xian and declared loudly, "I don't care who you are. I must inform you that I have reported the previous events to the Tai Su sect, and they will soon dispatch someone to investigate. You have committed a grave crime in my Xianling sect, and if you wish to avoid death, surrender at once." Lin Xian remained silent, casting a cold glance at Ren Ruqing, a chilling murderous intent piercing through to his very core. Suddenly, Ren Ruqing's pupils constricted, and in the next instant, his right arm, wielding the sword, exploded violently, blood splattering everywhere. Turning his head, he saw Lin Xian standing beside him, the Xianling sword now in Lin Xian's grasp. What a terrifying movement technique! The remaining elders of the Xianling sect were utterly astounded, unable to comprehend how Lin Xian had executed his strike. Despite being of the same divine insight realm cultivation level, from the beginning to this moment, Lin Xian had appeared completely at ease. This movement technique feels strikingly familiar. Clutching his severed arm, Ren Ruqing suddenly turned as pale as a sheet, realization dawning upon him. The divine movement of the Tai Su step. A low-grade heavenly movement technique of the Tai Su sect, known as the signature martial skill of that Lin Xian, the prospective saint. An astonished voice echoed, leaving the surrounding elders as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, their breath stilled. You are the prospective saint child of the Tai Su sect, Lin Xian. Ren Ruqing's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with despair. Lin Xian let out a cold chuckle, lightly caressing the token with his fingertips, and remarked with a hint of amusement, "You possess a modicum of discernment, recognizing me?" Ren Ruqing trembled, and in an instant, a chilling realization washed over him. It is over. A frigid wave coursed through his heart. As a subordinate sect of the Tai Su sect, the Xianling sect daring to act against the prospective saint child of the Tai Su sect constituted not merely an offense, but a capital crime. According to the rules of the Tai Su sect, even if Lin Xian were to annihilate the entire Xianling sect on the spot, the higher-ups of the Tai Su sect would express no objections whatsoever. Saint Child Lin. Ren Ruqing abruptly knelt upon the ground, his forehead striking the earth heavily, his voice trembling as he directly referred to Lin Xian as the Saint Child. It is we who are blind, having offended the dignity of the Saint Child. I implore the Saint Child to show mercy and spare the life of the Xianling sect. As he knelt, the surrounding elders followed suit, each one turning pale, not daring to lift their heads. Lin Xian gazed at this group of individuals, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So now you seek mercy? Were you not just intent on taking my life? Cold sweat poured from Ren Ruqing's forehead, his voice nearly breaking into sobs. Saint Child, please see clearly. We truly did not know your identity. Otherwise, even with 100 times our courage, we would not dare to act against you. Huh? Lin Xian scoffed, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Alas, it is too late. Before his words had fully settled, he suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a sharp force that instantly pierced through Ren Ruqing's dantian, causing his cultivation to collapse in an instant. He let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. You have crippled my cultivation? To cripple your cultivation is already a mercy. Lin Xian's tone was frigid. Were it not for the sake of the Tai Su sect, today I would have slaughtered the entire Xianling sect. His gaze swept across the surrounding elders, coldly declaring, "You, too, will do the same. Abandon your cultivation or face death." The elders turned ashen. Yet under Lin Xian's oppressive aura, they dared not resist. One by one, they gritted their teeth and self-destructed their dantian, their cultivation obliterated. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction and then waved his hand over all the treasures, spiritual herbs, and techniques of the Xianling sect. Ren Ruqing, crumpled on the ground, trembled as he spoke. Saint Child, the Xianling sect has accumulated its foundation over a millennium. If we surrender at all, the sect will be utterly finished. Finished? Lin Xian scoffed. What is that to me? He could not be bothered to engage in further discourse. Instead, he released his spiritual consciousness, swiftly enveloping the entirety of the Xianling sect. Soon, he pinpointed several treasure vaults deep within the sect, as well as the techniques stored in the scripture pavilion. Boom! Lin Xian struck open the vault's grand door with a punch, revealing a mountain of spiritual stones, elixirs, and spiritual materials within, exuding rich waves of spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he swept his sleeve, collecting everything into his storage bag. Indeed, a bountiful harvest. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the prostrate Ren Ruqing, coldly stating, "Remember, should Yang Tsang inquire about today's events, tell him that I, Lin Xian, await his vengeance at any time." With a swift motion, Lin Xian transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. This devastating blow to the Xianling sect signified its imminent decline to a third-rate power in Qingzhou. Furthermore, Lin Xian had forged an irreparable enmity with Yang Tsang, signaling an inevitable confrontation between the two destined for a life-or-death struggle. Yet, Lin Xian remained unfazed. During his time at the Tai Su sect, Yang Tsang had taken advantage of his seniority to usurp a significant portion of Lin Xian's cultivation resources. Their animosity had long since festered beyond mere days or weeks. Chapter 28. The Land of 10,000 Beasts. Half a day later, Lin Xian traversed countless miles, arriving at the border of Manzhou. This location was not far from Yuanzhou, and upon completing his task, he might seize the opportunity to visit the secret realm. The sanctum left behind by a half-step Nirvana realm expert could potentially conceal the secrets to transcending into Nirvana. Standing atop a solitary peak, Lin Xian gazed into the vast wetlands shrouded in a gray-green mist. The humid air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, and the depths of the marsh echoed with the sounds of ferocious battles. "Help!" A voice, fraught with panic, pierced the air. Lin Xian furrowed his brow and, with a sweep of his spiritual awareness, detected several figures rapidly approaching. Four women clad in monk robes stumbled in flight, their pristine white garments torn by thorns, stained with mottled blood. Hot on their heels were 7 or 8 gaunt men in black robes, their expressions grim. Leading them was a middle-aged woman. A poisoned dagger protruding from her back, collapsed in a pool of blood, her lifeless eyes still fixed on the direction in which her junior sisters fled. "Run? With my soul locking incense, where do you think you can escape?" The black-robed cultivator sneered ominously, as his bony whip coiled around the neck of the last remaining woman like a venomous serpent. With a violent tug, a sickening crack resounded as her head lolled to the side, her lifeless body discarded carelessly by the roadside. The remaining 2 young women, though beautiful, were now etched with despair. One of them gritted her teeth, shielding her sister, and trembled as she spoke. "Do you not fear heavenly retribution for the actions of the Yuming sect?" "Heavenly retribution?" The leader of the Yuming sect licked his lips, his eyes glinting with malice. "In this desolate wilderness, your cries are futile. You might as well obediently serve us. Perhaps we'll spare your corpses." As he spoke, he reached out to tear at the woman's garments. Just then, Lin Xian strolled past the trees, hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if he had seen nothing. The woman, catching sight of him, cried out in desperation, "Fellow Taoist, please wait. We beseech you to save us." Lin Xian did not halt his steps, nor did he divert his gaze. He had no intention of meddling in others' affairs, especially with the Yuming sect's ruthless reputation. However, the Yuming sect's members were unwilling to let him be. One of the cultivators narrowed his eyes, whispering, "Brother, this fellow has seen our faces. If word gets out," the leading cultivator grinned wickedly, "then we shall eliminate him as well." Before his words could dissipate into the air, 3 emerald green poison needles shot forth from his sleeve, aimed directly at Lin Xian's back. In Lin Xian's eyes, a glimmer of cold light suddenly appeared, and though his form remained still, an overwhelming aura erupted around him. The poison needles, even before reaching him, shattered into fragments in midair. Seeking death, he coldly uttered, raising his hand with a flick. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 cultivators from the underworld sect barely had time to scream before a line of blood appeared at their necks, their heads rolling to the ground. The remaining onlookers turned pale with terror and fled, but Lin Xian merely flicked his fingers, sending forth several strands of spiritual power that instantaneously pinned them to the tree trunks. Lin Xian withdrew his hand, his expression still indifferent, as if he had simply crushed a few insignificant insects. The woman initially froze, then quickly bowed deeply with her junior sister, expressing, "Thank you, senior, for saving our lives." "It was nothing," Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. After a brief exchange, Lin Xian learned that these women were nuns from the Miayuan temple, who had been passing through the barbarian state when they unexpectedly encountered the underworld sect. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian inquired about the Wanyao land. Upon hearing its name, the 2 women's expressions changed instantly. The barbarian state is known as the most chaotic of the 12 states in the northern region, teeming with demonic beasts and a complex array of sect influences, with numerous evil cultivators lurking as well. The Wanyao land, in particular, is one of the most perilous forbidden zones within the barbarian state, filled with countless demonic beasts of various breeds, especially those possessing potent toxins, leading many to meet their demise there. The Wanyao land is perpetually steeped in slaughter, and the ferocity of its beasts surpasses that of others. However, the bloodline power of the beasts here is exceptionally pure, and their ranks are higher. The system task requires Lin Xian to gather the essence blood of 81 different demonic beasts to facilitate the evolution of his bloodline. Yet, His bloodline has already reached the pinnacle of the Earth rank. To progress further, he must rely on the essence blood of fourth-tier beasts. It seems I must collect the essence blood of 81 fourth-tier demonic beasts, Lin Xian mused silently. After bidding farewell to the two women, Lin Xian turned his gaze toward the depths of the Wanyao land. The moment he stepped into the forbidden zone, the surrounding demonic energy seemed to come alive, surging toward him with wild intensity. However, with a surge of spiritual power, he instantly dispersed the malevolent aura. Roar! A fourth-tier blood-eyed demon wolf leaped from the dense forest, its fangs bared, lunging for Lin Xian's throat. Without even glancing, Lin Xian waved his hand casually. With a splatter, the demon wolf's head exploded, blood raining down. With a flick of his finger, a drop of essence blood flew from the corpse into a pre-prepared jade vial. The demonic liquid swiftly followed suit, devouring the demon wolf's core. The first one, Lin Xian remarked coolly, then turned his gaze deeper into the forest, a cold smile gracing his lips. Next, it was time to unleash a massacre. In the following days, the Wanyao land became unusually vibrant, with greater commotion than usual. In the humid, oppressive swamp, a colossal ice-shelled crocodile burst forth from the water, its mouth unleashing 3 arrows of thick, green venom. The tainted area emitted a noxious black smoke, hissing ominously. With a deft touch of his toes, Lin Xian skillfully evaded the venom, swiftly countering by crushing the formidable shell of the crocodile turtle, akin to a terrestrial-grade treasure. Flesh and blood erupted from the fissures, staining the marshland within a Tinzhong radius of vivid crimson. Amidst the towering giant trees, a golden shadow suddenly darted between the treetops. A golden eagle the size of a person swooping down towards Lin Xian. Its sharp talons sliced through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. Unfazed, Lin Xian seized the eagle's talons. The creature flailed in a panic, yet Lin Xian slammed it down with immense force. Boom! As dust billowed, the eagle's bones shattered entirely, letting out a mournful cry before succumbing to death. In a certain canyon, a fully grown fourth-tier white ape obstructed Lin Xian's path. A faint smile graced Lin Xian's lips as he subtly unleashed the power of his bloodline. Having recently absorbed the essence of the Blackwater mystical tiger, a trace of its aura still lingered within him. This aura, emanating from a creature of the Enlightenment realm, was sufficient to send the white ape fleeing in terror. However, Lin Xian's speed was swifter. With a single strike, the white ape met its demise. Fourth-tier beasts could scarcely endure a round against Lin Xian, and the third-tier beasts fared no better. He readily entrusted the third-tier beasts to the all-spirit demon liquid, which had already ascended to the 8th layer of the Sky Sovereign realm, proving more than capable of handling the majority of third-tier beasts. After several days, Lin Xian finally gathered 81 drops of essence blood, and the all-spirit demon liquid reached the pinnacle of the Sky Sovereign realm. Chapter 29. The opening of the secret realm. Lin Xian sought a secluded spot to commence the absorption of the beast essence. With a flourish of his hand, 81 drops of fourth-tier beast essence floated around him, radiating a tempestuous surge of spiritual power. With a mere thought, the essence transformed into 81 bloodlines that surged into his body. The essence seemed to resist Lin Xian's command, rampaging through his meridians. He let out a muffled groan as his body trembled uncontrollably, the Xuanhua spirit tiger behind him rapidly taking shape. Humph! Dare to resist? Gritting his teeth, a low roar of the Blackwater mystical tiger resonated from his bloodline. Upon hearing this growl, the 81 drops of fourth-tier beast essence immediately settled down. With the essence from the Enlightenment realm absorbed, the remaining beast essences naturally chose to submit. Roar! The bloodline of the Xuanhua spirit tiger unleashed a thunderous roar, as the originally crimson gold stripes began to splinter and then reconstitute within the Nirvana true fire. The 81 drops of essence gradually transformed into pure spiritual energy amidst the raging flames, which the Xuanhua spirit tiger's bloodline devoured entirely. As the last trace of essence entered his body, a radiant beam of heavenly light pierced through the marsh, emanating the aura of a heavenly tier bloodline, enveloping the area for several miles. Beasts attempting to ambush Lin Xian hastily retreated, their tails tucked in fear. The Supreme Yang Fire Tiger bloodline, a low-grade heavenly tier bloodline. Having departed from the sect for merely a month, I unexpectedly found my own bloodline elevated to the celestial tier. Is this the power of a celestial bloodline? Filled with elation, Lin Xian did not pause. He casually produced a small porcelain vial containing the divine beast's essence blood obtained from the blood pool beneath the City of Chaos. Without hesitation, he swallowed it, and instantly, a phantom of a black-striped white tiger, treading upon the starry river, materialized within his consciousness, its forehead adorned with a royal character pattern piercing through the void. Is this the essence blood of the ancient Sanyan Emperor Tiger? Lin Xian was overwhelmed with excitement. Astonished that this drop of divine beast blood had actually induced a sign of ancestral return within his bloodline. The celestial tier, in comparison, is but an inferior sibling. This suggests that, should he continue to consume such essence, Lin Xian might even have the opportunity to advance the bloodline of the Xuanhua spirit tiger to that of the ancient Sanyan Emperor Tiger. Unfortunately, the quantity of this essence blood is exceedingly scarce, insufficient for a direct ancestral return of the Xuanhua spirit tiger's bloodline. Yet, Lin Xian sensed that a trace of divine beast's pressure subtly clung to his bloodline power. Even among celestial tier bloodlines, his potency surpassed that of his peers. Suddenly, a prompt from the system echoed in Lin Xian's ears. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. You have received 7,000 points. A supreme-grade slaughter formation diagram of the Earth tier, and a set of the Golden Fire formation. In an instant, a blinding golden light shot like an arrow into Lin Xian's brow. He trembled violently as his consciousness was suddenly engulfed by a tempest of flames. Thousands of golden formation patterns intertwined amidst the blazing inferno, transforming into a slaughter formation diagram that obscured the heavens and blocked the sun, slowly rotating. At the heart of the formation, the true fire of the earth coalesced into 9 Xuanhua spirit tigers, their roars resounding through the heavens and shaking the earth. Lin Xian jolted awake, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Truly, this supreme-grade slaughter formation of the earth tier is enough to instill a sense of dread merely by gazing upon it. Once unleashed, it would undoubtedly trouble even those of the divine realm. Satisfied, Lin Xian nodded in approval. System, please issue the next task. You have successfully survived in the realm of myriad demons and, by chance, learned of a secret realm left behind by a half-step Nirvana powerhouse that is about to emerge. However, during this time, you encountered conflicts with the malevolent practitioners of the Netherworld sect, having slain several disciples of the sect, thus drawing their attention. Therefore, you must continue to enhance your strength for self-preservation. New task, enter the half-step Nirvana secret realm, seize the inheritance, and upon completion, you will receive 8,000 points and a supreme-grade spiritual sword of the earth tier, the Qing Shuang sword. After a brief respite at the border of Yuanzhou, Lin Xian adjusted his state to its peak before setting off immediately. The temptation of the secret realm left by the half-step Nirvana realm is far too great. Once the news spreads, the major forces of the northern domain will surely flock to it. Half a day later, a majestic mountain range came into view. The summit was shrouded in mist, and a vast chasm could be faintly seen slicing across from east to west, as if cleaved by a divine sword. Is this the Sword Burial Cliff? As Lin Xian approached the cliff's edge, his brow furrowed slightly. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he perceived at least 3 groups of individuals converging on the Sword Burial Cliff from various directions. The individuals present were a diverse assembly, yet none could be deemed weak. Even the least among them were practitioners of the Skyward Realm, with several emanating the subtle pressure of those in the Divine Connection Realm. The atmosphere was rife with commotion. Yet Lin Xian swiftly discerned the situation from the fragmented dialogues around him. It became clear that the Lingbao Pavilion, having numerous branches across the 12 states of the northern region, possessed multiple copies of the secret realm map. The legacy of a half-step Nirvana realm left behind a secret realm that could not be monopolized by a single faction, the Lingbao Pavilion, driven by its profit-oriented agenda, naturally sought to maximize its gains from this foundational map. As for the 3 superpowers, Taisu Sect, Miao Miao Palace, and the Carefree Spirit Sect, each boasted formidable Nirvana realm experts, rendering them indifferent to such a secret realm. Consequently, the map, originally destined for the Xianlin sect to share in the spoils, ultimately fell into the hands of the forces spanning the 3 major states of Yuan Xintong, with Lin Xian securing it at a premium price. Suddenly, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted from the eastern horizon, heralded by the arrival of over a dozen figures, one of whom bore a massive 9-ringed broadsword, its blade wreathed in crimson malevolence, causing the very air to tremble with each step. It was the disciples of the Ba Dao sect. Nearby, A loose cultivator gasped in astonishment. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened. The Ba Dao sect, the foremost power of the Yuan continent and a subordinate force of the Miao Miao Palace, had arrived. Although the sect leader was not among them, the burly man at the forefront exuded a substantial aura. Clearly a practitioner of the second tier of the Divine Connection realm. From the west, a waft of sandalwood drifted in, accompanied by the melodious chime of bells as a group of nuns clad in plain white robes approached gracefully, led by an elderly nun holding a jade purity vase, marked by a crimson dot on her forehead. The masters of the Miaoyuan Temple from Xian Prefecture have also arrived? Someone whispered in surprise. Lin Xian's spiritual sense swept through the crowd, and he recognized two familiar faces, those of the women he had previously rescued. They, too, noticed him and hurriedly greeted him. Master, it was he who saved us. Upon hearing this, many gazes converged upon Lin Xian. I am grateful to the friend who saved my disciple. The elder nun bowed deeply, and Lin Xian returned the gesture. Just as they were about to converse, a sinister laughter interrupted the moment. Oh, so it is you who killed my disciples from the Yuming sect. As dark mist swirled, a group of black-robed figures materialized like phantoms, encircling Lin Xian. The leader, a diminutive man in a black robe, wore a ghastly white mask and was also at the second tier of the Divine Connection realm. The Yuming sect from Tongzhou has come as well. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Lin Xian smiled. Among the 4 Divine Connection realm practitioners present, he was the most formidable, surpassing even Ren Ruqing of the Xianling sect. You audacious brat! How dare you lay hands on my Yuming sect disciples? You seek death. With that, the man lunged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. The practitioners of the Yuming sect were notorious for their dark arts, specializing in soul extraction and spirit refinement. Should he be struck down here, no one would dare to protest. As he was about to take action, the old nun from Miaoyuan Temple stepped forward to shield Lin Xian. The Yuming sect has wreaked havoc for many years, even killing disciples of Miaoyuan Temple. How does the Yuming sect intend to justify this? The man in the black robe chuckled sinisterly. Your disciples are all fair and beautiful, with considerable talent. Are they not simply here to serve us brothers? They are most suitable to be used as furnace cauldrons. Impudent. The old nun's eyes widened with fury, and she stepped forward to retaliate, only to be halted by the people from the overbearing sect. The secret realm is about to open. Let us settle these grievances after exploring it, boomed a burly man with a thick beard. The expressions of the two men changed slightly, but they remained silent. The 3 factions stood on guard, yet there was an unspoken agreement not to strike immediately. After all, the secret realm had yet to be unveiled, and no one wished to expend their strength prematurely. Compared to the relics of a half-step Nirvana strongman, these grievances were indeed trivial. Old fool, it seems you possess some self-awareness. The man in the black robe smirked, then turned to Lin Xian. Kid, do not think that hiding behind Miaoyuan Temple will spare you. Cherish your remaining days. Lin Xian remained silent. With his strength, it would not be difficult to crush the Yuming sect members. However, the priority at hand was the treasures within the secret realm, and it was unnecessary to waste energy on the followers of the Yuming sect. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from deep within the sword burial cliff, reminiscent of a sword's cry, as a shimmering curtain of light slowly unfolded, revealing a distorted space within. The secret realm had opened. Chapter 30. The first challenge. All eyes simultaneously turned towards the entrance of the secret realm. The burly man from the overbearing sect reacted first, swiftly darting into the teleportation entrance. Haha, everyone, I, Li Hongfeng, will take the lead. Upon witnessing this, the sullen man from the Yuming sect cast a cold glare at Lin Xian. Kid, if you have the courage, come in. Of course, if you fear for your life, you may choose to flee, but the treasures within the secret realm will have nothing to do with you. Lin Xian replied calmly. I return your words verbatim. In response, the sullen man sneered twice and immediately followed Li Hongfeng into the entrance. The disciples of Miaoyuan Temple followed closely behind. Lin Xian waited outside for a moment, confirming that there were no traps at the entrance before stepping into the secret realm. In an instant, a peculiar force enveloped him. Lin Xian did not resist, but allowed this power to draw him in. After a dizzying whirl, he opened his eyes to find himself in a boundless desert. The yellow sands billowed under the scorching sun, distorting the entire landscape. Lin Xian could not help but click his tongue. This secret realm had existed for quite some time, having naturally evolved into a small world of its own. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed the vast desert was nearly devoid of any human presence. It appeared that the teleportation was random. He looked up at the blazing sun overhead, retrieved the secret realm map, and casually formed a few hand seals. Gradually, four luminescent points appeared on the map. The green light point should signify my current location, while the red light point likely marks the site of a hidden treasure. Near each of the three light points, a line of small text is inscribed, reading Pressure Valley, Thunder Tribulation Bridge, with the last inscription being somewhat indecipherable. Lin Xian speculates it may refer to a place of inheritance. Suddenly, a wave of spiritual energy emanates from a distance. Lin Xian furrows his brow, instantly expanding his spiritual awareness, and his expression turns peculiar. On a sand dune 10 miles away, three disciples of the underworld sect, clad in black robes, are surrounding two nuns from the Miaoyuan monastery. The leading disciple, with a waxy complexion, pale lips, and pronounced dark circles under his eyes, fixates hungrily on the two nuns, nearly drooling. "Little masters, do not be afraid. I am not a villain. As long as you obediently comply, I shall not harm you." Zhao Wuyan licks his lips, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He takes a couple of steps forward, but in the next moment, Lin Xian's figure interposes before him. Zhao Wuyan is momentarily taken aback, but then recognizes Lin Xian's demonic visage. "So it's you. I was just thinking of seeking you out, yet here you are, delivering yourself to me." In that case, before he can finish, Lin Xian simply points a finger, and Zhao Wuyan, unable to even emit a cry of despair, collapses with a blood hole appearing in his forehead. The other two disciples of the underworld sect, witnessing this, are instantly paralyzed by fear and flee in disarray. "It's you." One of the young nuns immediately recognizes Lin Xian, her voice trembling with excitement. "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your timely assistance. You have saved our lives twice. We are truly grateful." Lin Xian waves his hand dismissively, stating that it was merely a small effort. The two express their gratitude with nods, but as they prepare to leave, one seems to recall something, a hint of concern crossing her face. "Fellow cultivator, I advise you to be cautious. The man you just killed was the most beloved disciple of the underworld sect's leader, Bloodbat King. Now that you have slain him, he will undoubtedly seek revenge. If you wish to preserve your life, it would be wise to leave this secret realm swiftly." Lin Xian smiles and shakes his head. With his cultivation, there is no one here who could threaten him. Besides, he has long since established enmity with the underworld sect. Whether he kills one more or one less is of no concern to him. The three follow the map towards the nearest red point. After walking for approximately 3 to 4 hours, Lin Xian observes a phantom ancient city wall. Is this an illusion? He disperses his spiritual awareness. But upon colliding with the wall, it rebounds violently, accompanied by a faint yet disquieting pressure. At the base of the wall, a stern-faced elder nun sits cross-legged on a piece of green stone, flanked by 7 or 8 disciples from Miaoyuan Monastery. "Master Jinkong." The two young nuns exclaim joyfully upon seeing her, then approach to recount the events that transpired, particularly emphasizing Lin Xian's life-saving intervention. After listening, Master Jinkong's expression flickers with an unnatural hue, yet she rises to pay her respects, saying, "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for your assistance." Lin Xian nodded slightly, his gaze directed towards the top of the city wall. There, he observed a plaque inscribed with the words Dao Wei Men. Despite the passage of over a century, the plaque still emanated a formidable aura, a testament to the presence of a Nirvana realm powerhouse. A brief investigation revealed the purpose of this city wall. It served as the first trial. To pass through, one must endure the oppressive aura of a half-step Nirvana realm expert while traversing beneath the plaque. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, Lin Xian noted that beneath the city wall, Li Hongfeng of the Ba Dao sect had a 9-ringed blade hovering above his head. The aura of this earth-grade treasure alleviated some of the overwhelming pressure. Nevertheless, Li Hongfeng's expression remained grave, each step a struggle. On the other side, the members of the Yuming sect were similarly challenged, relying on a soul-calling banner exuding dark energy to barely make it through the trial. The Bloodbat King had also noticed Lin Xian and contemplated ambushing him. However, the forces of the Ba Dao sect were already hastening towards their next destination. Reluctantly, the Bloodbat King abandoned his plan to intercept Lin Xian. As the two groups moved further away, Master Jinkong flipped her hand, causing the Buddhist beads at her chest to levitate, enveloping the disciples of Miaoyuan Temple above. She turned to Lin Xian, a faint smile gracing her face. "My dear friend, I sincerely apologize. My abilities are limited, and I can only protect those within the temple. It seems you must find your own way. Two young nuns, saved from danger, attempted to interject on Lin Xian's behalf, but were silenced by a fierce glare from Master Jing Kong. After all, they were in a realm rich with opportunities, and the inheritance of a half-step Nirvana realm expert was exceedingly precious. The prospect of having one less formidable opponent was indeed desirable. Lin Xian, having discerned the old nun's intentions, chose not to expose her thoughts, responding instead with a calm, "No worries." Master Jing Kong misinterpreted his tranquility, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. "Do not overestimate your strength, my friend. The pressure from a half-step Nirvana realm powerhouse is enough to crush the spirit of a divine connection realm cultivator. I advise you to retreat while you can." Without further ado, Lin Xian stepped directly toward the city gate, and in an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Master Jing Kong's face broke into a smile of schadenfreude, but in the next moment, her expression froze. A faint golden light enveloped Lin Xian, revealing the outline of a black-striped golden tiger swirling around him. He ascended with ease, as if walking on level ground, completely unfazed by the pressure that would cause ordinary cultivators to kneel and cough up blood. Having just broken through to the heavenly tier bloodline, which contained the essence of a Dao comprehension beast and even exhibited signs of ancestral return, this pressure was trivial in comparison. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Xian successfully passed through, followed closely by Master Jing Kong and the others. However, their expressions were grim. They had barely managed to navigate the trial thanks to their Earth-grade and top-grade treasures, while Lin Xian seemed to meander through as if it were a stroll in the park. The disparity between them was infuriating. In that moment, Master Jing Kong felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. This individual was likely more formidable than both Li Hongfeng and the Bloodbat King, and a sense of foreboding settled in her heart. Chapter 31. The second trial. An hour later, Lin Xian finally arrived near the second red marker. However, there was nothing in sight, only an expanse of barren land beneath a vast stretch of ominous clouds, and the gathered forces of the three major factions. At the same time, the factions took notice of Lin Xian, their hearts stirring with unease. The fact that he had withstood the oppressive aura of a half-step Nirvana realm expert proved he was no ordinary individual. Either he possessed protective treasures akin to theirs, or his spiritual power was formidable, far surpassing those present. Bloodbat King's face darkened, his sinister triangular eyes fixed intently on Lin Xian. Moments ago, he had received Zhao Wuyin's distress talisman, but before he could intervene, Zhao Wuyin's life token had shattered. The final image imprinted upon it was none other than Lin Xian's Azura ghost mask. "You insolent brat," Bloodbat King hissed coldly. "You dare kill my disciple? It seems you have a death wish." Lin Xian smirked. "Ah, so that insignificant ant I accidentally crushed on my way here was your disciple? How unfortunate." "You." Bloodbat King's eyes blazed with fury. Glancing at the other factions, he gnashed his teeth. "Once this trial concludes, your life is forfeit." Lin Xian merely chuckled, his gaze drifting toward the churning, ink-black clouds above. Within those clouds lay a terrifying sea of lightning, a tempestuous formation crackling with multicolored bolts, each exuding a dreadful aura. Even Lin Xian hesitated to act recklessly. Several disciples from the three factions, at the second or third level of the sky-soaring realm, attempted to approach, only to be instantly reduced to ashes, their souls obliterated. The onlookers paled at the sight. "Let us join forces and tear through this storm," Li Honghai bellowed, summoning his nine-ringed broadsword as his aura surged. The other two faction leaders followed suit, unleashing the overwhelming might of the divine connection realm, its pressure blanketing the area for miles. Break. Three dazzling, torrential streams of spiritual energy surged toward the lightning sea, yet instead of parting it, they provoked a violent backlash. From the roiling clouds descended a charred jade skeleton and a shattered earth-grade artifact, an ancient sword, its blade corroded with rust and veined with cracks, pulsing with an eerie violet light. An earth-grade treasure, but its spirit is nearly extinguished, Lin Xian mused, dismissing it with a glance. To him, such a ruined relic was worthless, yet to the factions, it was a rare prize. In an instant, the three forces erupted into chaos, clashing fiercely. Within moments, several weaker disciples lay dead. Lin Xian expanded his spiritual senses, piercing through the storm's heart. Suddenly, a peculiar energy caught his attention. This is, just as he focused, Several killing intents shot toward the back of his skull. Without turning, Lin Xian flicked his sleeve, conjuring an invisible barrier that effortlessly dispersed the attacks. This one is trouble. Cease for now. Bloodbat King barked. The three factions halted in unison, shifting their focus to encircling Lin Xian. Despite the chaos of battle, the Bloodbat King and his companions remained vigilant against Lin Xian, wary of his potential to benefit from their conflict. Lin Xian cast a glance back at Master Jingkong of Miaoyuan Monastery, who had previously directed a lethal intent towards him. Master Jingkong, I extended my goodwill to rescue your sect's disciples, yet you sought to bring about my demise, Lin Xian remarked, his gaze icy. Might I request an explanation? Master Jingkong, manipulating the prayer beads in her hand, murmured a Buddhist chant. Friend, this place is perilous. Should you choose to withdraw, we shall not harm you. A practitioner of the monastic life embodies compassion, yet I am compelled by necessity. Lin Xian paused, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. It was astonishing that a mere woman from Miaoyuan Monastery had managed to cultivate her sect into the foremost power in Xianzhou. It became evident that this old nun was not to be underestimated. Were it a different time, Lin Xian would have readily executed her on the spot. Yet, he had no time to squander now. He would settle the score later. With a disdainful snort, Lin Xian launched himself into the storm of thunderclouds. In an instant, hundreds of silver serpents roared forth, engulfing Lin Xian completely. Witnessing this, the onlookers were struck with terror. After a brief moment of astonishment, Master Jingkong lowered her gaze, her countenance radiating compassion, remaining silent. The Bloodbat King cackled ominously. This man is truly foolish. The thunderous power within this storm is akin to a minor thunder tribulation. To traverse it, one must discern the correct path. A misstep will result in being struck by myriad bolts of lightning, leading even a transcendent being to demise. I had intended to eliminate him after the secret realm concluded, yet he has chosen to seek his own end. How fortuitous for me, Li Hongfeng of the Dominant Blade sect shook his head repeatedly. Entering the Sea of Thunder is easy, but escaping it is perilous. The might of the heavenly thunder is something I would not dare confront directly. Though this individual possesses some strength, his temperament is excessively impetuous, daring to cross the thunderclouds. It is likely he will soon meet his end here. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, yet they all tacitly agreed that Lin Xian's demise was inevitable. However, Lin Xian paid no heed to their opinions. He had his own intentions. While probing with his spiritual sense, Lin Xian detected a faint yet distinct aura, confirming that the site of inheritance lay deep within the Sea of Thunder. Rather than adhering to the conventional trials, it would be more expedient to circumvent the final two challenges and proceed directly to the site of inheritance. Upon entering the formation, he felt as though he had stepped into a furnace, the thunderous power piercing his flesh like countless blades. Any ordinary cultivator would have been incapacitated the moment they entered the array, ultimately meeting their demise within its confines. Fortunately, Lin Xian's physical constitution was exceptionally robust, bolstered by the protective essence of the 10,000 spirits demon liquid, allowing him to endure for a while longer. As he ventured deeper into the Sea of Thunder, the power of the lightning grew increasingly formidable. After half an hour, with each step Lin Xian took, his body endured immense pressure, and the spiritual energy surrounding him dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. He retrieved a pill and swallowed it, instantly replenishing his drained spiritual energy. As Lin Xian approached the heart of the Thunder Sea, he found that his spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate. He pondered, if I continue forward, I may exhaust my energy before reaching the site of inheritance. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian resolutely settled down, retrieving a delicate porcelain vial from his storage bag. Meanwhile, this scene was observed by those outside the Thunder Sea, where, for reasons unknown, the three major sects had united, with members of the Miaoyuan Monastery hastily working to decipher a formation. It seems this person's spiritual energy is on the verge of depletion. Death is not far off. The Bloodbat King laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, the others sighed in resignation. Lin Xian had indeed been too impulsive. Even if he were to perish here, it would be his own doing. Chapter 32. The Thunder Spirit Body. The power of thunder truly deserved its reputation as one of the most ferocious and formidable forces in the universe. Lin Xian murmured to himself, feeling the violent energy surging towards him. He opened the porcelain vial, and with a flick of his hand, a glimmering golden liquid soared forth. spiraling gracefully around his form. This substance was the mid-grade Earth-tier spiritual material, Thunder Spirit Liquid, a reward from the system. Lin Xian understood that Thunder Spirit Liquid was formed from the essence of lightning infused with spiritual energy. However, due to the absurdity of using lightning to refine one's body, few dared to attempt it, resulting in its classification as mid-grade Earth tier. In truth, had the Thunder Spirit Liquid fallen into the hands of a body cultivator, its quality would likely rival that of the highest grade. As if sensing the surrounding might of the lightning, the Thunder Spirit Liquid sparkled, with tiny arcs of electricity dancing across its surface. Without hesitation, Lin Xian seized the Thunder Spirit Liquid and swallowed it, beginning the process of refinement almost instantly. As the liquid entered his body, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. The rampant lightning that had been wreaking havoc within him turned notably gentler upon contact with the Thunder Spirit Liquid. Yet, it wasn't long before a burning sensation spread through his limbs, causing every pore in his body to open wide. Clearly, the Thunder Spirit Liquid had enveloped him entirely. Lin Xian withdrew his spiritual energy, exposing himself entirely to the thunderbolts above. In an instant, the Thunder Sea surged violently, unleashing a barrage towards him. Boom! The moment the first bolt of heavenly lightning struck, Lin Xian understood why this storm was referred to as the Minor Thunder Tribulation. A silver lightning bolt, as thick as a barrel, pierced through his form, the ferocious energy rampaging through his meridians. Had he not consumed the Thunder Spirit Liquid in advance, this strike would have been enough to severely injure him. Lin Xian let out a muffled groan, his body trembling violently. The lightning instantly ravaged his skin. However, under the influence of the Thunder Spirit Liquid, this bolt was transformed into pure spiritual energy, melding into Lin Xian's flesh. The power of Thunder Fire indeed lived up to its reputation. Lin Xian felt the chaotic energy of Thunder Fire coursing through him, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. At this moment, he could distinctly sense that each bolt of lightning within the clouds contained the terrifying power capable of reducing a Sky Sovereign cultivator to ashes. Even a Divine Realm expert would be utterly annihilated by the Thunder Flame energies if lingering here too long, their form and spirit both extinguished. He suddenly recalled the jade-like skeleton that had fallen from the thunderclouds not long ago, judging by the degree of jade transformation in those bones. It must have belonged to at least a 5th-level Divine Realm cultivator, truly worthy of a secret realm left behind by a half-step Nirvana powerhouse. Its might is extraordinary indeed. A flash of madness gleamed in Lin Xian's eyes, but this level of intensity is still far from enough. With a resounding shout, Lin Xian actively extended his spiritual energy, drawing the surrounding lightning toward himself. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the golden thunderbolt struck, the violent energy surged directly into his body. It felt as though his internal organs were being scorched by raging flames, or as if countless steel needles were piercing through him simultaneously. Blood seeped from his 7 orifices, only to evaporate instantly under the searing heat. Again, Lin Xian roared. The sea of thunder churned even more violently. Meanwhile, those attempting to break the formation beneath the thunderclouds also noticed the changes within the tempest. What's happening inside? Why has the thunder sea grown so much more ferocious? Li Hongfeng's expression darkened. By all logic, he should have been struck dead long ago. Could he be relying on some treasure? The Bloodbat King scoffed coldly. So what? It's nothing more than a death throes. He won't last much longer. Once his spiritual energy is exhausted, even the greatest of his abilities won't save him. Yet as time passed, Lin Xian's aura grew weaker, while the Thunder Sea only became more tumultuous, showing no signs of dissipating. A ripple of unease spread through the crowd. Eventually, even the Bloodbat King couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Lin Xian's endurance far exceeded his expectations. After an indeterminable length of time, Li Hongfeng suddenly turned to the Bloodbat King with a mocking smile. Old man, it seems this one's strength surpasses both our imaginations. If you wish to kill him, it won't be so easy. The Bloodbat King gritted his teeth. Were he the one to charge into the Thunder Sea, he knew he wouldn't have lasted this long. What does it matter? Even if he emerges alive, he'll be weakened to the brink of collapse. Killing him then will be effortless. Before his words fully faded, the thunderclouds abruptly expanded. A fierce gale tore through them, hurling endless bolts of lightning to the ground, scorching everything in its wake. Then, the once raging thunderclouds gradually calmed. From the depths of the Thunder Sea, a charred figure slowly rose. The blackened skin, seared by the lightning, began to peel away, revealing newly formed flesh beneath, a faint silver sheen glimmering across its surface. Success! Lin Xian raised his hand slightly. Where it passed, the air split with thin silver arcs of electricity, faint sparks flickering in their wake. With a mere clench of his fist, the air crackled with explosive snaps. Is this the power of the Thunder Spirit body? Sensing the surging might within him, Lin Xian couldn't help but release a triumphant roar. His aura erupted outward, startling the crowd beneath the dissipating thunderclouds. After undergoing a rigorous trial by thunder and fire, his physical strength finally ascended to the pinnacle of the Earth stage. Now just a step away from breaking through to the supreme level, Lin Xian suddenly recalled the visage of Yang Tsang, one of the 4 esteemed disciples of the Taisu sect, renowned for his formidable physical prowess and often referred to as a humanoid beast. With a single punch, he could cause mountains to crumble and the earth to quake. Having previously engaged in combat with Yang Tsang, Lin Xian had suffered considerable losses against his physical strength, necessitating the use of various other tactics merely to achieve a stalemate. He estimated that Yang Tsang's physical capabilities could rival those of a heavenly-grade artifact. However, now that Lin Xian had begun to cultivate the Thunder Spirit body, he finally possessed the strength to contend in physical combat. Once he reached full mastery, he might even surpass Yang Tsang's prowess. Thus, the prospect of succeeding in the selection of the disciples had grown slightly brighter. With just over 2 months remaining until the selection, he resolved to make the most of his time. With this thought, Lin Xian ceased to linger and transformed into a streak of silver lightning, racing toward the heart of the Thunder Sea. Empowered by the Thunder Spirit body, the Thunder Sea no longer posed a threat to him. He could even seize a bolt of lightning as a weapon at will, while his speed had significantly increased. As Lin Xian vanished from sight, the onlookers beneath the Thunder Sea breathed a sigh of relief. The previous terrifying gale of thunder had indeed startled them. Finally, that brat is dead. I told you he wouldn't last long. Bloodbat King wiped his forehead, only to realize he was already drenched. Li Hongfeng gazed into the depths of the thunderclouds, his expression grave, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He could not shake the feeling that Lin Xian was still alive. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, and Li Hongfeng shook his head, dismissing his thoughts. He must have been overthinking. If anyone could survive in such a thunder sea, then the 3 major factions could simply return home. Chapter 33. The bronze ancient tablet deep within the Thunder Sea. The power of thunder had coalesced into a viscous liquid, with silver-purple plasma surging and crashing, producing a deafening roar. Any ordinary practitioner at the Divine Connection realm who dared to tread here would likely be torn to shreds by this violent force, their very souls unable to escape. Yet Lin Xian traversed this domain as if taking a leisurely stroll. The newly formed Thunder Spirit body radiated a soft silver glow, resonating harmoniously with the surrounding thunderous energies. The ferocious bolts of lightning, capable of obliterating mountains, now flowed gently around him, exuding a hint of familiarity. The 10,000 spirits' magic liquid silently enveloped his body, absorbing the dissipating thunderous residuals and transforming them into pure energy, continuously nourishing him. The effects of the Thunder Spirit body surpassed his expectations. Feeling the surging power within him and the subtle connection between his physique and the thunder, a satisfied smile graced Lin Xian's lips. His speed had increased markedly, as his form flickered, leaving behind trails of silver afterimages, as if he had merged with the lightning itself. Following the vague final mark on the map and guided by his heightened perception, sharpened by the tempering in the Thunder Sea, he sped toward the core of the Thunder Sea. The deeper one delves, the more oppressive the atmosphere becomes, thick with an aura that hints at an indomitable, eternal essence, one that can only be left by those formidable beings who transcend the divine realm and approach the threshold of nirvana. Time slipped away unnoticed until, at last, a vista of clarity unfolded before me. A relatively tranquil expanse emerged at the heart of the Thunder Sea, where all the raging bolts of lightning surrendered to the serene presence that stood at its center. It was a colossal ancient bronze tablet, towering several meters high, its surface adorned with mottled engravings and ancient patterns, emanating a vast, archaic, and majestic aura. It stood there, quietly at the origin of the Thunder Sea, as if it had existed since time immemorial, witnessing the birth and demise of thunder. Merely gazing from afar, Lin Xian felt an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over him, as if it sought to freeze his very soul. Surrounding the bronze tablet was a layer of invisible energy barrier, faintly discernible, isolating the interior from the exterior. Indeed, there was something here. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened, his mind understanding. This must be the final defense left by the master of the secret realm, as well as the site of the ultimate inheritance. He refrained from charging recklessly, opting instead to carefully probe with his spiritual awareness. The moment his spiritual consciousness brushed against the invisible barrier, a tremendous force, imbued with a sense of annihilation, rebounded violently, causing Lin Xian's consciousness to tremble slightly. Such formidable prohibitive power, infused with the true essence of thunder's destruction, was further laced with a hint of the Tao resonance from a half-step nirvana realm. Lin Xian assessed silently. It was likely that even practitioners of the third or fourth layer of the divine realm would find it difficult to shake this barrier. Yet he was no longer the naive individual he once was. Having forged his thunder spirit body, his physical form rivaled that of a high-grade earthly treasure, and the power of his bloodline had metamorphosed into the inferior heavenly-grade Yang Fire Tiger, with subtle signs of reverting to the ancient Sanyin Royal Tiger. His overall strength had long surpassed that of his peers. Did this mere barrier believe it could thwart me? Lin Xian snorted coldly, no longer testing its limits. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his spiritual power without reservation. The overwhelming cultivation strength of the third layer of the divine realm surged forth like a river breaking its dam. Simultaneously, the thunder spirit body was pushed to its utmost limit, silver light radiating from him as arcs of electricity crackled and flickered around him, as if he were clad in armor of lightning. Behind him, a majestic phantom of a black-striped golden tiger materialized, roaring skyward, its heavenly bloodline's pressure erupting forth, causing the surrounding tranquil thunder to stir restlessly. "Break for me," Lin Xian commanded, his fingers like swords, slicing forward with fierce intensity. A dazzling beam, forged from his pure spiritual energy, the might of his thunder spirit body, and the oppressive force of the Yang Fire Tiger's bloodline, descended like a divine light that cleaved through the air, striking the invisible energy barrier with great force. A crisp shatter echoed, resonating with striking clarity amidst the roaring thunder sea. That seemingly indestructible energy barrier, under Lin Xian's full-force strike, cracked like fragile glass, ultimately bursting apart in a cacophony of radiant points of light. With a stride, Lin Xian crossed through the shattered barrier, arriving before the ancient bronze tablet. The proximity to the ancient monument intensifies the aura of antiquity, as if it has transcended the endless expanse of time and space. The surface of the stone is inscribed with an intricate array of peculiar runes, not belonging to any known script of the present era, yet embodying profound principles of the cosmos. A mere glance evokes a disorienting sensation, as if one were on the verge of being ensnared within its depths. Lin Xian suppresses the tumult within his heart, extending his hand to gently caress the cold bronze surface of the monument. At the moment his fingertip makes contact with the ancient stone, a resonant hum reverberates. The bronze tablet shudders violently, and all the runes glow to life, radiating a blinding argent light. Following this, a stream of purest silver energy, as if animated by a life force, surges forth from the surface. Ignoring Lin Xian's protective spiritual energy, it penetrates even the defenses of the myriad spirit liquid, hurtling towards his brow at an unfathomable speed. Aimed directly at the depths of his soul, a sense of alarm floods Lin Xian's mind. An unprecedented feeling of peril envelopes him. This argent stream moves with such rapidity, its intent unmistakable. It seeks to assault the very essence of his soul. Before he can adequately respond, the luminous stream has already entered his brow. Within the sea of consciousness, Lin Xian's soul avatar abruptly opens its eyes, a grave expression overtaking its features. The silver stream resembles a sinuous silver dragon, exuding an unparalleled majesty and an ineffable aura. Rushing towards his soul. "Do you wish to obliterate my soul?" A futile dream. Lin Xian's soul bellows defiantly, refusing to yield. The sea of consciousness churns as immense mental energy transforms into formidable barriers, striving to thwart the incursion of the argent stream. Simultaneously, he channels the power of the recently refined thunder spirit body, silver arcs of lightning manifesting in the sea of consciousness, weaving together into a net infused with the essence of destruction and purification, confronting the luminous stream. He even forcibly calls forth a trace of the ancient and overwhelming aura of the celestial flame Emperor Tiger, dormant within his bloodline. manifesting as a shadowy tiger that roars fiercely towards the silver dragon. Boom! An unspoken yet exhilarating battle erupts within the sea of consciousness. The Argent Stream is unfathomably profound, containing fragments of ultimate speed and spatial laws. Each impact sends violent tremors through Lin Xian's mental barriers, threatening to shatter them at any moment. It is remarkably agile, continuously shifting forms, sometimes piercing like a blade, at other times enveloping like a net, attempting to circumvent Lin Xian's defenses and strike at the source of his soul. Although the net formed by the Thunder Spirit body can induce a degree of delay and weaken its advance, the Argent Stream exhibits an extraordinary resistance to the power of thunder, often tearing through the net upon mere contact. Such formidable will and Tao resonance. Lin Xian's heart quakes with trepidation. This is no ordinary legacy mark, but rather a primal imprint imbued with fragments of the Creator's will and principles. Fortunately, Lin Xian's soul has undergone rigorous refinement, rendering it far more resilient than that of his peers at the same cultivation level. He steadfastly maintained his focus, continually mobilizing his spiritual energy to mend the barrier, while simultaneously urging the essence of the myriad spirits' magic liquid to permeate his sea of consciousness. The pure demonic aura, imbued with a hint of devouring power, sought to gradually erode the energy of the silvery luminescence. Most crucially, there lingered a trace of the ancient Sangyan royal tiger's essence. Though faint, its status was exalted, carrying the unmatched majesty of a divine beast. Each strike of the tiger's shadow caused the silvery radiance to noticeably falter, its brilliance dimming as if confronted by a natural nemesis. Chapter 34. One of the 9 secrets. The word secret. This tug-of-war persisted for a full incense stick-'s duration. Lin Xian's spiritual power was severely depleted, his complexion pale, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. He sensed that the strength of the silvery radiance was gradually waning. Now was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian's spiritual avatar erupted with fervor, all his mental energy, the power of the Thunder Spirit body, the essence of the myriad spirits' magic liquid, and the lingering might of the tiger coalesced into a singular point, forcefully colliding with the now weary silvery luminescence. A resonant hum echoed as the silvery light emitted a reluctant sound, flickering intensely before ultimately exhausting its strength, surrendering resistance and slowly merging into Lin Xian's spiritual avatar at the center of his brow. In that instant, a vast torrent of information surged into Lin Xian's mind like a flood unleashed from a dam. Countless arcane runes, strange scriptures, and fleeting figures demonstrated their essence, constantly flashing, combining, and evolving within his sea of consciousness. The word secret. One of the 9 secrets. Upon assimilating this deluge of information, Lin Xian stood transfixed, his eyes brimming with disbelief and ecstatic joy. The 9 secrets. These were ancient mystical arts spoken of in legends, purportedly crafted in antiquity by unparalleled beings, each representing the ultimate truth of a particular domain. To possess even one was to command the world and stand above one's peers. The word secret embodies the swiftness of existence. Mastered to its zenith, it grants the ability to traverse time and space, transcending distance. A single step could traverse the cosmic currents, a supreme martial art coveted by countless cultivators, not to mention the Nirvana realm. Even those in the higher echelons of enlightenment or the revered supreme realm might succumb to madness over it. He could never have anticipated that the secret realm left behind by this half-step Nirvana realm expert would ultimately yield as its greatest inheritance. One of the legendary 9 secrets. The word secret. No wonder this secret realm was fraught with peril and trials. Lin Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of excitement within. His expedition into this secret realm had yielded far beyond his expectations. The originally sought-after Earth Fire Spirit Crystal, the Thunder Spirit Liquid, and even the soon-to-be-acquired celestial-grade spiritual herbs paled in comparison to the word secret. The value of this word secret was incalculable. With it, his capacity for survival and pursuit would undergo a qualitative leap, undoubtedly providing him with a formidable trump card in the impending selection of the Holy Sun. However, what astonished Lin Xian was how this half-step Nirvana powerhouse had acquired such a mystical technique, and it appeared he had yet to master it fully. Otherwise, he would not have perished here. Yet, this fortuitous circumstance benefited Lin Xian. He did not dare to hesitate. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, immersing his mind in the comprehension of the Xingzi secret. This supreme technique was profoundly intricate, and even with his perceptive faculties, he required time to digest and assimilate it. Within his sea of consciousness, those runes and scriptures continuously swirled, while Lin Xian's soul avatar mimicked the fleeting figures with utmost diligence. His body began to unconsciously emanate a peculiar aura, rendering the surrounding space somewhat indistinct. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of enlightenment and a silvery radiance flashing within them. Though he had only grasped the rudiments, the path to mastery remained distant. Yet he could already perceive the transformations brought forth by the Xingzi secret. His speed had increased by at least 30%. Moreover, this was merely the foundational application. As his understanding deepened, the potential for enhancement was boundless. It was time to depart. Lin Xian rose, casting a glance at the now tranquil, yet considerably dulled bronze ancient tablet, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Regardless of who this predecessor, who had left behind the secret realm, was, he would remember this act of transmission with gratitude. He turned, his figure shifting, as if he had transformed into a faint silver lightning bolt, creating no ripples in the thunderous sea, silently escaping towards its periphery. His speed had escalated to a level surpassing that when he had entered. At this moment, the outskirts of the thunderous sea were far from the serenity they once exhibited. As Lin Xian stealthily emerged from the thundercloud region, the chaotic scene below made him raise an eyebrow. The previously distinct three major factions were now embroiled in a fierce melee, with spiritual energy illuminating the surroundings, treasures clashing with thunderous roars, and cries of battle and anguish echoing incessantly. The ground was strewn with numerous corpses, the scent of blood pervading the air. The majority clad in the black robes of the Netherworld sect, with a few disciples from the Blade-dominant sect and the Miao Yuan monastery among them. At the heart of the conflict, a peculiar snow lotus hovered serenely in midair. This snow lotus was entirely translucent, as though sculpted from ice and snow. It possessed 9 petals, each radiating a gentle, ethereal glow, exuding a refreshing fragrance and an immensely pure and potent wave of spiritual energy. More remarkably, at the center of the snow lotus, a faint yet supremely pure golden halo was coalescing, as if undergoing some form of metamorphosis. It was a terrestrial-grade supreme treasure, on the verge of transforming into a heavenly-grade inferior Tianji snow lotus. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened as he immediately recognized the origin and value of this spiritual herb. The Tianji snow lotus was an exceedingly rare terrestrial-grade supreme spiritual herb, containing pure ice-cold attribute spiritual energy, known for its miraculous effects in healing, breaking through bottlenecks, and purifying spiritual roots. Once it successfully transformed into a heavenly-grade herb, its value would multiply tenfold or more for any practitioner of the divine realm. This treasure is worth risking their very lives. It is no wonder that these three factions are engaged in such a fierce battle. The appearance of Lin Xian was akin to a splash of cold water in a boiling pot of oil, momentarily freezing the intense battlefield. Who is that? Li Hongfeng, having just repelled an elder of the Netherworld sect with a powerful strike, abruptly turned around. Upon seeing the familiar face of the Shura, his pupils constricted in disbelief. You are not dead. The Bloodbat King, wielding a blood banner that forced 2 disciples of the Miaoyuan temple into retreat, was stunned to see Lin Xian appear unscathed, his voice wavering as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Just earlier, he had confidently proclaimed Lin Xian's demise, only to be soundly slapped in the face by reality. Master Jing Kong also trembled, her fingers clutching the prayer beads, slightly shaking. Her gaze towards Lin Xian filled with complexity, shock, wariness, and a hint of barely perceptible regret. What is this? Are you all disappointed to see that I'm still alive? Lin Xian surveyed the surroundings, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, his gaze finally landing on the Bloodbat King. Especially you, old bat. Weren't you just saying that I wouldn't live much longer? The Bloodbat King's complexion flickered between shades of green and white, rendered speechless. He could not fathom how Lin Xian had managed to survive in the tempest of lightning comparable to a minor thunder tribulation, appearing not a hair out of place, and his aura seemingly stronger than before. This brief pause was swiftly shattered. The celestial snow lotus lay before them, and none were willing to relinquish their claim. Even if you're fortunate enough to be alive, what of it? The celestial snow lotus belongs to my Blade sect. Li Hongfeng was the first to respond. bellowing as the nine-looped great blade erupted with fierce radiance, sweeping towards the lotus. A foolish dream. Such a treasure can only be possessed by the virtuous. Master Jing Kong retorted sharply, as a gentle white light emanated from her jade pure bottle, attempting to whisk the lotus away. Cackling, the Bloodbat King interjected. You all should cease your squabbling. This lotus rightfully belongs to my Netherworld sect. His blood banner billowed once more. A foul mist enveloping the area as he split his essence into several blood shadows, launching an attack against Li Hafeng and Master Jing Kong. The chaotic melee erupted once more. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Several elders and disciples of the Netherworld sect, who were previously besieging the Blade sect, suddenly redirected their assaults towards the newly appeared Lin Xian. Brat, prepare to die. Kill him, avenge the young master. Several sinister black tendrils of spiritual energy, along with a few poisoned hidden weapons, sealed Lin Xian's escape from various angles. Clearly, this was a premeditated ambush, intending to strike him down while he was still unsteady after emerging from the Sea of Lightning. The Bloodbat King, witnessing this, flashed a glance of sinister delight. This was precisely his command. No matter what, he must first eliminate the source of his unease. Seeking death, a cold glint flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. He harbored no fondness for the Phantom sect, and their repeated provocations had crossed the line. Now, as they directly attacked him, Lin Xian's resolve hardened. Faced with the onslaught of several Phantom sect cultivators, he advanced rather than retreated. Enacting the word technique, he silently chanted the incantation, causing his form to blur into obscurity, as if transformed into a wisp of breeze or a bolt of lightning. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous assaults narrowly missed his ephemeral shadow, crashing into the ground and leaving multiple deep craters. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's figure materialized like a specter behind one of the Phantom sect elders. The elder felt a chill creeping up his spine. Just as he turned, a hand enveloped in a faint silver electric glow lightly pressed against his back. With a muffled thud, the elder could not even emit a cry. His protective spiritual energy shattered like parchment. His heart was instantaneously pulverized by the violent force of thunder, and he collapsed, devoid of life. Instant kill. What? The expressions of the other attacking disciples from the Phantom sect shifted in horror. They had barely glimpsed how Lin Xian moved. Yet, Lin Xian's actions did not waver. With the word technique in motion, his speed reached its zenith, weaving seamlessly between the Phantom sect cultivators like a tiger among sheep. Each strike was simple and direct, yet imbued with the might of a thunderous tempest. With a pointed finger, he pierced through the brow. With a burst of fist strength, he shattered internal organs. With a knife hand strike, he severed heads and souls. In scarcely 2 or 3 breaths, the 7 or 8 Phantom sect cultivators surrounding Lin Xian, including 2 peak elders of the Sky Ascension realm, all perished on the spot. Their lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground, their demise pitiful. Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his form immaculate. Not even a wrinkle on his garments, as if he had merely swatted a few flies. Hisses of astonishment echoed across the battlefield. Everyone was awestruck by Lin Xian's clean, decisive, and overwhelmingly powerful methods. Especially the Bloodbat King, whose smug expression had long since frozen, replaced by boundless shock and dread. He had dispatched the sect's elite. Yet they were slaughtered in such a brief span. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? Had he truly just emerged from the Thunder Sea? The abbot Jing Kong and Li Hafeng also paused their conflict, their gazes towards Lin Xian heavy with gravity and apprehension. They questioned themselves. Even if they intervened, they could never achieve such effortless grace. All from the Phantom sect deserved death. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out, his gaze piercing like a sword at the Bloodbat King. Now, it is your turn. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Xian's figure vanished once more. This time, his target was the center of the chaotic battle, the heavenly extreme Snow Lotus. However, simultaneously, his assault was directed at all those obstructing his path from the Phantom sect. Not good. In the grand adventure of the Bloodbat King, he sensed an unmasked, chilling intent to kill emanating from Lin Xian. This young man not only sought to seize the Snow Lotus, but also aimed to eliminate him with ease. Stop him. All of you, impede his progress. The Bloodbat King shrieked in terror, desperately waving the blood banner while commanding the remaining disciples of the Netherworld sect to thwart Lin Xian at all costs. However, in the face of absolute speed and strength, their resistance appeared utterly futile. Lin Xian's figure flitted through the crowd like a butterfly among flowers, and with each appearance, a disciple of the Netherworld sect fell. His attacks were not ostentatious, yet each strike was lethal. The power of the Thunder Spirit body combined with the speed of the Xingzi secret, amplified by the myriad spirits demon liquid, became a veritable scythe of life. Observing this, the disciples from Yaoyuan Temple and the blade-dominant sect instinctively shied away from Lin Xian's brilliance. They discerned that his target was unequivocally the Netherworld sect. Master Jinkong watched Lin Xian wreaking havoc, her heart a tumultuous sea of emotions. She recalled how she had previously marginalized and plotted against him, and now, witnessing his terrifying prowess, a profound regret surged within her. Had she chosen to befriend him from the beginning, perhaps. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. She could only hope that Lin Xian's wrath would not extend to Miaoyuan Temple. Friend, I was foolish and may have offended you. I humbly beseech you, do not let your anger spill over onto me. Master Jinkong hesitated for a moment before transmitting her thoughts to Lin Xian, lowering her stance significantly. Lin Xian snorted coldly, offering no response as his figure drew ever closer to the celestial snow lotus, with the disciples of the Netherworld sect left to impede him dwindling to almost none. With a final, piercing scream, the last disciple attempting to stand in his way had his skull shattered by Lin Xian's finger, splattering gore across the ground behind him. Thus, apart from the pale-faced Bloodbat King, the entire contingent of the Netherworld sect that entered the secret realm was annihilated. The stench of blood in the desolate land seemed to intensify. The Bloodbat King trembled violently, not from rage, but from a fear that resonated deep within his soul. He beheld the figure adorned with the Shura ghost mask, advancing towards him step by step, feeling as though he were facing a deity of death emerging from the depths of hell. The cold, indifferent gaze of the other party suggested that ending his life would be as simple as crushing an ordinary bat. You cannot kill me. The Bloodbat King shrieked in a voice that was sharp and grating from fear. The Netherworld sect has powerful backing. Before he could finish his words, a silver flash, swift to the extreme, pierced through his dantian. The Bloodbat King's body stiffened suddenly as he incredulously lowered his gaze, staring at the blood hole that passed through his abdomen. The proud cultivation of the second tier of the divine realm drained away like receding tides. Intense pain followed, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Noisy, Lin Xian's figure appeared before him, his tone as calm as still water, devoid of any ripple. You have rendered my cultivation futile. The Bloodbat King's eyes brimmed with malice and despair. He would rather perish in a single blow than endure the agony of having his powers obliterated, a fate worse than death. For those who practice dark arts, losing their strength is more terrifying than death itself. I have proclaimed that the members of the Underworld sect deserve death. Lin Xian slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed, aimed at the Bloodbat King's head. Chapter 36. A dreadful silence. No. Spare me, esteemed elder, I beseech you. I am willing to offer all the treasures of the Underworld sect, simply to beg for my life. I can be your servant, devoted to you. The Bloodbat King completely collapsed, prostrating himself in desperation, devoid of any trace of the authority befitting a sect leader. Yet, Lin Xian's gaze remained unyielding. He harbored no compassion for such a malevolent figure, stained with the blood of the innocent. With a gentle press of his palm, there was a resounding crack. The Bloodbat King's head erupted like a watermelon, his headless corpse twitching twice before collapsing to the ground, utterly silenced. The once mighty leader of a dark sect, a formidable being of the second realm of the divine connection, met his demise. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that even Li Hongfeng and Master Jinkong were momentarily taken aback. They watched in disbelief as Lin Xian extinguished the Underworld sect and its members, including the Bloodbat King, in the span of mere moments. Such prowess and decisiveness sent chills down their spines. Having eradicated the troublesome flies, Lin Xian turned his attention to the celestial snow lotus hovering in midair. Radiating an enticing glow, he beckoned with his hand. The snow lotus, which had been fervently contended by the three great powers, seemingly possessing its own sentience as it evaded capture, now floated obediently into Lin Xian's grasp, offering no resistance. Perhaps it sensed the overwhelming aura exuding from Lin Xian, far surpassing that of the Bloodbat King, or perhaps it was intimidated by the recent bloody slaughter. As the lotus was secured, a surge of icy yet vibrant energy flooded into Lin Xian's body, invigorating his spirit. The 9 crystalline petals quivered slightly, and the faint golden light at the flower's core brightened, signaling that it was on the verge of transcending to the celestial tier. A marvelous treasure indeed. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction, casually stowing it away in his storage pouch. The refinement of this snow lotus would not only enhance his cultivation, but also solidify his foundation, proving beneficial to his cultivation of the Thunder Spirit body. After concluding these tasks, Lin Xian turned to face the two groups from the Blade Dominant sect and the Miao Yuan Monastery not far away. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Li Hongfeng tightened his grip on the 9-loop broadsword, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The disciples of the Blade Dominance sect behind him dared not breathe, anxiously watching Lin Xian, fearing that this harbinger of death might set his sights on them next. Master Jinkong lowered her gaze, hands clasped, silently reciting incantations, though her trembling fingers betrayed her inner turmoil. The nuns of Mieyuan Temple behind her appeared particularly pale, especially the two young nuns who had been rescued by Lin Xian. At this moment, their eyes were filled with a sense of awe and a hint of relief as they gazed upon him. What is this? Do you wish to possess the snow lotus as well? Lin Xian's voice shattered the silence, his tone inscrutable, yet laden with an unmistakable undertone of peril. Li Hongfeng swallowed hard, forcing a smile as he replied, "My friend, you jest. Such treasures rightfully belong to those fated to possess them. Since you have acquired it first, it is naturally yours, and the Ba Dao sect harbors no covetous intentions." Although he felt a pang for the impending transformation of the heavenly grade spirit herb, he valued his own life far more. The strength of the individual before him was unfathomable. Having dispatched a cultivator at the second level of the divine passage realm with ease, to attempt to seize it would be tantamount to courting death. Amitba, Abbot Jinkong quickly interjected, "What the sect leader says is entirely correct. Your prowess is profound. To acquire this treasure is indeed a matter of destiny. My Miao Yuan Temple has previously acted inappropriately, and we hope for your forgiveness." She lowered her stance further, even adopting a somewhat obsequious demeanor. Lin Xian cast a fleeting glance at them, his gaze lingering a moment longer on Abbot Jinkong, causing the old nun to feel a chill run down her spine. As for Lin Xian, he was not a paragon of virtue and would not easily overlook their earlier humility. His gaze swept over Abbot Jinkong as he remarked coolly, "Abbot, I recall that not long ago, beyond the Thunder Sea, you seemed to harbor intentions of harming me." Abbot Jinkong's heart sank, her complexion instantly paling as she struggled to maintain her composure. "You misunderstand, my friend. It was all a misunderstanding. The old nun was merely momentarily confused, and there was never any intention to harm you." "Misunderstanding?" Lin Xian scoffed, his voice turning icy. "I saved your disciple, yet you repay kindness with malice. Plotting against me from the shadows. Is this also a misunderstanding?" He stepped forward, an invisible pressure descending upon the assembly like a mountain. The two young nuns he had previously saved turned pale, their lips parting to defend their master. Yet under Lin Xian's frigid gaze, not a word escaped their mouths. They understood all too well that he spoke the truth. "And you, sect leaderly," Lin Xian continued, shifting his attention to Li Hongfeng of the Ba Dao sect. "It seems your sect also sought to rally against me beyond the Thunder Sea, did they not?" Li Hongfeng's face darkened, veins bulging in his hand gripping the 9-loop broadsword. He realized that today's events were unlikely to conclude peacefully. "My friend, let us leave a line for future encounters," he cautioned in a grave tone. "The Ba Dao sect is no soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. If you persist, then we are prepared for mutual destruction." "Mutual destruction?" Lin Xian laughed as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. "With you?" Before he could finish, Lin Xian suddenly vanished from his spot. The secret technique was pushed to its utmost limit, combined with the speed of the Thunder Spirit body, dazzling to the eye. "Be careful." Li Hongfeng's pupils constricted as he shouted sharply, simultaneously unleashing a blinding red light from his 9-loop broadsword to shield himself. Yet, Lin Xian's target was not him. Uft! With a soft sound, a blood hole suddenly appeared in the forehead of an elder from the Ba Dao sect standing beside Li Hongfeng. His eyes, still filled with shock, rolled back as he fell lifelessly to the ground. "Bastard!" Li Hongfeng's eyes widened with fury as he roared, wielding his 9-ringed blade with the might to split mountains and rocks, striking fiercely at the spot where Lin Xian had stood. The blade's gleam tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, yet it struck nothing but empty space. Lin Xian's figure flickered like a specter, materializing on the opposite side of the Ba Dao sect's crowd. With fingers tightly together, A faint silver arc flickered at the edge of his palm as he made a swift motion. Swoosh! The heads of two Ba Dao disciples flew into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Ah! Li Hafeng was consumed by rage. A murderous aura radiating from his being. He abandoned all defense and charged recklessly toward Lin Xian, fully aware that against such a swift adversary, passive defense would lead only to death. Ba Dao Li Tian. Li Hafeng unleashed his cultivation at its peak, transforming the nine-ring blade into a blood-red blade aura spanning dozens of feet, as if to cleave the heavens. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering strike, Lin Xian merely scoffed, remaining unflinching. He raised his right hand, fingers splayed, as the power of his bloodline surged forth. A phantom of a black-striped golden tiger dimly appearing behind him, exuding an ancient beast's majesty. Break! Lin Xian's palm struck out, seemingly effortless, yet containing the weight of 1,000 thunderbolts. Boom! The golden palm imprint collided with the blood-red blade aura, producing a deafening explosion. The violent energy waves swept outward, carving deep chasms into the ground. Crack! To the astonishment of onlookers, the seemingly indestructible blood-red blade aura shattered like fragile glass, ultimately dispersing into a myriad of glowing particles. Li Hafeng, struck by the force, spat blood and was sent flying back dozens of feet, his nine-ring blade slipping from his grasp and embedding itself into the ground. Vibrating incessantly. This is impossible. Struggling to rise, Li Hafeng gazed at Lin Xian in disbelief. His prideful, strongest strike had been so effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. Lin Xian offered him no respite. His form flickered again, appearing before Li Hafeng. It is over. A chilling voice resounded as Lin Xian pointed a finger, lightning flickering at its tip. A glimmer of despair crossed Li Hongfeng's eyes. He wished to resist, but found himself bound by an invisible force, unable to move. Thud! The point of Lin Xian's finger pierced through Li Hongfeng's forehead, the master of the Ba Dao sect, and a formidable figure in Yuan Prefecture falling in defeat. The remaining disciples of the Ba Dao sect, witnessing this, were paralyzed with terror, scattering like frightened birds, desperate to escape this hellish battlefield. Lin Xian snorted coldly, flicking his fingers repeatedly as bolts of lightning shot forth, precisely striking the escaping disciples in their backs. The agonized screams rose and fell in waves, only to be swallowed by an eerie silence in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, the once mighty Blade Tyrant sect that had dominated Yuanzhou was utterly annihilated, save for a handful of disciples who had remained outside this ill-fated expedition into the secret realm. Having completed his grim work, Lin Xian turned slowly, his gaze settling upon the trembling figures of the Miao Yuan nunnery. Chapter 37. A bountiful harvest. Abbess Jinkong's face was ashen, her expression that of a woman who knew her doom was at hand. Never could she have imagined that this youth wearing the mask of an Azura would wield such terrifying power, slaying those at the second level of the Divine Passage realm as effortlessly as butchering dogs. Esteemed senior. Her voice quivered, all dignity of a sect master abandoned as she collapsed to her knees with a thud. This old nun knows her sins. This old nun deserves death 10,000 times over. I beg you, in consideration of the arduous cultivation path of our nunnery, spare these disciples. This old nun is willing to atone with her life. Behind her, the nuns of Miao Yuan followed suit, prostrating themselves with tearful pleas for mercy. Only the two young nuns Lin Xian had initially rescued remained kneeling with complex emotions swirling in their eyes. They trembled before his merciless might. Yet a part of them whispered that their sect had brought this upon themselves. Lin Xian regarded the weeping Abbess Jinkong with eyes devoid of pity. Now you repent? His voice was glacial. Too late. I saved your disciples, yet instead of gratitude, you sought my life. Such treachery is unforgivable. Miao Yuan nunnery shall be erased from existence today. Before his words had fully faded, Lin Xian prepared to strike. Senior, show mercy. At that moment, the elder of the two rescued nuns mustered her courage and threw herself before Abbess Jinkong. Senior, though our master has erred, her crimes do not warrant death. By the kindness you once showed us, I beg you to spare her. The younger nun kowtowed fervently. Senior's benevolence is engraved in our hearts for eternity. We implore your mercy. Lin Xian's brow arched slightly as he studied these two reckless young women. Seeing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Abbess Jinkong's eyes. Esteemed friend, these two disciples share a bond of goodwill with you. If you would but consider, you two have no part in this. Stand aside. Though his tone remained icy, The killing intent in Lin Xian's aura lessened marginally as his gaze swept over the pair. You witnessed today's events. They reaped what they sowed. The two nuns opened their mouths to protest further, but the crushing weight of his presence stifled their voices, leaving them powerless to intervene. Lin Xian turned his attention back to Abbess Jinkong. As for you, his hand rose slowly, lightning coalescing in his palm. Abbess Jinkong shut her eyes, her face etched with despair and bitter regret. She knew her fate was sealed. Had I but known this would come to pass. Boom. The thunderbolt descended, reducing Abbess Jinkong and the Miao Yuan elders who had assailed Lin Xian to ashes in an instant. The remaining disciples of Miao Yuan Convent were effortlessly dispatched by Lin Xian with a few casual flicks of his fingers, though they hadn't directly attacked. The murderous greed in their eyes had been unmistakable. Moments later, only Lin Xian and two trembling young nuns remained in the clearing, their faces pale with terror. Having witnessed the slaughter of their elders, their hearts were filled with dread and confusion. Lin Xian glanced at them indifferently. Leave, he said simply. Thank you for sparing us. Senior. The elder nun kowtowed frantically, her voice choked with tears. With a slight nod, Lin Xian paid them no further mind. His figure blurred into a streak of light, vanishing beyond the horizon. Thus, of the three major sects that had entered this half-step nirvana secret realm, the Netherworld sect, the Tyrant Blade sect, and Miao Yuan Convent, only two insignificant young nuns remained. The rest had been utterly annihilated. Before long, news of this blood-soaked massacre within the Sword Burial Abyss would spread like wildfire across the three provinces of Yuan, Xian, and Tong, and indeed, throughout the entire northern domain. Stirring an uproar, the name Azura would become a whispered taboo, spoken only in hushed tones. Lin Xian, propelled by the movement's secret art, streaked across the sky, distancing himself from the Sword Burial Abyss. His gains from this expedition far exceeded expectations, not just the soon-to-evolve Heavenly Snow Lotus, but more importantly, one of the legendary 9 secrets, the movement's secret art. This peerless technique surpassed even the majority of treasures he currently possessed. Without lingering, Lin Xian departed the secret realm left behind by the half-step Nirvana expert. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward: 8,000 points, and the Earth-rank Supreme Spirit Sword, Frostblade. As he emerged from the secret realm, the system's notification echoed in his mind. The points were instantly credited, and within his system's space materialized a crystalline sword wreathed in biting cold. Frostblade, Earth-rank Supreme, imbued with glacial sword intent. Not bad. Lin Xian gave it a cursory glance, but did not retrieve it immediately. He had no shortage of offensive methods at present. This blade could remain in storage for now. System, issue the next mission. Your cultivation has advanced too rapidly, absorbing excessive energy, resulting in chaotic internal energies. Additionally, successive battles have steeped you in killing intent. You must now meditate and harmonize your condition. New mission, stabilize your foundation. Within 3 days, locate a place abundant in spiritual energy to enter seclusion. Fully refine the accumulated energies within your body and restore your condition to its peak. Upon completion, reward: 5,000 points. And a random upgrade to the proficiency of one mastered technique or secret art. Lin Xian nodded slightly. This mission aligned perfectly with his needs. Though his gains from the secret realm were immense, he indeed required time to consolidate, especially for the newly acquired movement secret art, which demanded deeper comprehension. As for the Heavenly Snow Lotus, it needed to be refined without delay to avoid complications. Thus, Lin Xian made his way to a bustling city within Yuan Province, River's Watch City. This city, nestled along the Great River, teemed with cultivators of all stripes, a motley crowd where dragons and fish swam together, making it an ideal temporary refuge. Lin Xian sought out and in that exuded an air of grandeur and secured a premium cultivation chamber. Such chambers were fortified with formidable isolation barriers, capable of warding off most prying eyes. Yet, for added security, Lin Xian meticulously laid down several layers of concealment and defensive arrays around the chamber before finally allowing himself to relax. Seated cross-legged, he did not immediately plunge into cultivation. Instead, he first submerged his consciousness into his sea of awareness, meticulously reviewing the profound mysteries of the secret of movement. Within his mind's eye, countless esoteric runes swirled, and fleeting silhouettes of extreme speed unfolded, each variation embodying the ultimate principles of space and velocity. Truly befitting one of the 9 secrets, its depth and breadth were staggering. The deeper Lin Xian delved, the more awestruck he became. This secret of movement was not merely about enhancing speed. At its pinnacle, it could briefly distort space, traversing vast distances in a single step, even influencing the flow of time itself. After half a day of contemplation, his insights had already augmented his speed by 30%. If he could master it to a minor degree, he suspected none within his realm could rival his swiftness. Only then did he shift his focus to the celestial snow lotus. With utmost care, he retrieved it. Now, the lotus radiated even more vitality than it had within the secret realm. The 9 petals shimmered with an ever-shifting iridescence, while the golden halo at its core gleamed brighter. Like a nascent sun on the verge of bursting forth, its pure, overwhelming energy pulsations faintly brushing against the threshold of the celestial rank. Just one final step remained. A flicker of fervor flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Celestial-grade spirit herbs were rare treasures even within the Tai Su sect, coveted beyond measure. Without hesitation, he began nurturing the celestial snow lotus with his own energy. Chapter 38, Celestial Mid-Grade Body Refinement Technique, Prison of Thunder Force. Another half-day passed before the celestial snow lotus finally completed its metamorphosis, ascending to the rank of a celestial low-grade treasure. A satisfied smile curved Lin Xian's lips before he inhaled sharply, and the lotus transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into his mouth. Boom! An unimaginable surge of glacial energy erupted within him. This was no mere biting cold, but a purity of energy so absolute that it seemed to freeze his meridians solid, only to be thawed and cleansed by the overwhelming vitality it carried. Lin Xian grunted, swiftly channeling his cultivation technique to its limits, guiding the colossal energy through his body's cycles. Simultaneously, his innate solar crimson tiger bloodline sensed this refined energy, unleashing a low, resonant roar. The vermilion gold tiger markings blazed with radiance, a scorching aura unfurling to intertwine and clash with the snow lotus's icy power. Fire and ice, 2 diametrically opposed forces, achieved a delicate equilibrium within him. Lin Xian cultivated a technique known as the Tai Su Yuan Dian, a supreme skill of the celestial tier and the most formidable practice of the Tai Su sect. Its inclusiveness is remarkable, even under such circumstances. It adeptly guides the flow of energy, transforming it into Lin Xian's own cultivation. The energy from the heavenly extreme snow lotus is overwhelmingly vast, particularly that trace of celestial origin power, which is exquisitely pure. Lin Xian's dantian resembled an unfathomable abyss, voraciously devouring this energy. His aura began to ascend at a visibly rapid pace, reaching the 3rd level of the divine connection realm. The bottleneck was effortlessly pierced as if it were but a fragile sheet of paper. A crack echoed, as if something had shattered within him, followed by a series of explosive sounds. A more potent aura erupted suddenly, colliding against the barriers of the room. Had Lin Xian not been prepared, the entire might have been overturned by this force. He ascended to the 4th level of the divine connection realm. Merely through the initial refinement of the heavenly extreme snow lotus, he had directly broken through a minor realm. Yet, this was not the end. The energy from the heavenly extreme snow lotus continued to surge in, nourishing his flesh, meridians, and spirit. His thunder spirit body, under the tempering of this frigid energy, seemed to have refined further, with the silver sheen on his skin growing ever more profound. Particularly, after completely refining and absorbing the celestial origin power from the flower's core, Lin Xian made significant progress in his cultivation, stabilizing firmly at the mid-level of the 4th stage of the divine connection realm. Taking a breath, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath imbued with a hint of coldness. Sensing the surging power within him, a satisfied smile graced his face. Indeed, the celestial-grade elixir was extraordinary. This breakthrough not only enhanced his cultivation, but also solidified his foundation. The primal Yangli fire tiger bloodline within him seemed to have awakened considerably, and the ancestral traits of the ancient Songyan Emperor Tiger appeared clearer than ever. He felt unprecedentedly invigorated. Lin Xian clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power and the lightness brought by the Xingzi secret. A surge of ambition ignited within him. He rose, dispelled the barriers, tidied up briefly, and departed from Wangjiang City. The 3-day consolidation task had been completed, and the system's reward of 5,000 points had been credited. As for the random reward that enhanced his proficiency in skills, It had been applied to the recently acquired Xingzi secret, deepening Lin Xian's understanding and slightly increasing his speed once more. Now, less than 2 months remained until the selection of the Holy Sun. He must seize every moment to continue augmenting his strength. Over the next month, Lin Xian's figure appeared in every corner of the northern region. He resembled an indefatigable machine, diligently following the system's guidance and completing task after task. In the perilous Black Wind Marsh, he vanquished a nearly 1,000-year-old pinnacle 4th-tier demon beast, the Mou Jiao, procuring its inner core and essence blood, thus earning a considerable amount of points and a high-quality material for refining artifacts. Deep within the unfrequented depths of the soul-breaking mountain range, he stumbled upon a dilapidated cave left behind by ancient cultivators. After deciphering a series of intricate restrictions, he acquired a formidable technique known as the Shattered Star Finger, classified as a superior grade attack skill of the Earth tier. Although it held little significance for Lin Xian, the points earned from completing the task were substantial. He had encountered practitioners from rival sects, and even some nefarious demonic cultivators who sought to eliminate him. Yet, with his ever-advancing prowess, particularly the ghostly speed afforded by the walking character secret and the formidable defense of the Thunder Spirit body, these petty adversaries often found themselves unable to even graze his sleeve before being effortlessly countered. The everlasting demon liquid also greatly benefited from this period. Devouring a vast quantity of beastly essences and celestial souls, its aura becoming increasingly profound and powerful, ultimately restoring itself to the second level of the Divine Connection realm after a month. During this time, Lin Xian's own cultivation steadily ascended. The Taishu Yuanjing operated autonomously, supplemented by elixirs received as task rewards and occasional fortuitous encounters, propelling his cultivation to soar like a rocket, achieving the 5th level of the Divine Connection realm. In just 1 month, he had advanced from the 3rd to the 5th level of the Divine Connection realm. Such a pace of cultivation, if revealed, would undoubtedly astonish the entire northern region. On this day, having just completed a hunting task, the familiar sound of the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 7,000 points, a mid-grade spiritual material of the Earth tier, and a piece of 10,000-year Stoneheart Jade. The points were promptly credited to his account. System, please expedite the release of the next task. Your cultivation has rapidly progressed during this period, and your path of resurgence has quickened. However, due to your previous slaying of Situ Shui, the Xianling sect harbors an intense animosity towards you and has reported this matter to their powerful ally, Yang Tsang, the quasi-saint son of the Taishu sect. Yang Tsang has dispatched several formidable individuals to pursue you. New task, counterattack the invading enemies. Upon completion, a reward of 9,000 points will be granted, along with the privilege to unlock a special exchange, which allows for the specification of rare items. Yang Tsang, for the first time, a figure related to Lin Xian himself appeared in the system's tasks. The difficulty of the task, if viewed from the perspective of the original host, has indeed escalated. Yet, to reach Lin Xian's current level, they still fell slightly short. They dare to send people to hunt me? They should brace themselves for a path to their own demise. A cold glint flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. After some consideration, this task did not have a designated location, and with the selection for the Saint Sun approaching, it was indeed time for him to return. Lin Xian gazed towards the direction of the Taishu sect, his eyes deep with contemplation. Having been away from the sect for several months, his strength had undergone a transformation beyond imagination. With the 5th level of the Divine Connection realm, the 2nd level Everlasting Demon Liquid, the inferior grade Sunfire Tiger bloodline of the Heavenly tier, and even a trace of Divine Beast pressure, along with the nascent Thunder Spirit body, and most importantly, the walking character secret, one of the 9 secrets. His current strength was more than 10-fold compared to when he had departed. Yang Tsang, Longya, and Gong Shengyue. A cold, sharp smile curled at the corner of Lin Xian's lips. I wonder what expressions will adorn your faces when we meet again. The position of the Holy Sun is destined to be his. Before returning, Lin Xian resolved to make one final preparation. He glanced at his system points. After a month of fervently completing tasks, coupled with his prior accumulation, his total points had astonishingly reached over 98,000, nearing the significant milestone of 100,000. This is a considerable sum, sufficient to exchange for numerous powerful treasures. What should he acquire? Lin Xian began to ponder. As for techniques, The Tai Su Yuan Dian he is currently cultivating is already of the highest celestial grade, and thus, there is no need for a change at this juncture. Regarding weapons, his storage ring contains several weapons of considerable rank, yet Lin Xian is not particularly proficient with any. Furthermore, since departing from the Tai Su sect, he has not encountered any grave crises, and the enemies he has faced have not necessitated the use of weapons. What about pills? The efficacy of cultivation pills diminishes with each use, and having just recently broken through, he needs to consolidate his realm. Defense? With the Thunder Spirit body combined with the 10,000 Spirits Demon liquid, he is already extraordinarily formidable. After much contemplation, Lin Xian focused on a personal shortcoming, his pure physical strength and defense. Although the Thunder Spirit body is powerful, it primarily grants him resistance to lightning and a degree of explosive force. Yang Tsong, touted as a humanoid beast, possesses terrifying physical strength. To gain a decisive advantage over him in the Holy Sun selection, enhancing his physical prowess is essential. System, open the shop and filter for body refining techniques. A luminous screen appeared, presenting an array of impressive body refining methods before him. The indestructible diamond technique, overlord body of 10,000 beasts, and stellar body refining art dazzled Lin Xian's eyes, yet the prices were equally staggering, often reaching tens of thousands or even over 100,000 points. Lin Xian meticulously sifted through the options, with a clear objective in mind, to find a body refining technique that would best complement his Thunder Spirit body. Soon, one technique captured his attention. The Thunder Prison Force, a mid-grade celestial body refining technique. It channels the divine thunder of the 9 heavens to temper the body, harmonizing beautifully with the Thunder Spirit body. However, cultivating this technique requires enduring the excruciating pain of 1,000 thunders ravaging the body, attainable only by those of immense willpower. This technique also boasts unique characteristics. Firstly, the Thunder Overlord body significantly enhances physical strength, power, and recovery, while providing high resistance to lightning damage. Secondly, the Thunder Prison Field. Upon achieving minor mastery, one can create a field of thunder that expands with cultivation. Within this field, a storm of lightning can both attack and defend, ensnaring foes and obliterating their souls. Even celestial artifacts would find it challenging to harm the practitioner. Lastly, the Thunder Prison Domain. Upon achieving major mastery, one can refine and elevate the Thunder Prison Field into a personal domain, commanding all lightning laws within, a technique only grasped by those who have attained the Dao realm. The required points for exchange, 80,000. This technique is indeed powerful. Upon reading the description, even Lin Xian, with his composed nature, couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. A superior celestial grade. Moreover, it is an exceedingly rare body refinement technique that harmonizes perfectly with one's physical constitution. The Thunder Tyrant body is undoubtedly remarkable, but the true essence lies in the subsequent Thunder Prison Field and Thunder Prison Domain. At the minor achievement stage, one can withstand heavenly-grade spiritual artifacts and generate a personal force field, making it a creation born for combat. Furthermore, upon reaching the major achievement stage, the Thunder Prison Domain directly approaches the threshold of enlightenment. Although the price is a staggering 80,000 points, nearly depleting his month's worth of accumulation, Lin Xian hesitated not for a moment. To contend with a being as formidable as Yang Tsong, one must possess an exceptionally resilient physical foundation. This Thunder Prison technique seems tailor-made for him. Exchange. Lin Xian silently intoned within. In an instant, 80,000 points vanished. The next moment, a torrent of overwhelming, vast information, imbued with the essence of destruction and rebirth, surged into his consciousness. Chapter 39. Return to the Tai Su sect. Countless intricate golden thunder runes erupted in his mind, intertwining and spiraling, ultimately coalescing into an ancient scripture shimmering with lightning. Each character of the scripture appeared to embody the true meaning of thunder, emanating an awe-inspiring pressure. Simultaneously, an indescribable sensation of piercing pain coursed through his limbs, as if countless tiny currents surged within him, refining his bones, meridians, and flesh. Such a domineering technique. Lin Xian grunted softly, promptly centering his thoughts, and silently activated the technique's incantation, guiding the nascent power of the Thunder Prison within him. He could distinctly feel his physical form transforming at a slow yet steadfast pace, becoming increasingly resilient, and the connection to his Thunder Spirit body growing stronger. The surface of his skin even exhibited faint, delicate silver arcs dancing about, accompanied by crackling sounds. Having merely made initial contact, he could perceive such significant changes. This 80,000 points were well spent. Lin Xian immediately etched the technique of the Thunder Prison deeply into his memory. However, he chose not to continue his cultivation. There was time yet. There was no need to rush. He would return to the sect first. As for the remaining over 10,000 points, he refrained from utilizing them. Points are a valuable resource, and it is prudent to keep them for unforeseen circumstances. With all preparations complete, Lin Xian took a deep breath and oriented himself. Taisu Sect, I return. With a single thought, he activated the movement secret technique to its utmost. His figure instantly transformed into a faint silver streak, tearing through the air, racing towards the direction of the Taisu Sect. His speed surpassed that of when he first acquired the movement secret technique, embodying a semblance of the ability to traverse vast distances in an instant. The Taisu Sect's mountain gate stood majestic, enveloped in ethereal energy, just as it had appeared when Lin Xian departed. Yet, within the sect at this moment, an atmosphere of gravity and undercurrents seemed to permeate the air. As the day of the Holy Sun selection drew near, the competition among the 4 prospective Holy Sons intensified to a fever pitch. Longya remained in seclusion, reportedly striving to break through to an even higher realm. The enigmatic Gong Shengyue continues to be elusive, rarely revealing her true strength. Yet her occasional displays are enough to draw the attention of the elders within the sect. In contrast, Yang Tsang has become increasingly ostentatious. Bolstered by his formidable prowess and the backing of several elders, he has been amassing followers within the sect, subtly overshadowing the other 3 prospective Holy Sons. Particularly disdainful towards Lin Xian, the least established among the 4 aspirants, Yang Tsang has publicly expressed his contempt on multiple occasions, especially in the past 2 months. Lin Xian's absence has caused many disciples and elders, who were initially neutral or slightly leaning towards him, to waver in their support. On this day, a silver streak of light, akin to a shooting star, pierced the sky, disregarding the patrolling disciples and barriers, and descended directly upon a mountain peak within the inner sanctum of the Taishu sect. It was Lin Xian. He reigned in his aura, gazing at the familiar landscape of the sect with a calm demeanor, though beneath that tranquility lay the tempestuous energy ready to erupt. Lin Xian was resolute in his ambition to secure the singular position of Holy Son. A faint, icy smile graced his lips. Rather than heading straight to the main peak, he flickered and darted towards his residence on a mountain, known as Xianlin Peak, where he had once engaged in solitary cultivation as a prospective Holy Son. Xianlin Peak, rich in spiritual energy, may not compare to the paradisiacal domains of the core elders and the sect leader, but it ranks among the finest of the inner sect's mountains. The peak, adorned with lush emerald ridges, exudes a serene atmosphere, starkly contrasting the clamor of other summits within the inner sanctum. A silver light silently alighted before the main hall atop the peak, revealing Lin Xian. He surveyed the familiar yet desolate scene, his gaze steady and unwavering. Months of external training had transformed him. He was no longer the Lin Xian who had departed with merely a second level of the divine connection realm, possessing the shallowest foundation among the 4 aspirants. With a thought, a communication talisman transformed into a streak of light and shot forth. Shortly thereafter, a robust young cultivator with a sincere countenance hurriedly approached. Upon seeing Lin Xian, his face lit up with excitement and relief. "Young master, you have finally returned." The young man, named Amu, was a trusted confidant whom Lin Xian had promoted, now at the 9th level of the Skyward Realm. Distinguished among the inner disciples and responsible for managing the affairs of Xianlin Peak. Lin Xian nodded slightly, signaling him to forego further formalities. "How have matters unfolded within the sect during my absence?" Amu's expression grew serious as he led Lin Xian into the hall, hastily reporting, "Young master, there have been significant changes since you left. Holy Son Longya remains in seclusion, reportedly striving to break through to the 6th level of the divine connection realm. Holy Son Gong Shengyue recently emerged from her retreat, having reached the 5th level of the divine connection realm, her depth unfathomable." Upon hearing about Gong Shengyue's advancement, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, though he was not particularly surprised. Gong Shengyue had always been shrouded in mystery, her strength never fully revealed. So such progress was to be expected. "And what of Yang Tsang?" Lin Xian inquired with a tone of calm detachment. Upon mentioning Yang Tsang, a flicker of indignation crossed Amu's face. Yang Tsang is the most active. Not only has he personally advanced to the 5th level of the God Communication realm, but emboldened by the support of the Grand Elders faction, he has been fervently recruiting within the sect, making quite a spectacle. He has even proclaimed that during this Holy Sun selection, he intends to render you, the young master, a complete laughingstock, denying you even the qualification to ascend to the final arena. Just days ago, he sent someone to Xianlin Peak under the guise of offering us guidance in our cultivation. But in reality, he sought to install spies. I resolutely rebuffed them, yet they continue to linger outside the peak, keeping watch over us. Amu clenched his fists, evidently having endured considerable frustration. Humph, a mere buffoon, Lin Xian remarked, a cold smile gracing his lips. Yang Tsang remained as he always was, egotistical and employing crude tactics. The 5th level of the God Communication realm? In my current state, why should I fear him? Young master, Yang Tsang is currently brazen, backed by the Grand Elders faction. Amu expressed his concerns. Despite Lin Xian's safe return, he was unaware of Lin Xian's true strength now. Fear not. Lin Xian gestured reassuringly for Amu to remain at ease. He will not be able to prance about for long. The Holy Sun selection is the moment for me to settle our grievances. Although his tone was unassuming, the confidence and intent for vengeance within it sent a jolt through Amu's heart, alleviating much of his worry. He understood that his young master never undertook ventures without assurance. By the way, there is one more matter, Amu recalled, adding, recently, a figure named Shura has risen to prominence in the northern region, possessing formidable strength. It is said that he has annihilated a certain bloody guild and the underworld sect. And it appears he has also offended Yang Tsang. In fact, he has already dispatched individuals to investigate. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. After inflicting a severe blow to the Xianling sect, their people surely reported to Yang Tsang. However, Yang Tsang likely remained unaware that Shura was Lin Xian, as Lin Xian had made some modifications to his masked appearance thereafter. At most, he might harbor suspicions. But it mattered not. Even if he knew, what of it? Having grasped the situation within the sect, Lin Xian felt sufficiently informed. He reassured Amu a few times, instructing him to keep the disciples of the peak in check, disregarding Yang Tsang's provocations, and to wait for the Holy Sun selection to unfold. Chapter 40. A plan to kill 3 birds with 1 stone subsequently. Lin Xian did not linger long at Xianlin Peak. With a swift motion, he set off towards the depths of the Taisu sect, proceeding to the secluded area of Second Elder Luo Weisong, known as Listening Waves Cliff. Luo Weisong, the second elder of the Taisu sect, is a top-tier powerhouse at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, renowned throughout the northern region. He is not only Lin Xian's mentor, but also his greatest support within the sect. It was largely due to Luo Weisong's influence that Lin Xian ascended to the status of a quasi-holy son. Listening Waves Cliff is perpetually shrouded in mist, where ancient pines stand strong at the precipice, and the sound of waves crashing below resonates like a symphony of pine trees, evoking a sense of timelessness. Lin Xian navigated the protective barriers with ease and arrived at a simple stone pavilion atop the cliff. Within the pavilion, an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his hair and beard entirely white, yet his complexion rosy, sat in serene meditation, exuding no discernible aura. He seemed to merge seamlessly with the surrounding world. Upon sensing Lin Xian's arrival, the old man slowly opened his eyes, which were as profound as the night sky, seemingly capable of perceiving all truths. "You have returned," spoke Luo Weisong, his voice calm, imbued with a subtle warmth. "Disciple Lin Xian pays his respects to master," Lin Xian replied, bowing respectfully. Luo Weisong's gaze fell upon Lin Xian, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his tranquil eyes, akin to a stone cast into a still lake. "You have reached the 5th level of the Divine Spirit realm?" His keen perception allowed him to discern Lin Xian's current cultivation level with a mere glance. Even with his composure as an 8th level Nirvana realm cultivator, he could not conceal his surprise. When Lin Xian departed the sect, he was merely at the 2nd level of the Divine Spirit realm, yet in just a few short months, he had transcended 3 levels to attain the 5th. Such speed was indeed astonishing. "It seems your recent journey has yielded significant gains," Luo Weisong remarked, quickly regaining his composure, though his gaze was now filled with deeper curiosity. Returning to master, the disciple encountered numerous fortuitous opportunities during his external training, which facilitated his progress in cultivation, Lin Xian explained, refraining from disclosing details about the system, only hinting at various serendipitous encounters. Some secrets, even from the closest teacher, must remain undisclosed. Luo Weisong regarded Lin Xian with a penetrating gaze, choosing not to press further. Each cultivator harbors their own secrets and opportunities, which cannot be forced. He valued the results more highly. Lin Xian's elevation to this level of cultivation before the Holy Sun selection undoubtedly enhanced his chances of success. Fifth level of the Divine Spirit realm, commendable. Luo Weisong nodded slightly, his tone laced with approval. Thus, you now possess the means to contend with Yang Tsang directly. But remember, Yang Tsang is exceptionally formidable, with a powerful physique and domineering techniques, supported by the Grand Elder. Do not underestimate him. The disciple understands. The two then engaged in further conversation, with Luo Weisong addressing some of Lin Xian's uncertainties regarding his cultivation and advising him on critical aspects to consider for the Holy Sun selection. Though unspoken, his hopes for Lin Xian were palpable. Departing from the Listening Waves cliff, Lin Xian felt considerably lighter in spirit. His master's attitude had undoubtedly bolstered his confidence. Upon returning to Xianlin Peak, night had fallen. Standing atop the peak, Lin Xian gazed at the distant lights of the Taisu sect, his mind swirling with thoughts. Yang Tsang, Longya, and Gong Shengyue. None of these adversaries were to be taken lightly, particularly Yang Tsang, who now presented the greatest obstacle. The system task demanded a counterstrike against the encroaching enemy. Lin Xian stroked his chin, contemplating the matter at hand. This task was somewhat tricky. Engaging within the Taisu sect would be ill-timed, likely leading to repercussions and drawing the attention of the sect's higher-ups, especially given Yang Tsang's backing from the Grand Elder. Thus, how might he complete the task without inciting undue turmoil? Lin Xian's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction of the Xianshan sect, a place that had once been a source of humiliation for him, yet now held ties to Yang Tsang. A flicker of coldness flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Since Yang Tsang intended to send someone to hunt him down, he might as well provide him with an opportunity. By re-emerging in the guise of Ashura, he could lure out the serpent from its den and eliminate these troubles outside the sect. In doing so, he would not only accomplish his task, but also further weaken Yang Tsang's influence while instilling fear in those petty individuals. A perfect trifecta. With the plan set, Lin Xian hesitated no longer. He remained on Xianlin Peak for another 2 days, consolidating his cultivation and making slight arrangements for Mu and the others. Then, on a moonless night, he stealthily departed from the Xianshan sect once more. This time, his destination was the mountains near the Xianshan sect, where he intended to set a trap and await the prey that Yang Tsang would unwittingly deliver to him. The night was as dark as ink, devoid of stars and moonlight. A shadowy silver figure flitted through the layered restrictions and patrolling formations of the Xianshan sect like a specter. Under the operation of the secret art, Lin Xian's movements reached their peak, rendering ordinary vigilance incapable of detecting his presence. Once beyond the influence of the Xianshan sect, Lin Xian unleashed his full speed, transforming into a streak of silver light racing towards Qingzhou. In just half a day, he traversed thousands of miles, arriving once again at the familiar vicinity of the Xianshan sect's mountainous domain. The last time he had come here, he was at the 3rd level of the Divine Connection realm. Now he had ascended to the 5th level, gazing at the distant peaks shrouded in mist. Remnants of the sect's former grandeur still lingered, though the Xianshan sect had long since lost its former glory. A cold smile played on Lin Xian's lips. Instead of approaching the Xianshan sect directly, he paused in a secluded valley several hundred miles away. This desolate area, devoid of human presence and devoid of demonic beasts, was near the site where he had once severely wounded the sect's remnants, who were now retreating to nurse their wounds. Lin Xian concealed all traces of his presence, resembling a stubborn boulder nestled in the mountains, quietly biding his time. He awaited the opportune moment. A direct assault would be too conspicuous. He needed the Xianshan sect's disciples to inadvertently discover him. After about half a day, several low-ranking disciples clad in Xianshan sect attire, possessing only the cultivation of the spirit-gathering realm, cautiously emerged from the depths of the mountains, seemingly on a quest to gather spirit herbs. Their expressions were anxious, and their steps hurried, indicating that life had become quite unstable for these lower-tier disciples following the upheaval within the sect. Just as these individuals were about to pass by the entrance of the valley where Lin Xian lay concealed, a barely perceptible ripple of spiritual power emanated from within him. An extremely subtle yet pure aura flickered momentarily, akin to a gentle breeze rustling through the woods. Simultaneously, One sharp-eyed disciple caught a glimpse of the edge of the Shura mask Lin Xian wore through the gaps in the foliage. Who? The disciple's heart raced, and he let out a terrified scream. Others were equally astonished, following his gaze to behold only a dense shadow of trees, devoid of any human presence. "Senior brother, what do you see?" one person asked tremulously. Just now, there seemed to be a figure wearing a ghostly mask. The disciple's face turned pale, his teeth chattering in fear. A ghostly mask? The others, upon hearing this, were further gripped by terror, their minds conjuring the image of the figure who had incapacitated the sect leader and elders. A being akin to a demonic deity. How could that harbinger of doom appear here? Chapter 41. The Hunter and the Prey Quick. Return and report. That harbinger of doom has returned. The disciples scrambled in a frenzy, neglecting the spiritual herbs they had gathered, racing back towards the Xianling sect as though pursued by vengeful spirits. In the valley, Lin Xian gradually straightened up, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth beneath the mask. The fish has taken the bait. Within the main hall of the Xianling sect, the atmosphere was oppressive. The few remaining elders, the most powerful among them barely at the Void Realm, wore expressions of despair. With the sect leader and the supreme elders incapacitated, and their foundational resources plundered, the Xianling sect had long since devolved into a third-rate power. Were it not for the support of the renowned Tai Su sect and Yang Tsang, they likely would have been absorbed by surrounding forces long ago. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps and panicked shouts echoed from outside the hall. "Report. Elders, it is terrible. That harbinger of doom, the one with the Azura mask, has returned. He has appeared in the valley at the sect's periphery." Several returning disciples burst into the hall, breathless and agitated. "What?" The elders within the hall, upon hearing this, turned pale, rising abruptly, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. That harbinger of doom dared to return. After a brief moment of chaos, the eldest elder forced himself to regain composure and spoke sternly. "Is the information accurate?" "Absolutely." The disciple witnessed it firsthand, though it was but a fleeting glimpse. "That ghastly mask is unmistakable," the disciple who had spotted Lin Xian hastily affirmed. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes betraying profound dread. They had personally endured that calamity and were acutely aware of the terror that figure invoked. Even the Northern Dipper killing formation, laid down by the sect leader and the Divine Realm's supreme elder, had been effortlessly dismantled. They, at the Void Realm, were likely no more than ants in comparison. "Quickly, report this matter to Saint Sun Yang Tsang," the elder commanded decisively. "That harbinger has destroyed our sect's foundation and incapacitated our leaders. This enmity is irreconcilable. Now that he appears once more, it is surely an affront to Saint Sun Yang Tsang and the Tai Su sect. We implore the Saint Sun to take action and deliver justice upon this fiend." Immediately, an elder retrieved a specially crafted communication jade talisman, transmitting the news of the Azura's reappearance and the location of the sighting with utmost urgency to Yang Tsang, who resided in the celestial peak of the Tai Su sect. Within a resplendent hall adorned in golden brilliance, Yang Tsang sat majestically upon his throne, exuding an aura of power indicative of having reached the zenith of the 5th tier of the Divine Realm, merely a step away from the 6th. His countenance was resolute, and his gaze commanding, embodying a certain domineering authority. Below him, a trusted confidant respectfully presented a jade talisman that shimmered with a faint glow. Upon receiving the talisman, Yang Tsang's consciousness swept over it, and his brow instantly furrowed, soon transforming into a sinister smile. "Azura? Indeed, it is you, Lin Xian, who has appeared within the Xianling sect. You have desecrated the sect and wounded my foundation. Now, old grievances and new enmity shall be reckoned together. How fortuitous it is that with your presence, one less rival shall contend for the position of the Holy Sun." The calamity that befell the Xianling sect, with its leader and numerous elders rendered powerless, was certainly reported to Yang Tsang by Ren Ruqing, given the magnitude of the incident. Learning that Lin Xian had severely crippled the Xianling sect ignited a tempest of fury within him. After all, it was one of the powers he had nurtured, providing considerable resources annually. Now, having been ravaged by Lin Xian, it left him feeling quite humiliated. With a cold snort, Yang Tsang mused that it was just as well. He had recently gained some insights in his cultivation and had been seeking an opportunity to refine his skills. Since the Azura had delivered himself to his doorstep, he would not hesitate to act with ruthless efficiency. However, Given his esteemed position and the critical period of selecting the Holy Sun, he would not personally embark on this endeavor. The moniker of Azura had recently gained some notoriety in the northern domain, yet to Yang Tsang, it remained that of a mere jester. Now that he had confirmed Lin Xian's identity, he regarded the matter with only a modicum of seriousness. In Yang Tsang's memory, Lin Xian was still that fellow at the second tier of the divine realm. Although both were candidates for the Holy Sun, Yang Tsang had never held Lin Xian in high esteem. Had it not been for the second elder's influence, he would have long since dealt with Lin Xian decisively during their previous disputes. Dispatch an order, Yang Tsang commanded his confidant below. Instruct Hishan, Lu Feng, and Mo Ying to venture to the valley outside the Xianling sect and bring me the head of this Azura. Hishan, a body cultivator at the pinnacle of the first tier of the divine realm, possessed formidable strength. Lu Feng excelled in formations and elusive footwork, standing at the second tier. Mo Ying was adept in assassination and concealment techniques, positioned at the mid-stage of the first tier. These three were Yang Tsang's most competent subordinates. All having surpassed 50 years of age, their potential now limited compared to Yang Tsang and his peers. They could only cling to the hope of serving one who might ascend to the role of Holy Sun. While not the core of Yang Tsang's inner circle, their strength was indisputable. Together, they were more than capable of handling an adversary of Lin Xian's caliber, who was at most at the third tier of the divine realm. Indeed, it seemed somewhat excessive to employ such resources against him. Yes, I shall relay the order at once. The confidant responded, swiftly departing. In no time, 3 formidable auras surged from Sangtian Peak, transforming into 3 streaks of light as they sped towards Qingzhou. Yishansheng, a figure of imposing stature, wore a bloodthirsty grin. Heh, is this fellow, hiding behind a facade, truly worthy of our combined efforts? Yang Shengzi has overestimated him. When issuing orders, Yang Tsang had not disclosed the true identity of the Shura to the trio. After all, Lin Xian was one of the quasi-saints of the Taisu sect, with a second master to vouch for him. To slay a Shura is entirely different from executing a quasi-saint. As such, the three were entirely oblivious to the fact that their target was none other than Lin Xian, one of the quasi-saints of the Taisu sect. Lu Feng fanned himself with a feathered fan, his gaze flickering. We must not be careless. This individual has the capability to annihilate the upper echelons of the Xianling sect and has carved a name for himself in the northern domain. He must possess extraordinary abilities. Let us strike swiftly and return with his head to report. The silently brooding Mo Ying blended almost seamlessly with the shadows. Though his eyes occasionally glinted with a chilling intent to kill, the trio brimmed with confidence regarding this mission, even harboring a sense of disdain. In their eyes, the so-called Shura was merely a product of luck. This time, they were determined to teach him the consequences of offending Yang Tsang Shengzi. Meanwhile, deep within a secluded valley in Qingzhou, Lin Xian had selected a broad terrain where ominous thunderclouds began to gather above. He sat cross-legged, adjusting his state of being while quietly practicing the recently acquired body-refining technique, Thunder Prison Fist. He discerned 3 formidable auras rapidly approaching from the direction of the Taisu sect. Are they coming? Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes and gazed skyward. The dark clouds thickened, with flickers of lightning slithering through the layers. A cold smile crept across his lips. The roles of hunter and prey had been predetermined from the very beginning. Chapter 42, Thunder Prison Fist, Minor Accomplishment. On the borders of Qingzhou, in an unnamed mountain range, leaden gray clouds hung low, weighing heavily upon the mountains, and the air was thick with dampness and oppression. A fierce wind howled through the jagged stones, producing a mournful sound. Within the valley, silver lightning danced chaotically, the thunder rumbling faintly, heralding an impending storm. In the heart of this transforming world, where silence reigned, a solitary figure sat cross-legged, immovable. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, he did not employ the myriad spirit liquid to guard his body, nor did he even fully summon his protective spiritual energy. Instead, he relied solely on his formidable physique to endure the increasingly violent pressure of the heavens and earth. With his eyes slightly closed, his mind was entirely immersed in the operation of the Thunder Prison Fist. Threads of celestial spiritual energy were drawn into his body, circulating according to the unique methods of the Thunder Prison Fist. Flickers of weak yet exceedingly domineering silver lightning began to manifest upon his skin, coursing about. More astonishingly, as his technique progressed, the brewing thunder in the sky seemed to respond to some unseen force, slender bolts of lightning occasionally broke free from the clouds, as if summoned, striking down upon him. Ziz! A lightning bolt, as thick as a finger, struck Lin Xian's shoulder, instantly reducing the fabric of his garment to ashes and leaving his exposed skin charred, even releasing a faint scent of singed flesh. For an ordinary cultivator, even one at the Skyward Realm, such a blow would likely result in severe injuries, leaving them in tatters. Yet, Lin Xian merely furrowed his brow and trembled slightly. Beneath the scorched skin, a fleeting silver sheen appeared, and the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Remarkably, the muscle in the struck area seemed to have become even more refined. The power of the Thunder Prison technique is indeed formidable, Lin Xian mused inwardly. The direct invocation of heavenly lightning to refine his body brought forth pain beyond imagination. Each strike felt as though it aimed to completely tear apart his bones, meridians, and flesh. Yet concurrently, the destructive and regenerative forces within the thunder were incessantly tempering his physique, awakening the latent potential of his thunder spirit body. While Lin Xian reveled in this bittersweet state of cultivation, 3 formidable auras swiftly approached, locking onto the valley where he resided. Lin Xian sensed them clearly, in an instant. The myriad spirit's demonic liquid enveloped him, transforming into a Shura mask that concealed his visage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures materialized at the edge of the valley like phantoms, forming a triangular formation that encircled Lin Xian. They were He Shan, Lu Feng, and Mo Ying, sent by Yang Tsam. This lad is actually drawing lightning to refine his body. He Shan observed the flickering arcs and charred marks on Lin Xian's body, momentarily taken aback before a cruel smile spread across his face. What a madman. Perfect. This saves us a great deal of effort. We can take him out directly at the crucial moment of his training. Lu Feng waved his feather fan, a trace of disdain flickering in his eyes. Such a crude method of attracting lightning is akin to seeking one's own demise. Clearly, the rumors have been greatly exaggerated. This individual is not to be feared. Meanwhile, Mo Ying silently melded into the nearby shadows, akin to a venomous serpent, locking onto Lin Xian's vital points, poised to strike with lethal precision. The 3 of them regarded Lin Xian, who was playing with fire, with utter contempt. In their eyes, he was undoubtedly in the most vulnerable and defenseless state. Kid, prepare to meet your end. He Shan could hardly contain himself, letting out a sinister laugh. His robust physique rippled with muscle as he stomped down, causing the ground to crack. He launched himself like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lin Xian's head. The wind from his fist howled, compressing the air to produce a thunderous boom. Simultaneously, Lu Feng waved his feather fan, conjuring several invisible blades of wind that cut toward Lin Xian's limbs and vital points, attempting to sever his meridians and hinder his movements. Meanwhile, Mo Ying, lurking in the shadows, appeared ghost-like behind Lin Xian, a pitch-black dagger glimmering with a sinister green light, evidently laced with deadly poison, silently pierced toward the vital point in Lin Xian's back. The combined strike of the 3 formidable beings in the realm of divine transcendence, executed with perfect synergy, instantaneously sealed all avenues of escape for Lin Xian, aiming for an assured kill. At this critical juncture, Lin Xian, seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. The pair of orbs, concealed beneath the mask of the Azura, shimmered with a terrifying silver lightning, as if 2 spheres of thunder were brewing within, ready to explode. In the face of the trio's thunderous assault, Lin Xian did not flinch. Instead, he took a deep breath and let out a low, resonant roar. Boom! At that moment, a silver lightning bolt, significantly thicker than before, seemed to be drawn by his roar, striking down with a resounding crash, unerringly targeting the crown of Lin Xian's head. Ha! Seeking death. He Shan, witnessing this, was overwhelmed with joy, intensifying the force behind his punch, envisioning Lin Xian being obliterated by both the heavenly lightning and his fist simultaneously. However, the next moment unfolded in a manner that left the 3 in stunned silence. The ferocious heavenly lightning, capable of reducing mountains to dust upon striking Lin Xian, did not obliterate him. Instead, it surged into his body like rivers returning to the sea. Lin Xian's form resembled an unfathomable black hole, voraciously devouring the violent power of the lightning. Crackling, countless silver serpents of lightning writhed across Lin Xian's surface, enveloping him in a dazzling display of electric brilliance. He sprang to his feet, unleashing a terrifying aura that far surpassed the fifth level of divine transcendence. What? Hishan's smile froze instantly. His eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Just as his fist was about to collide with Lin Xian's face, a hand, equally entwined with raging lightning, shot forth like a flash of lightning, preemptively seizing his wrist with unyielding grip. Crack! A bone-crunching sound echoed, sending shivers down the spine. Hishan's pride, a fist powerful enough to split mountains and a wrist bone harder than steel, was effortlessly crushed by Lin Xian. Ah! The searing pain elicited a piercing scream from Hishan. He attempted to retract his hand, only to find the grasp of Lin Xian's palm akin to a searing iron claw, firmly restraining him. A torrent of violent lightning surged through his arm, wreaking havoc upon his meridians. Simultaneously, the wind blades unleashed by Lu Feng clashed against the lightning aura enveloping Lin Xian, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal, leaving only faint white marks, failing to penetrate the electric barrier. What manner of physique is this? Lu Feng was taken aback, nearly dropping his feather fan. Meanwhile, the situation was even more dire for the stealthy assailant, Mo Ying. The moment his poisoned dagger made contact with the lightning aura behind Lin Xian, a surge of violent electricity rebounded instantly, scorching and paralyzing his entire arm, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. Even more terrifying was the invisible force field radiating outward from Lin Xian's being. Within the force field, lightning flickered and the air thickened, severely hampering his stealthy movements, as if he were ensnared in a quagmire. What is this? Mo Ying's heart raced with terror. What manner of monster is this individual? Not only does he possess a physique robust enough to withstand heavenly thunder, but he has also cultivated such a tyrannical body refinement technique. Do you truly believe that the three of you, mere wastrels, can slay me? Lin Xian's voice was frigid, akin to the chilling winds of the netherworld. Echoing through the valley, he seized Hishan's wrist and, with a fierce motion, hurled Hishan's massive form against the nearby mountainside, as if discarding refuse. Boom! The mountain wall trembled, debris flew, and Hishan was embedded within the stone like a lump of clay, blood gushing from his mouth, his breath rapidly fading, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. In just a single confrontation among the three formidable beings of the Divine Connection realm, one was incapacitated, another injured, and the last ensnared by the force field. Chapter 43. The Thunder Prison. Lin Xian's overwhelming strike instantly reversed the tide of battle. Lu Feng and Mo Ying gazed upon Lin Xian, who appeared as a deity of thunder, their previous disdain replaced with an all-consuming dread and astonishment. They finally comprehended the sheer terror of the predicament they had stumbled into. The individual they had been sent to kill by young Master Yang Tsang likely possessed strength far beyond their wildest imaginings. Flee! The thought surged simultaneously in their minds. Yet, would Lin Xian grant them such an opportunity? Since they had arrived, he intended for them all to remain. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his figure shifting. And with the fusion of the secret of movement and the Thunder Prison technique, he transformed into a silver streak of lightning, charging toward the utterly horrified Lu Feng. Within the valley, thunder roared and lightning flashed. A massacre of overwhelming proportions was only just beginning. The winds and thunder clashed within the valley, reflecting the distorted face of Hishan, aghast. The violent power of heavenly thunder surged into his body, rather than causing destruction. It became the most exquisite sustenance for the Thunder Prison technique. Sparks of electricity danced wildly across his exterior, coalescing into a resplendent silver battle armor, casting him as a god of retribution. What? Hishan's eyes nearly bulged out of his head, his heart momentarily ceasing. Simultaneously, Lu Feng launched a frenzied assault. He unleashed several invisible blades of wind, aimed precisely to sever Lin Xian's limbs and hinder his movements. Yet, these blades, capable of slicing through gold and jade, merely struck Lin Xian's protective lightning, producing only a clanging sound of metal against metal. They left behind but a few insignificant white marks, failing to breach even the flowing barrier of lightning. What in the world is this monstrous physique? Lu Feng's soul nearly fled in terror, his feather fan almost slipping from his grasp. His full-powered strike, a second-tier attack within the Divine Connection realm, could not even shatter the opponent's protective lightning? This level of defense was simply unfathomable, and the most frustrating of all was Mo Ying, who had attempted a surprise attack from behind. As an assassin, he excelled in stealth and delivering lethal strikes. The dagger, imbued with deadly poison, silently aimed for Lin Xian's heart, was one of his trump cards, having been used to assassinate equally powerful foes. Yet, just as the dagger's tip grazed the seemingly fragile layer of lightning surrounding Lin Xian's back, an overwhelming surge of electricity erupted, violently rebounding. With a crackle, Mo Ying felt his entire arm, which gripped the dagger, lose sensation in an instant. A charred aroma wafting through the air, swiftly followed by excruciating pain. He let out a muffled groan as the dagger slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. What horrified him further was the emergence of an invisible force field, pulsating with the oppressive might of thunder, radiating outward from Lin Xian as he rose. The Thunder Prison, Lin Xian mentally proclaimed, instantly activating the signature ability of his Thunder Prison technique. Within the force field, the air thickened, resembling treacle, as fine silver arcs of electricity flickered into existence, weaving through the air, imbued with a sense of destruction and confinement. Mo Ying's proud stealth technique faltered within this field, akin to sinking into quicksand. His speed drastically diminished, and his form became sluggish, no longer able to seamlessly meld into the shadows. Is this the embryonic form of a domain? A tumult of fear surged within Mo Ying's heart, gripping it with terror. The power of a domain is a force only those at the Nirvana realm can initially comprehend. Although the force field before him was far from the stability and strength of a true domain, the aura of its underlying principles sent shivers through his very soul. What was this? A mere assassin hiding in the shadows? No, this was a primordial beast clad in human skin. How dare you three insignificant insects attempt to take my life? Lin Xian's icy voice reverberated within the Thunder Prison, tinged with faint mockery. His gaze swept over the three, paralyzed with horror, before he lunged at the severely injured Hishan, seizing his wrist and flinging him with tremendous force. Thud! Hishan's massive form soared through the air like a discarded sack, blood trailing behind him as he crashed violently against a distant rock face. Boom! The wall trembled violently, countless stones cascading down, forming a human-shaped indentation. Hishan was embedded in the rock like a rag doll, his bones shattered beyond measure, blood mingling with shards of his internal organs gushing forth, his breath fading to a mere whisper, teetering on the brink of death. The might Lin Xian displayed, along with the overwhelming Thunder Prison, utterly shattered the psychological defenses of Lu Feng and Mo Ying. A monster. This was undeniably a monster. Lu Feng's countenance paled. Stripped of the composure and disdain he had previously held, his hand trembling uncontrollably around his feather fan. Mo Ying, too, was filled with dread, too terrified to attempt hiding. For within the Thunder Prison, even the slightest movement would provoke a violent, thunderous onslaught, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, with the imminent threat of obliteration. Escape. This singular thought flashed simultaneously through their minds. What tasks, what commands from the esteemed Yang Songxing become utterly insignificant in the face of the threat of death? Lu Feng, reacting with remarkable swiftness, bit down on his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of vital blood onto the feathered fan. The fan radiated with resplendent light, instantly transforming into a streak of azure luminescence, enveloping his form as it sought to forcibly break the bonds of the Thunder Prison, fleeing into the distance. Simultaneously, Mo Ying made his move, his body abruptly morphing into a swirling mass of black smoke, recklessly charging in the opposite direction of Lu Feng, attempting to utilize forbidden techniques to escape. Yet, how could Lin Xian grant them the opportunity to flee? They had come. They would all remain. The chilling voice sounded like the decree of death. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with silvery light as he executed the secret art to its utmost limits. In an instant, his figure became indistinct, as if he left behind a shadow composed of lightning. The next moment, he appeared spectrally before Lu Feng, who was on the verge of transforming and fleeing. You. Lu Feng's pupils constricted, just managing to utter a single word. A fist, entwined with destructive thunder, struck his chest with a piercing shriek that tore through the air. There was no embellishment, only the pure force and explosion of thunder. Bang! The protective artifact adorning Lu Feng, a mid-grade earthly treasure, splintered into pieces upon contact with Lin Xian's fist, as if it were decayed wood. Following that, the violent force of the punch, mingled with the power of the Thunder Prison, surged into him. Lu Feng's chest collapsed visibly, the sound of shattering bones ringing clear. He was sent flying like a kite with severed strings, bleeding profusely mid-air, as the vitality in his gaze swiftly dimmed. By the time he hit the ground, he was already lifeless, his eyes forever closed in death. Having dealt with Lu Feng, Lin Xian did not even glance back, his form flashing once more, appearing as if by teleportation before the retreating Mo Ying enveloped in black smoke. No, Mo Ying let out a cry of despair, the black smoke writhing violently as he attempted to change direction. But Lin Xian was swifter. Chapter 44. Annihilation of the Xianling sect. Lin Xian's fingers, poised like a sword, gathered silvery light at their tips, compressing the power of thunder to a terrifying degree, transforming it into a slender yet immensely penetrating bolt of lightning, which he delicately unleashed. Puffed. The black smoke was instantaneously pierced, revealing Mo Ying's face, filled with sheer horror. The bolt of lightning precisely embedded itself in his forehead, emerging from the back of his skull, releasing a spray of blood mist. Mo Ying's expression froze, the terror and despair in his eyes eternally captured, as his body, devoid of support, plummeted from the air, crashing to the ground in silence. From the moment Lin Xian struck to the resolution of Lu Feng and Mo Ying, the entire process spanned merely a few breaths. It was clean and decisive, as if withering away in an instant. In the valley, only the howling wind gathered ominous clouds. The distant rumble of thunder and the fading form of Hishan, embedded in the stone wall, remained. Lin Xian slowly approached Hishan, looking down upon him from a position of dominance. Hishan laboriously lifted his head, gazing at the cold visage of the demonic figure before him, his eyes brimming with boundless terror and regret. It dawned upon him the magnitude of the terrifying entity they had provoked. This was no mere practitioner of the second or third level of the divine connection realm. Such strength could likely rival even the sixth or seventh levels of the divine connection realm. Who are you? Hishan's voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. Lin Xian remained silent, merely extending a finger, with arcs of lightning dancing at its tip. In a flash of brilliance, a sharp sound pierced the air. Thud! A charred blood hole appeared in the center of Hishan's brow, his gaze utterly vacant. With this, the three divine connection realm experts sent by Yang Tsang were annihilated. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 9,000 points and gained the right to activate a special exchange privilege, which allows for the exchange of rare items of a specified type. The system's prompt reverberated in Lin Xian's mind. With a casual gesture, he collected the storage artifacts of the three, his gaze shifting towards the sky, where the storm clouds seemed to dissipate slowly, having lost their instigator. Special exchange privileges? Lin Xian felt a flicker of interest. It would be worthwhile to peruse the potential treasures available for exchange. However, he did not rush to investigate and instead declared in his mind, proceed to the next task. You have repelled the invading enemy, but in doing so, you have also offended Yang Tsang. Although your strength is formidable, the opponent is one of the quasi-saints of the Taishu sect, possessing immense backing. You are not yet ready to confront him. Strength, after all, is the greatest assurance. You have resolved to continue enhancing your power to prepare for the crises that lie ahead. New task, journey to the Bayan Wilderness, one of the 10 most perilous places in the northern region, and within 6 months, hunt 1,000 4th-tier or lower demon beasts, as well as slay another 1,000 4th-tier or lower demon beasts to extract their essence, blood, and inner cores, refining the essence of their bloodlines to fortify your own bloodline and physique, while also breaking through to the divine connection realm. Upon completion, you will receive 12,000 points and a top-grade Earth-level talisman, the instantaneous 1,000 Miles talisman. Upon hearing the details of the task, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. This task would require a considerable amount of time, and the Bayan Wilderness lay several 100,000 miles away from the Taishu sect, nearly beyond the borders of the northern region. Even Lin Xian had never ventured there, possessing only a cursory understanding of its nature. It was an exceedingly desolate expanse, stretching for countless miles, infused with the chilling energy of heaven and earth. Over the millennia, countless beings had perished within its confines, resulting in the demon beasts and other entities therein possessing an inherent cold attribute. With the selection of the sacred sons approaching, this task would have to be postponed until after the selection concluded. Subsequently, Lin Xian turned his gaze towards the direction of the Xianling sect. This time, there would be no holding back. It was time to eradicate the roots of the problem. A chilling killing intent once again emanated from his being. Having dealt with the 3 insignificant pawns sent by Yang Tsang, Lin Xian did not depart the desolate mountains immediately. He stood in the valley, allowing the gentle breeze to caress his robes, his gaze icy as it fixated upon the direction of the Xianling sect. Lin Xian had never been one to withhold his wrath against his foes. The enmity between him and the Xianling sect ran deep. The actions of Situ Shui, the ambush by Ren Ruqing and his cohorts, as well as the looming shadow of Yang Tsang, all signified that this sect must be eradicated completely. Previously, incapacitating Ren Ruqing and others, along with plundering their treasury, was merely the first step. Now, having returned to this place, coinciding with the completion of his system task, and having irreparably severed ties with Yang Tsang, he resolved to completely uproot this sect to eliminate any future threats. Furthermore, this would serve to further provoke Yang Tsang. Did he not wish to see Lin Xian dead? Let him witness the downfall of the forces he had nurtured, powerless to intervene. With his resolve solidified, Lin Xian lingered no longer. He activated the secret technique, his figure transforming into a streak of light, almost imperceptible, as he sped towards the gates of the Xianling sect. This time, he harbored no intention of concealing his movements. As the familiar, chilling aura of murderous intent descended upon the Xianling sect, the entire sect was instantly enveloped in an eerie silence, soon erupting into chaotic panic. It was him. The harbinger of doom had returned. How could he have come back? Quick, flee. The disciples left behind in the sect were primarily body refinement and spirit-gathering cultivators, with a few fortunate elders who had not yet been stripped of their powers, but they were merely at the second or third tier of the Void Ascension stage. Upon sensing Lin Xian's terrifying aura, infused with the might of thunder, their hearts quaked, and their fighting spirit evaporated. The last time, the sect master and elders had combined their strengths to set up a grand formation, which had been easily shattered. Now, with their strongest members incapacitated, what could they possibly use to resist this harbinger of death? Suspended above the main peak of the Xianling sect, Lin Xian coldly surveyed the pandemonium below, where people scurried in frantic flight. He did not strike immediately, as if savoring the final struggles of his prey. Azura, what do you truly desire? An elder. His hair as white as snow and the last remaining cultivator of the Void Ascension stage, mustered his courage and tremulously inquired. Our Xianling sect is in such dire straits. Why do you seek to annihilate us completely? Annihilate you completely? Lin Xian's lips curled into a frigid smile. When you besieged me, did you ever consider sparing my life? When Situ Shui covertly harmed the Shao family and incited the Beast Tide to obliterate Qingshan City, did you ever think to show mercy? Since you initiated this, do not blame me for bringing it to a conclusion. The Xianling sect shall be extinguished today. With those words, Lin Xian ceased his discourse. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, as silver lightning surged wildly within his palm, coalescing into a rapidly spinning sphere of thunder. The power of the Thunder Prison technique surged forth, a wave of destructive energy enveloping the entire entrance of the Xianling sect. No. The elder of the Void Ascension stage let out a desperate howl, turning to flee. But Lin Xian's movements were swifter. Perish, as his icy voice resonated. The sphere of thunder in his palm erupted with blinding brilliance. It swiftly transformed into a formidable silver pillar of lightning, descending like divine retribution from the heavens, striking mercilessly upon the apex of the Xianling sect. The earth trembled violently. An unimaginable explosion reverberated through the skies, and a terrifying shockwave of energy surged forth from the summit, spreading wildly in all directions. The grand protective formation that the Xianling sect had maintained for nearly a millennium could not withstand this single strike, shattering like fragile eggshells. In an instant, the majestic peak that symbolized the glory of the Xianling sect, along with its magnificent main hall and all structures and beings atop it, was obliterated into dust beneath the ferocious might of the thunder. The ground collapsed, rocks splintered, and clouds of dust billowed skyward, obscuring the sun. Chapter 45. The Wrath of Yang Tsang. With a single blow, just one strike, the summit of the Xianling sect, along with everything upon it, was entirely erased from this mountain range. The residual power of the lightning slithered like silver serpents across the ruins, emitting crackling sounds and exuding an aura of annihilation. The disciples of the Xianling sect, who had narrowly escaped the summit's perimeter, were paralyzed with terror at the sight, utterly stripped of their will to resist. Lin Xian hovered expressionlessly in midair, resembling a deity of death. His gaze swept over the survivors, devoid of any compassion. For a sect that had forged a deadly animosity with him and acted with such cruelty, he would leave no ember of vengeance to ignite. He raised his hand once more, this time unleashing countless strands of fine lightning from his fingertips, as if a storm of thunder rained down, meticulously enveloping every corner within the gates of the Xianling sect. Screams erupted in a cacophony, but were swiftly silenced. Neither the stubborn elders, nor the fleeing disciples, nor the trembling servants hidden in the corners, could escape the judgment of the thunder. Their bodies turned to char under the lightning, ultimately dissolving into ash. In the span of a single incense stick's burning, what was once a dominant force in Qingzhou, the Xianling sect, had been reduced to a desolate wasteland. Eradicating the roots, Lin Xian descended slowly, his spiritual awareness sweeping across the ruins. Confirming that no living souls remained, he casually waved his hand, completely obliterating a few remaining storerooms that might still harbor resources. After accomplishing this, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon. Throughout it all, his expression had not wavered in the slightest, as if he had merely performed a trivial task. At the Taisu sect, on Sangqiong Peak, Yang Tsang was in deep meditation, striving to break through the bottleneck of the 6th level of the divine realm. Suddenly, a tremor of anxiety coursed through his heart, and he abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of malice flashing within them. Almost simultaneously, a jade talisman, representing the highest level of distress from the Xianling sect, materialized before him, flickering with intense radiance before shattering with a sharp crack, dissipating into countless specks of light. This was the final distress signal from the Xianling sect, symbolizing its impending annihilation. Damn it! Yang Tsang erupted with rage, an overwhelming aura of terror surging uncontrollably, causing the entire grand hall to reverberate with a low hum. The gilded pillars of the hall were instantly marred with cracks. Lin Xian, it is you again. Yang Tsang's visage contorted with extreme fury, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, as a torrent of energy surged around him, reducing the throne beneath him to dust. The individuals he had dispatched were dead. The Xianling sect he had supported was utterly destroyed. This was an outright humiliation, and it occurred at such a critical moment, just as the selection of the Holy Sun was about to commence. Oh! Yang Tsang bellowed towards the heavens, his voice shaking the very firmament. A dreadful intent to kill spread like a tangible force, causing the temperature upon Sangqiong Peak to plummet several degrees. The disciples and servants atop the peak trembled in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground, too terrified to utter a sound. I will kill you. I must personally slay you. Yang Tsang's eyes burned crimson, resembling a ferocious beast poised to devour. He dashed out of the grand hall, intent on recklessly pursuing Lin Xian in Qingzhou, determined to tear him to pieces. However, just as he flew a short distance from Sangqiong Peak, a voice, ancient and authoritative, resonated in his ear. Yang Tsang, return. It was the voice of the elder who supported him. Elder, that scoundrel Lin Xian. Yang Tsang struggled to suppress his fury, attempting to reason. I am aware, came the elder's calm, yet commanding response. The matters concerning the Xianling sect shall be discussed later. The selection of the Holy Sun is imminent, and the sect's regulations must not be violated. Have you contemplated the consequences of leaving the sect at this juncture? Yang Tsang faltered, his ferocious aura momentarily stilled. He recognized the truth in the elder's words. The selection of the Holy Sun was a grand event for the Taishu sect, one that would determine the future fortunes of the sect, governed by strict protocol. To seek vengeance at such a critical moment would risk severe repercussions if he were to be caught. Not only would he forfeit the position of Holy Sun, but he could also face harsh penalties. Furthermore, Lin Xian, that bastard, would surely have fled after annihilating the Xianling sect, and it was unlikely he would be found now. Yet, Yang Tsang remained unwilling to relent, his towering rage nearly consuming his reason. No yet. The elder's voice grew firmer. Endure. The loss of a mere Xianling sect amounts to nothing. Your goal is the singular position of Holy Sun. Once you ascend to that throne and wield authority, a Lin Xian can be obliterated with a mere flick of your hand. Now, return to me and prepare for the selection. Do not jeopardize your future over a small grievance. Yang Tsang took several deep breaths, his chest heaving violently. Yet he ultimately managed to suppress the murderous intent and fury boiling within him. The Grand Elder spoke wisely. The position of the Holy Sun is indeed paramount. Lin Xian, I shall allow you to linger a few more days. Once the selection of the Holy Sun concludes, your demise shall follow. He cast a fierce glance towards the direction of Qingzhou, yet, gritting his teeth, he ultimately turned and soared back to Sanqiong Peak. However, the murderous intent gleaming in his eyes grew ever colder and more piercing, akin to an ancient glacier. At this moment, Lin Xian had already returned to the Xianlin Peak of Taishu sect. He could even faintly sense the wrath emanating from Sanqiong Peak, but merely scoffed dismissively. It was nothing but impotent fury. He retreated to his secluded chamber, commencing his final preparations for the impending selection of the Holy Sun. Time flowed slowly amidst an undercurrent of tumultuous calm. The entire Taishu sect busied itself in anticipation of the grand event, while the tension among the four prospective Holy Sons intensified as the date approached. Finally, the much-anticipated day of the Holy Sun selection arrived. The skies were clear and bright, a gentle breeze wafting through the air. Taishu sect, one of the three preeminent sects towering over the northern region, shed its usual solemnity today, adorned with lanterns and decorations. Ethereal cranes soaring above, and spiritual beasts galloping, presenting a scene of splendid festivity. Countless streams of light converged from all directions, as throngs of people filled the sect, the atmosphere both vibrant and dignified. For today would determine the singular Holy Sun, the leader of the Taishu sect for the coming centuries. The significance of this event transcended the sect itself, impacting the entire landscape of the northern region. At the heart of the sect stood an immense white jade square, seemingly suspended above the sea of clouds, serving as the main venue for the selection, the Dragon Ascension platform. This platform was paved with precious warm jade, enveloped in spiritual energy and vibrant hues. Surrounding the square, tiered observation stands had been erected where elders, stewards, core disciples of Taishu sect, as well as representatives from affiliated sects and allied forces had already taken their seats according to their ranks, eagerly awaiting the proceedings. At the highest tier of the observation stand sat figures of formidable presence, their aura vast and overwhelming. The sect's master, a middle-aged Taoist whose essence seemed to meld with the cosmos, sat centrally. On either side of him were the highest echelons of the sect, led by the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, Luo Weisong. What drew even more attention were two groups at the lower flanks of the sect master, each exuding a distinct yet equally powerful aura. One group, adorned in moon-white palace attire, was predominantly female, each possessing exquisite beauty and an ethereal grace, reminiscent of celestial maidens. Leading them was a veiled woman, her figure graceful, radiating an air of authority with every glance. She was the representative of the Piao Miao Palace, one of the three dominators of the northern region. The other group consisted of practitioners clad in carefree Taoist robes, exuding a nonchalant charm, comprising both men and women. They engaged in light-hearted banter, led by an elderly Taoist holding a wine gourd, his eyes slightly bleary, though appearing disheveled. A flicker of brilliance in his gaze could send shivers down one's spine. It is, of course, the arrival of the representatives from the Xian Yaoling sect, one of the three great rulers of the northern domain. The presence of both the Piao Miao Palace and the Xian Yaoling sect undoubtedly elevates the prestige of this sacred sun selection to its zenith. This event transcends the internal affairs of the Taishu sect. It serves as a grand showcase of the highest caliber of the younger generation across the entire northern domain. Chapter 46. The selection of the sacred sun begins, with a resonant and solemn chime echoing through the heavens and the earth. The once boisterous long dragon platform fell into a profound silence. All eyes collectively turned toward the center of the square. The sect leader of Tai Su slowly rose, his gaze sweeping across the assembly with calm authority, his voice crystal clear as it reached every ear. Today marks the day of the sacred sun selection for our Taishu sect. We shall determine the soul's sacred son, who will bear the future fortune of our sect. The rules remain unchanged. The capable shall prevail. He refrained from superfluous words and simply announced the commencement of the selection. Soon after, for beams of light descended from the heavens, landing at the four corners of the long dragon platform. As the radiance dissipated, for youthful and gallant figures emerged. The four esteemed candidates for the sacred sun. In the eastern position stood Longya, clad in a dark golden dragon-patterned robe, his features handsome, yet exuding a hint of coldness. After months of seclusion, his aura had indeed advanced, now at the pinnacle of the fifth level of the divine realm. A faint dragon's roar echoing around him, imposing and extraordinary. His gaze swept through the crowd, ultimately resting on the spot where Lin Xian had previously stood, a fleeting glimmer of icy malice flickering in his eyes. The annihilation of the bloodthirsty guild was a considerable loss and humiliation for him. In the southern position, Gong Shengyue remained enshrouded in a mysterious starry robe, her visage veiled in a soft glow of starlight, rendering her indistinct. Yet, the palpable aura of her fifth level of the divine realm was undeniable, her presence ethereal and unfathomable, as if she might dissolve into the void at any moment, imparting an overwhelming sense of danger. She stood there quietly, embodying a realm of her own, seemingly indifferent to all that surrounded her. In the western position, Yang Tsang towered like an iron fortress, his muscles taut and exuding explosive strength. Clad in crimson battle armor, he unabashedly unleashed the aura of the pinnacle of the fifth level of the divine realm, fierce and unparalleled, resembling a humanoid beast of prey. His gaze immediately locked onto Lin Xian in the northern position, his eyes brimming with unmasked ferocity and a strong sense of provocation, even twisting into a cruel smile. The destruction of the Xianling sect and the loss of his subordinates would be settled today with interest. Finally, in the northern position, Lin Xian reappeared before the crowd after several months. As his figure came into view, many gasps of surprise resonated from the audience. After months of absence, Lin Xian's demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Still clad in a green robe, he stood there like an unparalleled divine weapon poised to unsheath, his brilliance restrained, yet imbued with an ineffable weight and steadiness. The fluctuations of the cultivation at the fifth level of the divine insight realm were palpable. Yet what was even more astonishing was the faint flicker of thunderous light that seemed to swirl around him. With each blink of his eyes, it appeared as if silver lightning streaked through the air, imparting an aura of extreme peril, particularly when he cast his gaze upon Yang Tsang. There lay beneath his tranquil demeanor a chilling intent to kill and an overwhelming confidence, unperturbed by Yang Tsang's provocation. Could it be that senior brother Lin Xian has also advanced to the fifth level of the divine insight realm? In just a few months? What fortuitous encounters did he experience during his training outside? Such a formidable presence. It feels as though he is not in the slightest inferior to senior brother Yang Tsang. It seems this selection for the Holy Sun promises to be quite a spectacle. Previously, it was said that senior brother Lin Xian had the shallowest foundation, but now it appears that may not be the case at all. On the viewing platform, the disciples were abuzz with discussion, their gazes towards Lin Xian filled with astonishment and curiosity. Even the elders seated high above, including the Grand Elder, regarded Lin Xian with newfound seriousness. They too had not anticipated such rapid progress from him in just a few short months. Luo Weisong stroked his beard, a hint of satisfaction glimmering in his eyes. His disciple had indeed not let him down. Representatives from the mysterious palace and the carefree spirit sect were also keenly observing Lin Xian, seemingly more intrigued by this rising star among the prospective holy sons. Yang Tsang, sensing the shift in attention around him and Lin Xian's calm yet defiant response, felt his anger flare even more intensely. With a cold snort, he unleashed a powerful aura that surged toward Lin Xian like a raging tide, attempting to intimidate him. However, Lin Xian merely cast a faint glance in his direction, the thunderous light around him flickering slightly, causing Yang Tsang's domineering presence to dissipate as if it had sunk into the ocean without a trace. Yang Tsang's pupils constricted, a chill surging through his heart. This young man's strength has indeed grown considerably. At that moment, the voice of the sect leader resounded once more. The selection of the Holy Sun is divided into 3 rounds. The first round is the ascending of the heavenly ladder. As the leader's words echoed, the ground at the center of the dragon ascending platform began to slowly crack open. An ancient stone ladder, towering at 999 steps and forged from an unknown azure stone, gradually rose, piercing the clouds as if connecting to the heavens. A vast and ancient pressure emanated from the ladder, intensifying as one ascended. Each step seemed to embody different trials, whether pertaining to the physical body, willpower, or the heart of the Tao. This is the Tai Su Heavenly Ladder, a legacy left by our sect's founding ancestor, consisting of 999 steps. The higher one ascends, the greater the potential and aptitude revealed. The sect leader's voice resonated throughout the square. This round is not time-restricted. The number of steps ultimately ascended will be the measure. Now begin. The 4 prospective holy sons turned their gazes in unison towards the ancient heavenly ladder. Yang Tsang was the first to act. Letting out a low roar, he unleashed his formidable physical strength, stomping down hard with his foot, propelling himself toward the ladder like a cannonball, leaping up several dozen steps in a single bound. The imposing aura revealed itself in full force, seemingly intent on reaching the summit at the swiftest pace, determined to demonstrate his strength to all. Long Ye's gaze narrowed slightly, dark golden light swirling around him, his figure flickering as he followed closely behind, maintaining a commendable speed. Gong Xingyue's form shimmered, transforming into a cascade of starlight, though it appeared slow. Each step propelled her several dozen stairs ahead, her movements exquisitely elusive. Only Lin Xian remained stationary, quietly gazing at the towering stone staircase, his expression serene, as if he were contemplating something profound. What a pretense! Yang Tsang sneered upon noticing Lin Xian's stillness, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth as he quickened his pace, swiftly ascending the 100th step. The oppressive force of the staircase began to manifest, causing Yang Tsang's speed to slightly falter, yet he still maintained his lead. At that moment, Lin Xian made his move. He did not unleash a breathtaking aura like Yang Tsang, nor did he employ any intricate techniques. He simply lifted his foot, ascending the first step of the staircase steadily, albeit at a seemingly slow pace. Yet, as he set foot on the staircase, a distinctly different aura began to emanate from him. A unique energy that fused the dominance of thunder, the ethereal grace of the walking character's secret, and the steadfastness of his own will. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Lin Xian's pace appeared slow, yet it contained a peculiar rhythm, resonating harmoniously with the oppressive force of the staircase. Each step was remarkably stable, devoid of any semblance of struggle. The lightning that enveloped him flickered in and out, silently dissipating the myriad invisible pressures assailing him from the staircase. In no time, he reached the 100th step. Meanwhile, the already distant Yang Tsang had approached the 300th step, yet beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, clearly indicating the mounting pressure he faced. Long Ye and Gong Xingyue followed closely, positioned around the 200th step, each employing their own methods to withstand the staircase's oppressive force. Lin Xian, however, maintained his unhurried rhythm, steadily ascending. His pace began to gradually quicken. Chapter 47, 900 steps, 150 steps, 200 steps, 250 steps. Lin Xian surpassed Gong Xingyue. Shortly after, he overtook Long Ye. On the observation platform, all held their breath. Disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld this scene. Lin Xian's ascent appeared remarkably effortless, as if the immense pressure of the staircase, which rendered even those of the divine realm struggling, did not exist for him at all. How is this possible? Yang Tsang also noticed Lin Xian rapidly closing the gap behind him. The disdain on his face had vanished, replaced by shock and a hint of incredulous panic. He felt the pressure intensifying, each step weighing heavily upon him. Yet why did Lin Xian appear so at ease? Just as Yang Tsang was momentarily distracted, Lin Xian's figure had already matched his stride. The gazes of the two individuals met in the air, sparks igniting. Get lost, Yang Tsang bellowed, disregarding all rules as he unleashed a fierce punch towards Lin Xian. The ferocious wind generated by his fist bore the weight of overwhelming force. Yet, Lin Xian merely curled his lips into a mocking smile. Xing Zi's secret. His figure shifted like a specter, effortlessly evading Yang Tsang's blow, and with unrelenting momentum, he ascended another step. 300 steps. He had surpassed Yang Tsang. Moreover, his speed continued to escalate, leaving the enraged Yang Tsang far behind. Impossible. This cannot be happening. Yang Tsang roared within, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. He could not fathom how his proud, formidable physique yielded no advantage on this celestial ladder, instead being effortlessly surpassed by Lin Xian, whom he had always deemed inferior. Surely, this young man must be employing some underhanded technique. Yang Tsang forcefully rationalized Lin Xian's ease, his inner turmoil and resentment intensifying. Gritting his teeth, Yang Tsang's vital energy surged violently, crimson aura erupting from his being, forming the ghastly silhouette of a ferocious beast, bracing against the mounting pressure as he propelled himself upwards once more. Long Ye followed closely, his steps seemingly unhurried yet remarkably steady. Dark golden light swirled around him, shaping a blurred dragon apparition that shielded him from the ladder's oppressive force. His expression was grave, occasionally glancing at Yang Tsang and Lin Xian ahead, a hint of imperceptible seriousness flashing in his eyes. Lin Xian's sudden rise evidently surpassed his expectations. Originally, Long Ye's primary adversaries were Yang Tsang and Gong Shengyue. Now, it seemed that this Lin Xian, whom he had consistently overlooked, might be the greatest variable. Gong Shengyue, the most enigmatic of them all, was enveloped in starlight. Each step she took appearing to obliterate the very stars beneath her feet. Her method of ascent was the most ethereal, seemingly not reliant solely on brute strength, but resonating with the celestial ladder's oppressive force through some profound rhythm, utilizing power against power. Although Gong Shengyue's speed was not rapid, she maintained a consistent pace. Her gaze tranquil, as if the external competition bore little effect on her. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had become the focal point of the arena. After surpassing Yang Tsang, Lin Xian did not falter, maintaining a rhythm that was both unhurried and terrifyingly stable. The Thunder Spirit body operated silently, silver light dancing upon his skin, dissipating most of the physical pressure into nothingness. Within his consciousness, the soul figure radiated brilliance, silently enduring the onslaught of will, even perceiving it as a form of tempering. More importantly, his nascent understanding of the Xingzi's secret allowed him to grasp spatial dynamics and the transference of power, elevating him to an unprecedented realm. It seemed as if Lin Xian were not merely climbing, but measuring and comprehending. The pressure of the celestial ladder no longer posed an obstacle for him. Rather, it served as a guide, clarifying his own understanding of power and the Tao. 350 steps. 400 steps. Lin Xian's figure accelerated, gradually distancing himself from Yang Tsang. With a frustrated roar, Yang Tsang summoned his remaining strength to chase after him. Yet, the higher he climbed, the heavier the pressure became. Yang Tsang's speed was limited, leading to a greater depletion of his energy, and his complexion grew pale. The spectators on the observation platform erupted into a frenzy. Goodness! What is happening with senior brother Lin Xian? He seems to be gliding through it effortlessly. Over 400 steps. He appears to feel nothing at all. Look at senior brother Yang Tsang. It's evident he is straining much more. Is senior brother Lin Xian truly staging a comeback? His rate of progress is astonishing. Just months ago, he was merely at the second level of the divine realm. The disciples murmured among themselves, their gazes towards Lin Xian filled with shock, admiration, and even a hint of fervor. On the high platform, the elders displayed a variety of expressions. The Grand Elder, Hu Quan, furrowed his brow, his eyes clouded with a mix of gloom and confusion. The elders who supported Yang Tsang wore particularly grim faces, having anticipated Yang Tsang would secure victory in this selection of the Holy Sun. They never expected Lin Xian to emerge so powerfully in the midst of it all. Luo Weisong stroked his beard, a radiant smile illuminating his face, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. His disciple never failed to surprise him. The representatives from the Misty Palace and the Carefree Spirit sect also redirected their attention to Lin Xian, especially the masked beauty from the Misty Palace, her enchanting eyes sparkling with interest in him. 500 steps. Lin Xian had already surged ahead, leaving Yang Tsang nearly 100 steps behind. Long Ye and Gong Shengyue were also far behind, lingering around the 300 and 400 step marks, respectively. The oppressive force of the staircase underwent a qualitative change beyond the 500th step. It became not only a test of physical strength and willpower, but also a profound resonance of the Tao that enveloped the climber, seemingly intent on piercing through their heart of the Tao. If one's heart was unstable and will weak, they would find themselves unable to advance, or worse, could be directly cast down. Feeling this resonance, Lin Xian's eyes brightened. Instead of perceiving an obstacle, he felt a sense of being in his element. His heart of the Tao had solidified through countless trials of life and death. He pursued the pinnacle of strength with clarity of purpose and unwavering resolve. For Lin Xian, this test of Tao resonance was akin to a confirmation and a baptism. His strides remained steady, even quickening slightly. Lightning and the essence of the Tao intertwined, creating an extraordinary spectacle around him. 600 steps, 700 steps, 800 steps. Lin Xian's figure had transformed into a mere black, resolutely ascending the mist-laden staircase. At that moment, Yang Tsang had only just struggled to reach the 600th step. He was drenched in sweat, his muscles trembling beneath his armor, his eyes bloodshot and frantic. Yang Tsang could not accept this. Unable to accept the staggering distance he had been cast aside by Lin Xian, Yang Tsang, the universally acknowledged champion of physical prowess among the younger generation of the Taisu sect, felt the sting of defeat. How could he possibly lose to Lin Xian? A furious roar erupted from Yang Tsang as he endeavored to extract the last vestiges of strength from within. Yet, the more frantic he became, the greater the pressure he faced, causing his steps to falter, nearly succumbing to an invisible wave of Dao rhythm that threatened to push him back. Langya halted at the 630th step, shaking his head in resignation, opting to consolidate his current standing rather than pursue further. Meanwhile, Gong Shunyue paused at the 675th step, her gaze lost in the swirling starlight, seemingly absorbed in profound contemplation without imposing any demands upon herself. Ultimately, as Lin Xian's figure firmly settled upon the 900th step, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted from the crowd, akin to the roar of a tempest. 900 steps. Just 90 steps shy of the summit. Although he had not fully ascended, this achievement marked the finest performance by the Tai Su sect in the Heavenly Ladder trial in nearly a millennium. Chapter 48. The Path of Self-Inquiry. Standing on the 900th step, Lin Xian felt the almost tangible weight of the oppressive aura and Dao rhythm. Breathing lightly, yet maintaining a bright gaze, he understood that further ascent would likely require the cultivation of nirvana to withstand the pressures above. He did not force the issue. Slowly turning to gaze down upon the minuscule figures below, his sight finally resting upon the struggling Yang Tsang, who had just reached the 700th step, his visage a mask of agony. No words were exchanged, but Lin Xian's tranquil gaze was far more piercing than any taunt. Yang Tsang abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with Lin Xian, only to be overwhelmed by an indescribable sense of humiliation and rage that surged to his very core. Darkness clouded his vision, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to endure any longer. His body swayed precariously before finally coming to rest at 705 steps, unable to advance further. With a resonant chime, the conclusion of the first round of trials was announced. The authoritative voice of the sect leader reverberated throughout the venue. First round of the Heavenly Ladder concluded. Lin Xian, 900 steps. Yang Tsang, 705 steps. Gong Shunyue, 675 steps. Langya, 630 steps. As the results were revealed, the crowd erupted once more in fervor. Lin Xian, with an overwhelming advantage, had decisively surpassed the other three prospective saints, claiming the title of victor in the first round. This outcome took everyone by surprise, twisting the trajectory of the saint selection into an intricate web of uncertainty and anticipation. Yang Tsang's complexion darkened, fixating a fierce glare on Lin Xian, his eyes brimming with a palpable murderous intent. In contrast, Lin Xian descended the Heavenly Ladder with calm composure, as if merely completing a trivial task, preparing himself for the next challenge. The results of the first round of the Heavenly Ladder trials rippled through the Tai Su sect and beyond, akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake, creating tumultuous waves. Lin Xian's meteoric rise to the peak not only astonished all onlookers, but also thoroughly disrupted the preconceived notions held by many. Especially Yang Tsang, though he ranked second, lagged behind Lin Xian by over 100 steps. This left his supporters in a state of despondency and caused many previously neutral disciples and elders to reconsider the capabilities of this often underestimated quasi-saint. After a brief tumult, the authoritative voice of the sect leader resonated once more, redirecting the attention of all back to the selection process itself. The selection of the saint, second round. The path of self-examination. As the leader's words fell, the white jade surface of the ascending dragon platform began to transform again. Radiance swirled, runes flickered, and a serpentine path, seemingly composed of ethereal light and shadow, gradually materialized. This path appeared to be short, spanning merely 100 zhong, yet a peculiar wave of energy permeated its surface, causing one's spirit to waver at a mere glance, as if stirring the deepest, most concealed desires and fears within. The path of self-examination tests your Dao heart, will, and wisdom, the sect leader's voice continued. This path is not a smooth journey. Each step presents an illusion. Each thought unveils a heaven or a hell. Only those with an unwavering Dao heart and ironclad willpower can decipher the illusions and traverse the entirety of this path. There is no time limit for this round. Success is measured by the time taken and the state achieved upon completion. Should one falter in their Dao heart midway, they shall be teleported out, deemed a failure. Now, commence. The four quasi-saints once again stood at the starting line, though their mental states had subtly shifted. Yang Tsang's countenance remained grim, his eyes aflame with fury and murderous intent. Having lost face in the first round, he was determined to reclaim his honor and even trample Lin Xian beneath his feet in this round. Taking a deep breath to quell his inner turmoil, Yang Song was the first to step upon the path of self-examination. Long Ye's expression was grave. Casting a glance at Lin Xian, he followed closely behind. Gong Shengyue remained composed, her expression obscured under a veil of starlight as she gracefully entered the path of light and shadow. Lin Xian was the last to proceed. He did not rush, but instead observed the ethereal path for a moment. He could sense the immense spiritual power and the laws of illusion contained within. This was not merely a simple mirage, but rather a profound interrogation of one's innermost self. Intriguing. A faint smile graced Lin Xian's lips as he stepped forward, his figure vanishing instantaneously within the light and shadow. As he entered the path of self-examination, the scene before him abruptly transformed. Lin Xian found himself amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, countless severed limbs piled high, the pungent stench of blood and resentment assailing his senses. It was as if the air was filled with the echoes of countless anguished screams and curses, all attempting to unsettle his mind. A massacre illusion, perhaps? Lin Xian's gaze remained tranquil. Throughout his journey, the enemies and beasts he had slain numbered beyond count, even having personally obliterated the entire lineage of the Xianling sect. Such a degree of illusion was, for him, akin to a gentle breeze. Lin Xian surveyed the vivid scene around him with a sense of curiosity, internally remarking, "The level of this illusion is quite commendable. However, it holds no significance for me." With a single step, Lin Xian shattered the mountain of corpses and sea of blood beneath him, reducing it to nothingness. The path ahead re-emerged, and soon, the illusion transformed once more. This time, Lin Xian found himself seated upon the exalted throne of the Supreme Void Sect. Below him, countless disciples and elders knelt, their voices rising in a thunderous chorus of praise for the Holy Sun. Boundless power and readily accessible glory seemed to lie at his fingertips. It appeared that with a mere nod, he could possess it all. The allure of authority? Lin Xian scoffed. What he sought was the zenith of strength, the mastery of his own fate. The position of the sect's Holy Sun was merely the starting point on his ascent to greatness, not the culmination. To become enmeshed in such trivialities would surely tarnish his resolve. With unwavering determination, Lin Xian watched as the magnificent vision before him shattered once more. Following this, temptations of beauty, wealth, and immortality surged forth, representing the most common demons that could plague a practitioner's path. Yet, Lin Xian's resolve remained steadfast and his goals clear. These illusions were but ephemeral reflections, easily pierced through as he pressed on without falter. His speed increased, leaving trails of afterimages along the path of light and shadow. Meanwhile, the trials of the other three continued. Yang Song's first illusion was the very moment Lin Xian had looked down upon him from the celestial ladder. An overwhelming sense of humiliation and rage ignited within Yang Song, who roared and swung his fists in an attempt to shatter the Lin Xian of the illusion. However, as the illusion was born of his own mind, the more furious he became, the clearer Lin Xian appeared, the mocking glint in his eyes growing ever more piercing. Yang Song found himself locked in a bitter struggle with his own demons, depleting his mental fortitude and consequently slowing his pace. Long Ye's illusion was even more intricate. At times, it presented endless temptations of wealth and power. At other moments, scenes of past conspiracies replayed, including the humiliating image of the bloody guild he had once led being obliterated by Lin Xian. Long Ye, possessing a deep intellect and a resolute will, did not succumb immediately to these illusions. Instead, he cautiously discerned truth from illusion, proceeding step by step with care. Nevertheless, these illusions ultimately ensnared his mind, hindering his speed in comparison to Lin Xian. Gong Shengyue encountered the most peculiar of illusions. Rather than mere slaughter or temptations of power and beauty, he faced fragmented celestial vistas, ancient sacrificial scenes, and indistinct glimpses that seemed to foreshadow the future. Enveloped in starlight, Gong Shengyue's figure trembled slightly, as if stirred by these visions. Yet, he did not waver. Rather, he advanced with an enigmatic rhythm, neither hurried nor slow, his pace second only to Lin Xian's. In Chapter 49, again the first, time on the path of self-reflection seemed to lose its significance. To the outside observer, the four figures moved slowly along the path of light and shadow, yet their experiences of time and trials were altogether distinct. Lin Xian effortlessly dispelled the illusions, traversing without obstruction. His heart was pure and unwavering, unperturbed by external distractions or the turmoil of inner demons. The illusions that could ensnare and torment other practitioners of the divine realm appeared to Lin Xian as mere fleeting phantoms. In the span of a single incense stick, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, Lin Xian stepped forth from the terminus of the luminous pathway, reappearing upon the resplendent white jade plaza of the ascending dragon platform. With a tranquil demeanor and a steady aura, he seemed as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. So soon, the path of introspection, 100 zhang long. Each step a new illusion, and he has completed it already? Good heavens, what unwavering resolve does he possess? He was seemingly untouched by the slightest influence. Truly terrifying. Brother Lin Xian is nothing short of a monster. The observation platform erupted once again in fervor. If Lin Xian's performance during the first round of the Heavenly Ladder was astonishing, then his display in this second round of the Path of Introspection could only be described as horrific. This transcended mere cultivation and talent. It was an absolute domination of heart and will. Upon the high platform, the sect leader's eyes gleamed momentarily with approval. Hu Quan's expression darkened, nearly dripping with disdain. Luo Weisong stroked his beard with hearty laughter, reveling in the moment. The representatives from the mysterious palace and the carefree spirit sect regarded Lin Xian with increasingly profound and earnest gazes. After approximately half an hour, Gong Shengyue emerged from the path of introspection, appearing somewhat fatigued, her starlight dimmed, clearly having endured considerable trials. Following her was Longya, whose pallor suggested a recent encounter with great adversity, his eyes reflecting a mix of trepidation and gravity. Finally, on the brink of the path's closure, Yang Tsang stumbled forth, his aura chaotic, eyes bloodshot, and face contorted in a grimace, as though he had just clawed his way from a mountain of corpses. Evidently, he had grappled with his inner demons for quite some time, suffering immense exhaustion, and his resolve had been significantly shaken. Upon his emergence, Yang Tsang beheld Lin Xian, who remained composed as if nothing had transpired, alongside the other two near saints. In stark contrast, Yang Tsang's disheveled appearance stood out glaringly. Unable to contain the humiliation and fury swelling within him, he let out a roar akin to a wounded beast, directed skyward. Suddenly, the third toll of the bell resounded, interrupting Yang Tsang's outburst. The sect leader's voice echoed once more, imbued with an undeniable authority. The second round, the path of introspection, has concluded. Lin Xian, 1 incense stick, in perfect condition. Gong Shengyue, half an hour, with slight depletion. Longya, nearly an hour, mental exhaustion. Yang Tsang, nearly exceeding the time limit. In poor condition. With the results announced, Lin Xian once again emerged as the unequivocal victor, having dominated his opponents in both rounds with absolute superiority. The once suspenseful selection of saints began to tilt decidedly in one direction. Yang Tsang glared intently at Lin Xian, his teeth grinding audibly, nails nearly embedding themselves into his flesh. He understood that there was no retreat left for him. In the final round, he must, at all costs, utterly defeat Lin Xian, even to the point of killing him. Otherwise, he would be reduced to nothing more than a backdrop to Lin Xian's rise, becoming the laughingstock of the entire Tai Su sect. The gazes of Longya and Gong Shengyue towards Lin Xian grew increasingly complex. The opponent they had previously dismissed had now become the greatest threat in their pursuit of the position of Saint Child. The air was thick with an invisible tension, and everyone understood that the impending final round would undoubtedly be a cataclysmic showdown. Feeling the unabashed killing intent emanating from Yang Tsang, as well as the scrutinizing glances from Longya and Gong Shengyue, Lin Xian maintained an unwavering calm. Slowly raising his head, Yang Tsang's gaze swept across the high platform, glancing over the multitude of attentive eyes, ultimately settling in the center of the Dragon Ascension platform. In the final round, let them come forth. The atmosphere on the Dragon Ascension platform, after the shocking twists of the previous 2 rounds, had grown exceptionally grave. All eyes were fixated on the 4 contenders for the Saint Child title, particularly on Lin Xian, who had triumphed in the last 2 rounds with overwhelming prowess. Yang Tsang shone like an ascendant star, radiating brilliance, yet this very brilliance attracted fierce hostility. His gaze was akin to a venomous blade, fixated on Lin Xian, wishing to devour him whole. The consecutive defeats and Lin Xian's dominance had utterly shattered his pride, leaving only boundless fury and murderous intent. Long Ye's eyes flickered with contemplation. Lin Xian's strength had surpassed his expectations, and his original strategy targeting Yang Tsang and Gong Shengyue seemed in need of re-evaluation. Gong Shengyue remained enigmatic. Her expression beneath the starlight was inscrutable, yet the subtly coalescing aura indicated that she too was taking this seriously. The selection of the Saint Child, third round. The Dragon Ascension battle. The authoritative voice of the sect master shattered the silence, resonating in the ears of all present. The rules for this round were simple. The sect master's gaze swept over the four, a free-for-all battle, with the last one standing on the Dragon Ascension platform declared the winner. Following this, the selection of the new and singular Saint Child of the Taisu sect would be determined based on the comprehensive performance across all 3 rounds. The significance of the third round was paramount. Even if one had faltered in the previous 2 rounds, a dazzling performance in this free-for-all could significantly alter the outcome. As the term free-for-all was uttered, a wave of astonishment rippled through the audience, quickly followed by a fervent buzz of discussion. A free-for-all? Does this imply alliances can be formed? Attacks may be exchanged? The variables are immense. Superior strength does not guarantee victory. Yang Tsang will likely target Lin Xian first, won't he? How will Long Ye and Gong Shengyue choose to act? Everyone understood that the introduction of the free-for-all rules reintroduced uncertainty into what had seemed a clear situation. While strength was undoubtedly crucial, strategy, timing, and even luck could become pivotal factors in determining the victor. Upon hearing the free-for-all rules, Yang Tsang's eyes ignited with a bloodthirsty glow, and a sinister smile curled upon his lips. This is indeed a rule crafted specifically for him. He can now strike Lin Xian without any reservations. He might even join forces with Long Ye to eliminate this greatest threat. Yang Tsang immediately cast a glance towards Long Ye, signaling an alliance. Long Ye's eyes flickered, yet he did not respond immediately, choosing instead to observe Lin Xian and Gong Shengyue with an inscrutable demeanor. He, being astute and calculating, would not easily declare his allegiance. Gong Shengyue maintained her distance, seemingly detached, leaving her intentions shrouded in mystery. Lin Xian, on the other hand, appeared calm, seemingly unfazed by the chaos of battle rules. He flexed his wrist, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Whether in solitary combat or amidst a fray, he felt no fear. Are you ready? The voice of the sect leader echoed once more, imbued with an invisible pressure. The Dragon Ascension battle begins now. Chapter 50, Battle with Yang Tsang. In the instant the words fell, Yang Tsang roared, Lin Xian, prepare to meet your demise. Like a volcano on the brink of eruption, he unleashed his pent-up fury. Without a hint of hesitation, he locked onto Lin Xian as his target and launched the most ferocious assault. Overbearing divine fist. Yang Tsang bellowed, unleashing his full power at the pinnacle of the 5th stage of the divine transformation realm. The crimson battle armor radiated intensely, transforming him into an ancient beast. Muscles taut and blood surging. With a single punch, the air was instantaneously compressed and detonated, forming a visible crimson shockwave, akin to a meteor plummeting, carrying an overwhelming force that aimed directly at Lin Xian's face. This punch was imbued with immense strength and unyielding dominance, clearly driven by genuine rage. Intent on obliterating Lin Xian with a single blow. Faced with Yang Tsang's wrathful assault, Lin Xian's expression sharpened, yet he did not choose to confront it head-on. Xingzi's secret. In an instant, Lin Xian's figure became indistinct, leaving behind a faint trail of lightning as an afterimage. Boom. The crimson shockwave grazed the afterimage, crashing violently against the solid white jade ground, producing a deafening roar. The entire Dragon Ascension platform trembled violently, and where the shockwave struck, a terrifying fist imprint several feet deep was left behind, its edges smooth as a mirror, a testament to its formidable power. Dodge. Let us see how long you can evade. Having missed his strike, Yang Tsang grew even angrier, roaring once more, and like a shadow, he pursued Lin Xian relentlessly, his fists raining down like a tempest. A multitude of crimson shockwaves crisscrossed around Lin Xian, completely sealing off the space surrounding him, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that created thunderous sonic booms, a truly fearsome spectacle. Yet Lin Xian's figure danced like a leaf in a storm, a fish in a tempest, always finding the narrowest of openings to elude Yang Tsang's attacks from astonishing angles and speeds, narrowly escaping every blow. He mastered the intricacies of the Xingzi secret to perfection, each evasion appearing both graceful and precise, even carrying a hint of playful mockery. Your speed is commendable, but alas, your strength is lacking. Amidst evading attacks, Lin Xian casually offered his commentary, his tone unperturbed, yet piercing like a needle into Yang Tsang's heart. Seeking death, Yang Tsang, thoroughly incensed, escalated his onslaught, disregarding his own stamina. While Yang Tsang was embroiled in battle with Lin Xian, Long Ye and Gong Shengyue also made their moves. To Yang Tsang's surprise, Long Ye chose not to join forces with him against Lin Xian. Instead, he transformed into a streak of dark golden light, silently launching toward Gong Shengyue. Dragon soars to the sky. Long Ye uttered a low exclamation, forming a hand seal as dark golden radiance surged around him, coalescing into a menacing dragon silhouette. Its claws extended, tearing through the void, aimed directly at Gong Shengyue. Clearly, he deemed it a more prudent strategy to first eliminate the enigmatic and equally formidable Gong Shengyue. Anticipating the ambush, Gong Shengyue remained composed. The starlight around her blazed forth, enveloping her in a nebulous shroud. Star swirl, she commanded, causing the stellar cloud to whirl rapidly, forming a massive vortex that incessantly wore down the power of Long Ye's dragon claw, diverting it aside. Simultaneously, shimmering starlight shot forth from the nebula, akin to a celestial rain, indiscriminately assaulting Long Ye's vital points. The two engaged in fierce combat, their starlight and dragon shadows intertwining in a tumultuous clash of spiritual energies, creating an intensely vivid spectacle. On the Dragon Ascension platform, two distinct battle circles emerged. Lin Xian, utilizing the ghostly speed of his movement technique, deftly toyed with the raging Yang Tsang. Meanwhile, Long Ye and Gong Shengyue unleashed a profound and intense exchange of offense and defense. Spectators on the viewing platform were mesmerized, gasping in astonishment. Brother Yang Tsang's strikes were ferocious, yet Brother Lin Xian's speed rendered them ineffective. Why did Brother Long Ye choose to attack Sister Gong Shengyue first? What strategy lay behind this? Sister Gong Shengyue's celestial techniques were marvelously intricate, successfully countering Brother Long Ye's assaults. The situation had become overwhelmingly chaotic. Who would ultimately triumph? On the high platform, the expressions of the sect leader and elders varied. Hu Quan furrowed his brow at Yang Tsang's futile, bull-like attempts. Luo Weisong, however, wore a smile, clearly pleased with Lin Xian's performance. The beautiful matron from the Miao Liao Palace observed the clash between Gong Shengyue and Long Ye, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. The old Taoist from the Free and Easy Spirit sect remained inebriated, occasionally sipping wine, seemingly indifferent to the fierce battle unfolding. After a prolonged struggle, Yang Tsang, unable to gain the upper hand, found himself drained of energy and spiritual power due to his rage and impatience, his breath becoming uneven. Lin Xian seized the moment, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Having played long enough, it was time to conclude this. No longer merely on the defensive, he finally launched his counterattack. Thunder Prison, Lin Xian exclaimed, as a surge of lightning erupted around him. No longer just a protective barrier, it transformed into a viscous and tempestuous field of thunder, enveloping Yang Tsang in an instant. Zzz. Countless silver serpents writhed frantically within the force field, causing the air to thicken. Yang Tsang felt as though his body had suddenly plummeted into an unfathomable abyss, rendering his movements painfully sluggish. Simultaneously, torrents of violent thunderous energy relentlessly eroded his protective aura and flesh, inducing waves of numbness and sharp pain. What on earth is this? Yang Tsang gasped in shock. He had never witnessed such a tyrannical force field. In that moment of terror, Lin Xian's figure appeared before him as if teleporting. Lin Xian clenched his fist, where silver lightning intertwined with crimson gold tiger stripes. A terrifying power, amalgamating the might of Thunder Prison, the Thunder Spirit body, and the pure young bloodline of the tiger, began to coalesce. The very fabric of space seemed to warp under the weight of this singular punch. Try receiving this punch. Lin Xian's cold voice rang out. The punch, seemingly unadorned, was as swift as lightning, imbued with a destructive aura that crashed fiercely towards Yang Tsang's proud chest. On the ascending dragon platform, the air appeared to solidify beneath Lin Xian's strike. Every gaze was fixated upon that seemingly simple, yet devastatingly powerful fist. Silver lightning and crimson gold tiger stripes entwined, creating a heart-stopping spectacle, as if the might of divine thunder and the ferocity of primordial tigers had harmoniously fused at this moment. Yang Tsang's pupils constricted, an unprecedented sense of peril enveloping him entirely. He sensed that he was not facing a mere fifth-tier practitioner of the divine connection realm, but rather a colossal beast of thunder clad in human flesh. The binding force of the thunder prison felt like countless chains ensnaring him, diminishing his once proud speed and strength, rendering his movements agonizingly sluggish. Even more terrifying was the power contained within Lin Xian's punch, which far exceeded his expectations. It was not merely a surge of spiritual energy. It was infused with the dominance of the thunder spirit body, the wildness of the bloodline power, and an unyielding, crushing force he had never before encountered. Not a chance. At the precipice of life and death, Yang Tsang unleashed his full potential. He roared in fury, his vital energy surging like a volcanic eruption, the beastly totem on his crimson battle armor seeming to awaken, emitting a soul-stirring roar. Bastion of vitality, coalesce. Yang Tsang crossed his arms protectively over his chest, channeling all his spiritual energy and blood power into a formidable, dark red glowing energy shield. This was his most potent defensive technique, and he was confident that even an attack from a sixth-tier practitioner of the divine connection realm could be withstood. However, before Lin Xian's punch, infused with the essence of Thunder Prison, all his defenses appeared alarmingly fragile. Chapter 51. A shock that resonated through the arena. Boom. The moment the fist collided with the shield, it did not produce an earth-shattering roar, but rather a grating sound akin to shattering glass, sending chills down the spine. Yang Tsang's proud body-protecting barrier shattered before the intertwining silver and crimson fist, fracturing like mere paper and instantly resembling a spider's web. It then erupted with a thunderous blast, transforming into a myriad of scintillating lights. The force of the punch remained unyielding as the fist, imbued with the essence of annihilating thunder, struck fiercely against Yang Tsang's crossed arms. A resounding crack echoed, signaling the fracture of bones that had been tempered through countless trials. Remarkably, his powerful arms, capable of splitting mountains, succumbed and broke under the weight of that single blow. With a violent thrust, Yang Tsang was hurled backward like a kite severed from its string. Blood gushing from his mouth, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. His scarlet battle armor emitted a mournful wail under the unbearable strain, its brilliance dimming as fine cracks appeared on its surface. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto the white jade ground several dozen yards away, creating an indentation in the solid stone, dust swirling around him. Silence enveloped the arena, the kind of stillness where a falling needle could be heard. All present were left utterly astounded by the unfolding scene. The formidable and unparalleled Yang Tsang had, astonishingly, been sent flying by Lin Xian's singular punch, both arms shattered. How could this be possible? Yang Tsang was at the pinnacle of the fifth realm of the divine connection. His body-refining technique was renowned within the Void Sect for its overwhelming strength, and coupled with his bloodline power, few could breach his defenses among his peers. Yet now, Lin Xian had managed to shatter his strongest defense with a mere fist, breaking both of his arms. What level of terrifying physical power had Lin Xian attained? A gasp broke the suffocating silence from the spectators' platform, as someone struggled to swallow, shattering the tension. Soon, a surge of astonished exclamations and discussions erupted like a tidal wave. Did I see that correctly? Brother Yang Tsang has been defeated, with just one punch. Merely one punch. Brother Lin Xian's strength is absolutely terrifying. What kind of technique is that? The lightning emanating from him is so domineering that Brother Yang Tsang's protective barrier was obliterated. A prodigy, a true prodigy. What has Brother Lin Xian experienced in these past few months? It's over, it's over. I had previously wagered on Brother Yang Tsang's victory. The disciples were in a frenzy, their eyes filled with fervor and reverence as they gazed upon Lin Xian. The one once deemed the least resourceful among the quasi-saints had now exhibited strength that completely overturned their perceptions. On the high platform, Elder Hu Quan's expression was beyond mere darkness. It was an ashen hue, a pallor of disbelief mingled with an almost imperceptible dread. The elders beside him appeared ashen-faced, as if their very faith had crumbled. Luo Weisong trembled with excitement, his beard shaking as he clapped joyfully, pride and satisfaction radiating from his eyes. Excellent, excellent, excellent. My disciple Lin Xian has truly not disappointed me. In the ethereal palace, the enchanting woman's captivating eyes shimmered with curiosity and inquiry, as they fell upon Lin Xian. The old priest of the Free Spirit sect, roused from his stupor, surveyed Lin Xian with keen interest, a playful smile curling upon his lips. Meanwhile, in another arena, the fierce battle between Long Ye and Gong Shengyue came to an abrupt halt, drawn by the unexpected turn of events. Long Ye's gaze fixated on Yang Tsang, who had been sent flying by a single punch, his life hanging by a thread. His pupils constricted sharply, and a tempest of shock surged within him. He believed himself slightly superior in strength to Yang Tsang, yet he could never have imagined so effortless a defeat. The sheer power and dominance exhibited in Lin Xian's earlier strike instilled within Long Ye a profound sense of trepidation. This individual concealed his true capabilities remarkably well. A chill ran through Long Ye's heart as he regarded Lin Xian with newfound gravity. Gong Shengyue too felt the tremors of Lin Xian's might ripple through her. Her aura of starlight wavering slightly, her expression now tinged with solemnity as she regarded him for the first time. On the Dragon Ascension platform, Lin Xian gradually retracted his fist, the crackling lightning that enveloped it dissipating into the air. He cast a glance toward the distant pit where Yang Tsang lay. Breathless and nearly unconscious, his demeanor calm and unperturbed, as if he had merely dealt with an insignificant nuisance. The tempestuous aura of the Thunder Prison faded quietly, and Lin Xian flexed his wrist, producing a series of crisp sounds. With the completion of his Thunder Prison technique, both his physical strength and defensive capabilities had significantly escalated, further amplified by his Thunder Spirit body. Remarkably, in that previous strike, Lin Xian had not even exerted his full strength. Turning to face Long Ye and Gong Shengyue, Lin Xian's expression remained placid as the dynamics of the confrontation shifted dramatically, transforming from a four-way brawl into a duel between himself and the two would-be holy sons. The atmosphere became thick with tension, every heart racing. Long Ye and Gong Shengyue exchanged glances, each detecting a flicker of seriousness and wariness in the other's eyes. They understood that Lin Xian had now become their primary and sole obstacle in the pursuit of the Holy Sun position. Facing Lin Xian alone, neither possessed absolute confidence. The thought of joining forces flitted through both their minds simultaneously. A spark of determination flickered in Long Ye's eyes, as if he wished to speak. Yet, before he could, Lin Xian made the first move. Without affording Long Ye and Gong Shengyue a moment to contemplate or unite, Lin Xian's voice resonated, calm yet commanding. Next, who shall come? His figure transformed into a spectral silver flash, dashing towards Long Ye, who was slightly closer. With unwavering intent and decisive ferocity, Lin Xian aimed to swiftly eliminate all adversaries and seize the singular Holy Sun position. Confronted by Lin Xian's sudden onslaught, Long Ye's pupils dilated in shock as he inwardly cursed. He had intended to probe the waters, to see if a temporary alliance with Gong Shengyue could be forged to suppress the unpredictable variable that was Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, Lin Xian chose to act contrary to common sense, charging directly at him. Moreover, his speed seemed even swifter than when he toyed with Yang Tsang. The profundities of the Xingzi secret art became increasingly effortless in Lin Xian's hands through practical application. Arrogant, Long Ye bellowed, feeling a sense of trepidation, yet as a quasi-saint. He possessed his own pride and trump cards. He swiftly formed seals with both hands, and a surge of dark golden radiance erupted around him. A more solidified dragon shadow coiled forth, emitting a heart-stirring dragon's roar. The true dragon art, dragon's battle in the field. Amidst the echo of the dragon's cry, the dark golden dragon shadow, imbued with unmatched might, lunged fiercely towards Lin Xian. The dragon claws tore through the air, generating sharp, cutting gales, as if intent on utterly shredding Lin Xian, body and soul. This strike represented Long Ye's full force, its potency surpassing his previous assault on Gong Shengyue. However, Lin Xian's figure danced like a dragon navigating through tumultuous waves, skillfully evading the ferocious onslaught of the dragon shadow. The Xingzi secret art reached its zenith, rendering his body seemingly weightless, each flicker precisely avoiding the dragon claw's razor edge and the slicing winds. Too slow, too scattered in power. Lin Xian's voice, like an ethereal whisper, resonated in Long Ye's ear, tinged with a hint of critique. Long Ye felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Chapter 52, Victory. Lin Xian's speed was astonishingly rapid, so much so that even his proud true dragon art struggled to keep pace. Just as Long Ye's mind flickered, attempting to change tactics, Lin Xian seized upon that fleeting moment of vulnerability. Whoosh! Lin Xian's figure appeared at Long Ya's side, as if teleporting, fingers gathered, fingertips converging with lightning, forming a shimmering silver arc blade of a palm, silently slicing toward Long Ya's neck. This strike was swift, precise, and fierce. It contained the penetrating and destructive force of Thunder Prison energy. Long Ya's soul fled in terror. At the brink of life and death, the dark golden dragon shadow around him abruptly contracted, morphing into a heavy dragon scale shield to defend him. Sizzle! The thunderous palm blade struck the dragon scale shield, producing a grating sound that made teeth ache, sparks flying. The dragon scale shield trembled violently, its brilliance dimming instantaneously, revealing a clear crack upon its surface. Although it blocked this lethal blow, the tremendous impact still caused Long Ya's blood to churn, his figure staggering backward. Yet Lin Xian's assault flowed like water. One strike failing, he transitioned seamlessly into another. With a flick of his wrist, the palm blade transformed into a fist, the lightning and tiger stripes intertwining once more, delivering a brutal blow at a cunning angle towards Long Ya's recently stabilized core. This punch, though not as earth-shattering as his previous one against Yang Tsang, was swifter and more concentrated in power. Long Ya's complexion paled. In a panic, he could only barely condense his protective energy once more to fend off the attack. Bang! A muffled thud echoed as Long Ya's protective energy shattered like thin ice, the force of the punch penetrating through. Uffed! Long Ya once again spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, his body sent hurtling backward as if struck by a speeding train, crashing heavily onto the edge of the ascending dragon platform. After struggling a few times, he was unable to rise immediately, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. In just a few exchanges, yet another prospective saint was decisively vanquished by Lin Xian. From the observation platform, gasps of astonishment echoed once more. If the defeat of Yang Tsang could be attributed to his underestimation and reckless advance, then the clean and decisive victory over Long Ya, who was renowned for his steadiness and numerous hidden cards, unequivocally attested to Lin Xian's overwhelming prowess. How extraordinarily strong! Even senior brother Long Ya has fallen. This is nothing short of a sweeping triumph. To what level has senior brother Lin Xian's strength ascended? The fifth layer of the Divine Connection realm? I suspect it is even beyond that. He is likely approaching the sixth layer. The position of saint seems to have no uncertainty now. The disciples' gazes toward Lin Xian transformed from astonishment to utter admiration and reverence. On the high platform, the countenance of the elder from Hu Quan's lineage turned pale, rendered speechless. Luo Weisong beamed with delight, as if rejuvenated by decades. The sect leader's eyes also gleamed with satisfaction. The beautiful woman from the mysterious Illusion Palace and the old Taoist from the Carefree Spirit sect exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity in each other's eyes. The emergence of such a prodigy from the Tai Su sect is certainly not welcome news for their two other sections. At this moment, only Lin Xian and Gong Shengyue remained on the vast ascending dragon platform. Gong Shengyue stood quietly, the starlight surrounding her appearing even more radiant than before, enveloping her and obscuring her expression, rendering her true emotions inscrutable. She had witnessed Lin Xian's victories over Yang Tsang and Long Ya without intervening or choosing to leave. Lin Xian's gaze shifted toward this enigmatic opponent. Among the four prospective saints, Gong Shengyue had always been the most elusive. Her strength and hidden cards were likely beyond the complete comprehension of the sect leader and elders. Shall we continue? Lin Xian inquired, his tone calm. Gong Shengyue fell silent for a moment, the starlight around her gently swirling. Just when everyone anticipated that Gong Shengyue would opt for battle, or at the very least, test Lin Xian's strength, she made an unexpected decision. She gently inclined her body towards Lin Xian, performing a gesture of respect typical among peers. Then, her cold and ethereal voice resonated throughout the arena. I concede. Concede. This declaration ignited yet another wave of astonishment. Gong Shengyue directly admitted defeat. She didn't even engage in combat before conceding. Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Lin Xian himself, who was slightly taken aback. Lin Xian had been prepared for a fierce battle with Gong Shengyue, even secretly bracing for any peculiar tactics she might possess. Yet he had not anticipated her to so readily surrender. Gong Shengyue seemed to perceive the confusion among the crowd, possibly sensing the inquiry in Lin Xian's gaze. She spoke once more, her voice remaining tranquil. Your prowess has far surpassed ours. The position of the Holy Sun is rightfully yours." Upon concluding her words, Gong Shengyue did not linger. With a flash of starlight enveloping her, her figure melded into the void, quietly vanishing from the Dragon Ascension platform, opting to withdraw. This decisiveness and grace elevated Lin Xian's regard for her. As Gong Shengyue departed, Lin Xian stood alone upon the platform, exuding an air of majesty. Yang Tsang lay gravely injured and unconscious. Long Ye bore significant internal wounds, and Gong Shengyue had voluntarily conceded. The ultimate victor was without question. Boom! The third and final sonorous bell tolled through the heavens, as if heralding the arrival of a new era to the entire Tai Su sect and beyond. Throughout the northern region, the sect master slowly rose, his resonant and authoritative voice echoing far and wide. The selection of the Holy Sun, third round. The Dragon Ascension battle is concluded. The ultimate victor is Lin Xian. From this day forth, Lin Xian shall be the sole Holy Sun of our Tai Su sect. As his words fell, the entire Dragon Ascension platform erupted in fervor. Countless disciples cheered with excitement, chanting the name of Holy Sun Lin Xian. At the elders' table, Luo Weisong was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he laughed joyfully towards the heavens. Meanwhile, the Hu Quan faction appeared ashen, sinking into defeat. Representatives from affiliated sects and allied powers rose one after another, offering their congratulations to Lin Xian with respectful gestures. The representatives of the Mysterious Palace and the Carefree Spirit sect also stood, their expressions complex as they gazed at the young figure basking in radiant glory. Lin Xian stood at the center of the Dragon Ascension platform, absorbing the thunderous cheers, feeling the myriad of gazes filled with awe, admiration, envy, and jealousy. Yet his heart remained serene. The position of Holy Sun was secured. However, this was merely the beginning. His gaze turned towards the lofty and distant skies. With the conclusion of the Holy Sun selection, Lin Xian, through an undeniable display of overwhelming strength, claimed the singular position of Holy Sun within the Tai Su sect. Although this outcome surprised many, the terrifying prowess he exhibited throughout the 3 rounds of selection earned him the respect of all. The clamor of the Dragon Ascension platform gradually subsided, yet discussions regarding the newly appointed Holy Sun Lin Xian within the Tai Su sect were just beginning. Lin Xian's meteoric rise, akin to a comet, and his domineering performance that swept aside the other 3 candidates would undoubtedly become a topic of fervent conversation among the disciples for a considerable time. According to sect regulations, a grand coronation ceremony would be held for the new Holy Sun, publicly announcing his elevation and officially bestowing upon him the rightful powers and resources. The ceremony would take place in the main hall of the Tai Su sect, the Tai Su Hall. Chapter 53. The Coronation of the Holy Sun. The Tai Su Hall was ancient and solemn, its vast interior capable of accommodating thousands. At this moment, the sect master, various elders, representatives of core disciples, as well as envoys from the Mysterious Palace and the Carefree Spirit sect gathered together, the atmosphere steeped in solemnity. Lin Xian, adorned in a pristine white robe with purple and gold trimmings, symbolizing his identity as the Holy Sun, entered the grand hall with measured steps. His demeanor was calm, his gaze steady, yet the formidable aura emanating from his being, signifying his mastery of the 5th level of the divine realm, coupled with the subtle flickers of lightning and the pressure of his bloodline, commanded the respect of all present. The sect leader presided over the ceremony, proclaiming the edict of appointment and bestowing upon Lin Xian a jade token of purple and gold, emblematic of his status as the Holy Sun. This jade token not only served as a testament to his identity, but also harbored immense power, granting access to certain resources and strengths of the sect. From this day forth, you shall be the sole Holy Sun of our Tai Su sect, the sect leader declared, his eyes filled with anticipation. I hope you will diligently cultivate, enhance the prestige of the sect, and live up to the name of the Holy Sun, fulfilling the great expectations placed upon you. Disciple Lin Xian shall heed the teachings of the sect leader. Lin Xian replied, accepting the jade token with a respectful bow, his voice steady and resolute. Subsequently, Luo Weisong, representing the Elder Council, stepped forward to present Lin Xian with a necklace crafted from stellar Xian iron, encrusted with 9 resplendent spirit pearls. This was one of the exclusive artifacts of the Holy Sun, known as the 9 Celestial Star Chain, renowned for its dual offensive and defensive capabilities. Representatives from the Miao Miao Palace and the Xian Yao spiritual sect also approached to convey their congratulations and present gifts. The Miao Miao Palace offered a vial of eternal ice essence, which aids in stabilizing one's realm and refining the soul, while the Xian Yao spiritual sect bestowed a rare gourd of drunken immortal brew, reputed to temporarily enhance one's comprehension. Lin Xian expressed his gratitude for each gift. Following the ceremony, accompanied by Luo Weisong, he received visits from the sect's high-ranking members and some core disciples. Although the members of the Huchuan lineage appeared displeased, they could only begrudgingly show their faces, refraining from expressing any dissatisfaction openly. Observing his spirited disciple, Luo Weisong felt a surge of emotions and privately cautioned, "Xian, you are now the Holy Son. Your status is markedly different. You must act with greater prudence. Though Yang Tsang and the elders may currently lie low, they will not relent easily. You must remain vigilant." "Rest assured, Master, I understand," Lin Xian replied, nodding. "They are mere clowns, not worth my concern." Luo Weisong smiled with relief and continued, "As the Holy Son, you possess numerous privileges, including the right to enter the sect's most sacred cultivation ground, the Tai Su Cave Heaven, access to the highest level of techniques in the scripture repository, and a generous monthly supply of resources. You must make good use of these opportunities to strive for an early breakthrough to the Nirvana realm. Only then can you truly solidify your position as the Holy Son and instill fear in those who would oppose you." Lin Xian once again expressed his gratitude for his master's guidance. Once all formalities concluded, he returned to the now rejuvenated Xianlin Peak, which ought to be referred to as the Holy Sun Peak. The peak was suffused with even richer spiritual energy, clearly indicating that the sect had enhanced it with a higher-level spirit-gathering formation. The main hall had been renovated, exuding grandeur, and the square before it had expanded several times. Paved with precious spirit jade stone slabs, numerous pavilions and towers had been added to the peak, evidently for the convenience of the Holy Son in receiving guests or facilitating the cultivation of his disciples. AMU had long been waiting at the palace entrance. Upon seeing Lin Xian's return, his face radiated joy as he approached and respectfully bowed. "Welcome back, Holy Son." "There's no need for excessive formality." Lin Xian waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the changes within the peak, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. The transformation brought by the identity of the Holy Son was not merely a matter of elevated status, but a stark contrast in resources and treatment. "Has everything within the peak been arranged?" Lin Xian inquired. "Yes, Holy Son, everything has been properly arranged," AMU replied with utmost reverence. "The sect has dispatched new stewards and attendants to await your orders, and all the cultivation facilities within the peak have been upgraded." However, AMU hesitated, a trace of concern shadowing his face. "But what?" Lin Xian asked, his tone indifferent. "It is just that senior brother Yang Tsang has sent some congratulatory gifts," AMU finally divulged after a moment's pause. "They claim to be congratulating the Holy Son on his coronation, yet their words are laced with disrespect. They even sent someone to spy outside the peak. And as for the Grand Elder, while he dares not act overtly, he is secretly laying some obstacles." A cold smirk played at the corners of Lin Xian's mouth. "Foolish jesters, let them be. I am now the Holy Son. They will not bounce around for much longer. Yang Tsang and that Grand Elder Hu Quan, of course, would not easily swallow their pride. Yet, the constraints and rules imposed by the Holy Son's identity rendered them unable to act as brazenly as before. They could only resort to clandestine schemes or send people to harass and test the waters." Lin Xian was unconcerned by this. His aspirations soared towards higher realms and broader horizons. A mere Yang Tsang could no longer stir significant waves in his heart. "AMU, bring me the list of scriptures and privileges bestowed upon the Holy Son by the sect," Lin Xian commanded. "Yes," AMU replied and withdrew. Before long, AMU returned, cradling a jade slip and a thick document. Lin Xian accepted the jade slip, his consciousness probing into it, and immediately, a torrent of information regarding the privileges of the Holy Son and the sect's secrets flooded into his mind. The Tai Su Cave, the highest level of the Scripture Pavilion, the exclusive sanctum for the Holy Son, the access rights to the sect's treasury, and a fixed monthly supply of vast resources. All were meticulously perused by Lin Xian, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Each of these privileges was sufficient to make countless cultivators go mad with envy. Particularly enticing were the Tai Su Cave and the highest level of the Scripture Pavilion, which he desperately needed. The Taisu Cave was an independent space opened by the sect's founding ancestor with unparalleled might, housing a concentration of spiritual energy far exceeding that of the outside world. It even contained a trace of the original Tao rhythm, making it the finest cultivation location within the sect. The highest level of the Scripture Pavilion, on the other hand, housed the sect's most elite cultivation techniques and secret arts, including texts of heavenly rank and even those of legendary higher tiers. System. Check the activation rights for special privilege exchanges, Lin Xian stated in his mind. Ding. The host has acquired one activation right for special privilege exchanges, allowing the designation of exchange types for rare items. Would you like to activate it immediately? Activate. Please specify the type of exchange. Lin Xian had already formulated a plan in his mind. What he currently needed most were two things. First, top-tier techniques or spiritual materials that could continue to enhance his bloodline and physique, and second, resources that would enable him to swiftly elevate his cultivation level. He had already acquired the Lei Eugene as a body-refining technique, although its rank was not as high as others. It resonated well with his thunder spirit body and possessed immense potential, making it unnecessary for a change in the short term. As for resources to enhance his cultivation, the sect provided a substantial supply each month, and coupled with the rewards from system tasks, it was temporarily sufficient. Thus, the treasures that could further awaken his bloodline potential were what Lin Xian needed most. Designating the type as treasures that enhance bloodline potential, Lin Xian mentally responded. A special exchange list has been generated based on the designated type. Please review it. A brand new exchange list unfolded before Lin Xian's eyes. While the items on the list were few in number, each radiated an exhilarating brilliance, and merely their names were enough to drive any cultivator to madness. 9 turns Nirvana Fruit, a top-grade spiritual material of the heavenly tier, capable of allowing cultivators to revert their bloodline to ancestral traits, significantly enhancing potential. With a certain chance of awakening ancient bloodlines. Required points for exchange, 80,000. Phoenix Blood Essence, descendant of the Phoenix. Containing a trace of the primordial power of the Phoenix, far exceeding the value of heavenly tier spiritual materials, capable of cleansing the body, reshaping the foundation, and awakening all bloodline potentials. Required points for exchange, 100,000. Black Flood Dragon Essence, a supreme-grade spiritual material of the heavenly tier. Containing the essence of the Flood Dragon, its bloodline infused with a trace of true dragon blood. Consuming it can further evolve bloodlines below the heavenly tier and enhance the chance of reverting to ancestral traits. Required points for exchange, 120,000. Chapter 54. The Void Cave Heaven. Gazing at the items on the list, even Lin Xian, with his composed nature, could not help but quicken his breath. Each of these items could incite a storm of bloodshed, especially the Phoenix Blood Essence and Black Flood Dragon Essence, which were legendary treasures. Unfortunately, Lin Xian's points had dwindled to merely 20,000 after redeeming the Lei Yu realm, and though he had completed a task to counterattack an enemy, adding a small amount, it was still insufficient to exchange for these treasures. His gaze swept across the list and settled on the Black Flood Dragon Essence. His bloodline had already shown signs of reverting to that of the ancient Songyan Emperor Tiger, a beast said to be on par with the Dragon Clan. The Flood Dragon, while not comparable to true dragons, still contained the essence of dragon blood within its lineage. If he could consume it, it might provide crucial support for his bloodline's reversion. The Phoenix Blood Essence would also offer immense assistance to Lin Xian. As for the 9 turns Nirvana Fruit, its rank appeared slightly lower, and its effect was not as pronounced as the other two. However, with his current insufficient points, he could only plan for the future, intending to accumulate enough points through subsequent tasks before proceeding with the exchange. Lin Xian also did not plan to undertake tasks immediately. He intended to make full use of the numerous privileges afforded to him after becoming a saint's son, particularly that of the Void Cave Heaven. This place has long been yearned for by Lin Xian. It is a sanctum for cultivation. After spending some time refining his abilities here, he can embark on his tasks at leisure. Furthermore, Lin Xian is aware that upon the appointment of each new Holy Son, the sect invariably assigns a mission to the current Holy Son. This serves to enhance their credentials and paves the way for the eventual succession to the position of sect leader. It is an obligation that must be fulfilled. AMU. Relay the message. This Holy Son shall retreat to the Taishu Cave for seclusion, and no one is to disturb me. Lin Xian instructed AMU. Yes, Holy Son. AMU replied before departing. Lin Xian then turned, making his way deeper into the Taishu sect, towards the independent space of Taishu Cave, shrouded in mysterious radiance. Taishu Cave is situated behind the summit of the Taishu sect, its entrance enveloped by formidable restrictions. Only those bearing the Holy Sun's Jade token or the sect leader's elder insignia may gain entry. Clutching the purple-gold Jade token, Lin Xian traversed the layers of prohibitions and stepped into the Taishu Cave. Before him opened a vista of vastness. It was an expansive and boundless independent realm, with an astonishingly high concentration of spiritual energy. The energy was almost liquid, flowing in rivers of spiritual essence throughout the space. Within this realm existed a self-contained paradise, featuring floating spirit mountains, cascading spiritual springs, and gardens flourishing with rare spiritual herbs. He even glimpsed some docile spirit beasts frolicking within. What astonished Lin Xian even more was the pervasive aura of ancient and pure Tao, which seemed capable of directly cleansing the souls of cultivators, facilitating their entry into a state of enlightenment. Truly, this is the hallowed ground of the Taishu sect. Lin Xian marveled inwardly. Without delay, he sought a spot beside the most concentrated spiritual spring, where the essence of the Tao was most vivid, and sat cross-legged. He immediately entered a state of cultivation. In the outside world, the aftershocks of the Holy Sun's coronation at Taishu sect continued to resonate. Yang Tsang, upon returning to the Zhangqiang Peak, was seething with rage, smashing everything within the hall into smithereens. He could not fathom how he had been utterly defeated by Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I shall not rest until I see you perish. Yang Tsang's eyes blazed crimson as he roared in fury. Hu Quan came forth to placate him, observing Yang Tsang's disheveled state with a grim expression. The selection of the Holy Sun has been finalized. The sect's rules cannot be violated, and you must refrain from reckless actions at this time. Hu Quan spoke solemnly. However, rest assured, the position of Holy Sun is not permanent. Although Lin Xian's power has surged, his foundation is shallow, and he harbors numerous enemies, particularly regarding his annihilation of the Xianling sect and the slaughter of your subordinates. Yang Tsang, you cannot simply let this matter rest. A glint of malice flickered in Hu Quan's eyes. Each generation's new Holy Sun is assigned a mission by the sect, which cannot be refused and must be accepted. The higher-ups of the sect had previously deliberated on this matter. This time, the sect will assign the new Holy Sun to execute a task at the Demon Suppression Abyss. That place is a forbidden zone of the sect, fraught with peril. Even the Nirvana realm experts dare not venture into its depths lightly. Therein lies your opportunity. Though Hu Quan did not articulate it explicitly, his insinuation was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, a bloodthirsty glint ignited in Yang Tsang's eyes. The Demon Suppression Abyss, a forbidden ground of the sect. There, the rules are comparatively lenient, yet fraught with peril. Even Lin Xian, once entering, could scarcely ensure his safety from unforeseen calamities. Master, do you mean? Yang Tsang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Hu Quan snorted coldly, darkly proclaiming, the Demon Suppression Abyss is not a place one can simply enter or exit at will. Dispatch someone to keep watch. Once he steps inside, devise ways to create some troubles for him, ensuring he remains there forever. Understood, Master. Yang Tsang's eyes surged with murderous intent. Lin Xian. Oh Lin Xian, do you believe you have triumphed? The position of Holy Sun is but your death warrant. The Demon Suppression Abyss shall be your grave. A conspiracy against the newly appointed Holy Sun quietly brewed within the Taishu sect. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was immersed in his cultivation within the Taishu cave. Time slipped by, and he had secluded himself there for 10 days. Although his cultivation level had yet to break through, he was perilously close to reaching the 6th level of the Divine Connection realm. It was time to emerge from seclusion. Lin Xian rose, withdrew his aura, and, holding the purple gold jade token, departed from the Taishu cave. At the Holy Sun Peak, the mountain stood unchanged. Yet the spiritual energy had intensified several-fold compared to the past. Clearly, following his coronation, the sect had significantly enhanced the spirit-gathering formation at the Holy Sun Peak. The palaces and pavilions were revitalized, exuding an extraordinary grandeur, with attendants and stewards moving about in an orderly fashion, embodying the dignity befitting the Holy Sun's residence. Welcome back, Holy Sun. Amu had long awaited at the palace entrance, his face unable to conceal the excitement and pride. With their young master overshadowing the competition and ascending to the position of Holy Sun, his followers naturally rose in stature as well. Lin Xian nodded slightly and entered the main hall. The interior was exquisitely arranged, with spirit jade as bricks and luminous pearls as lights, opulent yet dignified. During my seclusion, has there been any unusual activity within the peak? Lin Xian casually inquired after taking his seat. Although he had gleaned a general understanding from Amu's previous reports, he still wished to hear the latest developments. Amu's expression grew serious as he respectfully replied, in response to the Holy Sun, all is well. However, from the Zhangqiang Peak, Yangsang has sent several congratulatory gifts, laden with disrespectful remarks. There are also individuals lurking outside the peak, seemingly attempting to discern your movements. The lineage of the Grand Elder has also engaged in some minor maneuvers, but they have all been thwarted by Elder Luo. This was expected. Lin Xian was not surprised. After suffering such a significant setback, it would be peculiar for Yangsang not to engage in some petty schemes. Pay them no mind. A troop of clowns cannot stir any waves. Ensure that the disciples under your care remain disciplined and focus on their cultivation. Understood. Amu accepted the command, his heart settling. The Holy Sun's unflappable demeanor completely alleviated his prior concerns. Lin Xian gestured for Amu to withdraw and sat alone in the vast hall, beginning to organize his thoughts. Chapter 55. The Mission of the Holy Sun after 10 days of seclusion in the Void Cave. Although he had not achieved a breakthrough to the 6th level of the Divine Connection realm, his skills had nonetheless improved significantly, and his foundation had become more solid. The initial training of the Thunder Prison technique had further enhanced the strength of his physical body, increasing his affinity with the Thunder Spirit body. His comprehension of the word secret had also deepened, allowing for greater speed and a more acute sensitivity to space. The task previously issued by the system regarding the Other Shore Wilderness had consumed too much time and could only be addressed after the Holy Sun's mission was completed. Lin Xian pondered. It seemed that the sect would soon take action. As expected, the following morning, a decree from the sect master was conveyed to the Holy Sun Peak. The messenger was a close disciple of the sect master, who, with a respectful demeanor, read the decree aloud. By the order of the sect master, the newly appointed Holy Sun Lin Xian, endowed with exceptional talent and profound cultivation, is required to undergo further training and consolidation in order to manifest the prestige of our Tai Su sect and undertake significant responsibilities. Therefore, it is decreed that Holy Sun Lin Xian shall immediately proceed to the sect's forbidden area, the Demon Suppression Abyss, to investigate the recent disturbances of demonic energy within, and reinforce the outer seals, to be completed within a month without fail. The Demon Suppression Abyss. Upon hearing this name, even though Lin Xian had mentally prepared himself, his gaze involuntarily sharpened. The Demon Suppression Abyss is one of the 3 forbidden areas of the Tai Su sect, its history predating that of the sect itself. Legend has it that eons ago, a peerless being suppressed an otherworldly demon here, using unparalleled might to carve out the abyss and lay down layers of seals. Over countless years, although successive strong figures from the sect have continuously reinforced it, the demonic energy within still occasionally leaks, giving rise to various bizarre demonic creatures, even distorting space and creating perilous zones. This place is exceedingly dangerous. Ordinary elders dare not tread lightly, and even those in the Nirvana realm must exercise extreme caution. For a moment's negligence could lead to calamity. Investigating the disturbances of demonic energy and reinforcing the seals, a subtle, almost imperceptible smirk crept across Lin Xian's lips. This task, though seemingly grandiose, was fraught with peril and uncertainties, the implications of the recent disturbances of demonic energy particularly laden with operational scope. It appeared that the actions of the Grand Elder and Yangsang were swifter than he had anticipated. This was a public scheme. The responsibility and risk that came with being the Holy Sun, one he could not refuse. Disciple Lin Xian acknowledges the decree. Lin Xian calmly accepted the decree. The messenger, seeing Lin Xian's unflinching demeanor, devoid of any fear or dissatisfaction, could not help but admire him inwardly, and after respectfully bowing, took his leave. News of this quickly spread, and once again, the entire Tai Su sect was abuzz with discussions about Lin Xian. The Demon Suppression Abyss? The sect actually sent the new Holy Sun to undertake this mission? This task is far too perilous. I heard that the last time a Nirvana elder entered to investigate, they nearly did not return. It seems the sect's tests for the Holy Sun are indeed extraordinary. Ahem, I suspect this is not merely a test. Perhaps there are those who wish to manipulate the situation. A disciple lowered his voice, hesitating mid-sentence, yet the expressions of those around him revealed their understanding. Upon receiving the news atop the celestial peak, Yang Tsung emitted a suppressed yet frenzied laugh. Hu Quan, standing beside him, wore a satisfied expression. The opportunity has arisen. The demon suppression abyss is indeed the perfect place for his burial. At Listening Wave Cliff, Luo Weisong, upon learning of the news, furrowed his brow and promptly summoned Lin Xian. Xianer, the demon suppression abyss is fraught with peril. This mission will likely be no simple task. Luo Weisong regarded his increasingly composed disciple with concern. Within the abyss lie remnants of demonic thoughts and formidable demonic creatures, as well as spatial rifts and bizarre restrictions, making it perilous at every turn. Moreover, the Grand Elder is unlikely to allow you to complete this task without difficulty. Rest assured, Master. I am aware of the gravity of the situation, Lin Xian replied calmly. In fact, I wish to witness the mysteries of the demon suppression abyss for myself. Seeing Lin Xian's confidence, Luo Weisong refrained from further admonishment and solemnly produced a jade pendant radiating a gentle glow, handing it to Lin Xian. This is a Lioli jade talisman I acquired in my youth. It can shield you from a single fatal strike. Carry it with you, just in case. Lin Xian felt warmth in his heart, recognizing this as his master's care for him. He accepted the talisman with respect and stored it carefully. After bidding farewell to his master, Lin Xian did not set off immediately. Instead, he utilized his status as the saint's son to ascend to the highest level of the Taishu sect's scripture pavilion. Within the highest chamber of the pavilion, the essence of ancient and vast scrolls enveloped him. There lay an array of heavenly-grade techniques, forbidden secrets, and ancient formations, each potent enough to incite bloodshed should they be disseminated. Lin Xian meticulously perused the offerings, encountering the unparalleled heavenly-grade attack technique, the destruction finger, and the enigmatic heavenly-grade movement skill, the nine heavens soaring dance. He even glimpsed a fragmented, suspected transcendent technique for refining the spirit. Nevertheless, Lin Xian chose not to exchange for these. His own cultivation system was already taking shape. The Taishu Classic is all-encompassing. The Thunder Prison technique holds boundless potential. And the word secret is an unparalleled mystery. One cannot overreach. The immediate priority is to enhance the proficiency and realm of his existing techniques. Subsequently, Lin Xian visited the sect's treasury. Armed with the Saint's Son's jade token, he entered the depths of the treasury without hindrance. The wealth of resources here exceeded his expectations. Rare elixirs, top-tier spirit stones, and uncommon spiritual materials were piled high. Without hesitation, Lin Xian utilized his Saint's Son privileges to acquire 6 months' worth of cultivation resources, among which were several treasures remarkably effective in tempering the body and nurturing the spirit. He also deliberately selected a few spiritual materials imbued with pure, thunderous energy, intending to use them to assist in cultivating the Thunder Prison technique. With all preparations complete, Lin Xian finally exited the treasury. At this moment, he has ascended to a new pinnacle in terms of cultivation, techniques, and resources. In the depths of the demon suppression abyss, Yang Tsung, Hu Quan, and Lin Xian exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with a cold light. Let me see what surprises you have prepared. The following day, under numerous scrutinizing gazes, the newly appointed Holy Son, Lin Xian, departed from the gates of the Taishu sect, accompanied by 2 divine guardians assigned by the sect. Transforming into a streak of light, he sped towards the legendary Forbidden Ground, the demon suppression abyss. A tempest was about to quietly unfold within that dark abyss. The demon suppression abyss, situated in the northern expanse of the Taishu sect's territory, is a vast basin perpetually shrouded in gray mist. Long before approaching, an air of coldness, desolation, and decay assailed the senses, as if even the spiritual essence of heaven and earth had been tainted here, turning sluggish and imbued with malice. At the basin's edge, grotesque rocks jutted out, with not a blade of grass in sight. The ground exhibited an eerie dark red hue, as if stained by endless blood. The pervasive gray mist in the air possessed a potent corrosive quality and the ability to disrupt spiritual perception. When an ordinary cultivator's consciousness ventured within, it would vanish as if cast into the sea, susceptible to the encroaching chill of demonic energy. At the heart of the basin lay an unfathomably deep chasm, resembling a gaping maw of the earth, from which ominous howls and demonic wails echoed faintly, as if it were a gateway to the netherworld. This is the essence of the Demon Suppression Abyss. Chapter 56. The Demon Suppression Abyss, Holy Sun. This is the entrance to the Demon Suppression Abyss. One of the accompanying guardians pointed toward the immense chasm, his tone laced with a hint of barely perceptible reverence. According to sect records, the demonic energy within has recently shown signs of activity, primarily concentrated in the peripheral regions, with 3 areas of weakened seals that require your personal investigation and reinforcement. This guardian, named Wang Kuan, was at the 3rd level of the divine realm. Although he appeared respectful, a complex emotion lingered in the depths of his gaze. The other guardian, Zhao Qian, a peak 2nd-level divine realm cultivator, remained more taciturn, casting occasional scrutinizing glances at Lin Xian. Lin Xian understood that these two, while ostensibly guardians, were in fact spies placed by certain factions within the sect to monitor his actions. "I understand," Lin Xian replied with a calm nod, his gaze sweeping over the profound chasm, his expression unruffled. "You two may remain outside to assist. The situation within is intricate, and there is no need for you to accompany me. The Holy Sun, the sect leader, has decreed that we must ensure your safety," Wang Kuan promptly interjected. "This is an order." Lin Xian's tone turned icy, an invisible pressure emanating from him, causing both Wang Kuan and Zhao Qian to shiver involuntarily, swallowing their subsequent words. The authority of the Holy Sun was indisputable. "Very well, we shall await the Holy Sun outside." They dared not speak further, bowing in acknowledgement. Lin Xian paid them no more heed, his figure flickering as he transformed into a streak of light, plunging into the unfathomable depths of the chasm. As Lin Xian stepped into the abyss of demon suppression, an even more intense and chilling aura of malevolence surged forth like a tidal wave, seeking to erode both his corporeal form and spirit. Simultaneously, a formidable force of spatial distortion acted upon him, as if intent on tearing him apart. Humph! With a cold snort, Lin Xian's body was briefly enveloped in a flash of lightning, as the Thunder Prison technique activated autonomously, its overwhelming power instantly dispelling and purifying the surrounding demonic energy. The Thunder Spirit body possessed a natural resistance to such sinister forces. Concurrently, as he employed the walking character secret, his form swayed slightly in response to the spatial distortion, effortlessly alleviating the tearing force. Regaining his composure, Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings. The light within the abyss was exceedingly dim, rendering visibility almost non-existent. Beneath his feet lay soft, putrid black soil, while the area was encircled by bizarre, grotesque black rocks that resembled twisted creatures. The air was saturated with a nauseating stench of decay and corruption. His spiritual sense was severely suppressed here, barely extending 100 zhang. Indeed, this was no benign territory. Lin Xian frowned slightly. The environment was even more dire than he had anticipated. Following the guidance of the map provided by his sect, he soared towards the first point of weakening seal. Along the way, various grotesque demonic entities leapt from the shadows to launch attacks against him. There were swift skeletal demons, bone monsters with razor-sharp claws, putrid corpses dripping with viscous fluids, and toxic mist specters capable of exhaling poisonous miasma. Most of these creatures possessed only the strength of the spirit gathering or sky ascendance realms. Yet bolstered by the unique conditions of the abyss of demon suppression, they exhibited reckless ferocity. Their attack methods were peculiar, and even a typical divine connection realm cultivator would likely find them challenging to contend with. However, before Lin Xian, these fiends were akin to mere poultry. He scarcely exerted much spiritual energy, relying solely on the physical strength enhanced by the Thunder Prison technique, coupled with the ghostly speed afforded by the walking character secret, to dispatch these creatures one by one. The gusts of his punches reduced the skeletal demons to dust, while his fingers pierced through, shattering the heads of the putrid corpses. A flash of lightning turned the toxic mist specters into charred remnants. The myriad spirits of the magical liquid trailed behind him like a jubilant shadow, devouring the remnants of demonic cores and souls from the fallen creatures, its presence gradually growing stronger. These lesser demons provided ample nourishment for the myriad spirits. Lin Xian effortlessly dealt with a shadow leopard demon that attempted a sneak attack, contemplating silently. Soon, he arrived at the first point of weakening seal. There, he beheld a colossal rune array embedded within the mountainside, its radiance dimmed, with several crucial rune nodes displaying cracks, from which tendrils of black demonic energy continuously seeped forth. After a meticulous examination, Lin Xian confirmed that the damage was merely the natural deterioration of the outer seal due to age, rather than the result of a powerful demon's assault from within. Following the techniques imparted by his sect, he produced several pieces of jade imbued with pure yang energy, infusing them with spiritual power to commence the restoration of the damaged rune nodes. The process of repair is not overly complex, yet it demands a significant expenditure of pure spiritual energy. After the passage of half an hour, the brilliance of the spell array reignites, sealing away the malevolent energy, and the first point of the seal is reinforced. Just as Lin Xian is about to proceed to the next location, an ominous premonition suddenly stirs within him. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding space comes to an abrupt halt. From all directions, without any forewarning, 8 pitch-black banners rise menacingly. The magical patterns upon the banners flicker ominously, emanating a strange and formidable power of confinement, instantaneously sealing off a radius of several hundred feet. The 8 gates soul-locking array. Lin Xian's gaze sharpens, instantly recognizing this malicious formation. This array not only confines space, but also disrupts the soul, suppressing the circulation of spiritual energy. It is a wicked formation specifically designed to ensnare and slay powerful beings. Ha ha ha, Saint Sun Lin Xian, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Accompanied by a chilling, sinister laughter, four figures gradually materialize from different directions. At the forefront stands a gaunt old man with a hawk-like nose, possessing the cultivation of the 4th tier of the Divine Connection realm, surrounded by a thick aura of death, clearly having practiced some nefarious technique. Beside him are 2 similarly cold-breathing middle-aged men clad in black, both at the 3rd tier of the Divine Connection realm. The final figure lurks within a distortion of light and shadow, exuding the most peculiar aura, unmistakably a powerful entity at the 5th tier of the Divine Connection realm. Moreover, this individual strikes Lin Xian as somewhat familiar, as if he has encountered him before. People of Yangcang? Lin Xian's gaze sweeps coldly over the 4, his tone tranquil and unwavering. The Saint's son is indeed astute, the hawk-nosed elder cackles, a cruel glint flickering in his eyes. However, it is too late to realize this. Today, this place shall be your grave. Attack. Swiftly and decisively, the hidden 5th-tier powerhouse issues a low, gravelly command, his voice processed to sound hoarse and indistinct. Before the words can settle, the 4 launch their assault simultaneously. The hawk-nosed elder forms hand seals, chanting incantations, summoning the surrounding malevolent energy to morph into a ferocious black demonic python, its gaping maw ablaze with corrosive infernal flames, lunging to consume Lin Xian. The other 2 3rd-tier middle-aged men take their positions. One raises a ghastly white-bone shield to block the way, preventing Lin Xian's escape, while the other weaves hand seals, unleashing a torrent of fine, dark-hued poison needles that rain down upon Lin Xian's vital points. Meanwhile, the most formidable 5th-tier powerhouse transforms in a blur, instantly multiplying into several indistinct phantoms, attacking Lin Xian from various angles, each shadow radiating a menacing intent, making it nearly impossible to discern the real from the illusion. The confinement power of the 8 gates soul-locking array, coupled with the joint assault of 4 formidable figures, including one at the 5th tier of the Divine Connection realm. Such a formidable force would likely spell doom for even an ordinary practitioner at the 6th tier of the Divine Connection realm caught within. Yang Tsang and Hu Quan have evidently spared no effort to ensure absolute success this time. Chapter 57. Crushing and Slaying. Bring it on. Faced with this dire situation, Lin Xian displayed not a trace of fear in his eyes. Instead, a fierce battle spirit erupted within him. He had been lamenting the absence of a worthy opponent to assess the fruits of his recent training, and these 4 adversaries had conveniently presented themselves. Thunder Prison, activate, Lin Xian declared, casting aside all reservations. Boom. A brilliant silver lightning burst forth, instantly saturating the entire 8 gates soul lock array. The overwhelming force of the Thunder Prison descended, with thickened air, violent arcs of electricity, and a devastating pressure colliding fiercely with the binding power of the soul-locking formation. Crackle. Crackle. Within the array, lightning and demonic energy intertwined violently, leading to their obliteration. The flags of the 8 gates soul lock array trembled violently, the demonic runes flickering erratically, evidently shaken by the tremendous assault of the Thunder Prison. As the fearsome demonic python surged into the Thunder Prison, it emitted a wretched howl. Its massive form disintegrated inch by inch under the relentless bombardment of thunder, ultimately dissipating into pure, demonic energy. The hawk-nosed elder's complexion paled, and he let out a muffled groan, clearly suffering from a backlash. A myriad of poisonous needles shot into the thunder prison, only to be reduced to ashes by the violent lightning, failing to even graze the hem of Lin Xian's garment. Meanwhile, several shadows attacking Lin Xian experienced a sudden decrease in speed and became sluggish upon entering the thunder prison. 3 of these shadows were obliterated by the lightning, revealing the true forms hidden within. What? A cultivator at the 5th level of the divine realm exclaimed in shock, clearly taken aback by Lin Xian's formidable force field, which not only restrained enemies, but also initiated attacks. At that moment of hesitation, Lin Xian sprang into action. The Xing character secret technique propelled Lin Xian's figure to vanish like a phantom, disregarding the slight effects of the thunder prison on himself, as he materialized directly before the 3rd-level divine realm cultivator wielding a bone shield. Oh no! The man turned pale, hastily raising his bone shield in defense. Lin Xian's gaze was icy, his right fist clenched tightly, with lightning and tiger stripes shimmering once more. "Shatter for me," he roared, unleashing a fist imbued with the overwhelming might of the thunder prison, striking fiercely against the pallid bone shield. Bang! The thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the entire array. That seemingly indestructible, chilling bone shield shattered under the ferocity of Lin Xian's blow, as if it had been struck head-on by a battering ram. Crack! A web of fissures instantly spread across the shield's surface, and with a mournful wail, it exploded into a cloud of bone dust. But Lin Xian's assault did not cease. The residual force surged through the shattered shield, striking solidly against the chest of the 3rd-level divine realm cultivator. Puff! The man barely had time to scream before his ribcage collapsed, his body sent hurtling as if struck by a rampaging beast. Blood mixed with fragments of internal organs erupted forth, crashing heavily against the distant array's luminous wall before sliding down lifelessly, already devoid of vitality. One punch. Another punch. Following Yang Tsang, another formidable warrior at the 3rd level of the divine realm was ruthlessly vanquished by Lin Xian with overwhelming force. This bloody and tyrannical spectacle sent shivers down the spines of the remaining 3 assailants, instilling in them a profound terror. A monster. He is a monster. The hawk-nosed elder emitted a piercing scream of fear, his previous arrogance completely extinguished. His prideful magical serpent was shattered, and he had suffered backlash. Witnessing his companion being obliterated by a single punch had thoroughly shattered his courage. The hidden 5th-level warrior of the divine realm also underwent a drastic change in expression. His gaze towards Lin Xian filled with horror and disbelief. He had initially believed that his 5th-level cultivation, combined with the 8 gates soul-locking formation and the assistance of his 3 companions, would ensure the demise of this newly appointed saint. Yet, it was now evident that their assumptions were profoundly mistaken. Lin Xian's strength defied all rational judgment, especially with that unparalleled thunder prison and that ghostly, near-instantaneous agility. He was truly their nemesis. Retreat. Quickly retreat. He decisively issued a hurried growl, rapidly forming seals with his hands. Attempting to forcibly breach the 8 gates soul-locking formation he had set up, seeking to escape this place. The hawk-nosed elder and another surviving 3rd-level warrior of the divine realm, hearing his command, felt as if they had received a pardon, instantly abandoning their attack and turning to flee in different directions. "Want to escape? Have you consulted me?" Lin Xian's icy voice resonated like a death knell. In an instant, he flickered, his movement technique executed to perfection, leaving behind silver afterimages within the thunder prison. His target was aimed squarely at the 3rd-level warrior attempting to flee. The man felt a flash before his eyes, a chilling intent to kill locking onto him. In terror, he turned back, only to see a fist, entwined with lightning and tiger stripes, rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Boom! Another dull explosion echoed. The outcome was devoid of any suspense. This 3rd-level warrior met the same fate as his companion, his protective spiritual power shattered, his heart vein crushed, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Thus, of the 4 assailants, 3 had already perished. Only the hawk-nosed elder and the most powerful 5th-level warrior of the divine realm remained. At this moment, the hawk-nosed elder was utterly pale, trembling violently. He helplessly watched as Lin Xian effortlessly dispatched his 2 companions, while he himself was firmly suppressed by the terrifying Thunder Prison. His speed greatly diminished, leaving him no chance of escape. "No, don't kill me. Saint Sun, spare my life. I am merely following orders." It was Yang Tsang. It was Yang Tsang, an elder who forced me into this. At the brink of death, the hawk-nosed elder completely broke down, kneeling on the ground and weeping profusely in his pleas for mercy. However, Lin Xian's gaze remained unyielding. He had never shown mercy to those who sought to bring about his demise. Lin Xian flicked his finger, and a slender bolt of lightning shot forth like a flash, precisely embedding itself into the elder's forehead. The old man's body stiffened, his eyes frozen in a mixture of fear and despair, before he abruptly succumbed to his fate, collapsing softly to the ground. In an instant, only the fifth-tier God Ascension Realm expert, concealed within the interplay of light and shadow, remained on the scene. His countenance was ashen, filled with rage and a hint of hopelessness. The 8-gate soul-locking array he had deployed, though formidable, was crumbling under the relentless assault of Lin Xian's overwhelming Thunder Prison, its brilliance dimming. He sought to break the formation and flee, yet was firmly restrained by the Thunder Prison, unable to escape in a short span of time. The speed with which Lin Xian dispatched his 3 companions chilled him to the core. "Who on earth are you?" he demanded hoarsely, fixing a penetrating gaze on Lin Xian. Doubt began to creep in. Could this truly be Lin Xian, who had only recently ascended to the status of a holy son? The rate of his power increase was simply absurd. "Who am I?" "Surely you already know," Lin Xian replied, advancing steadily towards him, crackling with thunderous energy, his presence akin to a mountain that continued to rise. "Enough of your idle chatter. Prepare to meet your demise." Arrogant. A flicker of madness ignited in the man's eyes. "Even if your power is extraordinary, do you think I fear you? Today, either you die or I do." Before his words had faded, he clenched his jaw, seemingly invoking a secret technique. The distorted light and shadow surrounding him suddenly solidified, revealing a slightly pale, yet fiercely determined middle-aged face. Simultaneously, his aura began to surge at an unnatural pace. "Blood Shadow Escape. Soul Ignition Secret Art," he roared, as numerous bizarre blood-red runes manifested upon his skin, a chaotic and violent force erupting from within him, clearly indicating he was prepared to fight to the death. Chapter 58. The Inheritance. Steel. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened as he sensed a trace of threat emanating from this individual. The Soul Ignition Secret Art was evidently a technique that sacrificed one's spirit to unleash power far beyond its original limits for a short duration, with significant side effects. Yet its might was undeniably terrifying. "Interesting, just the opportunity one need to test the true power of my Thunder Prison technique." Lin Xian pressed forward, his eyes glinting with combat fervor. He slowly raised both hands, and the thunderous energy within the Thunder Prison began to converge towards them at an astonishing speed. Silver arcs of electricity leapt wildly, compressing into 2 spheres the size of human heads, exuding an aura of destruction. The surface of the thunder spheres crackled with electricity, and within, it felt as though countless thunders were roaring and surging. A terrifying wave of energy, potent enough to distort space itself, radiated outward. Thunder Prison Technique. "Twin dragons piercing the sun," Lin Xian shouted, thrusting the thunder spheres forward with force. Roar! Roar! In an instant, the 2 thunder spheres appeared to possess life, elongating and transforming into 2 vividly realistic, formidable silver thunder dragons. The thunder dragons roared, tearing through the air with a cataclysmic force, hurtling towards the 5th-tier God Ascension Realm expert, who was now ablaze with the fire of his spirit, his aura at its zenith. Blood Shadow Ascendant. The figure let out a piercing shriek, thrusting both hands forward as a sea of crimson runes transformed the sky into a viscous expanse of blood, surging towards 2 rampaging thunder dragons. The clash of thunder and blood reverberated like a thunderous roar, a fierce struggle between light and darkness. The entire 8-gate soul lock array could no longer withstand the terrifying energy impact, shattering with a resounding crash. A violent energy storm erupted, tearing apart the surrounding rocks and ground, obliterating everything in its wake. Dust and debris enveloped the area, shrouding all in obscurity. After a considerable time, the dust began to settle, revealing a vast, deep pit at the site, the bottom charred, with wisps of crimson mist and surges of violent thunder still lingering. The formidable 5th-tier deity who had unleashed the soul-burning secret art had long since vanished, evidently obliterated along with their very soul in that cataclysmic confrontation. Lin Xian's figure gradually descended from the air, his complexion slightly pale, yet his aura remained composed. The recent technique, Dual Dragons Piercing the Sun, was a powerful creation born from Lin Xian's synthesis of the Thunder Prison technique and his own insights, immensely potent, yet equally demanding in terms of energy. Nonetheless, the ability to annihilate a fifth-tier deity who had burned their soul made the effort worthwhile. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Xian drew in a seemingly extraordinary storage ring that the fallen adversary had left behind. After surveying its contents with his spiritual sense, a faint smile graced his lips. This individual's wealth was considerably more substantial than that of the previous three misers. Having vanquished all foes, Lin Xian did not depart immediately. His gaze swept across the ravaged battlefield and the abyss in the distance, still shrouded in demonic energy, his brow furrowing slightly. The assassins sent by Yang Tsang and Hu Quan had been dealt with, yet the task concerning the demon suppression abyss remained unfinished. Furthermore, the recent battle had created quite a commotion. Although the location was remote, it was difficult to guarantee that no unnecessary troubles would arise. More importantly, during the annihilation of that fifth-tier deity, Lin Xian had faintly sensed a trace of an exceedingly weak, yet ancient and malevolent pulse emanating from deeper within the demon suppression abyss. It felt as though some horrific entity, long dormant for countless ages, had been stirred from its slumber by the cataclysmic energy collision. The depths of the demon suppression abyss were likely more intricate than the sect's records suggested. A look of grave concern flickered in Lin Xian's eyes as he gazed toward the abyss, where demonic energy surged and darkness writhed like a living entity, concealing endless secrets and dangers. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xian resolved to delve deeper, fulfilling the mission entrusted to him by the sect. Simultaneously, he wished to personally investigate what lay hidden in the depths of the abyss. He concealed his aura once more and re-entered the even darker, more perilous region. This time, however, his vigilance was heightened to its utmost. His instincts warned him that the aberrations within the demon suppression abyss were likely more than mere disturbances of the seal. In the depths of the abyss, the demonic energy grew increasingly dense, coalescing into a palpable darkness that flowed slowly amidst the twisted rocks. A chilling stillness permeated the air, sufficient to unsettle even the most seasoned practitioners of the divine realm, causing their souls to feel discomfort and their spiritual energy to flow sluggishly. Lin Xian's figure glided through this desolate expanse like a specter, moving soundlessly amidst the oppressive atmosphere. The thunder prison chi coursed through him autonomously, enveloping his form in a faint silver electric glow that continuously purified and dispelled the encroaching demonic energy. The esoteric principles of the walking character's secret allowed him to tread lightly, seemingly unaffected by the weighty environment surrounding him. After vanquishing the four assassins sent by the Yang Tsang sect, Lin Xian did not pause but pressed onward towards the second loosening seal indicated in the sect's jade slip. In stark contrast to the first sealing point, the concentration of demonic energy in this area had surged several levels, and one could faintly hear the deep, mournful howls of countless vengeful spirits echoing up from the depths of the earth, sending chills down one's spine. Continuing for several hours, navigating through spatial distortions and treacherous realms bubbling with demonic energy, the scene before him suddenly opened up. A relatively vast expanse of black ground emerged, spanning several miles, its surface hard and exhibiting a muted metallic sheen, as if it had endured countless years of erosion by demonic energy and energy surges. Surrounding this flatland stood a dozen towering stone tablets. Each of these monoliths rose to several dozen feet in height and width, their surfaces displaying an ancient, dark hue, marred by the ravages of time and marked with indistinct, archaic inscriptions. The tablets stood silently, as if they had existed since time immemorial, emanating an aura of solemn grandeur that was both vast and steeped in the weight of ages. Even from a distance, Lin Xian could faintly sense the remnants of the will and philosophical essence of the powerful beings who had once been. Could these be the inheritance tablets? Lin Xian's gaze flickered with understanding. The sect's records regarding the demon suppression abyss had subtly hinted that this place was not only a prison for demonic entities, but also a perilous ground where the ancestors of the sect honed their skills and sought breakthroughs. Those whose lifespans were nearing their end or who had attained enlightenment here would imprint their legacies or insights upon special material tablets, leaving them for future generations. This mission assigned to him as a holy son, beyond investigating the anomalies in demonic energy and reinforcing the seals, likely harbored a deeper intention, to hope that he might encounter fortuity here and inherit the wisdom of a predecessor, thereby enriching his foundation for future leadership of the sect. After all, not every holy son possesses the opportunity and capability to delve into the core regions of the demon suppression abyss. As Lin Xian approached the grove of stone tablets, the ancient and profound aura grew ever more intense. He scrutinized each tablet meticulously, attempting to glean insights into the grandeur and might of their former owners from the indistinct carvings and lingering philosophical resonance. The creators of these tablets had, in life, reached at least the nirvana realm, if not even greater heights. The legacies they left behind would surely incite fervor in the outside world. However, just as Lin Xian was about to attempt to comprehend the essence of these tablets, a slight furrow creased his brow. Lin Xian keenly discerned that in this seemingly sacred land of inheritance, the air was permeated with faint strands of black, demonic energy. This energy was chilling, malevolent, and replete with corrosive properties. Moreover, the demonic aura here was more refined and concentrated than that in the surrounding areas, imbued with an unsettling power that sent shivers down one's spine. In Chapter 59, one of the 7 deadly sins, the demon of desire, Lin Xian's gaze followed the source of the demonic energy, swiftly resting upon the very center of the open ground. There, it was not devoid of substance. Instead, it suspended a spherical orb, approximately the size of a human head. This orb radiated a profound purple-black hue, its surface smooth as glass, yet seemingly harboring boundless darkness. Wisps of visible black, demonic energy continuously emanated from this orb, like maggots gnawing at the bone, slowly yet surely contaminating this sacred land of inheritance. Beneath the orb, an intricately carved ancient array glimmered with a faint spiritual light upon the ground. Clearly, this purple-black sphere was not a natural formation, but rather a being forcefully sealed here by this array. What could this entity be? Lin Xian's expression grew solemn as he sensed a terrifyingly evil aura emanating from the orb. It was a tremor that originated from the depths of his soul, as if confronting the very essence of malevolence in the universe. At that moment, the Wanling demonic liquid, which had long been dormant within Lin Xian, suddenly became agitated. A surge of mixed emotions, excitement, yearning, yet accompanied by profound trepidation, transmitted itself to Lin Xian's consciousness. Lin Xian's spirit stirred as he carefully attuned himself to the vague thoughts conveyed by the Wanling demonic liquid. After a brief moment, his pupils constricted sharply, and an expression of incredulous shock appeared on his face. The demon of desire? One of the 7 deadly sins, a great demon? From the fragmented information relayed by the Wanling demonic liquid, he realized that the purple-black orb contained not an ordinary demon, but a great demon that had existed since ancient times, representing one of the most primal desires of sentient beings, the demon of desire. Legend speaks of 7 great demons that emerged from the essence of the cosmos, embodying greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, love, evil, and desire. Each one was a terrifying existence capable of cataclysmic destruction, their powers unfathomable, far surpassing those of common demons. This demon suppression abyss actually sealed one of the demons of desire. Although the Wanling demonic liquid was also a type of demon, an exceedingly rare one at that, it was but a firefly compared to the brilliance of the full moon in the presence of such primordial great demons. No wonder it was so agitated yet fearful. A tempest of emotions surged within Lin Xian. The forbidden grounds of the Tai Su sect concealed such a staggering secret. However, after the initial shock, Lin Xian quickly regained his composure. He gazed at the purple-black orb that incessantly radiated pure, demonic energy, and felt the Wanling demonic liquid within him stirring with a desire to devour. A bold, even reckless thought, like a lightning bolt, flashed through his mind. The demonic aura emanating from this desire demon is remarkably pure, rendering it an unparalleled supplement for the Wanling demonic liquid. The mere thought of allowing the Wanling demonic liquid to absorb it startled Lin Xian himself. This is the aura of a desire demon, its power level unfathomably high. Should any mishap occur during the absorption process, leading to a breach of the seal and allowing this desire demon to escape, the consequences would be catastrophic. It is likely that the entire Taishu sect, or even the entire northern region, would face utter devastation. However, upon further contemplation, Fortune favors the bold. This desire demon has been sealed for countless ages, its power significantly diminished. Otherwise, it would not merely exude this trace of demonic energy. Furthermore, the strength of the sealing array clearly results from the continuous fortification by the sect's formidable predecessors. As long as I exercise caution and avoid disturbing the core of the seal, merely absorbing the emanating energy and the demonic essence seeping through the fissures should pose manageable risks. Once the Wanling demonic liquid absorbs such demonic energy, its strength will undoubtedly undergo a transformative evolution. When that time comes, the augmentation to my own power will be unimaginable. The allure of this prospect is simply overwhelming. It's time to act. A glimmer of determination flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He is not one to dither. Having made a decision, he would not hesitate further. First, he meticulously observed the area surrounding the purplish-black sphere. He confirmed that while the sealing array is ancient, it remains robust, with only minor fissures in certain non-core areas due to long-term demonic erosion, resulting in the leakage of demonic energy. Wanling demonic liquid, proceed. Absorb the surrounding emanating demonic energy, but remember to tread carefully and avoid the core of the seal. Lin Xian commanded through a spiritual link. Upon receiving the directive, the Wanling demonic liquid radiated a joyful resonance and instantly separated from Lin Xian's body, transforming into a flowing pool of obsidian liquid. It lunged towards the swirling black demonic energy in the air like a shark scenting blood. The pure demonic energy was voraciously devoured by the Wanling demonic liquid, akin to rivers converging into the sea. The volume of the Wanling demonic liquid began to visibly swell, its color deepening, and the aura it emitted grew increasingly cold and powerful. Lin Xian could distinctly feel the rapid enhancement of the Wanling demonic liquid's strength. Just the absorption of this emanating energy yielded such astonishing results. Lin Xian's heart ignited with fervor as his gaze shifted towards the purplish-black sphere. Simply absorbing the emanating energy is insufficient. A flicker of ambition ignited within his eyes. Let us see if I can siphon a trace of the primal demonic energy from the fissures of the seal. This notion is bolder and fraught with greater risks. Yet, with great skill comes great audacity, and Lin Xian resolved to attempt it. He cautiously guided the Wanling demonic liquid, directing it to approach the minuscule fissures on the surface of the purplish-black sphere like a leech. Then, a delicate tendril emerged, akin to a probing instrument, cautiously delving into the crevice, seeking to siphon the purer, more primal essence of desire emanating from within the orb. Buzz. The moment the tendril of the myriad spirit liquid made contact with the arcane energy within the orb, the entire violet-black sphere trembled violently. An indescribable, terrifying will, brimming with temptation and decadence, surged through the tendril, instantly assaulting the myriad spirit liquid. The myriad spirit liquid emitted a silent shriek, quaking violently as if it were on the verge of being explosively overwhelmed and assimilated by that dreadful will. This is dire. Lin Xian's expression shifted, and he swiftly severed the connection between the myriad spirit liquid and that thread of primal magic essence, simultaneously channeling his soul power to aid the myriad spirit liquid in resisting the encroaching will of desire. Fortunately, it was merely a feeble retaliatory will, and having been sealed for countless eons, its potency had diminished significantly. With Lin Xian's assistance, the myriad spirit liquid ultimately managed to eradicate and consume that fragment of the encroaching will. Though the process was perilous, the outcome was gratifying. Merely by absorbing that sliver of primal magic essence and the fragment of the will of desire, the aura of the myriad spirit liquid surged dramatically. It seemed to undergo a wondrous metamorphosis, becoming more agile and sinister. Chapter 60. The Taishu Sword Cannon, Shattering the Illusory Spirit Eye. Indeed, it is feasible. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Though fraught with risk, this was undoubtedly a monumental opportunity. Without hesitation, he instructed the myriad spirit liquid to alter its strategy. No longer would it directly absorb the primal magic essence. Instead, it would act as a patient hunter, lying in wait by the crevices of the seals, specifically devouring the primal magic essence that naturally seeped forth, already weakened by the seals. This approach significantly mitigated the risk. Albeit slower, it ensured safety and longevity. The myriad spirit liquid commenced its most sumptuous feast in history. Meanwhile, Lin Xian took this opportunity to redirect his gaze towards the ancient stone tablets scattered around him. Approaching the nearest stone tablet, He extended his palm, gently pressing it against the cold surface, while slowly probing his spiritual consciousness within, attempting to comprehend the legacy contained therein. Buzz. The stone tablet quivered slightly, and an overwhelming force akin to a mountain surged into Lin Xian's sea of consciousness. It was a legacy left by a predecessor devoted to the art of boxing, imbued with a fierce and domineering essence. Embodying the might to shatter mountains and rend the earth, Lin Xian carefully contemplated this boxing technique and discerned that while remarkable, it did not entirely align with his own path. His physical form was formidable, and the Thunder Prison force was unparalleled. Thus, this boxing technique would merely serve as an embellishment, lacking significant meaning. Shaking his head, Lin Xian withdrew his hand and approached the next stone tablet. The second stone tablet contained an exquisitely intricate legacy of body techniques, ethereal and elusive. Body techniques? Having acquired the mystical art of the lineage, Lin Xian deemed it unnecessary to pursue further studies in this formidable technique. Once again, he relinquished his efforts. Among the remaining fragments were the inheritance of formations, insights into alchemy, and reflections on the art of painting. Lin Xian endeavored to comprehend the wisdom inscribed on the numerous stone tablets before him. Each of these legacies was extraordinarily remarkable, capable of inciting a sensation in the outside world. Yet, either they diverged from Lin Xian's path, or their elevated rank was eclipsed by the methods he had already mastered. Was there truly no inheritance suited for him within this place? A frown creased Lin Xian's brow. Logically, since the saint's mission had brought him here, the higher echelons of the sect must be aware of the opportunities that lay in wait. It was inconceivable they would allow him to depart empty-handed. Just as Lin Xian began to feel disheartened and resolved to focus on enhancing his strength with the all-spirit demonic liquid, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The all-spirit demonic liquid, which was consuming demonic energy at the fissure of the seal, began to exhibit signs of instability, likely due to its excessive ingestion of the demon of desire's essence. A minuscule yet potent energy fluctuation, imbued with a fierce demonic nature and a hint of the unique aura of desire, uncontrollably radiated outward, rippling across the surrounding stone tablets. The majority of the tablets remained indifferent to this surge of demonic energy. However, as this essence brushed against two adjacent tablets, a resonant hum echoed forth. The once silent tablets, as if stirred by an extraordinary stimulus, erupted in a dazzling display of light. The illumination was breathtaking. The two ancient, azure-black tablets, dormant for countless ages, awakened as if a slumbering dragon had been roused, bursting forth in a resplendent radiance. The left tablet unleashed a formidable column of sword-shaped light that pierced through the murky heavens above. This sword light was pure and domineering, exuding an unparalleled sharpness that seemed capable of severing the very fabric of the cosmos, casting a disdainful gaze upon the annals of time. Merely the emanation of its essence caused the surrounding space to subtly warp, as though it could scarcely endure such a piercing force. The right tablet, in contrast, radiated a profound, dark halo, seemingly filled with countless stars in a perpetual dance of creation and dissolution. An extraordinary wave of perception, revealing the essence of all things and unraveling illusions, spread forth, clearing Lin Xian's mind and sharpening his thoughts to an unprecedented clarity. In that moment, Lin Xian's pupils constricted, his heart quaking with astonishment. He instantly comprehended that these two stone tablets were undoubtedly the pinnacle of all legacies present in this place. Moreover, their reaction to the essence of the all-spirit demonic liquid was likely tied to the experiences or the characteristics of the techniques of their former masters. Could these two predecessors have connections to demonic entities or perhaps to the exploration and subjugation of such beings? Lin Xian's thoughts raced. Resolute, he summoned a portion of the all-spirit demonic liquid to encircle himself, while cautiously directing his consciousness towards the two resplendent tablets. As Lin Xian's palms made contact with the surfaces of the tablets, a resonant hum reverberated through the air. A boundless torrent of information surged into Lin Xian's consciousness, akin to a river breaking its dam. The left stone tablet emanated an overwhelming sword intent. Lin Xian envisioned an unparalleled sword cultivator, standing tall with an immense sword that seemed capable of splitting the heavens, navigating through an endless onslaught of foes with an air of dominance. His swordsmanship was grand and vigorous, unmatched in its ferocity. Every strike unleashed a celestial might that vanquished countless formidable adversaries. It embodied a sword path of sheer purity, existing solely for the purpose of protection and annihilation. The Taishu Sword Cannon, a supreme swordsmanship legacy of the heavenly tier. Lin Xian's mind trembled profoundly. This sword cannon was created by an extraordinarily gifted sect leader of the Taishu sect generations ago, who fused their lifelong insights into swordsmanship to forge this unparalleled legacy. Mastery of this art meant that a single strike could sever all, instilling fear in both spirits and deities. In contrast, the Right Stone Tablet bestowed a profoundly different, yet equally enigmatic experience. Lin Xian felt as if his eyes were enveloped and cleansed by a cool, mysterious force. Countless intricate and profound runes flowed and intertwined before him, ultimately coalescing into two peculiar pupil imprints, which slowly branded themselves deep within Lin Xian's soul. An overwhelming sense of enlightenment, capable of perceiving all truths and discerning the essence of things, surged within him. The world before his eyes seemed to sharpen, revealing the trajectories of spiritual energy flowing through the air, the subtle fluctuations of power, and even the concealed structures within distant rocks, all laid bare within his perception. The breaking illusion spirit eyes, a legacy of ocular techniques. This was indeed a secret supernatural art. Lin Xian's heart raced once more. This ocular technique was bequeathed by a venerable elder of the same era as that sect leader. This elder was not renowned for combat prowess, but excelled in formations, restrictions, and illusions, and by fortunate chance, acquired this secret supernatural art. The breaking illusion spirit eyes specialize in dispelling illusions and discerning weaknesses. When mastered, one could disregard most illusory formations, perceive the nodes of energy flow at a glance, and even unveil the flaws in an opponent's techniques and the vulnerabilities in their vital energies. In terms of combat, it was an extraordinary auxiliary skill of unparalleled caliber. In value, it rivaled the secret of the ninth mystery, the walking character secret. Two magnificent legacies, both of the utmost excellence. Chapter 61. The Desire Demon S. Phantom. Lin Xian's heart raced with excitement. He never anticipated that this expedition to the demon suppression abyss would yield such astounding fortune. The Taishu Sword Cannon precisely compensated for his current shortcomings in top-tier offensive capabilities. Although he possessed the Thunder Prison technique and formidable physical strength, a premier swordsmanship legacy would undoubtedly elevate his combat prowess to new heights against truly powerful foes. Moreover, the breaking illusion spirit eyes seemed tailor-made for him. Whether it be unraveling restrictions, investigating enemy conditions, or seeking weaknesses in battle, their immense utility was incalculable. Lin Xian immediately focused his mind, striving to absorb and assimilate the vast inheritance information from two powerful sources: the sword techniques, mental cultivation methods, and profound mysteries of the Taishu Sword Cannon, along with the training methods, rune structures, and application techniques of the broken illusion spiritual. I surged in like a tidal wave, continuously washing over and expanding his sea of consciousness. This process was far from effortless. Both legacies carried the indelible marks of their owner's formidable will and immense energy from their lifetimes. Lin Xian's spirit bore an immense burden, yet his resolve remained steadfast. His will as unyielding as iron, compelling him to endure. Time slipped away unnoticed. Outside, the myriad spirit's demonic liquid relentlessly devoured the desire-infused demonic energy seeping through the cracks of the seal. Its aura grew increasingly potent, its form swelling several-fold, taking on a hue akin to the deepest obsidian, subtly emanating a disquieting, sinister vibration. Its power had unmistakably surged to the pinnacle of the fourth layer of the divine connection realm, mere steps away from the fifth layer. Meanwhile, Lin Xian found himself at a pivotal moment. He had begun to digest and integrate the information from the two legacies, merging them within his heart. Simultaneously, the energy he had accumulated during his previous seclusion in the Taishu Cave Heaven, combined with the residual energy released during the absorption of the legacies, found an outlet and erupted explosively within him. Crack! It was as if an invisible barrier had been shattered. A series of dense explosions echoed from Lin Xian's body, akin to the sound of beans frying, with every limb and bone resonating in jubilant harmony. An aura, far more potent and refined than before, surged uncontrollably from within him. The sixth layer of the divine connection realm. It was a natural progression. With the acquisition of the two supreme legacies, Lin Xian's cultivation level had finally broken through once more, stepping into the sixth layer of the divine connection realm. Sensing the tumultuous power within him, along with the crystal-clear insights into the sword path in his sea of consciousness and the penetrating power hidden within his eyes, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. As he did, the light within his left eye flickered with endless sword radiance, sharp and unparalleled, while his right eye shimmered with a faint golden halo, deep and mysterious, as if it could see through all worldly illusions. With the sixth layer of the divine connection realm, the Taishu sword cannon, and the broken illusion spiritual eye, Lin Xian rose to his full height, clenched his fist, and reveled in an unprecedented strength, a confident smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Compared to when he first entered the demon-sealing abyss, his power had indeed more than doubled. However, just as Lin Xian was immersed in the joy of his soaring strength, preparing to firmly consolidate his realm and gain a preliminary grasp of the two legacies, a soft, enchanting voice unexpectedly pierced his ears. "Giggle, little one. You have broken through so quickly? How delightful indeed." The voice was beguiling, seemingly capable of burrowing deep into the soul, filled with endless temptation and allure. Merely hearing it was enough to make the hearts of the weak-willed cultivators waver, their blood surge, and whimsical thoughts arise. Lin Xian's countenance changed abruptly. He jerked his head up, his gaze fixating on the central area of the ground, where the purple-black sphere remained sealed. Before one's eyes, the surface of the orb revealed, unbeknownst to anyone, an ethereal and enchanting apparition of a woman. This spectral figure was not a corporeal entity, existing in the liminal space between illusion and reality. Her form exquisite and graceful, embodying the very essence of temptation. Her visage was breathtaking, imbued with an otherworldly allure. Each smile and frown emanated a lethal charm capable of rendering the heavens dim and ensnaring all living beings in its embrace. Draped in gossamer veils of deep purple and black, her silhouette tantalizingly outlined her flawless form, her skin as pristine as snow, seemingly delicate enough to break with a mere touch. Her enchanting, soul-piercing eyes shimmered with the essence of spring and tenderness, fixed upon Lin Xian with an unabashed possessiveness and a thrilling intrigue. This was the specter of the desire demon, bound in eternal slumber for countless ages. Though merely an apparition, the aura it exuded, emanating from the very core of existence, representing the primal desires of sentient beings, was enough to send shivers through Lin Xian. A formidable cultivator at the sixth level of the divine realm. "Are you the desire demon?" Lin Xian inquired gravely, his internal spiritual energy swirling as he prepared his thunder prison technique, while simultaneously activating his insightful spirit eye to discern the essence of this apparition. Under the scrutiny of his insightful spirit eye, beneath the breathtaking facade of the woman, a nauseating aura of decay and malevolence subtly emerged. She was not a genuine being, but rather an energy construct formed from insatiable desire, greed, and depravity. Her existence itself was a blasphemy against life. "Ah, clever little one, you've recognized me at a glance." The desire demon giggled, her voice melodious yet imbued with a soul-stirring enchantment. "What desire demon is such an unflattering name? You may call me Xiner." She cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Xian, her demeanor beguiling. "You are quite handsome, and your strength is impressive. Having inherited the legacies of those two old geezers only makes me like you more." Lin Xian scoffed inwardly, his resolve as steadfast as a mountain, impervious to her charms. He coldly replied, "What is your intent in manifesting this apparition?" "What is my intent?" The desire demon extended her delicate fingers to lightly touch her alluring red lips, gazing at Lin Xian with a dreamy look. "Naturally, I wish to draw closer to you, dear one. Look, we are both trapped in this dismal and lightless place. What a twist of fate." She shifted her tone to one of poignant vulnerability. "I have been sealed away by those foul creatures for so many years, and I feel so lonely, so empty. Would you release me? If you do, I will serve you as my master for eternity, fulfilling all your desires." As she spoke, she glided closer to Lin Xian, her veils becoming increasingly translucent, her alluring curves tantalizingly revealed. A peculiar sweet fragrance filled the air, intoxicating and stirring the very depths of one's soul, awakening desires anew. "Power, strength, beauty, immortality, whatever you wish, I can provide." The seductive voice of the desire demon whispered like a devil's murmur, incessantly tempting any possible chink in Lin Xian's inner sanctum. "Contemplate. With your innate talent combined with my power, What realm is beyond our reach? What saint son of the Taisu sect, what sovereign of the northern domain, are nothing but mere ants before us? Just release me. Her figure drew ever closer, nearly pressing against Lin Xian, her enchanting eyes fixed intently upon his, seeking a flicker of wavering resolve, a hint of desire. It must be said, the allure of the desire demon was indeed formidable. The visions she painted held an irresistible attraction for any ambitious cultivator. Had it been someone with a less steadfast heart, they might have already succumbed, ensnared by her seduction. However, Lin Xian merely regarded her with calm, untroubled eyes, even tinged with a hint of faint mockery. Are you done? Lin Xian spoke, his voice icy. The smile on the desire demon's spectral visage faltered slightly, seemingly taken aback by Lin Xian's complete immunity to her influence. Your little tricks are futile against me. Lin Xian continued. Do you think such trifling antics can unsteady my heart of Tao? His resolve had been forged through countless life and death trials and breakthroughs in adversity. Tempered to be as unyielding as granite, far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. What he sought was personal strength and the power to command his fate, not to languish in ephemeral desires. As for releasing you, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Lin Xian's mouth. Do you believe that is possible? A being like you, who disrupts the very fabric of existence, deserves to be eternally suppressed here, until utterly obliterated. You. The allure on the desire demon's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound resentment and chill. She had not anticipated Lin Xian's complete resistance, even piercing through her facade with such directness. Refusing a toast only to drink a penalty, the desire demon shrieked, shedding her guise. The entrancing specter twisted into a grotesque form, as the surrounding demonic energy surged violently, morphing into countless clawed phantoms lunging toward Lin Xian. Concurrently, a more potent mental assault surged forth, like an invisible blade, ruthlessly stabbing at Lin Xian's consciousness, attempting to forcibly tear apart his defenses and corrupt his spirit. Humph! A mere grain of rice dares to shine? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. Thunder Prison Field. Boom! The silver Thunder Prison Force Field erupted once more, the violent power of thunder instantly shredding the oncoming phantoms to pieces, purifying them. Meanwhile, within Lin Xian's consciousness, a spirit entity sat cross-legged, surrounded by intricate arcs of lightning, as steady as Mount Tai, unaffected by the ferocity of the desired demon's mental assault. Break the illusion, Lin Xian called out, golden light flashing from his right eye as the Eye of Insight operated at full capacity. An invisible beam of perceptive light swiftly locked onto the energy core of the desired demon's spectral form. There it is. Lin Xian's gaze intensified. Myriad Spirits Demon Liquid, devour. The dormant Myriad Spirits Demon Liquid, upon receiving the command, instantly transformed into a streak of pitch-black luminescence, propelled by an unprecedented greed and excitement, lunging fiercely towards the core of the lust demon's illusion. What? You wretched demon pet dare to counterattack me? The lust demon's illusion emitted a shriek of rage and astonishment. Clearly, she had not anticipated that Lin Xian could not only resist her temptations and mental assaults, but could also command another demonic entity to retaliate against her. Though the Myriad Spirits Demon Liquid was inherently inferior to the lust demon, it had just consumed a substantial amount of pure lustful energy, causing its power to surge. Furthermore, its voracious nature posed a certain restraint on the energy-based lust demon's illusion. With a sizzling sound, the Myriad Spirits Demon Liquid entwined itself around the lust demon's illusion like a relentless parasite, voraciously tearing and consuming the pure magical energy that constituted her form. The lust demon's illusion struggled violently, roaring in an attempt to escape the clutches of the Myriad Spirits Demon Liquid while continuously unleashing even more potent psychic shocks and magical energy assaults. The scene turned bizarrely chaotic. With his formidable Tao heart and the Thunder Prison, Lin Xian steadfastly suppressed the lust demon's mental onslaught and magical erosion. Meanwhile, the Myriad Spirits Demon Liquid, akin to a greedy brigand, clung tightly to the lust demon's illusion, incessantly gnawing at her strength. Ah, that damn brat, that accursed demon pet. I shall remember you. When I break free, I will reduce you to ashes, annihilating your very souls. The breath of the lust demon's illusion grew weaker, her form increasingly ethereal, evidently suffering grievously under the assault of the Myriad Spirits Demon Liquid. Seeing this, Lin Xian's mind stirred. Even conceiving a bolder thought, could he utilize the myriad spirits demon liquid to completely engulf and refine this lust demon illusion? However, the moment this thought arose, a profound sense of crisis emanating from the depths of his soul surged forth. Lin Xian's countenance changed, and he immediately suppressed this notion, commanding the myriad spirits demon liquid to cease its consumption and swiftly retreat. Something was amiss. Lin Xian gazed solemnly at the now considerably weakened, yet increasingly malevolent and frigid lust demon's illusion. In that fleeting moment, he had sensed a darkness far more terrifying and profound emanating from the depths of the lust demon's illusion, one that seemed capable of devouring all. This was the true source of the lust demon's power. Although sealed for countless eons, its core essence remained a world-destroying force. With his current strength, combined with the myriad spirits demon liquid, he might be able to suppress or even severely injure this illusion. But to completely devour and refine it would be akin to a fool's errand. It could even ignite a perilous inferno, awakening that terrifying primal power, leading to utter destruction. It seemed he had underestimated this ancient dark demon. Lin Xian pondered inwardly, a chill running through him. The lust demon's illusion appeared to sense Lin Xian's retreat, letting out a chilling, resentful laugh. What? Afraid? Little one, your courage is commendable, yet foolish. Do you truly believe that with your meager abilities, you can covet my power? Though she has been grievously wounded, her arrogance remains unabated. Today, fortune favors you. However, you and your demonic pet have consumed so much of my strength that one day, you shall inevitably become a part of me. Wait, for I shall soon seek you out. Lin Xian paid no heed to her threats, merely regarding her with a frigid stare. An eerie stalemate ensued between them. The illusory figure of desire, though filled with malice, was significantly weakened and could do nothing to Lin Xian for the time being. Lin Xian understood well that a hasty attack would only invite greater troubles, as he could not fully resolve the situation. Lin Xian scoffed softly. Choosing not to engage further, he approached the magic circle sealing the violet-black orb, scrutinizing it meticulously. After confirming that the core of the seal had not suffered significant damage, Lin Xian formed hand seals and summoned the spiritual energy within him. Following the method he had previously employed to repair the first sealing point, he began to reinforce the magic array. This time, Lin Xian not only mended the fissures caused by the encroaching demonic energy, but also inscribed several runes imbued with the power of thunder, enhancing the seal's ability to suppress the demonic aura. Ah, damn you insolent brat. You dare to reinforce the seal. The illusory figure of desire shrieked in a fit of exasperation at Lin Xian's actions. Lin Xian remained unfazed, focused on fortifying the seal. Once the radiance of the seal regained its stability and the escaping demonic energy was thoroughly suppressed, he finally ceased his efforts. Casting one last glance at the impotently raging figure of desire trapped within the seal, Lin Xian's expression remained tranquil and unyielding. Take care of yourself. With that, he turned away, intending to leave this place of turmoil. The task in the demon suppression abyss was nearly complete. He had secured 2 great inheritances, achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, significantly enhanced his strength with the essence of all spirits, and conveniently dealt with the assassin sent by Yang Tsang. The rewards of this venture far exceeded his expectations. As for the figure of desire, he could return to deal with her when his own power was sufficient. However, just as Lin Xian was about to step out of the open ground strewn with stone tablets, a violent surge of destructive intent erupted from not far behind him, akin to a volcanic eruption, accompanied by a furious roar filled with boundless resentment and madness. Lin Xian, your life is forfeit. Lin Xian swiftly turned, his gaze instantly chilling to the bone. He beheld a figure, brimming with a ferocious aura, charging towards him from the direction he had come. His eyes were blood red, filled with a frenzied, killing intent and an unrelenting desire for destruction. Who but Yang Tsang could it be? What sent a shiver down Lin Xian's spine was the sight of Yang Tsang clutching an ancient jade talisman, enshrouded in an aura of destruction, emanating an oppressive force that was heart-stopping. On the talisman, runes swirled, faintly coalescing into a blurred figure, seemingly capable of collapsing the heavens themselves. The aura of a half-step Nirvana realm expert. Is this the trump card bestowed upon you by Hu Quan? In an instant, Lin Xian comprehended the gravity of the situation. The Grand Elder Hu Quan, in a bid to ensure absolute certainty, had actually entrusted Yang Tsang with a life-saving talisman that encapsulated the full-force strike of a half-step Nirvana realm powerhouse. This old man, in his efforts to contend with me, has truly gone to great lengths. Lin Xian, you have destroyed my path, annihilated my power. This enmity cannot be reconciled. Yang Tsang harbored an intense hatred for Lin Xian, and after dispatching assassins to eliminate him, he could no longer contain himself and pursued Lin Xian personally. At this moment, Yang Tsang appeared almost deranged, his voice hoarse as he roared. Today, I shall ensure your complete annihilation. He raised the jade talisman high, unhesitatingly pouring his internal spiritual energy and vital essence into it with reckless abandon. Buzz! The talisman erupted with an incomparably blinding light, as if a miniature sun had suddenly emerged in the dark depths of the Demon Town abyss. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding the limits of the Divine Connection realm, came crashing down. The hazy figure became somewhat clearer, resembling a true half-step Nirvana realm expert crossing time and space, exuding a cold indifference to life as it slowly raised a finger, pointing menacingly at Lin Xian. The space shattered inch by inch beneath that finger. Time seemed to freeze at that very moment, an annihilating force capable of obliterating everything locked onto Lin Xian. This was a fatal strike. It embodied the understanding and application of the laws by a half-step Nirvana realm expert, far beyond what any Divine Connection realm practitioner could withstand. Even an ordinary peak 9th level Divine Connection expert would likely be reduced to ashes in the face of such an attack. Ha 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 ha. Perish, Lin Xian. Meet your demise. Yang Tsang, gazing upon that world-destroying finger, erupted into maniacal laughter. He could almost envision Lin Xian's soul scattering beneath that deadly point. However, in the face of this despair-inducing assault, Lin Xian's countenance bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was imbued with a chilling murderous intent and an unwavering fighting spirit. A strike from a half-step Nirvana realm expert? Is it truly formidable? Lin Xian's voice was calm, yet it resonated with an air of haughty defiance. Today, allow me to demonstrate what true power is. Thunder Prison Technique. The god of thunder descends. Lin Xian let out a long howl towards the heavens, unleashing his full potential without reservation. Boom! The spiritual energy of the 6th level of the Divine Connection realm surged forth from within him like a floodgate burst open, wildly coursing through his limbs and bones. The Thunder Prison Technique reached its zenith. Crackle! The silver lightning enveloping Lin Xian's body surged explosively, coalescing into an even more solid and majestic silver battle armor, seemingly forged from tangible thunder. The battle armor crackled with electric light, runes flickering, emanating a devastating aura. Under the refinement of the thunder, Lin Xian's physique transformed into that of true thunder, utterly indomitable, the essence of all spirits. Manifest. As the inky blackness of the myriad spirits' demonic liquid surged forth from the void, it enveloped the thunder battle armor like flowing shadows, forming an eerie yet resilient layer of black demonic armor. The surface of this armor pulsated with countless minuscule demonic runes, exuding a sinister aura that seemed capable of devouring all. The forces of thunder and magic, two starkly different yet equally tyrannical powers, achieved perfect harmony within Lin Xian. With a deft gesture of his left hand, Lin Xian summoned the vast sword intent from his sea of consciousness, invoking the Taishu Sword Classic. A clear and resonant sword cry reverberated through the void. Although he held no sword, a brilliant and dazzling sword light, seemingly capable of severing the threads of fate, coalesced at his fingertips. This sword light was entwined with pure anti-magic force, naturally restraining all malevolent energies. Utilizing the walking character's secret and the distance of 1,000 miles, Lin Xian's steps took on an esoteric quality, rendering his figure momentarily indistinct, as if he manifested in multiple locations simultaneously, making it difficult for adversaries to pinpoint his true self. With the breaking illusion spiritual eye, his right eye glimmered with golden radiance, operating at its utmost capacity to meticulously lock onto the cataclysmic finger strike, seeking even the slightest flaw or weakness in its energy flow. In that moment, Lin Xian unleashed all his hidden trump cards. Faced with a full-force strike from a being at the cusp of nirvana, he chose not to retreat, but to confront it head-on. Break for me. Lin Xian's thunderous roar echoed through the air. He formed a sword gesture, channeling the supreme sword intent of the Taishu Sword Classic into a resplendent sword rainbow that surged upward, defiantly meeting the descending finger of annihilation. Simultaneously, the Thunder battle armor and the myriad spirits' demonic armor radiated brilliance, intertwining the powers of thunder and devouring, creating the most formidable defense. The walking character's secret allowed Lin Xian's form to flicker as he continuously adjusted his angle to evade the core of the attack's lethal edge. The breaking illusion's spiritual eye frantically analyzed the trajectory and energy structure of the opponent's assault. Boom! The collision of the sword rainbow and the finger light erupted with a sound akin to the birth of the universe, resonating through the depths of the demon suppression abyss. An unimaginable energy tempest instantaneously swept across a radius of several miles. The fabric of space shattered like fragile glass, revealing gaping fissures of obsidian void. The earth crumbled and disintegrated in chaos. The surrounding legacy stone tablets trembled violently under the terrifying energy impact, their brilliance dimming, with several nearby tablets disintegrating into dust. Even the ceiling formation containing the lustful demon was affected, its light flickering perilously as if it might collapse at any moment. The spectral figure of the sealed lustful demon let out a terrified shriek, retreating hastily back into the purplish-black orb, no longer daring to show itself. At the center of the energy storm, Lin Xian's figure was utterly engulfed. Ha ha ha, it's dead. Finally dead. In the distance, Yang Tsang beheld the scene before him and erupted into a more frenzied laughter. Yet, as he laughed, blood began to trickle from the corners of his mouth, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually dimmed. He had burned both his life and soul to unleash this unparalleled strike, but the immense cost had wounded his very foundation. Henceforth, without a stroke of fortune or divine intervention, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to advance in his cultivation. This clearly illustrated the depth of Yang Tsang's hatred for Lin Xian. However, before Yang Tsang's laughter could fully dissipate, it abruptly ceased. At the center of the raging energy storm stood a tall, resolute figure. Despite his tattered garments and the traces of blood at his lips, he remained unyielding. The thunderous battle armor and the myriad spirit demon armor, though marred with cracks and dimmed in brilliance, had not been entirely shattered. Lin Xian had, against all odds, withstood a full-force strike from a half-step Nirvana realm. Though grievously injured, Lin Xian had survived. This is impossible. The smile on Yang Tsang's face froze, replaced by an overwhelming sense of terror and despair. His most formidable trump card had failed to eliminate Lin Xian. Lin Xian slowly lifted his head, wiping the blood from his lips, his cold gaze locking onto Yang Tsang. Now it is my turn. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Xian's figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he materialized before Yang Tsang. With no superfluous words and not a hint of hesitation, Lin Xian raised his hand. His fingers poised like a sword, gathering the last remnants of the void sword intent and the power of the thunder abyss, gently pressing against Yang Tsang's brow. With a soft sound, Yang Tsang's body stiffened abruptly, the madness, resentment, and unwillingness in his eyes crystallizing into a frozen expression before he ultimately lost all vitality. Life extinguished. One of the four quasi-saints of the Taishu sect, once an invincible force, Yang Tsang thus fell into the depths of the demon suppression abyss. Chapter 64. A wrath unleashed. Lin Xian slowly retracted his finger, gazing at Yang Tsang's lifeless body, his expression calm and untroubled. With a flick of his hand, he retrieved Yang Tsang's storage ring. Upon completing these actions, Lin Xian felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Enduring a strike from a half-step Nirvana realm had exacted a tremendous toll on him as well. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Taishu Yuan Cannon, commencing his recovery of injuries and spiritual power. Simultaneously, Lin Xian's gaze returned to the chaotic legacy site and the purple-black orb that had regained its tranquility, yet seemed to conceal a deeper malice. The journey into the demon suppression abyss must come to an end. The secrets and dangers of this place far exceeded his imagination. Without further delay, he discerned the direction and transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the exit of the demon suppression abyss. Behind him lay Yang Tsang's cold corpse and the legacy site, now further ravaged by the energy storm. In the depths of the demon suppression abyss, Lin Xian's figure became a fleeting light, swiftly retreating towards the exit, withstanding a strike from a formidable opponent at the half-step Nirvana realm. Even with the backing of multiple trump cards such as the Thunder Prison Force, the 10,000 Spirits Demon Liquid, and the Taishu Sword Cannon, proved to be an immense drain on his resources. His internal vitality surged chaotically, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Were it not for the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed by the Thunder Spirit body and the profound mysteries of the Taishu canon, he would likely have collapsed to the ground by now. Yang Tsang was deceased, yet the old curmudgeon Hu Quan would not let this matter rest easily. However, now that he had become the sole holy son of the Taishu sect, as long as his actions were grounded in righteousness, even Hu Quan, despite his position as the elder, would not dare to overtly challenge him. Racing forward, Lin Xian swiftly departed the oppressive confines of the demon suppression abyss. Guided by the exquisite intricacies of the Xing character secret, outside the abyss, the two God Realm guardians, Wang Kuan and Zhao Qian, had been awaiting his return for some time. They were aware of the cataclysmic energy collision within, but were oblivious to the specific details, causing their hearts to race with anxiety. Upon witnessing Lin Xian emerge from the gray mist, their pupils constricted in surprise. Although Lin Xian's garments bore the marks of battle and a trace of dried blood lingered at the corner of his mouth, his eyes remained calm and profound, exuding an aura of palpable pressure. Holy Son, Wang Kuan and Zhao Qian hastily approached to pay their respects, their minds racing with speculation about the events that had transpired within the abyss. Had Yang Tsang's envoy succeeded in their mission? Lin Xian cast a fleeting glance at them, offering no words beyond a simple command: return to the sect. In a flash, the trio transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the entrance of the Taishu sect. Along the way, Wang Kuan and Zhao Qian attempted to inquire further, but sensing the subtle yet frigid killing intent emanating from Lin Xian, they prudently chose to remain silent. Upon returning to the Taishu sect, Lin Xian did not head directly to the Holy Sun Peak, but instead made his way to the Taishu Hall where the sect leader resided. He needed to report in detail the occurrences within the demon suppression abyss, including the audacious attempt on the Holy Sun's life by Yang Tsang. Inside the Taishu Hall, the sect leader, Yi Tianding, sat majestically upon a high platform, his presence as deep and vast as the ocean. Upon hearing of Lin Xian's request for an audience, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes before he ordered for him to be summoned. Disciple Lin Xian pays respects to the sect leader. Lin Xian entered the grand hall. Bowing respectfully, Lin Xian, you have returned? How did the mission fare? Yi Tianding inquired with a calm demeanor, his gaze penetrating as he discerned that, despite Lin Xian's composed aura, traces of fatigue from the fierce battle lingered in his brow, along with a hint of unresolved malevolence. Reporting to the sect leader, Lin Xian gathered his thoughts and began to recount the situation within the demon suppression abyss. He emphasized the unusual fluctuations of demonic energy, particularly regarding the sealed inheritance site of the desired demon and the emergence of its spectral form. Naturally, Lin Xian remained silent regarding the matter of the wailing demonic liquid devouring demonic energy, merely mentioning the acquisition of a certain Taishu sword classic from the two great legacies. Nevertheless, when the sect master heard the term demonic phantom, his previously tranquil demeanor shifted dramatically, with a glint of sharpness igniting in his eyes. An invisible pressure instantly permeated the hall, causing the very air to thicken with tension. The demonic phantom, you say? This vile creature has remained sealed for so long, yet still refuses to behave. A look of grave concern emerged on Yi Tianding's countenance as well. Lin Xian continued, stating that the aura emitted by the phantom was exceedingly sinister, rife with temptation and the essence of corruption. The disciple barely managed to fend it off and reinforce the seal, having narrowly escaped with his life. Upon hearing this, Yi Tianding fell into a momentary silence, his gaze shifting with uncertainty. As the helmsman of the Taishu sect, he was well aware of the true origins of the demon suppression abyss and the terrifying entities it contained, one of the sect's greatest secrets. He had never anticipated that, beneath the endless years of sealing, it could still materialize a phantom, nearly leading to catastrophe. This matter is of grave importance. I shall personally dispatch individuals to investigate and strengthen the seal of the demon suppression abyss, Yi Tianding declared solemnly, casting a glance at Lin Xian that held a trace of admiration. Lin Xian, your venture into perilous territory to uncover the demonic trail and reinforce the seal is indeed a significant achievement. Were it not for your timely discovery and intervention, the consequences of the demonic phantom breaking free would be unimaginable. It was merely my duty, Lin Xian responded calmly. Yi Tianding nodded slightly, poised to express his gratitude. But Lin Xian abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation, his demeanor turning icy. "Sect Master, I have another matter to report." "Oh, what is it?" The disciple encountered an assassination attempt within the demon suppression abyss. As Lin Xian uttered these words, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop several degrees. The sect master raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of severity flashing in his eyes. "Assassination? Who dares to be so audacious as to attack our sect's holy son within the sacred grounds?" It was Yang Tsang. Lin Xian articulated each word with precision. He not only secretly dispatched 4 godly realm assassins to set an 8-gate soul lock formation to encircle me, but also appeared personally when I was about to leave the demon suppression abyss. Wielding a jade talisman that contained the full power of a half-step Nirvana realm expert, intending to take my life. Boom. Yi Tianding erupted with fury at this revelation. A terrifying aura uncontrollably surged from him, the presence of a 9th-level Nirvana realm cultivator shaking the very heavens, causing the entire Taishu Hall to tremble violently. The magnificent pillars of gold and jade were instantly adorned with intricate cracks. "Yang Tsang, such audacity!" Yi Tianding's voice reverberated like thunder from the heavens. Brimming with unbounded wrath, to attempt the assassination of the Holy Son is a grievous act of treachery against the sect. Such a crime is utterly unforgivable. The Holy Son represents the hope of our sect's future and is a candidate for the next sect master. Yang Tsang's actions are not merely an assault on Lin Xian. They are a blatant violation of the Taishu sect's regulations and a provocation against the very future of our sect. "Where is Yang Tsang now?" the sect master demanded. Suppressing his fury, having been slain by a disciple in the demon suppression abyss, Lin Xian replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the sect leader was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of complex emotions in his eyes. Although Yang Tsang was guilty, he had been a carefully nurtured quasi-saint of the sect. His untimely demise represented a considerable loss for the sect. However, this complexity was soon replaced by a sharp resolve. "Well done," Night Sky Cauldron declared coldly. To ambush a fellow sect member and saint is an unforgivable crime. Chapter 65. The deposition of the Grand Elder. Subsequently, Night Sky Cauldron turned his gaze towards Lin Xian, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. "How did you withstand that jade talisman of the half-step Nirvana realm?" Lin Xian, having anticipated this question, responded with neither arrogance nor submission. "The disciple was fortunate enough to encounter some opportunities, which allowed me to unleash my potential in a critical moment. Coupled with the protection of the glazed jade talisman bestowed by my master, I managed to escape with my life, albeit severely wounded." Night Sky Cauldron nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from delving deeper. Every cultivator harbors their own secrets. Lin Xian's survival and counterattack against Yang Tsang attested to his capabilities and fortune. "Lin Xian, your revelation of the demonic traces, reinforcement of the seal, and your narrow escape have not gone unnoticed by me," Night Sky Cauldron stated solemnly. "In light of your commendable contributions, I hereby grant you access to the innermost sanctum of the sect's treasury, where you may select 3 treasures of the low-grade heavenly tier. Furthermore, I bestow upon you a Tai Su purple gold token. With this token, you may meet with the supreme elders of the sect, and in critical moments, you can harness a portion of the protective array's might." Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian felt a stir of excitement within. The treasures in the innermost sanctum were all exquisite, and the Tai Su purple gold token symbolized authority, capable of safeguarding his life and even influencing the sect's decisions in dire situations. Such rewards could not be deemed insignificant. Disciple expresses gratitude. Sect leader. Lin Xian bowed respectfully. However, this matter was far from over. A glint of cold light flashed in Night Sky Cauldron's eyes. Yang Tsang's audacious actions could not have occurred without support from others. "Summon Grand Elder Hu Quan to appear before me in the Tai Su Hall at once." An oppressive atmosphere, akin to the foreboding of an impending storm, began to permeate the Tai Su sect. With the sect leader's decree, the entire sect trembled in response. Grand Elder Hu Quan was a figure of immense authority within the sect, second only to the leader and a few indifferent supreme elders. The fact that the leader sought to publicly summon him for questioning conveyed an unsettling message that would keep many awake through the night. Before long, Hu Quan arrived at the Tai Su Hall. Clad in a simple Taoist robe, his appearance was gaunt, yet his gaze was exceptionally sharp. Upon entering the Grand Hall and seeing the sect leader seated upon the high platform, along with the composed Lin Xian below, he understood the gravity of the situation. "Sect leader, what is the purpose of your summons?" Hu Quan inquired calmly, feigning ignorance of the impending events. Hu Quan. Night Sky Cauldron struck the armrest fiercely, his voice booming like thunder. Do you acknowledge your crimes? Hu Quan's eyelids flickered slightly, yet his expression remained unchanged. What do you mean, sect leader? What crimes could I possibly bear? Humph. You dare to feign innocence. In a fit of rage, Night Sky Cauldron laughed bitterly. Addressing Hu Quan, you dare to claim that the assassination of the Holy Sun Lin Xian by Yang Tsang, who wielded a half-step Nirvana Realm Jade Talisman, has nothing to do with you? Hu Quan fell silent for a moment, a complex expression flickering in his murky eyes. He understood that the truth had been laid bare. With Yang Tsang deceased, any further justifications would be futile. Slowly, he raised his head to meet the gaze of the sect leader, Night Sky Cauldron. His tone tinged with a hint of desolation. Yang Tsang was nurtured by me. He was proud and arrogant, having long harbored grievances against Holy Sun Lin Xian. After failing the selection, he was consumed by resentment and, in a moment of folly, committed this heinous act. It is true that I failed to discipline him adequately, and I acknowledge my oversight. He accepted the blame for lax governance and negligence, yet he refrained from mentioning his own potential involvement. Negligence? Night Sky Cauldron scoffed coldly. Hu Quan, do you think I am a mere child of 3? Without your tacit approval or even instigation, how would Yang Tsang dare to act so recklessly? That Jade Talisman is a unique possession of yours. The evidence is irrefutable. Do you still dare to argue? It was clear that the sect leader was well aware of Hu Quan's secrets. Hu Quan fell silent once more, the atmosphere in the grand hall growing unbearably tense. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply, his voice weary and resigned. In matters of success and failure, since the sect leader has already made his determination, further words from me would be futile. I only ask that, considering my years of service to the sect, you grant me a semblance of dignity. Hu Quan ceased his futile defenses, tacitly accepting the sect leader's accusations. He recognized that, in the face of undeniable evidence and the leader's resolve, any attempts at justification would be in vain. Furthermore, with Lin Xian's position as Holy Sun now firmly established and backed by the implicit support of Luo Weisong and the sect leader, the tide had turned against him. Night Sky Cauldron regarded Hu Quan's aged countenance with a complex gaze. Hu Quan had served the sect for many years, earning merit through both accomplishments and hard work. Were it not for this outrageous act that crossed the sect's bottom line, the leader would not have wished for such an outcome. Hu Quan, as the grand elder of the sect, you should serve as a model for others. Yet you have indulged your disciples and conspired against the Holy Sun. This is a grave sin. Night Sky Cauldron's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Considering your past merits, your death sentence may be averted, but you cannot escape the living punishment. You are hereby stripped of your position as Grand Elder of Tai Su Sect. You are to guard the forbidden ground of Wanji Cave for a century. For 100 years, you shall not step beyond the confines of Wanji Cave. So decreed. As these words fell, Hu Quan's body trembled violently, and disbelief and despair finally surfaced in his previously calm gaze. Wanji Cave. While not the most perilous of the 3 forbidden grounds of Tai Su Sect, it was undoubtedly the most desolate. The energy within was chaotic and filled with various negative forces. Guarding it for 100 years would not only hinder one's cultivation, but could also erode one's spirit with its adverse energies, leading to madness. This punishment was more unbearable than death itself. Leader, Hu Quan's lips quivered, seemingly wishing to say more. Words are unnecessary. Night Sky Cauldron coldly interrupted. Execute this immediately. Any acts of defiance shall be treated as treason against the sect. Hu Quan gazed into the unyielding eyes of the sect leader and, ultimately, bowed his head in dejection, his hunched form appearing to age several decades in an instant. I accept my punishment, he stated. Soon after, disciples from the law enforcement hall approached him, symbolically confiscating his elder's token before escorting him to the abyss of eternal silence. As Hu Quan departed, he cast a deep, complex glance at Lin Xian, filled with resentment, unwillingness, yet predominantly an air of tragic heroism. The news of Elder Hu Quan's disgrace and his 100-year sentence in the Forbidden Grounds spread like wildfire throughout the Tai Su sect, causing a significant uproar. Countless disciples and elders were astonished, engaging in fervent discussions. Good heavens! The elder has truly been stripped of his position? How could this be possible? The assassination of the Holy Sun is an egregious crime. The sect leader's decision not to execute him on the spot is already a leniency beyond the law. Lin Xian's methods are indeed formidable. With Yongzong dead and Elder Hu Quan fallen, it seems the Tai Su sect is on the precipice of a transformation. Hush! Tread carefully. The dignity of the Holy Sun must not be subject to our discourse. The disciples and elders of the Sky Peak lineage were particularly anxious. Akin to mourners at a funeral, their greatest pillar of support had crumbled, and the future was bleak. In stark contrast, the faction of Second Elder Luo Weisong was jubilant. Days later, the sect leader issued another decree. In light of Elder Hu Quan's dereliction of duty and treachery, he has been deposed. Following deliberation among the sect's higher-ups, Second Elder Luo Weisong has been appointed as the new elder of the Tai Su sect to assist the sect leader in managing sect affairs. This appointment, anticipated by many, further underscored Lin Xian's current influence within the sect. Luo Weisong, with his extensive experience and profound cultivation, ascended to the position of elder seamlessly, a reflection of the collective will. The newly appointed elder, who is also Lin Xian's mentor, immediately set about reorganizing the internal structure of the sect. Stubborn elements aligned with Hu Quan were purged, resulting in a rejuvenation of the sect's atmosphere. Meanwhile, the two former quasi-holy sons, Long Ye and Gong Shangyue, were deeply moved upon learning of these developments. In Long Ye's cave abode, he contemplated the intelligence contained within a jade slip, rendered speechless. With Yongzong deceased and Hu Quan fallen, Lin Xian, once dismissed as a rival, had now ascended to an overwhelming stature. The position of Holy Son was firmly established. Long Ye sighed, a flicker of resignation and a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Perhaps it is not entirely a misfortune for the Tai Su sect to harbor such a prodigy. I have been ensnared at the pinnacle of the fifth tier of the divine connection realm for too long, and it is time I seek my own opportunities. Days later, Long Ye submitted a request to the sect to embark on an external training journey and quietly departed from the Tai Su sect. Within the Star Palace, Gong Shangyue remained enveloped in the hazy starlight, seemingly indifferent to the tumultuous changes occurring beyond her sanctuary. Upon hearing that Hu Quan had been punished to guard the silent cave, a flicker of starlight shimmered momentarily. Indeed, the trajectory of fate is notoriously elusive. She murmured softly, her voice ethereal. Lin Xian's future, even I cannot discern. The Tai Su sect may well be on the brink of a new era, and I must pursue my own path. Shortly thereafter, Gong Shangyue also bid farewell to the sect, embarking on a journey of exploration. Thus, the once formidable four great saints saw a turn of events. Yongzong perished, Hu Quan's lineage fell from grace, while Long Ye and Gong Shangyue ventured forth for experience. In the younger generation of the Tai Su sect, Lin Xian stood unrivaled, with no challengers in sight. On the summit of the Saint Sun Peak, Lin Xian sat across from the newly appointed Grand Elder, his mentor Luo Weisong, as they savored tea and engaged in conversation. Xianer, the situation both within and outside the sect has now stabilized, Luo Weisong remarked, setting down his teacup with a look of satisfaction. The matters concerning Yongzong and Hu Quan have been conclusively resolved, and your position as Saint Sun is as solid as a mountain. Thank you for your concern, Master. Lin Xian replied, fully aware that without his mentor's strategic maneuvering behind the scenes, the sect leader would not have so easily resolved to take decisive action against Hu Quan. Haha, there is no need for such formality between us, my disciple. Luo Weisong waved his hand dismissively. Then his expression turned serious. However, Xianer, although your prestige has grown immensely, true cultivation remains paramount. The lurking dangers within the demon suppression abyss persist as a potential threat. The sect leader has already dispatched additional personnel to monitor the situation closely and is preparing to establish even stronger seals. But you must remain vigilant and not let your guard down. I understand, Master. Lin Xian nodded, then added, I plan to leave the sect soon to continue my training and seek breakthroughs. This urgency stems primarily from a task issued by the system, which I must complete promptly to earn points and rewards, enabling me to exchange for superior treasures. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of approval flashed in Luo Weisong's eyes. Excellent. To be neither arrogant nor complacent, to strive vigorously, is the essence of our cultivation path. With your extraordinary abilities and the secret techniques at your disposal, I feel reassured. He paused before continuing, you may freely access the resources of the sect's treasury. Do not hesitate to ask if you need anything. I understand, Master. Lin Xian replied with a smile. I have already gathered a considerable amount. There is no need for concern. The two shared a knowing smile, the atmosphere light and relaxed. A few days later, Lin Xian finalized all matters at Saint Sun Peak and visited the sect's treasury to replenish his stock of alchemical pills and spiritual materials, particularly rare resources aimed at enhancing his bloodline and physique. He nearly exhausted the privileges granted to him as the Saint Sun before quietly departing the Taisu sect, under the watchful eyes of Mu and others. This time, he traveled openly, without any attempt to conceal his identity as the Saint Sun. Activating the secret technique, he transformed into a brilliant streak of light, slicing through the vast sky towards the distant wilderness forest, racing like the wind. The northern region is vast and boundless, dotted with numerous states and treacherous mountains. The wilderness forest, located at the extreme north of the northern region, is said to border the legendary Netherworld, making it one of the 10 most perilous locations recognized within the northern region. This place is not merely a simple forest, but rather a vast expanse of mountains and desolate plains stretching across millions of miles and several small regions. It is perpetually shrouded in a cold, grayish mist, which not only obstructs spiritual perception but also harbors a peculiar, ghostly aura. Creatures that inhale too much of this mist may suffer from madness or, in severe cases, become mindless husks driven solely by the urge to kill. Countless cultivators and beasts have perished here over the ages, their essence and resentment merging with the earth, rendering this wilderness even more treacherous and enigmatic. The creatures within the woods have largely mutated, their bodies encased in bony armor, their eyes glowing ominously, exuding an aggressive demeanor and possessing an inherent chill that makes them particularly formidable. Lin Xian, utilizing the supreme subtleties of the Xing character secret, traversed an astonishing distance of hundreds of thousands of miles in just 10 days, reaching the outskirts of the otherworldly wilderness. The moment he set foot on this land, a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, as if seeking to freeze his very soul. The air was thick with the scent of decay and blood, and the sky remained eternally dim, devoid of sun, moon, or stars. The distant mountains loomed in an eerie, bluish-black hue, resembling slumbering behemoths that exuded an ominous presence. Such a rich aura of the underworld. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow as the thunder prison energy instinctively activated, causing a faint silver lightning to flicker across his body, dispelling the encroaching chill. Extending his spiritual sense, he discovered that it faced significant suppression here, with its range reduced to less than 1/10 of that in the outside world. Moreover, the mist seemed to contain a force that interfered with the soul, easily leading one astray. The system task required him to hunt 1,000 fourth-tier or lower beasts within 6 months, collect their essence and inner cores, refine the bloodline essence, absorb and transform it to enhance his own bloodline and physique, and ultimately break through to the divine sense realm. Lin Xian reconfirmed the mission objectives. The breakthrough in cultivation could be overlooked, but the task of hunting 1,000 fourth-tier beasts sounded daunting. Yet for Lin Xian, as long as the beasts were plentiful, it was not overly challenging. The crux lay in gathering the essence of 81 different types of beasts. This otherworldly wilderness indeed aligned well with the attributes of the 10,000 spirits demon liquid. Lin Xian felt a stir within. For the 10,000 spirits demon liquid was inherently sinister, and the ghostly aura here, along with the essences of the fallen beasts, would serve as a substantial boon. Without lingering too long, he chose a direction and swiftly delved deeper into the wilderness. Chapter 67, Mid-Stage 4th-Tier Beast. The underworld ink flood dragon having ventured merely 100 miles into the wilderness, the surrounding vegetation took on an extraordinarily bizarre appearance. The trees were as black as ink, their twisted branches resembling ghostly claws, and the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of decayed leaves that crunched underfoot. The chill in the air intensified, and one could even hear faint, ghostly wails mingling with the eerie sounds of the wind whistling through the valleys and forests, adding a layer of terror to the atmosphere. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from the dense thicket beside him. In an instant, a shadow darted forth like a bolt of lightning, accompanied by a foul, acrid wind aimed directly at Lin Xian's throat. It was a demon wolf, its size comparable to that of a ferocious tiger, entirely clad in black bone armor, with eyes gleaming with a sinister green light. Its claws were razor-sharp, emanating an icy chill, clearly a mid-tier 3-stage demon beast known as the Spectral Bone Demon Wolf, deeply tainted by the essence of the underworld. What a welcome challenge! Lin Xian's gaze hardened, and rather than retreating, he advanced. Faced with such a savage beast, he deemed it unnecessary to resort to the Void Sword Cannon, opting instead to unleash a powerful punch. Lightning crackled around his fist, and the overwhelming force of the Thunder Prison technique erupted without reservation. Bang! His fist collided fiercely with the demon wolf's claws, producing a resounding thud. The demon wolf's pride, its bone claws capable of rending through fine iron, shattered like decayed wood before the might of Lin Xian's fist, infused with the power of thunder. A mournful howl escaped the spectral bone demon wolf, its massive body sent flying as if struck by a colossal hammer. It crashed through several thick black trees before tumbling to the ground, convulsing a few times before falling silent. Lin Xian approached, beckoning with his fingertip, and a demon core exuding a chilling aura alongside a pool of pure demon wolf blood flew into his grasp. Simultaneously, the spirit-liquefying demonic essence emerged quietly, devouring the remnants of the demon wolf's soul and the dissipating essence of the underworld. The first one down, Lin Xian stored the demon core and blood, continuing his journey deeper into the wilderness. As he progressed, the beast he encountered grew increasingly formidable, and the variety expanded. He faced colossal bone-armored bears of immense strength, swift shadow leopards adept at stealthy ambushes, and decomposing vultures capable of spewing corrosive venom. There were even massive skeletal lizards formed from countless bones. Most of these beasts possessed rudimentary intelligence, driven solely by the instinct to kill, unafraid of death. Yet before Lin Xian, they were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. He moved through the desolate forest like a human killing machine, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed. The Thunder Prison technique, coupled with the walking character secret, allowed him to blend offense and defense seamlessly, his speed unmatched. On occasion, the Void Sword Cannon would be invoked, unleashing an unrivaled torrent of sword energy. The spirit-liquefying demonic essence continued to grow during this feast of carnage, consuming a vast quantity of demon souls and underworld essence, its aura deepening and becoming increasingly terrifying, steadily enhancing its power until it swiftly regained the strength of a fifth-tier divine connection realm. In just a span of 7 or 8 days, Lin Xian had slaughtered nearly 1,000 demon beasts. His cultivation also subtly shifted amidst the intense battles and preliminary refinement of the demon blood, bringing him closer to the 7th tier of the divine connection realm. One day, Lin Xian arrived at an expanse dominated by a vast black swamp. Within the mire, fist-sized black bubbles gurgled ominously, releasing a noxious stench. The air was thick with the essence of the underworld, richer than in any place he had previously encountered. It was evident that numerous formidable demon beasts resided here. Lin Xian's gaze sharpened as he quietly activated his breaking illusion spirit eye, surveying the marsh below. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an inconspicuous rise at the center of the swamp. There, it appeared, grew a lotus flower, entirely black and emanating an enigmatic, ethereal glow. The lotus possessed 7 petals, each seemingly formed from the purest essence of the netherworld, exuding a captivating and deadly allure. The netherworld's 7-leaf lotus? A stir of excitement coursed through Lin Xian's heart. This was a legendary treasure, said to bloom only in places of extreme darkness and malevolence, possessing remarkable efficacy for cultivating techniques of the Yin attribute or refining the spirit. Its grade was at least of the highest tier within the earthly realm, potentially even celestial. Just as Lin Xian prepared to approach and pluck it, the tranquil surface of the marsh suddenly erupted. Boom! A colossal dragon, spanning dozens of yards, covered in black scales and adorned with a single horn, surged forth from the depths, radiating an aura of terror. Its eyes glowed blood red, and its fangs were menacing. This was a mid-stage netherworld black dragon. The oppressive force it exuded was truly formidable. Clearly, the netherworld's 7-leaf lotus was its treasured possession. Vile beast, you seek death. Lin Xian felt a surge of exhilaration rather than fear, his fighting spirit ignited. Faced with the terrifying netherworld black dragon, Lin Xian was resolute, though he did not underestimate its strength. A mid-stage 4th-tier beast was roughly equivalent to a human cultivator at the 5th or 6th layer of the divine connection realm. A typical 6th-layer cultivator would likely have to retreat in the face of such a ferocious creature, unless they possessed extraordinary means. Moreover, most beasts were physically robust and exceptionally gifted, often proving more challenging to contend with than human cultivators of the same tier. However, today, the netherworld black dragon encountered Lin Xian. Vile creature, I shall claim the Netherworld's seven-leaf lotus for myself. Lin Xian spoke with a detached tone, devoid of emotion, as if merely stating an established fact. Roar. The Netherworld Black Dragon seemed to comprehend the provocation and greed in Lin Xian's words, its blood-red eyes blazing with fury as it let out a deafening roar. In an instant, the marsh churned, foul-smelling black mud shooting skyward, forming a barrage of water arrows that rained down upon Lin Xian. Each water arrow was imbued with potent corrosive power and chilling nether energy. Even a slight touch would likely leave an ordinary cultivator with a gaping wound. Lin Xian remained steadfast, a flash of lightning enveloping his form as the Thunder Prison technique activated. A solid silver thunder shield instantaneously surrounded him, and as the black water arrows struck the shield, they melted away like snow under the sun, purified and evaporated by the violent force of the thunder, leaving not a single ripple in their wake. Seeing its attack fail, the Netherworld Black Dragon became even more enraged. It violently swung its massive body, its tail, stretching dozens of yards, lashed out like a steel whip, cleaving the air and creating a deafening sonic boom as it aimed a fierce sweep towards Lin Xian. If this strike were to be realized, even a small mountain would likely be shattered to pieces. Excellent. Lin Xian advanced rather than retreating, his eyes ablaze with a fierce battle intent. The secret of the walking characters. Lin Xian's steps became enigmatic, his figure instantly blurring, leaving behind a faint afterimage at the original spot. The tail of the flood dragon nearly grazed his afterimage, crashing violently against the distant black mountain rock, producing a thunderous sound that echoed through the air, causing the rock to splinter and clouds of dust to rise. The Taishu Sword Classic. Just as the dark flood dragon's attack missed, its old power exhausted and new power yet to be summoned, Lin Xian's figure appeared like a wraith above the dark flood dragon's head, with fingers poised like a sword. The tip radiated a pure and domineering sword intent that soared into the heavens. Clang! A resplendent sword rainbow, several zhang long, coalesced, entwined with strands of demon-slaying power, sharp enough to sever all, descending fiercely upon the massive head of the dark flood dragon. Chapter 68, 7th Level of the Divine Connection Realm. The dark flood dragon sensed the imminent threat, a flicker of fear passing through its blood-red eyes. It suddenly opened its gaping maw, expelling a demon core the size of a human head, entirely black and exuding a dense aura of the underworld, to meet the descending sword rainbow. Boom! The sword rainbow and demon core collided with a blinding brilliance. The violent shockwave of energy surged forth like a tsunami, raising towering black waves in the surrounding marshlands. Crack! A minute fissure appeared on the surface of the dark flood dragon's demon core. As the core sustained damage, the dark flood dragon emitted a painful shriek, its massive body rolling violently in midair. Lin Xian's gaze was icy, relentless in his advantage. Breaking illusions. A flash of golden light sparkled in Lin Xian's right eye as the spirit eye of breaking illusions activated fully, instantly locking onto several weak nodes in the dark flood dragon's demonic energy flow. Thunder Prison Technique. Lin Xian shouted, his hands grasping the air as two spheres of pure, thunderous energy rapidly formed. They transformed into two roaring silver thunder dragons, exuding an earth-shattering might. One to the left and one to the right, voraciously charging towards the colossal body of the dark flood dragon. Roar! The dark flood dragon sensed an unprecedented crisis. Releasing a desperate roar, it twisted its body frantically, attempting to evade, but Lin Xian's attack had already locked onto its vital energy. Boom! Boom! The two thunder dragons struck mercilessly against the dark flood dragon's body, the violent power of thunder erupting instantly, shattering its hard black scales into a grotesque mess of flesh and charred remains. Howl! The dark flood dragon let out an excruciating wail, its massive body plummeting like a broken kite from the sky, crashing heavily into the marsh below, sending mud flying everywhere. Lin Xian's figure flickered, appearing as if by teleportation at the site where the dark flood dragon fell. At this moment, the infernal ink serpent lay gasping for breath, its massive form marred by grotesque wounds from which dark blood continuously oozed, deepening the surrounding marsh. Its blood-red, colossal eye brimmed with fear and resentment as it fixated intently on Lin Xian. With an impassive expression, Lin Xian once more gathered a sharp sword light at his fingertips. In a swift motion, the blade pierced through the serpent's cranium, extinguishing its life entirely. Thus fell the once mighty fourth-tier mid-stage beast, the infernal ink serpent. With a casual gesture, Lin Xian summoned the serpent's cracked demon core and a clump of pure serpent blood into his hand. Simultaneously, the myriad spirit essence transformed into a streak of black light, merging with the serpent's corpse, greedily consuming its lingering soul and the pure infernal energy. Moments later, the essence returned contentedly to Lin Xian's body, its presence bolstered slightly. Only then did Lin Xian direct his gaze towards the center of the marsh, where the infernal seven-leaf lotus bloomed quietly. He carefully harvested it and stored it within his spatial ring. After completing these tasks, Lin Xian did not depart immediately. Instead, he sought a relatively secluded cave, setting up numerous concealment and defensive formations, preparing to refine and absorb the infernal seven-leaf lotus. The infernal seven-leaf lotus, a treasure born of the most extreme Yin and malevolent energies, contained an exceptionally pure essence of infernal origin. Lin Xian sat cross-legged, retrieved the lotus, and swallowed it whole. Boom! A cold and piercing energy, imbued with a peculiar vitality, erupted within Lin Xian's body in an instant. This energy was immensely pure, far surpassing that of ordinary beast blood. Lin Xian quickly activated the Taishu Yuantian, channeling this vast energy through his meridians. Under the refinement of this infernal power, his thunder spirit physique seemed to grow more resilient, significantly enhancing its resistance to frigid energy. Although the Yang Fire Tiger bloodline clashed with the infernal energy's attributes, it gradually absorbed the pure essence of vitality under the harmonizing influence of the Taishu Yuantian, subtly elevating the bloodline's strength. The refinement process lasted a full day and night. When Lin Xian reopened his eyes, a fleeting brilliance shimmered within them. The energy of the infernal seven-leaf lotus had been thoroughly absorbed and refined. While he had not directly broken through, he had made considerable progress, now much closer to the seventh layer of the divine realm. More importantly, Lin Xian's soul, nourished by this essence of infernal origin, had become more refined and transparent, enhancing the potency of his void-breaking spiritual eye. Indeed, the infernal seven-leaf lotus was a remarkable treasure. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. The perilous Bianshore wilderness demanded his utmost caution. Deep within, it was said that fifth-tier beasts lurked, entities that would pose a significant challenge even for Lin Xian's current strength. In the days that followed, he continued to hunt beasts within the Bianshore wilderness, collecting their blood and inner cores, and refining the essence of his bloodline. As time flowed by, another half-month passed. Lin Xian had accomplished more than half of his system tasks, having already hunted over 7,000 demon beasts and collected the blood essence from more than 60 different species. While diligently completing his missions, he also devoted himself to rigorous cultivation, continuously absorbing and refining the essence and inner cores of the demon beasts. Finally, a new opportunity for a breakthrough in his cultivation had arrived. On this particular day, in a secluded gorge, Lin Xian had just slain a fourth-tier early-stage bone spike demon tiger. Sitting cross-legged, he felt the spiritual energy swirling around him. The vast energy accumulated within him, surging like a flood on the verge of breaking its dam, relentlessly battering against the sixth level of the divine connection realm. With a crack, it seemed as though some invisible shackles had been shattered. A more potent and harmonious aura erupted from Lin Xian, sweeping across the surroundings. The surrounding ethereal mist retreated in the wake of this overwhelming force. He had ascended to the seventh level of the divine connection realm. After a period of arduous training and accumulation, Lin Xian's cultivation had finally advanced once more. Feeling the torrential power within him, he let out a long, resonant roar that echoed through the wilderness. Following his breakthrough, Lin Xian did not immediately cease his cultivation. Instead, he continued to stabilize his newfound realm. Several days later, he had firmly consolidated his strength at the seventh level of the divine connection realm. With his enhanced capabilities, Lin Xian's efficiency in completing system tasks also improved. On this day, he was pursuing a late-stage third-tier demon beast, the Ironback Armadillo, adept at burrowing underground, intending to collect its blood essence. Suddenly, a flurry of piercing sounds and fierce clashes of spiritual power erupted from a distance. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, activating his insightful spirit eyes, and gazed toward the source of the commotion. He beheld a group of over 10 individuals clad in uniform black attire, their faces obscured by grotesque masks, surrounding and attacking a woman dressed in a flowing moon-white gown. The woman possessed an enchanting figure and an ethereal grace, even amidst the fierce battle. Her movements exuded an indescribable elegance and composure. Wielding a long sword that shimmered with a cold, moonlit glow, her swordplay was exquisite. Each strike illuminating the surroundings with a radiant moonlight that dispelled the assaults of several black-clad attackers. However, it appeared she had sustained significant injuries. Her moon-white gown stained with blood, and her breathing was somewhat erratic, indicating she could not endure for much longer. Lin Xian quickly discerned her cultivation level and background. She belonged to the Mysterious Palace, one of the 3 major super sects in the Northern Domain, renowned alongside the Taishu sect and the Carefree Spirit sect. The disciples of this sect were predominantly female, practicing techniques that leaned towards the ethereal and agile, yet their power was not to be underestimated. Though the woman wore a thin white veil that obscured her true appearance, Lin Xian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from her clear, autumn-like eyes and her distinctive aura. As he focused intently, his insightful spirit eyes penetrated the veil, and upon seeing her face, Lin Xian's expression subtly shifted. Could it be her? Yi Fuyao? Lin Xian recognized the woman before him, the contemporary saintess of the Piamiao Palace, Yi Fuyao. Remarkably, Yi Fuyao had been conferred the title of saintess 2 years prior. Holding a prestigious position with extraordinary talent, possessing a low-grade heavenly martial soul, the White Moon Spirit Sparrow, Lin Xian had crossed paths with her once. About 5 or 6 years ago, during a fierce confrontation in a place known as the Star Moon Secret Realm, over a coveted treasure at the heart of the realm. At that time, their cultivation levels were comparable, resulting in a mutually destructive battle, with the treasure ultimately claimed by an unexpected third party. Although they had met under such circumstances, there was no camaraderie between them. In fact, the rivalry had left both with an unfavorable impression of the other. Surprisingly, after many years, the exalted saintess of the Piamiao Palace found herself in such a dire predicament, being pursued by assailants. Lin Xian cast his gaze over the group of more than 10 cloaked figures, noting that the weakest among them was at the 2nd level of the divine realm, with 3 powerful individuals at the 4th level. The leader's aura was particularly formidable, reaching the pinnacle of the 6th level, just a step away from entering the 7th. Such a formidable assembly was more than sufficient to hunt down an injured cultivator at the 5th level of the divine realm. Lin Xian shook his head slightly, deciding against intervening. He shared no significant bond with Yi Fuyao and even harbored grievances. He was not the type to selflessly rescue someone with whom he had no connection, as doing so would yield him no benefit. Completing his own system tasks was of paramount importance. In the treacherous depths of the Othershore wilderness, danger lurked at every turn. Yi Fuyao gritted her silver teeth, wielding her moonlight long sword with the grace of the wind. The cold sword light resembled radiant crescent moons, relentlessly striking at the encircling black-cloaked figures. Each swing embodied the unique agility and sharpness of the Piamiao Palace, striving to carve out an escape from the impenetrable encirclement. However, the pursuers were evidently well-trained and coordinated, akin to relentless pests, firmly entangling Yi Fuyao. Their weapons glinted with a chilling light, each strike merciless and unyielding. Particularly, the leader among them, at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the divine realm, exhibited overwhelming strength. He wielded a bizarrely shaped black scythe, each swing releasing a dense black mist, within which countless vengeful spirits seemed to howl, gradually eroding Yi Fuyao's protective spiritual energy. Yi Fuyao, surrender. You cannot escape. The leader croaked, his voice as jarring as an owl's hoot. Come quietly, and you shall suffer less. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthless actions. Humph. A pack of cowardly rats. Dare to reveal your names. Yi Fuyao retorted fiercely, her sword strikes intensifying. Yet, her internal injuries were worsening, her spiritual energy depleting rapidly. Her delicate face beneath the veil turning as pale as paper. She was engulfed in a profound sense of urgency. On this occasion, she had been dispatched by her sect to the desolate forest across the river in search of a crucial ingredient for an alchemical elixir. However, she had not anticipated that her movements would be exposed. Shortly after entering the wilderness, she was ambushed by a group of mysterious figures clad in black robes. Clearly, they were well prepared, not only outnumbering her, but also possessing considerable strength, and they seemed to be remarkably familiar with her techniques, targeting her at every turn. Had it not been for the several life-preserving artifacts she possessed, she likely would have already met her demise. Nevertheless, after an arduous battle, she found herself on the brink of exhaustion. Just as despair began to creep into her heart, her peripheral vision caught sight of a figure atop a massive boulder not far away, seemingly appearing from nowhere. The person stood tall, donning a fearsome Azura mask that obscured their features. They emanated an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a deep, silent volcano, poised to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. Why did this figure seem somewhat familiar? A flicker of recognition stirred within Yi Fuyao, the blend of familiarity and strangeness momentarily stunning her. Simultaneously, the group of black-robed figures became aware of Lin Xian's presence. Who goes there? The leader of the black-robed men narrowed his eyes, halting his assault on Yi Fuyao, and cast a wary gaze towards Lin Xian. The other figures also ceased their actions, subtly encircling Lin Xian with hostile expressions. In this desolate forest, the sudden emergence of a stranger with such formidable presence compelled them to be on high alert. Who are you? What business do you have here? The leader rasped, his tone laced with veiled threats. I suggest you refrain from meddling in our affairs. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Standing atop the boulder, Lin Xian surveyed the group of black-robed figures with an unwavering gaze. He paid no heed to their inquiries, instead focusing intently on Yi Fuyao. Through his mystic eye, he could clearly discern her pale complexion and the faint traces of blood at the corner of her mouth, evidence of her severe injuries. This woman was indeed gravely hurt. Yet, Lin Xian had no intention of intervening. However, in the next moment, he furrowed his brow. The essence of all spirits had just conveyed a thought, revealing that a hint of demonic energy emanated from these black-robed figures. Were they connected to the demonic entities? Lin Xian's mind raced. Demons, in any form, should not be underestimated. Whether it was the essence of all spirits or one of the 7 deadly sins, the lust demon. They were elusive and deadly. Time was of the essence. It would be prudent to eliminate them together. Noticing Lin Xian's prolonged silence, the leader of the black-robed figures grew impatient, his voice tinged with a chilling malice. With a tremor of his black scythe, it emitted a piercing hum as he prepared to strike first. Yet, just as he was about to make his move, Lin Xian's figure flickered, vanishing from the boulder like a wraith. Movement technique. In the next instant, Lin Xian materialized before the group of black-robed figures, mere paces away from them. He still wore that ghastly Azura mask, with a pair of eyes beneath it gleaming with a cold, mocking light. Initially reluctant to interfere, he felt no remorse for retaliating now that they sought to strike him. Yi Fuyao felt a surge of joy as she witnessed Lin Xian's sudden assault. The group of black-clad figures was taken aback by Lin Xian's elusive speed, stepping back in unison and assuming a defensive posture. Lin Xian flexed his wrist, producing a series of sharp cracks from his bones, a terrifying aura slowly rising from within him, akin to an ancient beast on the verge of awakening. The oppressive force of a 7th-level divine connection realm was unleashed without reservation. Upon sensing this overwhelming pressure, the expressions of the black-robed individuals shifted dramatically. A 7th-level divine connection realm. The leader of the black-robed figures spoke with a tremor in his voice, disbelief etched across his face. They had assumed their adversary was at most a 5th or 6th-level practitioner, only to discover he was a formidable 7th-level powerhouse. Such cultivation was a rarity, even within their own sect. Yi Fuyao's beautiful eyes widened, and a tempest surged within her heart. A 7th-level divine connection realm. This mysterious figure donning the Azura mask possessed such terrifying prowess. She had initially thought he was merely comparable to her, or slightly stronger. But the disparity was far greater than she had anticipated. Are you prepared to meet your demise? Lin Xian's voice emanated from beneath the Azura mask, chilling and merciless. Given their apparent connection to demonic entities, Lin Xian could no longer stand idly by. At the very least, he sought to extract some information regarding the suspected demons from these individuals. Lin Xian slowly raised his hand. Silver lightning began to flicker and coalesce within his palm. A destructive aura began to permeate the air. Kill him. Altogether. He is but one. After a brief moment of shock, a glint of frenzied determination flashed in the eyes of the black-robed leader. He understood that facing a 7th-level divine connection realm powerhouse alone would lead only to death. The only chance for survival lay in uniting their strength. With a command, over 10 black-robed figures let out a collective roar, channeling their spiritual energy as their weapons shimmered with various hues, converging from all directions towards Lin Xian. Several black-robed practitioners executed a combined attack formation. weaving together fierce black blades of energy into an impenetrable net that descended upon him. The 3 4th-level Divine Connection Realm black-robed figures unleashed their techniques. One summoned a flag exuding a strong scent of blood as crimson light surged forth, transforming into several ferocious blood-red specters that lunged at Lin Xian. Another formed hand seals and chanted incantations, causing dozens of sharp black spikes to erupt from the ground, striking towards Lin Xian like venomous serpents. There was another figure who, with a flicker, transformed into a shadowy silhouette, silently circling behind Lin Xian. In their hand, a short blade glimmered with a sinister, poisonous light, aimed straight at Lin Xian's vulnerable back. Meanwhile, the leading figure, a peak 6th-tier practitioner cloaked in black, elevated their aura to its utmost limit. The black scythe they wielded surged with dark mist, coalescing into a grotesque, demonic visage, roaring silently with a terrifying force that seemed to devour all, as it descended upon Lin Xian with lethal intent. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with murderous intent. Fierce winds howled, and an array of attacks rained down, completely overwhelming Lin Xian. Yi Fuyao, witnessing this, turned pale and could not suppress her alarm. Be careful. Although she was astonished by Lin Xian's prowess, faced with such a relentless barrage, among which were lethal strikes from powerful practitioners, she doubted Lin Xian could respond with ease. However, in the face of this tempestuous onslaught, Lin Xian merely snorted in disdain, his eyes brimming with scorn. How could a mere grain of rice dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Thunder Prison. With a low shout, silver lightning erupted from Lin Xian's body, akin to a volcanic explosion. The viscous and violent realm of thunder instantly expanded, enveloping a radius of dozens of yards. ZZLTT. ZZLTT. Countless silver serpents flailed within the force field, the air thickening and heavy, as a destructive pressure descended like a hammer. The black blades that first struck, upon contact with the thunder prison, melted away like snow under the sun, instantly torn apart and annihilated by the raging lightning. Those ghastly blood-red demons, upon breaching the force field, emitted wails of agony as their massive forms crumbled under the thunderous assault, ultimately dissipating into pure, bloodthirsty energy. The black spikes erupting from the ground also shattered under the sweep of lightning, reducing to dust. The shadow that had sneaked behind Lin Xian, attempting a surprise attack, found its speed drastically reduced, and its form rendered sluggish upon entering the thunder prison. Before it could react, a massive silver bolt of lightning descended from above, striking it with ferocity. A shrill scream echoed as the 4th-tier practitioner in black was charred black, emitting wisps of smoke, and collapsed, consciousness lost. As for the grotesque, demonic visage conjured by the leading figure, despite its formidable power, upon entering the thunder prison, it was incessantly battered by countless bolts of furious lightning, its advance slowing, the dark mist surrounding it growing ever fainter. At that moment, Lin Xian moved. His left hand remained behind his back, while his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, a beam of pure, refined sword light suddenly igniting at his fingertips. This sword light, a mere 3 feet long, seemed to encapsulate all the sharpness and dominance of the heavens and the earth. As Lin Xian pointed forth, the sword light instantaneously surged, transforming into a towering sword arc spanning dozens of yards, with a transcendent brilliance that could sever the heavens and gaze upon the ages. He boldly swung towards the now diminished and fearsome ghostly head, as well as the cloaked leader behind it. As the sword light traversed, the very fabric of space seemed to be rent asunder, creating a stark black fissure. The thunderous might within the thunder prison appeared to be stirred by the sword's intent, converging upon the radiant sword light, amplifying its power threefold. No, the leading figure in the black robe, sensing the terrifying prowess contained within this strike, felt his pupils constrict in horror, releasing a desperate howl. He sought to evade, but under the oppressive force of the thunder prison, his movements became agonizingly sluggish. He attempted to defend, yet the black scythe in his grasp appeared trivial and impotent before the resplendent sword light. In a flash, the sword light surged forth with unparalleled speed. Upon contact with the ghostly head, it disintegrated as if made of paper, cleaved in twain and dissipating into a cloud of black mist. The leader, momentarily frozen, felt a delicate trace of blood manifest at his brow, swiftly expanding. His gaze was rife with disbelief and unfathomable dread. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, yet no words escaped his lips. In the next instant, his form, along with the black scythe, was ruthlessly cleaved in half by that overpowering sword energy, spilling blood and entrails across the ground. A single strike, severing the head. The pinnacle of the sixth layer of the divine connection realm, the cloaked leader, along with his most formidable attack, was cleanly dispatched under Lin Xian's sword, which fused the powers of the Thunder Prison and the Void Sword Cannon. The remaining cloaked figures, witnessing their leader's instant demise, were utterly paralyzed by fear, their spirits shattered. Flee! A terrified scream pierced the air, and the remaining black-robed figures, stripped of all combat resolve, scattered like startled birds in a panicked frenzy. Thinking to escape? Too late. Lin Xian's gaze turned frigid, a murderous intent enveloping him. For those who sought to eliminate Yi Fuyao and had actively attacked him, he harbored no intentions of mercy. With a flicker of his form, Lin Xian transformed into a flurry of silver afterimages, weaving effortlessly through the Thunder Prison. Each flash was accompanied by a piercing scream. In mere moments, amidst the absolute dominance of his prowess, the resistance of these black-robed figures proved utterly feeble. Within a few brief breaths, only one among them remained alive, while the rest fell beneath Lin Xian's blade. The air thickened with the pungent scent of blood, mingling with the unique chill of the otherworldly forest, creating a nauseating atmosphere. Standing amidst the chaos of scattered corpses, Lin Xian remained composed, his purple-gold robe untouched by the carnage. As if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, the mask of Azura on his face appeared even more fearsome and terrifying under the dim light, reminiscent of a true demon from the depths of hell descending upon the mortal realm. Yi Fuyao stood frozen in place, her gaze transfixed upon the bloody and shocking scene before her, her icy eyes brimming with an indescribable astonishment. How powerful! This enigmatic figure adorned with the Azura mask possessed an extraordinary strength that was simply outrageous. A dozen formidable figures cloaked in black, including several formidable beings at the sixth level of the divine connection realm, had been mercilessly slaughtered by him in such a brief span of time. Especially that last sword strike, the sheer brilliance of its might, the overwhelming intent of the blade, had left even her, the saintess of the Miao Miao Palace, who had witnessed countless top-tier sword cultivators, astounded by such a pure and terrifying swordsmanship. Who on earth is this person? Just as Yi Fuyao's heart was tumultuous with emotions, Lin Xian slowly turned around, his gaze settling upon her. Yi Fuyao's heart tightened, and she instinctively tightened her grip on the moonlight longsword, her eyes filled with vigilance. Although he had saved her, this individual was decisive in his actions and ruthless in his methods, compelling her to remain on guard. Who are you? Yi Fuyao inquired, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Lin Xian regarded her, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. With a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy ensnared the last barely conscious black-cloaked figure, rendering him incapable of wielding any power, even to the extent of taking his own life. He then softly spoke, "What is this? After not seeing each other for a few years, have you forgotten an old acquaintance, Yi Saintess?" He deliberately altered his voice, making it sound somewhat hoarse and unfamiliar. An old acquaintance? Yi Fuyao furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Lin Xian closely, attempting to uncover any familiar traces in his gaze or demeanor. However, Lin Xian's aura, obscured by the Thunder Prison technique and the 10,000 Spirits Demon liquid, was worlds apart from his former self. Moreover, the Azura mask rendered him unrecognizable. "Do we know each other?" Yi Fuyao questioned, a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Lin Xian chuckled softly, no longer teasing her, and slowly raised his hand to remove the Azura mask. A remarkably handsome face, sharply defined yet imbued with a hint of sinister charm, emerged before Yi Fuyao. The moment she beheld Lin Xian's visage, it was as if lightning struck her. She stood petrified, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, her lips slightly parted, and her face etched with astonishment and shock. "Lin Xian, how can it be you?" She had never dreamed that this individual, who had just rescued her and displayed such terrifying prowess, would be none other than Lin Xian, the disciple of the Tai Su sect who had competed with her for treasures in the Star Moon secret realm years ago, resulting in a mutual defeat. How could this be possible? Back then, Lin Xian had been talented, but his cultivation was on par with hers, his strength at most comparable. Yet, in the mere span of 5 or 6 years, he had ascended to such a terrifying level, the 7th level of the divine connection realm. That unparalleled force of the Thunder Field, The terrifying swordsmanship that shattered the heavens. Is this truly the Lin Xian from her memories? The immense contrast and impact left Yi Fuyao momentarily unable to comprehend. Observing her adorable, stunned expression, Lin Xian felt a mischievous delight rising within him. What's the matter? Holy Maiden Yi, are you surprised to see me? Lin Xian said with a faint smile, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. You are truly Lin Xian? Yi Fuyao could hardly believe it, her voice wavering slightly. Indeed, without a doubt, Lin Xian shrugged. Upon receiving confirmation, Yi Fuyao took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous waves within her heart. She scrutinized Lin Xian carefully, growing increasingly astonished. The Lin Xian before her was no longer the somewhat naive youth of years past. His gaze was as profound as the starry sky, calm yet imbued with a sharpness that seemed to perceive all. His aura was as steady as a mountain, emanating a disquieting pressure with every gesture. What on earth has he experienced over the years to undergo such a transformative change? Why are you here? Yi Fuyao steadied herself and inquired. Her tone softened considerably, betraying less caution than before. Training, Lin Xian replied casually, his gaze sweeping over the corpses of the black-cloaked figures on the ground. Yet, Holy Maiden Yi, how is it that you, the esteemed Holy Maiden of the mysterious palace, are being pursued so pitifully by a band of lurking scoundrels? At this mention, Yi Fuyao's expression darkened once more, a flicker of anger and humiliation crossing her icy eyes. This matter is rather lengthy, she sighed gently, then bowed gracefully to Lin Xian, speaking sincerely. Regardless of circumstances, I am truly grateful for your assistance today. This kindness, Fuyao shall forever remember and repay in the future. It was merely a small effort. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, though he was not entirely indifferent. Primarily, it was due to the fact that the other party sought to take his life, and secondly, he wished to glean information regarding the suspected demonic entities from these individuals. Lin Xian cast a glance at Yi Fuyao, noting that although she had been rescued, a lingering sorrow remained on her face, as if there were still unresolved matters weighing on her mind. The chilling wind from the beyond wilderness carried its characteristic coldness and a faint scent of blood, rustling Lin Xian's robes. He stood amidst the chaos, with numerous black-cloaked corpses scattered across the ground, the stench of blood mingling with the decaying aroma inherent to the wilderness, inducing a sense of nausea. Yi Fuyao stood not far away, her moon-white gown stained with blood, her clear eyes still reflecting lingering shock. The massacre, akin to the uprooting of withered grass, had left an indelible impact upon her. The terrifying power and ruthless methods of this Lin Xian far exceeded her imagination. Lin Xian paid no heed to the still-dazed Yi Fuyao, his gaze fixating on the sole black-cloaked figure he had left alive. This individual was bound by his spiritual energy, crumpled upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably, and gazing at Lin Xian with eyes filled with sheer terror. Speak, who are you? Why are you pursuing the saintess of the mysterious palace? Lin Xian's voice, distorted beneath the azure mask, resonated with an undeniable authority. The figure cloaked in black trembled, seemingly on the verge of articulating a response, yet the grip of fear rendered him incapable of forming a coherent sentence. Lin Xian furrowed his brow, his impatience evident. He flicked his finger, and a slender bolt of lightning penetrated the black-robed man's body like a parasite. The man emitted a piercing scream, his body convulsing violently, as if countless steel needles were simultaneously piercing through his veins and marrow. This agony, rooted in the depths of his soul, was far more terrifying than mere physical torment. I shall only inquire once more. Lin Xian's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Should you hesitate again, you will come to understand the meaning of a fate worse than death. On the brink of unconsciousness from the torment, the black-robed man, upon hearing Lin Xian's words, dared not withhold anything further and began to spill forth all that he knew as if bamboo shoots tumbling from a tube. Senior, please spare my life. We are from the Xiantian demon sect. The man's voice was hoarse, filled with dread. The order to hunt the saintess of the mysterious palace comes directly from the sect master. Chapter 72. Xiantian demon sect, Xiantian demon sect? Lin Xian echoed, finding the name somewhat unfamiliar, as it did not seem to belong to any renowned sect in the northern region. Yi Fuyao, upon hearing the name, slightly furrowed her brows, as if she had some recollection, but it remained vague. I have heard whispers of a clandestine sect hidden deep within the Othershore wilderness, known for their mysterious dealings and minimal interaction with the outside world. Yet, I never anticipated they would audaciously pursue me, Yi Fuyao mused inwardly, her tone laced with a hint of chill. How long has your Xiantian demon sect occupied this other-shore wilderness? Lin Xian continued his inquiry. Back when I first entered the sect, I was told by the elders that our sect has dwelled here for nearly 1,000 years, the black-robed man replied, trembling. A millennium? Lin Xian's heart stirred. A sect capable of maintaining its presence in such perilous terrain for 1,000 years was certainly no ordinary entity. Why do you seek to eliminate her? Lin Xian gestured towards Yi Fuyao and inquired. Does the mysterious palace harbor past grievances against your Xiantian demon sect? It is due to her constitution. The black-robed man dared not conceal the truth, his voice quaking as he spoke. The sect master claims that the saintess of the mysterious palace possesses a unique constitution known as the heavenly Yin spirit body, which is crucial for our sect's sacred rituals and serves as the finest offering to our Lord of Sacred Demons. Heavenly Yin spirit body, sacred rituals, Lord of Sacred Demons? Lin Xian's gaze sharpened, catching several key phrases. Yi Fuyao trembled slightly at the mention, a flicker of fear and anger crossing her serene eyes. She was well aware of her heavenly Yin spirit body, which had been her support on the path of cultivation. Yet she had never anticipated it would become the object of someone else's covetous desires, even to the extent of being considered a sacrificial offering. What manner of being is this so-called Lord of Sacred Demons? Lin Xian pressed further. I am but a mere insignificant figure, unaware. The figure cloaked in black repeatedly bowed his head. The Holy Demon Lord is the supreme existence of our sect, having long slumbered deep within the forbidden grounds. My humble status renders me unworthy of knowing the specifics regarding the Holy Demon Lord. All I am aware of is that the sect master and several esteemed elders periodically present special offerings to sustain the Holy Demon Lord's vitality, hoping for his early awakening to lead our sect in dominating the northern region. At that moment, a clear wave of consciousness suddenly emanated from the Wanling demon liquid, which had been concealed within Lin Xian. This wave was filled with vigilance and even a hint of instinctual fear. Lin Xian's spirit stirred, promptly receiving the Wanling demon liquid's message. Upon interpreting the information, Lin Xian's expression became somewhat solemn. This individual carries the aura of a great demon? It bears a resemblance to the aura of the lust demon encountered previously, yet it is even more pure and ancient. Lin Xian's heart sank abruptly. The presence capable of instilling fear even in the Wanling demon liquid, and sharing similarities with the ancient demon aura of the lust demon, must be of an alarming magnitude. Could it be another ancient demon akin to the 7 deadly sins? Lin Xian's gaze towards the cloaked figure grew increasingly frigid. These individuals are entangled with such a terrifying demonic entity and even seek to sacrifice the holy maiden of the mysterious palace. How many powerful beings does your sect possess? What is the cultivation level of your sect master? Lin Xian pressed on. Our sect master is at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm, with 3 esteemed elders beneath him, all core disciples of the sect at the 3rd or 4th levels of the Nirvana realm, most also at the God-communicating realm. The cloaked figure dared not conceal anything. This level of strength could dominate any prefecture in the northern region, which explains their audacity to target the holy maiden of the mysterious palace. One final question. Where is the location of your Xiantian demon sect's mountain gate? Lin Xian inquired with an indifferent tone. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure trembled violently, a flicker of despair flashing in his eyes. He understood that the inquiry indicated his adversary had no intention of letting matters rest here. Yet, he dared not resist and hastily divulged the approximate location and characteristics of the Xiantian demon sect's mountain gate. Very well. Lin Xian nodded, a chilling curve forming at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask. Senior, I have revealed all that I know. I implore you to spare my life. The cloaked figure begged, prostrating as if pounding garlic. What use do I have for you? Lin Xian's voice remained devoid of emotion. With a swift motion, a beam of light pierced through the cloaked figure's brow, severing his life completely. Lin Xian harbored no compassion for the minions of the demonic sect, who had undoubtedly stained their hands with the blood of countless innocents. Having dealt with the last living witness, Lin Xian turned to face Yi Fuyao, whose emotions were now a tumultuous blend. The sinister conspiracy of the Xiantian demon sect, the terrifying lord of holy demons, and the disquieting revelation that she was to be their sacrificial target filled her with a profound sense of dread and indignation. Simultaneously, Lin Xian's displayed prowess and ruthless methods reshaped her understanding of strength. Just as Yi Fuyao intended to express her gratitude once more, a sudden veil of darkness enveloped her, and an overwhelming wave of weakness surged through her like a relentless tide. Having been relentlessly besieged and pursued, she was already gravely injured, relying solely on her indomitable will to persevere. Now that safety was at hand, her mental fortitude waned, causing her injuries to manifest fully, leaving her unable to endure any longer. With a soft groan, Yi Fuyao's delicate form faltered, and she began to collapse towards the ground. Lin Xian, instinctively raising an arm, caught her lithe waist just before she fell. The touch was akin to holding warm, fragrant jade, and a faint scent of orchid wafted up to his nose. Looking down, he observed Yi Fuyao's once rosy visage now as pale as parchment, her delicate brows knitted in distress as she succumbed to unconsciousness. This is troublesome. Lin Xian shook his head, feeling a hint of helplessness. He had intended to conclude their conversation and continue with his system tasks, but this woman chose to faint at such an inopportune moment. It would be unthinkable to abandon a gravely injured and unconscious saintess of the Misty Palace in this perilous wilderness. Although their past held animosity, she had, in a sense, been saved by him. Furthermore, given that the Xiantian demon sect had set their sights on her, leaving now might lead to her being ensnared once more. Should the sect have further schemes in play? Lin Xian's interest was piqued not out of chivalry, but due to the sect's connection to the great demon, which could potentially lead him to clues about the Lord of Holy Demons. Unraveling this mystery might yield unexpected benefits, perhaps even in the evolution of the Wanjing magic liquid or for himself. Well then, consider yourself fortunate. With a resigned sigh, Lin Xian scooped Yi Fuyao into his arms. To his surprise, her form was lighter than he had anticipated, her alluring curves palpable even through her garments. Scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense, he swiftly located a relatively concealed and dry cave nearby. Carrying Yi Fuyao into the cave, he gently laid her upon a smooth stone slab covered with soft animal hides. Afterward, Lin Xian set up several simple concealment and defensive formations at the cave entrance to deter any unwelcome beasts or other cultivators from intruding. Once these preparations were complete, the twilight gradually deepened. In Chapter 73, The Beauty of Celestial Grace, the reputation was well-deserved. The nights in the otherworldly wilderness were even colder than the days. Lin Xian ignited a fire in the center of the cave, the flickering flames dispelling some of the chill and infusing a semblance of warmth into the eerie cavern. He settled cross-legged by the fire, beginning to recuperate. Although slaying the group of black-robed figures had not drained much of his strength, the unique environment of the otherworldly wilderness necessitated that he remain in peak condition at all times. As time flowed slowly onward, the night deepened. The campfire crackled and blazed, with sparks occasionally bursting forth. Outside the cave, the cold wind howled, mingled with the distant, ominous growls of beasts. Lin Xian opened his eyes from his cultivation, a fleeting brilliance flashing within them. He cast a glance at the still unconscious Yi Fuyao, his brow arching slightly. The severity of her injuries surpassed his expectations. Her internal organs were damaged, and her meridians suffered multiple traumas. Had it not been for her solid foundation, she would likely have perished long ago. Lin Xian's gaze fell upon Yi Fuyao's face, veiled by a delicate white gauze, and an impulse surged within him. In the next moment, he extended his hand, his slender fingers hesitating ever so slightly as they gently, slowly, peeled away the ethereal veil. As the gauze slipped away, it was as if a snow lotus kissed by dawn blossomed quietly. Though he had glimpsed her once years prior and had seen her through the lens of the broken fantasy spirit eye moments ago, witnessing her true visage with his own eyes left Lin Xian momentarily breathless. Beneath the veil lay a breathtakingly exquisite countenance. Her skin, fairer than snow, was so delicate it seemed as if it could shatter with the lightest touch. Under the glow of the firelight, it emanated a subtle, ivory sheen. This was a face capable of rendering heaven and earth pale and making 100 flowers blush in shame. It exuded an icy allure, a noble sanctity, as if a celestial being had inadvertently descended into the mortal realm. Even having encountered many stunning women, Lin Xian could not help but silently commend her beauty. Her ethereal grace was indeed well-deserved of its acclaim. Particularly striking was her attire, damaged in the earlier battle, appearing somewhat tattered, with patches of her skin revealed. A delicate pink hue shining through, coupled with her unique, icy aura. She resembled an ice lotus atop a snow-capped mountain, pure and untouchable, awakening a deep-seated desire for conquest within one's heart. Lin Xian's gaze shifted from her captivating face to the steady rise and fall of her chest, as thoughts of her extraordinary constitution surfaced in his mind. The Tianyin spiritual body is an exceedingly rare, innate spiritual constitution in the world, one that naturally resonates with the cold, yin attributes of spiritual energy, making the cultivation of yin-based techniques remarkably efficient. Furthermore, the Tianyin spiritual body can autonomously absorb the yin energy from the heavens and earth, converting it into pure spiritual power to nourish itself, allowing for a cultivation speed far superior to that of ordinary individuals. More importantly, this constitution also has remarkable effects on the nurturing of the soul, enabling its possessor's soul power to become more refined and formidable compared to peers of the same level. No wonder Yi Fuyao, at such a tender age, could achieve the 5th layer of the divine connection realm and firmly hold the title of Saintess of the Misty Palace. The Tianyin spiritual body played an indispensable role in her success. However, such a precious constitution had also made her a target coveted by malevolent forces like the Xiantian demon sect. The so-called sacred sacrifice was likely intended to strip her of her spiritual essence to nourish the so-called Saint Demon Lord. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within them. He gazed at Yi Fuyao, who lay quietly before him, and a fleeting thought, like a flash of lightning, suddenly sparked in Lin Xian's mind. The contemporary saintess of the mysterious palace, and the current saint son of the Taishu sect. Lin Xian's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he murmured, "To take her as my own would indeed be a splendid affair." Once this thought emerged, it rippled through his mind like a stone cast into a serene lake. Lin Xian, now the sole saint son of the Taishu sect, held a revered position with boundless prospects ahead. Yi Fuyao, the saintess of the mysterious palace, was equally a paragon of excellence, her status matching his own. Should he succeed in winning over this saintess, it would yield significant benefits both personally and for the sect. The union of the saint's son and saintess from two superlative sects was not without precedent in the annals of the northern region's history. Should he succeed, it would not only create a beautiful tale, but also foster a stronger relationship between the two sects, possibly granting them greater influence in the future dynamics of the northern region. Moreover, Yi Fuyao's beauty, talent, and strength were unparalleled. Lin Xian's thoughts began to stir. He was not a lecherous man, yet facing such an exquisite and equally matched woman, to claim he felt no stirrings of affection would be self-deception. Lin Xian sought power and mastery over fate, yet the long journey of cultivation would not be amiss with a companion of such caliber. Just as Lin Xian's mind wandered, contemplating how to navigate this situation, Yi Fuyao, lying on the animal hide, suddenly fluttered her long eyelashes. A soft moan escaped her pale lips. Yi Fuyao had awakened. Slowly, she opened her eyes, initially dazed, her gaze vacantly scanning the rough stone ceiling of the cave. Moments later, memories surged back like a tidal wave. She recalled everything: the pursuit by the Xiantian demon sect, her grievous injuries, and the timely intervention of Lin Xian from the Taishu sect. Instinctively, she attempted to sit up, only to trigger the pain within her body, causing her to stifle a groan, her delicate face paling further. "Awake, are we?" A voice, familiar yet laced with mockery, chimed in her ear. Yi Fuyao's heart raced, and she turned sharply to find Lin Xian seated cross-legged by the campfire, an enigmatic smile gracing his handsome, yet slightly sinister features, illuminated by the flickering flames. "Lin Xian." Yi Fuyao's voice was still weak. She struggled to rise, and upon seeing her plight, Lin Xian stood, approached her, and placed a soft animal hide behind her, allowing her to lean comfortably against the stone wall. "How do you feel?" Lin Xian inquired casually as he settled beside her. I'm all right," Yi Fuyao replied, feeling the faint warmth radiating from Lin Xian, which caused her cheeks to flush slightly, her voice dwindling. She instinctively raised her hand to touch her cheek, only to find it empty. Her veil was missing. In a moment of panic, Yi Fuyao's cold eyes widened as she turned to Lin Xian, a hint of embarrassment and indignation in her gaze. "Where is my veil?" Lin Xian, observing her adorable mixture of shame and anger, inwardly chuckled, though his expression remained composed as he pointed to a nearby rock. "I noticed it was inconvenient for you to wear, so I took the liberty of removing it and tossed it over there." "You?" Yi Fuyao was exasperated. How casually he spoke. As the holy maiden of the Miao Miao Palace, It was inappropriate for her to casually reveal her face to anyone but her closest kin. Yet, upon reflection, he had saved her life, and during her unconsciousness, he likely saw everything. Thus, fretting over a mere veil seemed rather trivial. With this thought, the blush on her cheeks deepened, and her once icy gaze became tinged with complex emotions, shyness, awkwardness, and an indescribable feeling that she could not quite grasp. Taking a deep breath, she forced down the tumult within her heart and solemnly bowed to Lin Xian. "Thank you for your timely rescue. This kindness is something I shall never forget." It was merely a trivial matter. Lin Xian waved his hand dismissively, though his gaze lingered on her exquisite features for a moment longer, reflecting inwardly. Without the veil, this woman is indeed more enchanting. Now, on to more serious matters. He continued with a hint of mischief in his tone. "How do you intend to repay me for this life-saving favor? Perhaps you would consider becoming my companion?" "You." At his words, Yi Fuyao's already pale face flushed crimson, a mix of embarrassment and fury overtaking her. Her cold eyes glared at Lin Xian as if they could burn him alive. "Lin Xian, do not speak such nonsense. As the holy maiden of the Miao Miao Palace." "How could I, oh? Is being the holy maiden of the Miao Miao Palace such a grand achievement?" Lin Xian interrupted her, feigning surprise before breaking into a grin that revealed his white teeth. "My apologies, esteemed holy maiden Yi. But I am now also the holy son of the Taisu sect. You see, a holy son and a holy maiden are quite the match, are they not?" "What? You have become the holy son of the Taisu sect?" Yi Fuyao was once again taken aback by Lin Xian's revelation, her flushed face reflecting disbelief. The competition for the position of holy son was notoriously fierce, and as the holy maiden, she was well aware of this. Each of the 4 potential holy sons was formidable, so for Lin Xian to stand out and claim the singular title was astonishing. However, in recent months, Yi Fuyao had been preoccupied with her own training and had not heard news of the holy son's position being secured. Yet, as she considered Lin Xian's previously demonstrated overwhelming power that crushed even a peak-level godly realm practitioner, along with his elusive agility and domineering thunderous techniques, it seemed quite reasonable for him to ascend to the position of holy son. One could even say it was expected. In that instant, Yi Fuyao's heart was a tumult of emotions. Shock, bewilderment, and a trace of an unfamiliar sentiment blossomed quietly within her. Before Lin Xian stood a figure who was no longer the desperate youth he once was, fighting for survival against her. With a gentle smile, Lin Xian refrained from compelling her to make an immediate promise and instead inquired, "What brings you to this desolate forest?" After a brief hesitation, Yi Fuyao, recalling that Lin Xian was her savior, decided to share her purpose, saying, "I seek a key ingredient for crafting a vital elixir." An ingredient? What could possibly warrant the esteemed saintess of the Miao Palace to venture into such peril? Lin Xian probed further. Upon hearing his question, a flicker of sorrow and concern crossed Yi Fuyao's serene eyes as she sighed softly. "It is a long tale. A few years ago, my master was injured in a conflict, damaging her essence and halting her cultivation, with signs of regression manifesting. Our sect has scoured for spiritual herbs and finally unearthed an ancient recipe that may heal her wounds. However, it requires a principal herb known as the Nine Nether Soul Calling Flower, which only flourishes in places of extreme darkness and is exceedingly rare. Through my research in ancient texts, I discovered that there might be traces of it deep within this desolate forest. The Nine Nether Soul Calling Flower? That name rings a bell," Lin Xian mused, recalling his recent hunts in the same forest. Just days prior, he had slain a 4th-tier beast known as the Cold Pool Ghost Spider in a chilling pond. And within the depths of its lair, he had indeed stumbled upon a flower of profound azure hues, its petals edged with a faint silver glow, emanating an extraordinary aura of soul energy. At the time, sensing its high quality, he casually plucked it and stored it away, thinking it might prove useful someday. Could it be that this was the Nine Nether Soul Calling Flower? A playful smirk graced Lin Xian's lips as he summoned the flower from his storage ring, revealing the ethereal bloom with its 7 petals shimmering softly in his palm. "Is this what you seek?" he teased, waving the flower before Yi Fuyao. Initially lost in her thoughts regarding her master's condition, Yi Fuyao instinctively lifted her gaze upon hearing his words. The moment her eyes met the exquisite flower in Lin Xian's palm, she stood frozen in disbelief. Her clear, beautiful eyes suddenly sparkled with overwhelming joy, her breath quickening as if she had momentarily forgotten her own injuries. The Nine Nether Soul Calling Flower. It truly is the Nine Nether Soul-Calling Flower. Yi Fuyao's voice trembled with excitement as she reached out with her delicate hand, yearning to touch the enchanting bloom, yet hesitated, fearing it might merely be an illusion. In her relentless pursuit of the Nine Nether Soul-Calling Flower, she had ventured into the treacherous depths of the desolate forest, expending countless efforts and narrowly escaping the clutches of the Xiantian demon sect, all without success. To her astonishment, after such arduous endeavors, this treasure, pivotal to her master's life, had appeared so effortlessly in Lin Xian's grasp. This was simply beyond belief. Yi Fuyao lifted her gaze, observing Lin Xian's handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. There was astonishment, unbridled joy, gratitude, and an indescribable hint of shyness and embarrassment. Yi Fuyao parted her lips, yearning to articulate her desire, yet the words eluded her grasp. After all, the precious item belonged to Lin Xian, and their relationship was far from profound. Although Lin Xian had saved her life, the Nine Nether Soul-Calling Flower was of such immense value that it was not something she could easily demand. Lin Xian regarded Yi Fuyao's adorable countenance, caught in a struggle between words and silence, and a silent chuckle arose within him. While the Nine Nether Soul-Calling Flower was indeed of considerable worth, its utility to him was minimal. His bloodline power was formidable, and his soul, nourished by the Thunder Spirit liquid and various fortuitous encounters, surpassed many of the same rank. To him, the flower was merely an embellishment. However, to part with it so easily would seem too generous towards this woman. A glimmer of mischief danced in Lin Xian's eyes as he half-jokingly remarked, "Lady Yi, acquiring the Nine Nether Soul-Calling Flower is not entirely out of reach." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope ignited in Yi Fuyao's beautiful eyes as she anxiously regarded Lin Xian. Yet, Lin Xian deliberately elongated his tone, thoughtfully stroking his chin as if deep in contemplation. "Nothing in this world comes for free. The Nine Nether Soul-Calling Flower is exceptionally rare, and I saved your life. Presenting such a treasure without receiving something in return seems rather unreasonable, does it not?" Yi Fuyao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she recognized the validity of Lin Xian's words. After a moment of contemplation, she responded earnestly, "Young Master Lin speaks wisely. The debt of gratitude for saving my life is etched in my heart. If you are willing to part with the Nine Nether Soul-Calling Flower, I would gladly offer a substantial sum or even rare techniques and martial arts from the Miao Miao Palace in exchange. Anything within my capability shall not be declined." As the saintess of the Miao Miao Palace, she possessed significant resources, and she was indeed capable of offering rare cultivation materials and techniques. Substantial sum? Techniques and martial arts? Lin Xian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Lady Yi, do you truly believe that I lack such things at present?" As the holy son of the Taisu sect, he had access to the sect's treasury and had already mastered various heavenly tier techniques and martial arts. Common treasures and skills held no allure for him. Chapter 75. The terms Yi Fuyao momentarily faltered upon his words, the blush on her face deepening, and a flicker of annoyance stirred within her. This man was clearly being deliberately difficult. What could young Master Lin possibly desire? Biting her cherry lips, she inquired, "What is it that you seek?" Lin Xian, amused by her flustered and vexed demeanor, found her increasingly entertaining, his smile growing more playful. He slowly extended 3 fingers and said with deliberate calmness, "My terms are quite simple. Become my partner." Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Yi Fuyao nearly choked on her own saliva, struggling to catch her breath. She abruptly lifted her head, her cold eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Lin Xian. Her delicate face instantly flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "Lin Xian, you mustn't speak such nonsense," Yi Fuyao exclaimed, both embarrassed and indignant, her voice slightly faltering. This fellow had the audacity to propose such an outrageous condition. "I'm not speaking in jest," Lin Xian replied, fixing his gaze on Yi Fuyao and speaking slowly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Fuyao took a deep breath, forcing herself to quell the turmoil within. She understood that Lin Xian's initial proposition was likely sincere. However, as the holy maiden of the mysterious palace, how could she unilaterally decide upon her marital affairs? This was not merely a personal matter for Yi Fuyao, but one that implicated both sections. After a moment of silence, her cold gaze met Lin Xian's as she spoke deliberately. "We are both the scions of our respective sects. Matters concerning partners are of utmost significance and cannot be decided solely by Fuyao. Should you genuinely harbor such intentions, you may present the token of the Tai Su sect as its holy son and come to our mysterious palace. At that time, the elders of both sects shall confer and reach a resolution, to which Fuyao will willingly abide. Her words were meticulously crafted, neither outright rejecting nor immediately acquiescing, deftly passing the responsibility to the elders of their sections. This, she deemed, was the most prudent course of action. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. This woman was certainly not foolish. Very well, I was merely jesting. How about this? If I require your assistance in the future, provided it does not contravene your moral boundaries or compromise the core interests of the mysterious palace, you must be at my beck and call without refusal. Can you agree to this condition? Yi Fuyao furrowed her brows once more, pondering deeply. Lin Xian's current power was unfathomable, and as the holy son of the Tai Su sect, his future was limitless. Establishing a good rapport with him could serve as a valuable support should she ever need his aid. Moreover, he had stipulated the prerequisites: no violation of moral principles and no detriment to the sect's core interests. Very well, I accept this condition. Yi Fuyao ultimately nodded. Splendid. Lin Xian snapped his fingers, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He then gently tossed the 9 nether soul flower he held, and it transformed into a wisp of ethereal blue light, gracefully landing in Yi Fuyao's palm. This belongs to you now. Yi Fuyao cradled the rare flower, emanating an unusual wave of soul energy, feeling the pure essence contained within. A glimmer of relief and joy finally appeared in her cold eyes as she looked up at Lin Xian, her expression complex, and softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. There's no need for thanks. We are now bound by a promise, Lin Xian replied with a wink, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Yi Fuyao's face reddened once again as she shot him a playful glare, yet she refrained from retorting. The two then exchanged a few more words, primarily speculating about the Xiantian demon sect and the so-called Holy Demon Lord. Lin Xian also cautioned Yi Fuyao, emphasizing that the Xiantian demon sect was formidable and operated with a cunning and ruthless nature, urging her to exercise utmost caution. In the end, the two exchanged communication jade tokens, agreeing to use them to connect in the future should urgent matters arise. Gratefulness remains unspoken. Fuyao took the lead in returning to the sect to tend to her master's injuries, vowing not to decline any future summons. Yi Fuyao solemnly bowed her head to Lin Xian. Go. Lin Xian nodded. No longer lingering, Yi Fuyao transformed into a cool beam of moonlight, swiftly vanishing into the mists of the distant desolate forest. Observing her departing figure, Lin Xian stroked his chin, a meaningful smile curling at his lips. The saintess of the Miao Miao Palace holds a certain intrigue. This woman possesses a unique identity and considerable strength, which may prove useful in future endeavors. As for the betrothal agreement, it serves as a subtle foreshadowing of potential collaboration ahead. Regaining his focus, Lin Xian redirected his attention to his own tasks. The matter of the 9 nether soul-calling flower had reached a conclusion, and it was time for him to continue gathering the last few types of beast blood and inner cores to fulfill his system quest. With a flicker, Lin Xian melded once more into the endless gloom and peril of the distant desolate forest. In the ensuing days, Lin Xian's hunting expeditions became increasingly efficient. Perhaps due to his prior slaying of several disciples from the Xiantian demon sect and the recent hunts of magical beasts, the creatures in this region seemed to sense an impending threat. Weaker beasts would instinctively evade him upon sensing his presence. However, this could not deter Lin Xian from his resolute mission. Utilizing the insight of his broken illusion spirit eye and the extreme speed of his walking character secret, he actively sought out the magical beasts that met his quest requirements. Whether it was the venomous sand scorpions lurking deep underground, the bloodthirsty demonic bats perched upon sheer cliffs, or the rotting bone crocodiles concealed within murky swamps, none could escape Lin Xian's pursuit. Ultimately, after several days of effort, Lin Xian successfully gathered the last few types of magical beast blood and inner cores required by the system quest. Thus, he had amassed a total of 81 different types of magical beast blood and over 10,000 inner cores, all safely secured within his possession. Deep within the desolate forest, in a concealed valley, the winds howled ominously and jagged stones loomed, surrounded by a dense aura of the underworld. Lin Xian sat cross-legged atop a massive black rock, surrounded by powerful concealment and defensive formations that isolated the entire valley from the outside world. Before him hovered 81 jade vials, each radiating unique luminescence, containing pure blood extracted from various magical beasts. Each vial bore a distinct hue. Some were fiery red, others jade green, some pitch black, and others gleaming gold, each emanating different auras and energy fluctuations. Beneath these jade vials lay a mountain-like pile of magical beast inner cores, numbering in the tens of thousands. Resplendent in vibrant colors, exuding ethereal energy that illuminated the entire cave in a mesmerizing glow. At last, he had gathered everything. Lin Xian gazed at the spoils before him, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his features. The quest to amass these treasures had compelled him to traverse the desolate wilderness of the other shore for nearly a month. What lay ahead was the pivotal step of refining the essence of bloodlines, enhancing both his lineage and physical form. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Lin Xian swiftly formed a hand seal. Melt all methods, return the bloodline to its origin, refine. With his commanding utterance, the 81 jade vials before him erupted in blinding brilliance, their corks popping off spontaneously. 81 strands of variously colored blood essence twisted and spiraled in the air, as if drawn by some mysterious force, intertwining and merging. Chapter 76, Strength Enhancement. New task issued. This was an exceedingly intricate and meticulous process. The blood essence of different beasts contained diverse energy attributes and lineage imprints. To achieve their flawless amalgamation and distill the purest essence of bloodlines required an exceptionally precise control over energy and a formidable spiritual power as support. Lin Xian's expression was one of intense focus as the phantom eye quietly activated, allowing him to scrutinize each droplet of blood essence as it merged, continuously adjusting the output and guidance of his spiritual energy. Under his deft manipulation, the once tumultuous and chaotic beast blood gradually became docile, converging like rivers flowing into the sea. Vibrant hues danced in midair, coalescing into a colossal, swirling sphere of color. Within this luminous orb, countless phantoms of beasts roared and howled, yet were subdued and refined by an invisible force. Time trickled by. The process of refining the essence of bloodlines persisted for a full 3 days and nights. When the dawn of the 4th day cast its light through the valley's crevices, the immense sphere of color finally ceased its rotation. The radiance gradually receded, condensing into a mass roughly the size of a fist, exhibiting a profound and enigmatic dark golden hue, as if it contained boundless vitality and immense power in a liquid form. This was the essence of bloodlines forged from the blood of 81 different beasts. Though modest in size, the energy it harbored was of unparalleled purity, even exuding a pressure that surpassed that of ordinary beasts. The original task required the collection of beings below the 4th tier, but that was meant for the host, Xiaohan. However, Lin Xian had gathered at least half that belonged to 4th tier beasts, their blood and inner cores of an entirely different caliber. Success! A flicker of joy sparkled in Lin Xian's eyes as he beckoned with a finger, and the dark golden essence of bloodline gently floated down, hovering above his palm. Feeling the surging power within the essence, he hesitated no longer and inhaled deeply. Whoosh! The dark golden essence transformed into a stream of light, swiftly vanishing into Lin Xian's mouth, gliding down his throat into his abdomen. Boom! A surge of unimaginable, ferocious energy erupted within Lin Xian, akin to a volcano that had lain dormant for eons. This energy, pure and domineering, surged forth like a torrential flood, relentlessly battering Lin Xian's limbs and vital meridians. With a muffled groan, Lin Xian's body trembled violently, his skin flushed crimson as if it might burst under the immense pressure of this overwhelming force. Refine, he roared, channeling the essence of the Taishu Yuan to its utmost limits, while simultaneously igniting the thunderous might of Lei Yu, the primal yang fire within him. The bloodline of the tiger let out a deafening roar, its crimson golden stripes gleaming brilliantly as they boldly confronted the turbulent energy of the bloodline essence. This was a profound battle of consumption and evolution stemming from the depths of his lineage. Lin Xian's body transformed into a colossal furnace, voraciously refining and absorbing the magnificent essence of the bloodline. His bones cracked and shattered, yet under the nourishing essence, they rapidly reformed, becoming more resilient and radiating a faint jade-like luster. His meridians widened and strengthened, capable of accommodating an even greater influx of spiritual power. His flesh oscillated between tearing and rebirth, each cycle resulting in a more refined form, imbued with explosive strength. The primal young fire bloodline, having assimilated the essence forged from the blood of 81 distinct mythical beasts, underwent a monumental transformation. The once crimson golden stripes deepened, revealing hints of a noble dark gold. The ancestral traits of the ancient Songyan Emperor tiger within his bloodline became increasingly vivid, as if on the verge of complete awakening. A formidable, pure, and ancient pressure emanated from Lin Xian, stirring the spiritual energies of the surrounding world. The peculiar, ethereal aura of the desolate forest retreated in the face of this overwhelming bloodline power, unwilling to approach. The metamorphosis was fraught with indescribable agony. Yet Lin Xian gritted his teeth, relying on his unyielding resolve and indomitable will to endure the torment. Time became an abstraction, and when the tempestuous energy within him finally subsided and was fully absorbed, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. His gaze had deepened and brightened. The sword intent in his left eye was fierce, while golden light swirled in his right, subtly infused with an air of dignity and dominance originating from the depths of his bloodline. Gently clenching his fist, Lin Xian felt the surging power within him. Alongside the immense enhancement of his bloodline and physique, a satisfied smile graced his lips. He had reached the pinnacle of the 7th layer of the Tongshan realm. Merely by assimilating that essence of the bloodline, his cultivation had progressed significantly, now standing at the threshold of the 8th layer. Furthermore, the strength of his physical body had ascended to a new level, likely rivaling that of some low-grade heavenly artifacts. The potential of the Sunfire Tiger bloodline has been significantly awakened, with ancestral traits becoming increasingly evident. Once fully awakened, Lin Xian's bloodline may even ascend to the mid-tier of the celestial grade, or perhaps even higher. The magnitude of this gain is extraordinary. Lin Xian's heart brims with joy, his overall strength experiencing a remarkable enhancement once more. At this moment, a notification from the system resonates within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned 12,000 points, along with a top-tier Earth-grade talisman, the instantaneous 1,000 Miles Talisman. Lin Xian smiled in satisfaction. The journey from task issuance to completion, which included the selection process for the Holy Sun at the sect, consumed a considerable amount of time. Thus far, it has been the most time-consuming task he has undertaken, yet the outcome remains commendable. Come now, system, issue the next task. I must continue to amass points. However, due to the overwhelming power of the bloodline energy within him, a formidable entity from a demonic sect has taken notice. The adversary has dispatched disciples to seize the newly awakened strength of Lin Xian's bloodline, intending to use it as a sacrificial offering or for cultivation purposes. A new task has been issued: viciously retaliate against the encroaching foes. Completion of this task will yield 15,000 points and 10 top-tier Earth-grade spiritual materials, fire spirit crystals. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. Then a cold smirk graced his lips. A powerful being from the demonic sect? Is it the Shantian demonic sect? A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. The disciples he had previously slain were merely the tip of the iceberg. To think that they had already set their sights on him right after his bloodline transformation. Moreover, their objective was his bloodline power. You wish to claim my bloodline power? Let us see if you possess the capability to do so. Lin Xian chuckled coldly, a fierce battle intent surging within him. Second realm of the divine connection? Void Ascension realm? This lineup is practically a feast for me at my current strength. It was fortuitous that he had just completed his bloodline transformation and experienced a surge in power. He had been lamenting the lack of suitable opponents to test his newfound abilities. These oblivious individuals had arrived at the perfect moment. Chapter 77. Instant kill. Lin Xian did not passively wait. Instead, he took the initiative to search for his adversaries. He has yet to venture deep into the depths of the Other Shore Wilderness, where it is said that 5th-tier demon beasts reside, creatures that he is not yet capable of defeating. 2 days later, while cultivating in a cave, Lin Xian extended his spiritual consciousness over several dozen miles. Suddenly, he sensed several shadowy figures, exuding a chilling aura, swiftly approaching the valley where he resided. Have they come? A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. In the Other Shore Wilderness, the mountain winds howled, swirling a tempest of withered leaves and gray mist. A dozen figures flitted through the forest like phantoms, their speed astonishing and their movements silent. They were evidently well-versed in the art of concealment and stealth. At the forefront stood two individuals, their demeanor heavy with an aura of formidable strength, clearly embodying the second tier of the divine connection realm. Adorned in garments akin to those of the previous assembly of black-robed figures, their faces were obscured by grotesque masks, unmistakably marking them as disciples of the Xiantian demon sect. Senior brother, the potent surge of bloodline energy emanates from the valley ahead. A disciple at the pinnacle of the skyward realm whispered, gesturing towards the distant gorge. The black-robed figure nodded, his eyes gleaming with insatiable greed beneath the mask. Indeed, such pure and domineering bloodline power. If we can capture it alive and present it to the sect leader, it would be a significant achievement. Perhaps we might even earn the favor of the Holy Demon Lord. They had been dispatched by the sect leader to investigate this sudden emergence of powerful bloodline fluctuations. Initially, they had speculated it might be a rare treasure or the advancement of a formidable beast, but to their astonishment, the source, traced through the sect's secret methods, turned out to be a human cultivator. This was an unexpected windfall. In their estimation, a cultivator capable of generating such a powerful bloodline resonance in a place like the Othershore Wilderness must possess extraordinary treasures or have cultivated some extraordinary technique. Either scenario would undoubtedly leave them yearning with desire. All of you, heed my command. Set up the soul locking chain formation. We must capture this person alive. If they resist, eliminate them without hesitation, but ensure the integrity of their bloodline. Ordered the black-robed figure in a low, commanding tone. Understood, responded 7 or 8 disciples of the skyward realm in unison, swiftly dispersing to seal off the various exits of the valley. Each drew forth a segment of inky black chains, upon which runes shimmered, exuding a chilling aura. The two second-tier divine connection realm captains exchanged glances, a cruel smile spreading across their faces. In an instant, they moved like bolts of black lightning into the depths of the valley. However, just as they crossed the threshold into the gorge, a voice, seemingly mundane yet laced with a hint of mockery, echoed unexpectedly in their ears. "Gentlemen, are you in such haste to meet your demise? Who dares?" The countenance of the two divine connection realm cultivators shifted dramatically, halting in their tracks, their gazes warily scanning the surroundings. At the valley's center, upon a massive stone, stood a tall figure with hands clasped behind his back. Clad in a pristine white robe adorned with gold trim, he appeared untouched by the ominous aura of the Othershore Wilderness, his presence starkly contrasting with the eerie surroundings. His face was still masked by the fearsome visage of Ashura. It was Lin Xian. "The Shura mask?" One of the divine connection realm cultivators exclaimed, his voice betraying an edge of trepidation as recognition flickered in his eyes. Recently, rumors had circulated within the sect about a team on a mission, including a powerful steward, all of whom had been slain by a mysterious figure donning a Shura mask. The sect leader had been furious, ordering a thorough investigation. Could it be that this individual was the very perpetrator? "Recognized me, have you? Perfect. I shall send you to reunite." Lin Xian smiled faintly, a hint of murderous intent lacing his tone. "Humph. Pretentious and deceitful." A cultivator of the second level of the godly realm, though somewhat apprehensive, felt emboldened by the numerical superiority of his comrades, including 2 second-level godly realm experts, and thus was not easily intimidated by Lin Xian alone. He coldly scoffed, proclaiming, "Kid, regardless of who you are, it would be wise to surrender and hand over your bloodline origin. Perhaps then you might retain your life." "Oh, you desire my bloodline origin?" Lin Xian's lips curled into a chilling arc beneath his mask. "Then let us see if you possess the capability to claim it." Before his words had fully dissipated, Lin Xian's figure abruptly vanished from atop the colossal stone. Secret art of movement. Swiftly, to the utmost limit. The 2 second-level cultivators of the godly realm barely registered Lin Xian's motion when they felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. As if a mountain had fallen from the sky. "This is bad. His strength far exceeds our expectations." A sense of foreboding surged within them. As they attempted to retreat, they discovered the surrounding space had thickened, an invisible force field binding them in place. Thunder Prison. Lin Xian's figure appeared spectrally before the two, hands raised, each having conjured a sphere of lightning the size of a human head, pulsating with destructive energy. "You two dare to bark before me, mere second-level godly realm cultivators?" Lin Xian's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Thunder Prison technique. Twin dragons piercing the sun. Roar, roar. As the two lightning spheres were unleashed, they transformed into two vividly lifelike, formidable silver thunder dragons. Yet this time, these dragons were denser and more ferocious than those he had employed against a fifth-level godly realm expert. The thunderous power surrounding them was purer and more domineering. This was Lin Xian's first demonstration of this technique since his bloodline transformation and breakthrough to the pinnacle of the 7th level of the godly realm. The two second-level cultivators felt the cataclysmic pressure emanating from the thunder dragons, their hearts quaking with terror. They sought to resist, only to realize that under the suppression of the thunder prison, the flow of their spiritual power had become painfully sluggish, rendering them incapable of even 70% of their strength. No, they simultaneously let out a desperate roar, summoning all their might to activate their protective treasures in a futile attempt to withstand the impending fatal blow. Yet, against absolute power, all struggles were in vain. Boom! The two silver thunder dragons, with an unstoppable force, instantaneously tore through their protective treasures and struck fiercely against their chests. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering bones was unmistakable. The once mighty second-level cultivators of the Xiantian demon sect, unable to utter even a single scream, were sent flying like kites severed from their strings. In midair, the individual had already transformed into two charred remnants, with blood and entrails scattered across the ground, utterly lifeless. A swift demise. Two formidable warriors of the second realm of the Divine Connection stage had not even managed to withstand a single strike before Lin Xian. Outside the valley, the disciples of the Skyward Realm, who were in the midst of forming a formation, were startled by the thunderous explosions and the brief, harrowing cries emanating from within. What transpired? Their senior brothers. Before they could comprehend the situation, a chilling voice, akin to a harbinger of death, resounded in their ears. Your senior brothers have departed. Now, it is your turn. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a cascade of brilliant sword rays descended from the heavens like a meteor shower, unerringly slicing towards the bewildered disciples of the Skyward Realm. The Supreme Void Sword Classic. With a series of piercing sounds, the blade light flashed, and blood burst forth. Those disciples of the Skyward Realm were as fragile as paper before Lin Xian's sword energy, easily torn apart. Their protective spiritual power was effortlessly shredded, their bodies dismembered by the razor-sharp sword aura. The wails of agony rose and fell, but soon fell silent. In the brief span of mere breaths, all the disciples of the Xiantian demon sect who had come to assassinate Lin Xian, including the two Second Realm Hall Masters, were slain on the spot. The entire valley was once more enveloped in a thick, acrid scent of blood. Lin Xian stood amidst the carnage, hands clasped behind his back, his face concealed by a shrouded mask that glimmered ominously in the dim light. Easily dispatched, he uttered the four words with a tone of disdain. These disciples of the Xiantian demon sect were ruthless in their actions, their true strength considerably surpassing that of their counterparts in the Supreme Void sect. However, they were facing Lin Xian. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and earning 15,000 points, along with 10 pieces of top-tier earthly spirit material, the Fire Spirit Crystal. Lin Xian calculated that to exchange for something that could significantly enhance his powers, he would require at least over 100,000 points. With this additional 15,000, his current total was just under 50,000. He needed to strive harder and continue accumulating points. As for the Fire Spirit Crystals, they were indeed a valuable resource for cultivation, even considered commendable within the treasury of the Supreme Void sect. Now, let us proceed with the new task. Your strength has seen a substantial enhancement, yet the vast northern region brims with countless opportunities and formidable talents. Your journey of resurgence continues. After departing from the other shore's desolate forest, you journeyed northward, traversing through one of the 12 states of the northern region, Zhongzhou, and entered a renowned ancient city. The City of Talents. This city serves as a gathering place for the younger generation of cultivators in the northern region, teeming with geniuses and a mix of talent. Within the city lies the talent ranking, chronicling the top 100 prodigies of the northern region. Anyone who ascends the ranks is bestowed with immense opportunities. New task released. Achieve a position within the top 10 of the talent ranking within 1 month. Completing this task will reward you with 18,000 points and a top-tier earthly spiritual weapon, the Golden Flying Shuttle. An additional mission has been issued. The path of resurgence requires unwavering determination. Should the host ascend to the pinnacle, An extra reward of 20,000 points and a low-grade celestial martial technique, the Skyturn Seal, shall be bestowed. The system's voice resonated, unexpectedly announcing yet another added task. The City of Prodigies? The Prodigy Rankings? Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. He had indeed heard of this place. It is the true arena for the younger generation of the northern region, gathering the foremost talents from numerous sects, ancient clans, and even reclusive cultivators. The Prodigy Rankings hold considerable prestige. A confident smile graced Lin Xian's lips. To break into the top 10 within a month? This task presents a certain challenge. Yet I relish it, particularly given the enticing rewards. After a moment, Lin Xian reined in his smile, surveying his surroundings before casually collecting the storage bags and rings of those around him. After confirming no survivors remained, he directed his gaze towards the direction of the Xiantian demon sect. A profound light flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. Once my strength is sufficient, I shall pay a visit to the Xiantian demon sect. Many secrets lie hidden within its depths. Who, indeed, is the so-called Saint Demon? The previous mission merely tasked him with countering his aggressors without mentioning the sect itself. Yet, Lin Xian sensed an intricate connection between the Xiantian demon sect and the ancient Great Demon. If he could glean information about the ancient Great Demon or discover methods to counter or utilize it, it would be immensely beneficial when confronting the desired demon in the abyss of suppression, as well as any other potential demonic entities. However, the time is not yet ripe. The sect master of the Xiantian demon sect is a formidable powerhouse at the 7th level of Nirvana. Though not on par with the top-tier sects, such as the Taishu sect, nevertheless, within the northern region, this strength is considerable. While Lin Xian is confident, he is not yet arrogant enough to challenge such an opponent. To approach now would be tantamount to courting death. Nevertheless, with the system in place, completing numerous tasks and amassing sufficient points will undoubtedly enhance Lin Xian's cultivation rapidly. Perhaps it will not be long before he can venture into the Xiantian demon sect. But for now, it is imperative to focus on completing the tasks at hand. The journey through the Othershore Wilderness has come to a temporary conclusion. Lin Xian did not linger, activating the secret of the word, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing from the Othershore Wilderness with the swiftness of a startled swan. His destination, the City of Prodigies in the central continent. With the rapid acceleration granted by the secret of the word, merely 3 days later, a grand and magnificent city emerged at the edge of Lin Xian's vision. The city was constructed entirely of an unknown dark blue stone, its walls towering 100 feet high and stretching endlessly into the horizon. Banners fluttered atop the walls, and powerful waves of ancient prohibitions pulsed, exuding an air of antiquity and profundity. At the city gates, a throng of people ebbs and flows, while an incessant stream of various peculiar flying devices and fantastical beast mounts continues to surge. Cultivators from across the northern territories converge here, their levels of mastery ranging from spirit gathering and sky riding to a rare few at the divine connection stage. Occasionally, one might even sense the faint aura of a Nirvana stage powerhouse. The entire city is enveloped in an atmosphere of exuberance and fervor, as if the air itself is infused with the unique vigor and pride of youthful geniuses. This is the sacred land of the Northern Domain's younger generation, the City of Talents. Central State, a particularly distinctive locale within the north, is jointly governed by 3 major supersections. The City of Talents is likewise tacitly endorsed by these sects, serving not only to inspire the disciples within their ranks to progress, but also to unearth and recruit exceptionally gifted individuals. Lin Xian cast his gaze over the towering city gate, where the grand characters of City of Talents danced in majestic strokes above. A flicker of anticipation sparkled in his eyes as he proceeded with the crowd toward the entrance. Unlike other cities, entry into the City of Talents does not require the payment of spirit stones. However, it is governed by stricter regulations. At the city gate, dozens of soldiers clad in uniform silver armor and exuding a formidable presence flanked either side, their sharp gazes scrutinizing each individual entering the city. To one side stood a massive stone tablet, upon which the rules of the City of Talents were inscribed in bold, golden letters. 1. Fighting within the city is strictly prohibited. Violators will face severe punishment. 2. All entrants must reveal their true identities and may not conceal their appearance. Violators will be expelled. 3. Challenges on the talent ranking must be conducted at designated arenas. Any private duels will be at one's own risk. Upon reading the second rule, Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the Shura mask formed from the myriad spirit's essence adorning his face. It seemed he could not wear this mask for long. Just then, a commotion erupted ahead. A group of elegantly dressed, haughty young cultivators was embroiled in a heated dispute with a middle-aged man who appeared to be the captain of a city guard squad. Why are we being denied entry? We are disciples of the fire from the southern domain. Does the City of Talents not welcome guests from the south? One young man in resplendent attire exclaimed, his tone brash and his demeanor unapologetically arrogant, clearly displeased with the city's regulations. The city guard captain, his expression unyielding, replied in a cold voice. The rules of the City of Talents dictate that all entrants, regardless of their origins, must comply. If you are unwilling to remove your masks, please take your leave. It became evident that the disciples of fire were wearing menacing crimson beast masks, unwilling to reveal their identities. Preposterous. How dare a mere city guard speak to us in such a manner? Do you know the status of our fire in the southern domain? I can have your pathetic city. The young man in fine attire attempted to continue his tirade, only to be restrained by a more composed companion beside him. Junior brother, it would be wise to temper your words. The man spoke softly, then slightly bowed to the captain of the city guard, his tone softening. Esteemed officer, we are newcomers and unfamiliar with the regulations. We may have inadvertently caused offense. However, our sect has issued a directive that we must not reveal our identities while traveling. Hence the mask is essential. The captain of the city guard remained unmoved, his tone resolute. If you wish to enter the city, you must remove your mask, otherwise, you may leave. The expressions of the disciples from the fire turned grim upon hearing this. They clearly did not anticipate the stringent rules of Tianjiao City, which offered no leniency even to their esteemed sect from the southern region. Just as they found themselves in a quandary, unable to decide, Lin Xian stepped forward. He glanced at the masked disciples and then at the impassive captain, understanding the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand and removed the Azura mask, revealing a remarkably handsome young face, imbued with an alluring charm. The instant Lin Xian unmasked, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. What a striking young man! Who is he? His demeanor is extraordinary. Judging by his attire, he must be a disciple of a prominent sect. Even the previously proud disciples of the fire found their confidence wavering slightly as they beheld Lin Xian's appearance and the subtle, yet formidable aura he exuded. The captain of the city guard acknowledged Lin Xian's initiative with a hint of approval, nodding in his direction. Lin Xian disregarded the gazes around him and walked directly toward the city gate. Upon entering Tianjiao City, he was enveloped by the true splendor and vibrancy of the ancient city. The streets were wide and tidy, flanked by numerous shops, with the sounds of vendors calling out and laughter resonating in the air. Streams of cultivators flowed through the streets, the majority bearing youthful faces. They exuded a variety of energies. Some were spirited and ambitious, others calm and introspective, while a few displayed an unruly defiance, all radiating the unique vitality and vigor of the younger generation. As Lin Xian strolled through the streets, he absorbed the distinctive atmosphere of the city. The concentration of spiritual energy here was significantly higher than in the outside world, and the air seemed infused with a special vitality, greatly benefiting the cultivation of practitioners. Lin Xian sought out an impressive and relatively tranquil inn, Tianjiao residence. He requested a superior private room to rest and to inquire further about Tianjiao City and the Tianjiao ranking. After some investigation, Lin Xian gathered a considerable amount of information. Tianjiao City attracted talents from all directions due to the backing of 3 major super sects. They came either for training, to make a name for themselves, or to gain entry into these prestigious sections. However, the standards for accepting disciples into the 3 super sects were exceedingly high, allowing only the top 10 prodigies to be considered. It was also possible for those ranked lower, if possessing exceptional qualities, to be admitted as disciples. Moreover, the list of the exceptional is the most authoritative gauge of the prowess of the younger generation. Those who ascend to the Celestial Talents list are invariably gifted individuals of remarkable strength. The list comprises 100 slots, and the top 10 represent the most resplendent figures among the youth. Achieving a place on this esteemed list not only brings widespread renown, but also bestows special rewards and opportunities from the City of Celestial Talents, such as the qualification for training in the Celestial Tower, the chance to explore the Celestial Secret Realm, and the privilege to exchange treasures within the Celestial Pavilion. Among other benefits, the allure of the Celestial Talents list is immensely potent. Nearly every young cultivator who arrives in the city of Celestial Talents dreams of one day being inscribed upon it. The Celestial Talents list also has its rules of challenge. Firstly, challengers must not exceed the age of 30, and prior to any challenge, a verification will be conducted to ensure compliance with this requirement. Only those who meet the criteria may contest the cultivators listed. A successful challenge results in the challenger taking the place of the defeated, while the original holder's rank is adjusted accordingly. Secondly, to prevent unfairness resulting from incessant challenges, any individual on the list may only accept 3 challenges per day. Currently, the top 10 of the Celestial Talents list consists of renowned prodigies. In 10th place is the Bloodblade Demoness, hailing from a reclusive assassin organization. Her blade techniques are enigmatic and lethal, having reached the pinnacle of the 8th level of Sky Sovereignty. 9th is the Jade-Faced Spirit, Sword by Han, a disciple of the Free Spirit sect, known for his ethereal swordplay and extraordinary beauty, adored by countless female cultivators, also at the 8th level of Sky Sovereignty. 6th is a familiar figure, known as the Starry Fairy Morong Shui. She is, in fact, the daughter of an elder from the Spirit Treasure Pavilion and the master of its branch in the Chaotic City. Her status is significant, and her cultivation has made considerable strides, now attaining the 9th level of Sky Sovereignty. It is unexpected that she has also visited the city of Celestial Talents and even secured a position on the list, and so high up. In 2nd place is a mysterious individual named Lin Wuchen, emerging from an enigmatic secluded family. His sword techniques are divine and elusive, with a cultivation at the 2nd level of Divine Insight. As for the top spot, it is held by a man named Chu Zhan, a battle maniac with an exceedingly fierce and fearless combat style. He is said to hail from beyond the Northern Domain, specifically from the Western Domain, shrouded in mystery. And he appeared in the city of Celestial Talents merely a month ago, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the list. Although his cultivation is also at the 2nd level of Divine Insight, his combat prowess is extraordinarily formidable. Being under 30 and at the 2nd level of Divine Insight places one among the elite talents even within the 3 paramount sections. Upon gathering this information, Lin Xian could only smile and shake his head. This task, originally intended for the system's bound host, Xiao Han, would have posed no difficulty in securing a top 10 position. However, accomplishing the additional task of claiming the top spot seemed nearly impossible. Yet for Lin Xian, it would be effortless. He could effortlessly dominate the Celestial Talents list, surpassing all prodigies, including Chu Zhan. As for the other quasi-saints of the Taisu sect, including the Saintess Yi Fuyao from the Mysterious Palace and the Saint Sun from the Carefree Spirit sect, these formidable prodigies from the 3 major super sects require no further validation. The Prodigy City is, after all, jointly governed by the 3 super sects, which have established a dedicated Lord's Manor to oversee its management. The objective of this arrangement is to attract and recruit talents from various realms into their sections. As Saint Sons and Saint Daughters, there is no necessity for them to contend for the prodigy ranking. Lin Xian, on the other hand, is solely focused on completing his mission. Lin Xian's gaze shifted towards the direction of the challenge arena, a contemplative expression emerging in his eyes. Soon, a thought materialized in his mind. To avoid wasting time, he decided to directly challenge the top contender. After all, the system's task must be fulfilled. He resolved to graciously lower himself to challenge the pinnacle of the prodigy ranking. Chapter 80. Directly challenging the apex. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lin Xian's lips, as he had already devised a plan. The prodigy ranking was merely a stepping stone for him to accomplish the system task, since he was to challenge it. He deemed it prudent to do so in a decisive manner to circumvent unnecessary complications. Early the next morning, Lin Xian made his way to the center of the city, heading towards the most prominent and magnificent structure, the Prodigy Pavilion. The Prodigy Pavilion not only serves as the venue for the prodigy ranking and the handling of challenge matters, but also acts as a comprehensive hub for intelligence, trade, and the exchange of cultivation resources. Managed by representatives from the 3 super sects, it holds a status second only to the Lord's Manor. Upon entering the Prodigy Pavilion, Lin Xian was immediately captivated by the lively scene within. The hall was bustling with youthful cultivators, each exuding an extraordinary aura, their eyes gleaming with confidence and fervor. In the center of the hall floated an enormous golden stone tablet, inscribed with ancient runes that recorded 100 names, along with their respective affiliations and brief accomplishments. This was the illustrious prodigy ranking. Many cultivators gathered around the tablet, pointing and discussing animatedly, creating an atmosphere rich with excitement. Have you heard? Yesterday, the one ranked 73rd, the wind-splitting sword Song Qi, was defeated by an unknown lad. I believe his name was Zhao Wuji. His swordplay is simply mesmerizing. Indeed. The competition for the prodigy ranking is fierce. The rankings change daily, and one misstep could lead to a fall. Do you think anyone can challenge the top position held by Chu Zhan? That fellow is practically a monster. Rumor has it he has achieved over 20 consecutive victories, and none can stand in his way. As Lin Xian listened to the discussions around him, his gaze bypassed the names below and landed on the two radiant characters at the pinnacle of the prodigy ranking, Chu Zhan. He approached a middle-aged steward responsible for registering challenges and spoke with a calm demeanor. I wish to challenge. The steward looked up, appraising Lin Xian. Noticing his extraordinary presence, he did not treat him with disdain, but rather inquired in a routine manner, "Whom do you wish to challenge? Have you undergone bone age and cultivation level assessments?" "I challenge the top contender, Chu Zhan," Lin Xian replied coolly. Upon the utterance of those words, the once boisterous hall fell into a brief silence, only to erupt moments later into a cacophony of astonishment. What? Surely I misheard. This individual dares to challenge Chu Zhan. Has he lost his mind? He appears youthful, yet speaks with audacious bravado. The surrounding young cultivators cast incredulous glances towards Lin Xian, their expressions rife with skepticism and disbelief, tinged with a hint of malicious glee at the unfolding spectacle. The middle-aged steward was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he sought confirmation. "Are you certain you wish to challenge the top contender, Chu Zhan?" "Indeed," Lin Xian replied, his tone unwaveringly calm. The steward inhaled deeply, aware that today promised to be a riveting event. Nodding, he stated, "As per protocol, prior to the challenge, we must conduct an assessment of your bone age and cultivation level. Please follow me." Lin Xian accompanied the steward to a nearby side hall. Inside, a dark spirit testing stone and an ancient bronze mirror were set in place. "Please place your hand upon the spirit testing stone and channel your spiritual energy," instructed the steward. Complying, Lin Xian pressed his palm against the frigid stone, allowing a mere wisp of his spiritual power to escape, revealing his presence at the third level of the spirit connection realm. Instantly, 3 faint azure halos illuminated the stone. The steward's eyes widened in astonishment. Achieving the third level of the spirit connection realm at such a young age, while not unprecedented, certainly marked him as a prodigy. It was no wonder he dared to challenge Chu Zhan. Bone age, 28. The bronze mirror reflected Lin Xian's true age, the digits clearly visible. "You meet the qualifications for the challenge," the steward affirmed, nodding. He then produced a jade slip, saying, "Kindly inscribe your name. The challenge information will be announced in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Should Chu Zhan accept, the duel will take place on the central arena in half an hour." "Shura," Lin Xian replied coolly. "Shura?" The steward hesitated momentarily, a glint of intrigue flashing in his eyes. The name bore an aura of chilling lethality, and not long ago, there had been another figure of some renown known as Shura. Could they possibly be the same? He recorded Lin Xian's information into the jade slip, then remarked, "Very well. Please wait here or proceed to the central arena, as you prefer." Lin Xian nodded and turned, striding towards the central arena outside the talented pavilion. He harbored no concerns that Chu Zhan would decline the challenge. One who ascended to the pinnacle of the talented rankings undoubtedly possessed their own pride and confidence, and would not shy away from a confrontation. Sure enough, after the incense had burned, a striking line of golden characters materialized upon the vast luminous screen of the talented pavilion. "Shura challenges the top of the talented rankings, Chu Zhan." The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of Talented City. Countless cultivators, having received the news, surged towards the central arena, eager to witness this contest for supremacy. The arena was already a thronging mass, teeming with people, as debates and speculations erupted in a chorus around them. What exactly is the entity known as Shura? How audacious to directly challenge Chu Zhan. It is said that he possesses merely the cultivation of the third level of the divine realm, with a bone age of 28. Although his talent is commendable, daring to confront Chu Zhan may be rather premature. Chu Zhan is a veritable pinnacle of the third level of the divine realm, armed with a wealth of combat experience, and it seems that Shura is destined to be soundly defeated. Ah, A splendid spectacle awaits. I wonder how many moves it will take for Chu Zhan to resolve this. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a formidable figure strode forth from the throng. Akin to an iron tower, each step echoing as he ascended to the central arena. The newcomer was tall and sturdy, with a resolute visage. His short hair stood erect, radiating a wild and fierce aura. He donned a snug black leather armor that accentuated his explosive musculature, his arms marred by numerous ghastly scars, adding to his ferocity. Indeed, it was none other than the top contender of the prodigy list, Chu Zhan. At the age of 29, he wielded a superior-grade Earth Spirit Martial Soul, the rampaging Blood Wolf, and had reached the pinnacle of the third level of the Divine Realm, mere steps away from the fourth. It was through his formidable prowess, fearless combat style, and some hidden trump cards that he had swept the prodigy list within a month, claiming the foremost position. Standing in the center of the arena, Chu Zhan's gaze swept the audience like a ravenous wolf, finally resting upon Lin Xian, who also stood on the stage. "Are you the one called Shura?" Chu Zhan's voice was low, laced with an undeniable dominance. "Your courage is commendable, but alas, you've chosen the wrong opponent." Lin Xian regarded Chu Zhan with a calm demeanor, unfazed by the latter's imposing presence. "Enough with the pleasantries. Let us commence," he declared. "Humph." Seeking death, Chu Zhan, perceiving Lin Xian's blatant disregard, felt a flash of ferocity in his eyes and ceased further dialogue. With a roar, he unleashed his spiritual energy, and a colossal blood-colored wolf shadow materialized behind him, letting out a soul-stirring howl that reverberated through the air. The ferocious aura surged forth, sending a shiver through the audience. Rampaging wolf devours heaven. Chu Zhan propelled himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards Lin Xian. His fists were clenched tightly, enveloped in a dense crimson aura, resembling two blazing meteors, imbued with the terrifying force to rend all asunder, crashing towards Lin Xian. Chapter 81. Defeated by a finger faced with Chu Zhan's earth-shattering strike, Lin Xian remained unperturbed. Just as the tempestuous gust of his fists was about to engulf him, Lin Xian made his move. He did not employ any flamboyant techniques. Instead, he simply raised his right hand, pointing with his finger like a sword, and gently tapped the two blood-colored fist auras. A fleeting glimmer of almost imperceptible silver lightning flickered at his fingertip. Boom, boom. Two muffled explosions erupted almost simultaneously. Those two blood-colored fist auras, capable of splitting mountains, burst forth upon contact with Lin Xian's fingertip, akin to balloons being punctured, instantly disintegrating into a myriad of crimson specks that scattered into the ether. Yet, Lin Xian's fingertips bore not a single trace of injury. What? Chu Zhan's pupils constricted, his face betraying an expression of incredulous astonishment. The full-force strike he had taken pride in was so effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. The audience below was equally dumbfounded, their mouths agape as though they had witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon. How could this be possible? Chu Zhan's attack had been thwarted, and so effortlessly? What manner of creature was that Azura? Amidst the collective shock, Lin Xian's figure vanished from sight like a wraith. The secret art of movement. In the next instant, Lin Xian appeared before Chu Zhan once more. Once again, he merely pointed with a single finger. However, this time, the energy swirling around his fingertip was no longer a mere flicker of electricity, but an essence of sword intent that was pure to the extreme, yet razor-sharp beyond compare. The great void sword cannon. Chu Zhan felt his soul shudder, sensing a terrifying power from that single point, one that posed a threat to his very life. He sought to evade, only to discover that his opponent's speed was so astonishing that he could not react in time. He wished to defend himself, yet all his protective measures seemed utterly feeble against that pure essence of sword intent. With a soft sound, the essence, embodying the quintessence of the great void sword cannon, easily pierced through Chu Zhan's protective aura, striking at his brow. Chu Zhan's body stiffened suddenly, the fury and ferocity in his gaze instantly replaced by boundless fear and despair. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips. A wave of deathly crisis surged over him. The top of the talented rankings, Chu Zhan, was defeated, and by a mere finger, the arena fell into silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone was utterly astonished by this dreamlike spectacle. An obscure Azura had vanquished the seemingly invincible top contender, Chu Zhan, in such a devastating manner. This utterly upended their understanding. After a long while, someone managed to swallow hard, letting out a dry gasp. What a monstrous talent. Lin Xian gradually withdrew his finger, his gaze towards Chu Zhan calm and unperturbed. For him, eliminating a cultivator at the third level of the divine connection realm was indeed as simple as crushing an ant. At that moment, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 18,000 points and a top-tier Earth-grade spiritual weapon, the Golden Flying Shuttle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the additional task. You have earned an extra 20,000 points and a low-grade heavenly tier martial skill, the Overturning Seal. Lin Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. His mood was quite pleasant. This task had indeed been effortless and enjoyable. System, please issue a new task, he silently urged. You rose to prominence, becoming the pinnacle of the genius rankings, but this notoriety has attracted the attention of certain forces, including the spies of the Demon Sect. At this moment, traces of the Demon Sect have begun to emerge in various locations, with some formidable members seeking to seize your soul and the power of your bloodline. A new mission has been issued: eradicate the agents of the Demon Sect, and upon completion, you shall be rewarded with 20,000 points, exquisite materials of the Earth grade, and 10 drops of Millennium with Spirit Essence. The Demon Sect? Their minions have infiltrated the Central Plains? Lin Xian's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Thus far, the only organization he had encountered related to demonic entities was the Xiantian Demon Sect. Moreover, the targets of this sect seemed to be individuals with exceptionally powerful and rare physiques and bloodlines. Yi Fuyao has already caught their attention, and now they have turned their gaze upon me. One can only wonder how many other prodigies from the northern domain they have set their sights on. The ambitions of the Xiantian Demon Sect are indeed grand. Lin Xian felt no fear. If they dared to approach, he would ensure they returned empty-handed. In the process, he could accomplish his mission and accumulate more points. Meanwhile, news of Chu Zhan's defeat at the hands of Shura, the new leader of the Genius Rankings, spread like wildfire throughout Genius City. Instantly, Shura's name became the most fervently discussed topic within the city. Countless cultivators speculated about this mysterious powerhouse, pondering his origins and background. After completing his mission, Lin Xian quietly departed from the central arena, returning to the secluded chambers of Genius residence, preparing to thoroughly study the newly acquired martial skill, the Overturning Seal, and to devise his next course of action. The Overturning Seal, a low-grade Earth-level martial skill, manifests the essence of power, condensing unparalleled might. When unleashed, it can turn the world upside down with its extraordinary force. Lin Xian meticulously studied the information regarding the Overturning Seal in his mind, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This martial art resonated profoundly with his current path, relying on overwhelming strength to crush his opponents. Just as Lin Xian immersed himself in the profound insights of this new skill, Genius City erupted in excitement due to his exploits. Within the Genius Pavilion, the administrators responsible for the Genius Rankings gathered, their expressions grave as they deliberated. Who exactly is this Shura, to be able to defeat Chu Zhan with a mere gesture? His power must surely surpass the third level of the Divine Connection realm. At 28 years of age, possessing such terrifying combat prowess, this level of talent would rank among the elite even within the disciples of the three major super sects. This matter must be reported immediately to the City Lord's mansion and the leaders of the three sects stationed here. Such a prodigious genius must not be overlooked. Soon, intelligence regarding Shura was dispatched through special channels to both the City Lord's mansion and the residences of the Taisu sect, the Mysterious Palace, and the Free Spirit sect in Genius City. Within the City Lord's mansion, a middle-aged man of inscrutable aura, clad in the attire of the City Lord, perused the intelligence in his hands, his brow arching slightly, a glimmer of surprise flitting across his eyes. Oh, a 28-year-old at the third level of the Divine Connection realm can eliminate Chu Zhan in an instant? This is intriguing. Relay the orders to closely monitor his movements. Should the opportunity arise, we may consider extending an invitation to him. At the residence of the Celestial Freedom Sect, an elderly Taoist priest, holding a wine gourd and with bleary eyes, chuckled after perusing the intelligence report. What an intriguing young fellow. Though his skills may not match those of our sect's holy son, he stands out remarkably among the younger generation. At the abode of the Misty Palace, a graceful woman adorned in court attire regarded the report with a glimmer of interest in her beautiful eyes. If a talent like Shura could join our Misty Palace and be nurtured well, his future accomplishments would be boundless. Chapter 82. identity revealed. Shock amongst all the residents of the Tai-Su sect in the Celestial Prodigy City was a magnificent structure known as the Tai-Su Courtyard. Deep within the courtyard, an elderly man clad in the garments of a Tai-Su sect elder, with hair as white as snow yet brimming with vitality, leisurely cradled a cup of fragrant tea. This was Elder Li, responsible for recruiting prodigies and managing sect affairs in this locale. When a disciple respectfully presented a jade slip containing intelligence regarding Shura, Elder Li initially paid it little mind. Each day, many so-called geniuses emerged in the Celestial Prodigy City, yet few truly captured his attention. However, as his spiritual sense swept over the slip and he encountered the phrases Shura, 24, Godly Realm 3rd level, defeated Chu Zhan with a single finger. His hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Oh, is that so? Elder Li's interest was piqued, prompting him to scrutinize the report more closely. Upon reaching the description of Shura removing his mask to reveal a remarkably handsome young face imbued with a hint of sinister charm, a sudden realization struck him, and a familiar figure flashed in his mind. Wait, why does this description seem so reminiscent of? Elder Li's breath quickened as he abruptly set down the teacup, seizing the jade slip once more to examine it meticulously. The more he read, the more astonished and incredulous his expression became. A series of key phrases connected in his mind, culminating in a hypothesis that even he found somewhat absurd. No, it cannot be. Elder Li sprang to his feet, pacing restlessly within the chamber, his expression a tumult of emotions. If this were true, then he dared not contemplate further and immediately commanded in a grave tone. Someone, go investigate Shura's current whereabouts. I must meet him personally. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Prodigy Inn, Lin Xian had just begun to grasp the cultivation method of the Celestial Turnaround Seal and was preparing to set out for the location of the ancient ruins indicated by the system. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow, sensing several powerful auras rapidly approaching the inn. Among them were a few emanating from the 8th and even 9th levels of the godly realm. They've come so quickly? A playful smile crept across Lin Xian's lips. He was aware that his victory over Chu Zhan with a single finger would inevitably cause a stir, but he hadn't anticipated such swift actions from these individuals. Soon, the innkeeper himself knocked on Lin Xian's door, his tone respectful yet tinged with trepidation. The young master of the Azura, the lord of the city, and the elders from the 3 major sects have come to pay their respects. Please allow them to enter, Lin Xian said calmly. Moments later, several figures filed in. Led by the middle-aged lord of the city, the elder from the Carefree Spirit sect, the beautiful matron of the Ethereal Palace, and Elder Li from the Void sect. As Elder Li stepped into the room and beheld Lin Xian standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene, he was struck as though by lightning. Instantly frozen in place, he stared fixedly at Lin Xian's familiar yet foreign youthful visage, his lips trembling, his eyes brimming with disbelief, shock, and overwhelming joy. Saint Sun, how could you be here? Elder Li's voice quivered with excitement, and he instinctively bowed deeply, his tone reaching an utmost level of reverence. At this utterance, the room fell into a profound silence. The middle-aged lord of the city, the elder from the Carefree Spirit sect, the beautiful matron of the Ethereal Palace, along with their accompanying disciples, stood as if paralyzed, gaping at Lin Xian. They glanced at the bowing Elder Li, their minds a blank slate. Saint Sun, the Saint Sun of the Void sect, the enigmatic Azura who defeated Chu Zhan with a mere gesture, shaking the entire talented city, was actually the Saint Sun Lin Xian of the Void sect. This was simply too incredible to fathom, especially for the Lord, the Elder, and the Matron, who, as high-ranking members of the 3 major sects, were well aware that the Void sect had recently established a new Saint Sun named Lin Xian. It was said that this individual possessed extraordinary talent and unfathomable strength, sweeping aside the other 3 candidates during the selection of the Saint Sun, claiming the top position with overwhelming force. Yet, they could never have anticipated that this newly appointed Saint Sun of the Void sect would appear in Talented City under the guise of an Azura, and even come to contend for the talented rankings. Was this not a sheer display of superiority, bullying the younger generation? In an instant, the gazes directed at Lin Xian were laden with complexity, shock, realization, reverence, and a hint of incredulous amusement. No wonder this individual possessed such formidable combat prowess at such a young age. He was indeed the Saint Sun of the Void sect in person. This revelation clarified everything. If those young practitioners who had previously speculated about the Azura's origins were to learn the truth, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. The mysterious powerhouse who had emerged so suddenly in their minds was, in fact, the future leader of one of the 3 super sects of the northern region, the Void Sect. This identity and background were simply overwhelming. Lin Xian, observing Elder Li's almost incoherent excitement, smiled gently and said, "Elder Li, there is no need for such formalities. I have come to Talented City merely for the sake of experience and to see what this so-called talented rankings truly entails." His words were uttered with a casual air, yet they left the others present with twitching mouths. Merely for experience? To see the quality of the talented rankings? You have defeated the top contender with a mere gesture. Is this what you call assessing quality? This was akin to pressing the entire talented rankings down and rubbing it into the ground. However, despite their inner sentiments, none dared to exhibit any outward signs of dissent. The Holy Son of the Taishu sect held a status that was not to be trifled with by mere mortals. The middle-aged city lord of the city lord's mansion promptly stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect as he smiled at Lin Xian, saying, "Ah, it is indeed an honor to receive the esteemed Lin Holy Son. I beg your pardon for not extending a more fitting welcome. Had I known of your arrival, I would have certainly prepared a grand reception, and there would have been no need for you to personally grace this humble Tianjiao list." The elder Taoist from the Xianyao Ling sect, having regained his composure, looked significantly clearer and said with a hearty laugh, "The Lin Holy Son is truly a phoenix among men. Such strength and grace leaves us old fellows feeling utterly inferior." The beautiful matron of the Miao Miao Palace also inclined her body slightly, her voice cool yet tinged with respect. "I have long heard of the Lin Holy Son's renown. Seeing you today, it is indeed as the legends proclaim." In response to the flattery of the crowd, Lin Xian merely smiled gently, neither affirming nor denying their praises. He had not come to Tianjiao City to bask in such adulation. "You flatter me, esteemed seniors," Lin Xian replied. "I have pressing matters to attend to and shall not linger here." With that, he prepared to turn and depart. At that moment, a voice, somewhat weak yet resolute, emerged from the back of the crowd. "Lin Holy Son, please hold on." The crowd turned to see a robust figure approaching. It was none other than Chu Zhan, the previous champion of the Tianjiao list, whom Lin Xian had defeated with a mere gesture. At this moment, Chu Zhan's gaze toward Lin Xian was devoid of the previous arrogance and disdain. Instead, it was filled with a complex mix of reverence, admiration, and perhaps even a hint of longing. "Chu Zhan." Lin Xian regarded him, mildly taken aback. Despite being vanquished with a single gesture, which would typically crush the spirit of any Tianjiao, Chu Zhan, a warrior at heart, displayed no signs of despair. Chu Zhan then clasped his hands, his voice hoarse as he said, "I thank you, Lin Holy Son, for your mercy. Otherwise, I would have already become a lifeless corpse." He understood that had Lin Xian's strike been even slightly more forceful, he would not be standing here now. Clearly, Lin Xian had restrained his power at the last moment. Otherwise, given the terrifying strength he had displayed, it would have been a mere triviality to extinguish his life. "What do you seek from me?" Lin Xian inquired, his tone indifferent. Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhan looked steadfastly at Lin Xian and suddenly knelt on one knee, declaring earnestly, "Chu Zhan wishes to follow the Lin Holy Son, to brave fire and water without hesitation." This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. The once proud champion of the Tianjiao list, known for his rebellious spirit and combative nature, was now pledging his allegiance to the Holy Son of the Taishu sect. Lin Xian? The swiftness of this transformation was astounding. Even Lin Xian himself was slightly astonished, not expecting such a gesture from Chu Zhan. At that moment, Elder Li approached, leaning in to whisper to Lin Xian, "What you may not know, Holy Son, is that Chu Zhan is a former disciple of the Lietian sect from the western region. It is said that he possesses extraordinary talent, yet due to his excessively fierce disposition, he clashed with the scion of a powerful elder within the sect, inflicting serious injury upon him. Consequently, he was expelled from the sect, wandering until he found himself in the northern region. Over the years, he has navigated this realm with an indomitable spirit, and a month ago, upon arriving at the City of Prodigies, he swept through the ranks to claim the top position on the prodigy list. However, because of his mysterious origins and past grievances with a prominent sect in the western region, our 3 major sects have observed him with interest but hesitated to recruit him, fearing he harbors ulterior motives or could bring about unnecessary troubles. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian understood the situation. No wonder Chu Zhan exhibited such arrogance and a fervent desire to prove himself. Noticing Lin Xian's silence, Chu Zhan assumed he was reluctant to accept him, and a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed his eyes. Nevertheless, he persisted. Holy Son Lin, I acknowledge that I, Chu Zhan, was once arrogant and blind to my own limitations. Yet, after today's battle, you have illuminated for me what it truly means to be a prodigy. My heart is now fully convinced. I, Chu Zhan, am solitary and unencumbered. My sole aspiration is to grow stronger. The three major sects reject me, and how could I possibly regard the lesser factions with any esteem? Chu Zhan's voice carried a hint of sorrow and indignation. Having witnessed the Holy Son's prowess today, he vowed with a martial heart that if the Holy Son would take him in, he would pledge unwavering loyalty and devotion. He lifted his gaze, fervently looking at Lin Xian, and continued, Moreover, as a person of noble status, you are destined to command the Taisu sect and, indeed, shape the entire northern region. There are many matters that may not be suitable for you to address personally, and troubles that require decisive action. These I can undertake. I, Chu Zhan, have nothing to lose. His words were straightforward and sincere, possessing a certain logic. Lin Xian regarded the resolute figure of Chu Zhan kneeling before him, and his heart stirred. Indeed, Chu Zhan's talent was commendable. At 29 years old, he had already reached the third level of the Divine Connection realm, boasting combat prowess among the elite of his rank. Furthermore, his tenacity and fierce determination rendered him a promising candidate. Though Lin Xian's position within the Taisu sect was solid, his foundation remained somewhat shallow, and he required trustworthy and capable allies. Especially in chaotic places like the City of Disorder, he needed a strong figure to oversee and expand his enterprises. Chu Zhan's character and approach seemed well suited to such an environment. However, whether Chu Zhan could be loyal to him remained to be seen. After contemplating the means of evaluation, Lin Xian spoke softly, Rise. Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy flashed in Chu Zhan's eyes, yet he remained kneeling, awaiting Lin Xian's next words. I can offer you an opportunity, Lin Xian continued, but it will not be as my subordinate. Chu Zhan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by this statement. Lin Xian produced a token engraved with the character for mystery and tossed it to Chu Zhan, saying, Are you familiar with the City of Disorder? Chu Zhan received the token and nodded slightly, expressing his awareness of its significance. He had heard whispers of the chaotic no man's land in the northern region, where strength reigned supreme and bloodshed was rampant. Indeed, Lin Xian spoke softly. I possess certain enterprises in the City of Disorder and find myself in need of a capable individual to manage and expand them. If your desire to follow me is genuine, take this token and journey to the City of Disorder, where you will seek out a faction known as the Beast Arena. Present this token to the current steward, and they will understand its importance. The Beast Arena? Chu Zhan grasped the token tightly, his eyes glinting with excitement. He recognized this as both a test from Lin Xian and a golden opportunity. The perilous nature of the City of Disorder, while daunting, also brimmed with prospects, a stage that beckoned to a desperate soul like his. You have but one task in the City of Disorder, Lin Xian stated, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority as he regarded Chu Zhan. Utilize every means at your disposal to develop and expand the Beast Arena, ensuring it becomes the paramount power within the state. Should you succeed, I shall undoubtedly have great use for you in the future. Since Lin Xian had assumed control of the Beast Arena, he had largely neglected it. It was fitting to entrust it to Chu Zhan, not only to evaluate his loyalty, but also to foster its growth should Chu Zhan prove to be earnest in his allegiance, thereby enhancing both the arena and Lin Xian's other enterprises within the City of Disorder. This would yield numerous benefits for Lin Xian. Yes, Holy Son. Chu Zhan felt the weight of Lin Xian's trust and expectations ignite a fervor within him. He raised his head abruptly, his voice resolute. Chu Zhan shall not fail your expectations. Within 2 years, if I cannot establish the Beast Arena as the dominant force in a state, I shall present my head to you. Excellent. Lin Xian replied with a satisfied nod. Go forth, and do not disappoint me. Your subordinate takes his leave. Chu Zhan bowed deeply once more, then rose, grasping the token firmly, and strode away without a backward glance. Though his form still bore the marks of injury, it radiated a spirit of indomitable resolve and unwavering determination. As they observed Chu Zhan's departing figure, Elder Li and the others exchanged glances. their understanding of this newly appointed Holy Son's capabilities and decisiveness deepening. In mere words, he had managed to subdue a top contender from the celestial rankings and dispatched him to expand his influence in a tumultuous land. Such prowess was not commonplace. Having concluded matters with Chu Zhan, Lin Xian paid no further heed to the others, offering a slight nod to Elder Li before departing from the celestial abode. He had tasks assigned by the system to fulfill and could not afford to linger. As Elder Li and the others watched Lin Xian's retreating silhouette, their hearts were filled with myriad emotions. The waves of the Yangtze pushed the previous waves, mused the old Taoist from the free and easy spirit sect, taking a sip of wine and sighing softly. With this holy sun, the future of the Tai Su sect is indeed promising. The enchanting matron from the ethereal palace remarked softly. The middle-aged lord of the city lord's mansion, however, regarded with a flicker of thought in his eyes, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Elder Li's face beamed with pride and satisfaction. The scion of his own sect is indeed extraordinary. The turmoil in the City of Talents, instigated by the presence of the Azura, ultimately concluded with the revelation of Lin Xian's identity as the holy son of the Tai Su sect and the allegiance of Chu Zhan. However, the legends surrounding Lin Xian have only just begun to circulate among the younger generation of the northern region. Chapter 84. A splendid assembly. With the upheaval in the City of Talents drawing to a close, Lin Xian chose not to linger within the bustling city. For him, the title of the foremost talent was merely a fleeting episode in the pursuit of his systematic objectives. His true aim remained the accumulation of points and the acquisition of coveted treasures within the marketplace. According to the latest mission issued by the system, Lin Xian was tasked with exterminating a contingent from a demonic sect. The specifics of the location were not delineated. After a moment's contemplation, he departed from the vibrant City of Talents and journeyed northward, seeking a secluded valley, steeped in rugged mountains and seldom traversed by human feet. This desolate area, with its relatively sparse spiritual energy, served as an ideal setting to lure his adversaries into the open. Lin Xian casually selected a massive stone to sit cross-legged upon, suppressing his aura until he blended seamlessly into the surrounding environment, resembling a true boulder. Activating his broken illusion spirit eyes, he surveyed the movements within a radius of several dozen miles, patiently awaiting the arrival of his quarry. As the system had suggested that individuals from the demonic sect would approach him due to his defeat of Chu Zhan and ascension to the top of the talent list, he surmised that they would not keep him waiting for long. Indeed, within a mere half-day, Lin Xian's eyelids lifted slightly, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Through his heightened perception, he discerned a dozen figures emanating a chilling, malevolent aura, stealthily converging upon the valley from various directions, much like trained hounds closing in on their prey. So, they have arrived, Lin Xian mused, his gaze calm and unwavering. This uninvited assembly comprised approximately 15 to 16 individuals, all cloaked in black robes, their faces obscured by grotesque masks reminiscent of the disciples of the Xiantian demon sect he had previously encountered in the desolate forest. At the forefront stood a figure exuding a particularly formidable presence. His demonic energy surged around him, radiating a disquieting pressure that was palpably unsettling. Undoubtedly a powerhouse at the 9th level of the divine realm. Following closely behind were 4 practitioners at the 7th level of the divine realm, their strength equally formidable, clearly representing the backbone of the Xiantian demon sect. The remaining individuals, without exception, possessed varying cultivation levels ranging from the 1st to the 6th level of the divine realm. Such an assembly could only be described as lavish. It was evident that the Xiantian demon sect had invested significantly in this endeavor, affording the utmost attention to Lin Xian, the newly appointed holy son of the Tai Su sect. They truly hold me in high regard, Lin Xian thought with a cold smirk. It seemed that his reputation, forged under the name of Azura after defeating Chu Zhan to claim the top position in the City of Talents, had undoubtedly attracted the notice of the Xiantian demon sect's operatives concealed within the city. Upon realizing that Azura was none other than Lin Xian, the holy son of the Tai Su sect, the higher-ups of the Xiantian demon sect must have felt both astonished and enraged. The innate talent and prowess of Lin Xian, at such a tender age, present an undeniable potential threat to the Xiantian demon sect as he matures. In recent years, the sect has been scheming in the shadows, plotting grand ambitions, with many disciples having emerged from the abyssal wilderness to infiltrate various locations in the northern domain, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Their targets often include those with unique physiques or formidable bloodlines, aiming to seize their essence for the so-called Great Saint Demon. Yi Fuyo's celestialine body has become a prime target, and now, with Lin Xian, the newly ascended Holy Son, displaying such monstrous talent and powerful bloodline abilities, he too has emerged as a coveted prize in their eyes. However, the elder-level figures of the Xiantian demon sect are terrifying entities of the Nirvana realm. The presence of such formidable beings would undoubtedly alert the top experts of the three major super sects should they appear in the heart of the northern domain. Moreover, the number of Nirvana realm elders is limited, most of whom remain stationed in the sect's forbidden grounds and rarely venture forth. Consequently, the strongest forces dispatched this time are already beneath the elder rank. A master of the 9th layer of the divine realm leads the charge, supported by 4 guardians of the 7th layer, along with over a dozen skilled practitioners of the divine realm. Such a formation, in the eyes of the Xiantian demon sect, is more than sufficient to deal with an emerging figure whose actual cultivation might only be around the 7th layer of the divine realm, especially one from the Taishu sect. Little do they know, Lin Xian's true combat strength far surpasses their intelligence reports of a mere 7th layer. Outside the valley, the group of cloaked figures moved with remarkable speed and coordination, clearly seasoned in such undertakings. They silently dispersed, forming a vast encirclement that rendered the valley impenetrable. The leader, a master of the 9th layer of the divine realm known by the codename Ghost Sha, glinted with a cold light in his eyes as he gestured to those beside him. The target lay within the valley, endowed with extraordinary talent and an immensely powerful bloodline. The sect leader has commanded that he must be captured alive. Should there be any resistance, they are to kill without hesitation. Yet, they must remember not to harm his bloodline essence. Ghost Sha's voice was hoarse, akin to the cry of a night owl. Understood, Master, the others replied in unison, their voices brimming with bloodthirsty excitement. To them, this was merely a straightforward hunt. What of the Holy Son of the Taishu sect? A solitary genius, under the siege of the Xiantian demon sect, faced only a path to demise. However, just as they were about to step into the valley, a calm voice suddenly resonated from the depths of the valley, penetrating the ears of every cloaked figure with clarity. You have traveled far and endured much. Since you have come, you shall all remain. The voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, as if a celestial king were pronouncing the fate of mortals. Who goes there? Ghost Sha's expression shifted, and he barked sharply. The other cloaked figures were equally startled, halting their steps and casting vigilant gazes towards the depths of the valley. In the heart of the valley, atop a colossal boulder that had previously been devoid of any presence, an imposing figure emerged, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Dressed in a flowing white robe adorned with gold and purple trim, he exuded an ethereal aura even in the dimness of the valley. His face was concealed behind a fearsome Azura mask, revealing only a pair of deep, starry eyes that regarded them with calm composure. It was Lin Xian. He did not hide or flee. Rather, he presented himself with an air of boldness, as if he had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. It is you, Azura. The eyes of Gui Sha widened in recognition, having seen that mask countless times in the sect's reports. Knowing it is me, you dare to come here to seek death? It seems that the memory of the Xuantiang demon sect is rather poor, Lin Xian remarked with a tone of indifference, laced with a hint of mockery. Arrogant child. Today, we have set a trap that will ensure you cannot escape. Gui Sha bellowed, though a sense of caution gnawed at him. This Azura appeared far more composed and unflappable than the reports had suggested. Form the array, the nether ghost binding formation. Gui Sha commanded decisively. The 10 or so black-robed figures behind him, each at varying levels of divine mastery, immediately sprang into action, retrieving dark array flags and chanting incantations. Tendrils of demonic energy surged forth from the flags, intertwining in midair to swiftly form a massive black shield that enveloped the entire valley. Within the formation, a chilling wind howled, and ghostly apparitions swirled, as a bone-chilling power of confinement sought to suppress Lin Xian's movements. You think this flimsy formation can trap me? Lin Xian scoffed, the Azura mask appearing even more menacing in the dim light. Chapter 85. Fierce battle. In the next moment, Lin Xian made his move. Without any warning, his figure suddenly vanished from sight. Movement secret art. Swift. exceedingly swift. Guisha barely registered a flicker before the Azura's form had entirely disappeared. Be cautious. Guisha's heart raced, urgently warning his companions. Yet it was too late. With a muffled thud, two simultaneous sounds echoed through the air. The disciples from the Xuantiang demon sect, tasked with maintaining the formation, had scarcely comprehended what was happening when they felt a chilling sensation pierce through their chests. Looking down, they beheld a fist enveloped in silver lightning and crimson tiger stripes, having already punctured their ribcage and shattered their heart's pulse. Blood gushed forth, and their lives were extinguished in an instant. What? The remaining black-robed figures turned pale with horror. They had not even seen how Lin Xian had made his move. Thunder Prison, unleash. Lin Xian's icy voice reverberated within the formation. Boom. Silver lightning erupted from his body like a volcanic explosion. The viscous and ferocious field of thunder surged forth, colliding violently with the black shield of the nether ghost binding formation. Zzz. Zzz. Lightning and demonic energy intertwined in a frenzied dance, annihilating one another with a cacophonous roar. The seemingly indestructible ghostly binding array, under the overwhelming assault of the Thunder Prison, could withstand only a few breaths before emitting a sorrowful wail of collapse, shattering into fragments. The backlash of the array forced several disciples of the Xiantian demon sect, who had set the formation, to spew forth blood, their vitality instantly waning. In the aftermath of the array's destruction, Lin Xian's figure flickered through the crowd like a wraith. He invoked the Taishu sword cannon, his fingers poised like a sword, with sword light flickering at his fingertips. Each swing unleashed a fierce and unmatched sword aura, cutting through the air with ruthless precision. Those disciples of the Xiantian demon sect, ranging from the 1st to the 6th tier of the Divine Connection realm, were rendered utterly helpless against Lin Xian's onslaught, akin to mere chickens in the face of a storm. Their protective demonic energy was easily torn asunder, their magical artifacts shattered like worthless scrap, and their bodies dismembered by the razor-sharp sword chi. Cries of agony echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. In a mere span of a dozen breaths, 7 among the dozen disciples responsible for the formation and support lay lifeless beneath Lin Xian's blade. Their corpses strewn haphazardly across the valley floor, blood staining the earth crimson. The remaining few, utterly terrified, felt their spirits shatter, their earlier bravado evaporating as they shrieked in desperation to escape this hellish battlefield. You worthless fools! Guisha, witnessing the carnage, felt a surge of rage and fear. Lin Xian's displayed prowess had far exceeded his expectations. This was no mere 7th tier of the Divine Connection realm. He was nearly on par with Guisha, who stood at the 9th tier. Altogether, kill him, Guisha bellowed, suppressing a flicker of unease. No sooner had the words left his lips than he launched his attack, wielding a massive scythe, black as ink and radiating a dense aura of death, aimed directly at Lin Xian's head. Simultaneously, the 4 guardians of the Xiantian demon sect, at the 7th tier of the Divine Connection realm, launched their respective techniques from various angles, attempting to encircle and annihilate Lin Xian. In that instant, the air was thick with demonic energy, and the atmosphere crackled with lethal intent. Lin Xian, standing alone against 5 formidable opponents of the Xiantian demon sect, showed no sign of faltering. Instead, he grew increasingly valiant. His movements were fluid and elusive, navigating through the onslaught with ease, each strike imbued with the force of a thunderclap, leaving his adversaries in disarray. From the outset, the battle escalated into a fierce and unrestrained confrontation. It had been long since Lin Xian had experienced such exhilarating freedom to showcase his strength. Although outnumbered, with the strongest among them being a 9th-tier expert, he felt considerable pressure. Even he, despite his prowess, dared not claim that he could handle this situation with ease. Yet, he had numerous hidden cards, including the unparalleled Wailing Spirit demonic liquid, which he had yet to employ. Once the Wailing Spirit demonic liquid was unleashed, he was confident that he could eliminate all those who dared covet his bloodline power. Within the valley, the fierce battle raged on. The dark scythe wielded by the ghostly assassin, known as the Soul-Severing Judgment, is an authentic high-grade spiritual weapon of the earthly tier. When brandished, it conjures chilling winds and ghostly wails, its black blade slicing through the air as if it could cleave souls from their bodies. He practices the esoteric and tyrannical 9 nether soul devouring technique, a sinister martial art from the Xiantian demon sect, with each strike infused with a venomous power that erodes the very essence of the soul. The four guardians, each at the seventh tier of the divine connection realm, are formidable in their own right. One brandishes a pale bone banner, and as it sways, countless malevolent, ghostly apparitions surge forth, recklessly charging at Lin Xian in an attempt to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Another possesses hands as dark as ink, with a corrosive wind that sizzles through the air, eroding even stone in its path, clearly a practitioner of a vile poison technique. A third moves like a specter, wielding two poison daggers, lurking at the edges of the battlefield, ever watchful for Lin Xian's vulnerabilities to deliver a fatal blow. The final guardian unveils an ancient, cracked bronze mirror, from which demonic light swirls, occasionally emitting bizarre beams that hinder the foe's movements. Together, these five demonic masters unleash a relentless barrage of sinister and devious attacks, enveloping the valley in a thick shroud of malevolent energy and lethal intent. A typical practitioner at the seventh tier of divine connection would likely be obliterated by such an onslaught. Yet, Lin Xian stands resilient, akin to a lone boat amidst tumultuous waves, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet effortlessly transforming peril into opportunity at critical moments. With the secret of movement, Lin Xian's agility reaches its zenith. Amidst the onslaught of the five, he dances like a specter, evading their strikes with uncanny grace. Those attacks, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stone, often find only the afterimages he leaves behind. With the void's spirit eyes, golden light flows within his gaze, allowing him to perceive the trajectories of their attacks, the flow of energy, and even the weaknesses in their techniques with crystal clarity. This perception enables him to preemptively dodge lethal strikes at minimal cost and seize fleeting opportunities to counterattack. From the Taishu Sword Classic, Lin Xian extends his fingers like a sword, occasionally unleashing fierce gusts of sword energy. Though few in number, each strike is pure and formidable, precisely targeting the adversary's vulnerabilities, compelling them to divert their focus to defense. The Thunder Prison force surrounding him, though somewhat diminished by the collective assault of the five, remains remarkably resilient. The overwhelming power of thunder continues to bombard the approaching demonic entities and erode the protective magic of his opponents, causing them significant distress and depletion. This boy is exceedingly slippery. Moreover, this thunderous force severely counters our dark powers, bellowed the guardian wielding the bone banner. As the ghostly apparitions he summoned suffered heavy losses under the relentless strikes of the Thunder Prison. The guardian practicing poison techniques also wore a grim expression. His venomous wind, purified by the thunder's might, proved far less effective. We must first dismantle his force field. The malevolent gaze of the ghostly executioner darkened as the spectral scythe in his grasp radiated an overwhelming brilliance, unleashing tangible black blades that sliced through the air like venomous serpents, targeting various points within the Thunder Prison, attempting to shatter Lin Xian's defenses. Yet, how could Lin Xian allow them to succeed? With a wealth of combat experience, he discerned the ghostly executioner's intent with a mere glance. To breach my Thunder Prison? A foolish dream. Lin Xian snorted coldly, advancing rather than retreating, deliberately confronting the most formidable of foes, the ghostly executioner. Chapter 86. The potent amplification of the all-spirits demon liquid. Lin Xian's sword finger coalesced, effortlessly drawing upon the exquisite sword techniques from the Void Sword Cannon. A seemingly unadorned yet imbued with the essence of severing all constraints, a blade of energy emerged, artfully evading the scythe's deadly arc, aiming directly for the vulnerable wrist of his adversary. This strike, executed with a masterful angle and incredible speed, found its mark just as the ghostly executioner's old strength waned, and his new strength had yet to manifest. The ghostly executioner was taken aback, not anticipating that Lin Xian would dare to counterattack amidst such an onslaught, and to target him, no less. In a moment of panic, he could merely flick his wrist, attempting to parry the blow. Clang! A sharp sound echoed, sparks flying. The ghostly executioner felt an overwhelming force surge from the scythe, numbing his grip and rendering his arm weak, nearly causing the spectral scythe to slip from his grasp. Such formidable power. The ghostly executioner was struck with terror. This Lin Xian not only possessed an elusive fighting style and a dominating force field, but even the energy within his sword strike was utterly terrifying. In that fleeting moment of shock,